Despite transmigrating as a sect master, Yi Che found himself with a crumbling sect, weak cultivation, and a fate full of misfortune. In the deep night forest, Yi Che was relieving himself against some bushes. 5 years ago, he had transmigrated to the Tianling continent with the identity of a sect master, but inherited only a poor, insignificant sect with 2 disciples and a big yellow dog. Now, the top sect of the Luoxing mountain range was about to come knocking, and Yi Che's cultivation was merely at the 4th level of the yellow rank, barely qualifying as a bottom-tier cultivator, his heart heavy with worry. System, when will you finally arrive? Yi Che sighed helplessly. Transmigrators should have golden fingers, but he had waited 5 years with no system in sight. In the Tianling continent, powerful experts were as numerous as clouds, with strict hierarchies. Even third-rate sects had Earth-rank masters presiding over them, while Yi Che was at best a yellow-rank nobody. Just as he was mocking himself, a crisp system voice suddenly rang through the forest. Ding Ho's successful transmigration detected, system activating and binding. Yi Che's eyes lit up with joy finally. His golden finger had arrived. Empress Summoning System successfully activated. Can summon empresses from myriad realms to serve the host. Capture an empress's favor to 90 points or above to summon the next empress. Due to the system's 5-year delay, the host may freely choose the empress type. A meaningful smile appeared at the corner of Yi Che's mouth. I want the fluffy kind of empress. He truly meant nothing improper by it, simply enjoyed the soft, furry texture. Ding. Summoning successful. The fluffy empress is on her way. To ensure the host's lasting combat power, emergency reward, 9 Yang Divine Art. The next moment, hot currents surged through Yi Che's body, leaving his mouth dry and tongue parched. He suddenly realized the system had directly drugged him. Just as he was about to remove his clothes to cool down, strange sounds came from the forest, and a breathtakingly beautiful figure descended from the sky. The woman had an ample chest and long legs, pale blue pupils, flawless features like a goddess descending from heaven, taking one's breath away. Her white fox fur coat couldn't hide her sultry curves. 9 white tails swayed behind her, and fluffy fox ears adorned her head. Yi Che was stunned. How could such a beautiful woman exist in this world? His heart raced. An irrepressible attraction. But the woman before him had an extremely unusual expression. Her face was slightly flushed, breathing rapid, as if suppressing some kind of transformation. Though clearly uninjured, she seemed to have been poisoned with an aphrodisiac. Yi Che's heart stirred with secret delight at encountering such a fateful opportunity. Don't be afraid, fairy, I'll save you. The dazed Nine-tailed Empress looked up, her gaze falling on Yi Che, and her eyes immediately brightened. His bearing was exceptional, his demeanor ethereal, like an immortal descended to the mortal realm. She was momentarily stunned, mistaking Yi Che for having improper intentions. Just as she was about to scold him, she heard Yi Che whisper, "Don't rush. Bear with it a moment. It'll be over soon." The Nine-tailed Empress's heart trembled with a hint of surprise. Could this man truly have a way to resolve the love poison? But Yi Che's next words made her furious. Just think of it as being pricked once. Bear with it. It'll be over quickly. You dare. The Nine-tailed Empress burned with rage, her chest heaving violently, displaying her full majesty. If you dare touch this empress's body, this empress will scatter your soul to the winds. As soon as she finished speaking, the love poison took effect, and her consciousness gradually blurred. Yi Che quickly supported her, his face full of apology. Fairy, saving lives is urgent. Forgive the offense. He kicked aside some stones and laid the Nine-tailed Empress flat on the ground. The fox fur slipped away, and Yi Che swallowed hard, his heartbeat accelerating. Touching that exquisite skin, so smooth to the touch, he almost couldn't bear to let go. Hot waves surged through the Nine-tailed Empress's body as her consciousness faded. In the dark night, a soft moan escaped. Wrong. Sorry. First time, no experience. The Nine-tailed Sky Fox was born with enchanting bones. If not for Yi Che having the 9 Yang Divine Art protecting him, he would have long since lost himself. At this moment, he felt grateful. Without the system's bestowed technique, he probably couldn't have held on. As night deepened, spring filled the forest. Dawn light filtered through the leaves onto the 2 figures, and Yi Che was the first to awaken. The beauty before him was absolutely stunning. So beautiful his heart fluttered. But Yi Che's heart was full of fear. Was merely a small sect master from the mortal realm, while she was an empress from the upper realm. If she awakened, his life would likely be forfeit. Sure enough, the Nine-tailed Empress opened her eyes, confusion flashing in her clear gaze. Her sight moved downward, and in an instant, she understood everything. Her purity had actually been lost. Killing intent erupted from her pupils as a bone-chilling coldness descended. She roared angrily. Shut up, I don't want to hear it. She tried to rise, but collapsed from weakness. The Nine-tailed Empress felt desolate. The body she had guarded for 1,000 years had now fallen to the mortal realm, her purity completely lost. With great revenge unachieved, cultivation lost, and trapped in desperate straits. On this day, her life had hit rock bottom. If this is how it is, I might as well die, she said with vacant eyes, in despair. Ding. The system has detected that the Nine-tailed Empress is having suicidal thoughts. Please stop her immediately, host. Come on, how am I supposed to stop her? Yiche felt frantic inside. Ding. Granting host the dual cultivation creation scripture. As the cold system voice faded, complete cultivation techniques instantly flooded his mind, and he comprehended them in an instant. Yiche looked up, meeting a pair of golden eyes filled with hatred, and quickly spoke. Empress, trust me. I'm really trying to help you. Just lie still and don't move. I can help expel the toxins from your body. At dawn, with the thin blanket half pulled aside, the blood-stirring, delicate body in his arms pressed close. No matter how much Yiche prided himself on extraordinary self-control, he was still just a mortal man. Faced with such beauty, one either remains unmoved or has physical problems. Clearly, he was very healthy. I will definitely kill you. The Nine-tailed Empress's eyes were cold, but due to the severe poison in her body, her limbs were weak, and she could barely sit up. As the noble Empress of the Sky Fox clan, she was too dignified to be defiled. Yet now someone had gotten close to her, making her gnash her teeth in hatred. Suddenly, she noticed something strange. The depleted spiritual power in her body was slowly flowing back. The Nine-tailed Empress's heart trembled. This man was actually helping her detoxify? Who exactly was he? Her gaze became complex and guarded, staring at Yiche until his back felt cold. Yiche's heart skipped a beat, and just as he was about to get up, a weak whisper reached his ears. Don't move. The Empress bit her lip, her voice barely audible. The hour was approaching mid-morning, with the sun hanging high and golden light streaming through the window cracks onto their intertwined figures. The Empress continued circulating her cultivation technique without rest. Sweat dripped from Yiche's temples as he reluctantly reminded her. Empress, let's rest for a bit. I'm getting a little tired. The sudden complaint left the Nine-tailed Empress slightly stunned. I'm taking the initiative here, and you're complaining about being tired? Men. She pushed with her jade arm. Whoosh. A white shadow flashed, and she had already changed into a clean white dress, with killing intent rushing forward along with the cold wind. A spiritual sword hummed as it pointed directly at Yiche's throat. Yiche understood he had no time to dodge, so he simply lay flat on his back. Life and death are fate. Wealth and honor are heaven's will. The chosen one shouldn't die at the beginning. Sure enough, the sword tip stopped just millimeters from his Adam's apple. The killing intent in the Nine-tailed Empress's brow wavered. She despised men, yet felt an inexplicable fondness for this one. Reason and emotion tore fiercely at each other in her heart. Yiche caught that hint of struggle in her eyes, his mind racing, and suddenly shouted, Empress, last night was my first time. You have to take responsibility. Don't be a heartless woman. You shut up. The Nine-tailed Empress withdrew her sword in embarrassment and anger, taking advantage and still acting wronged. Throughout the Immortal Realm, countless powerful beings pursued her desperately, yet her first time was taken by this scoundrel before her, and he still had the nerve to feel wronged? What a bastard. Fury surged, and two fluffy fox ears on top of her head twitched gently with her emotions. Yiche watched with his heart itching. How wonderful it would be if he could reach out and pinch them. A brief silence spread through the room as the two stared at each other wordlessly. At this moment, a version of the Nine-tailed Empress appeared in Yiche's mind, graceful and elegant, with beast ears perked up. He opened it and took a look. The panel quickly appeared. Name, Qingli. Title, Nine-tailed Empress. Current cultivation, Earth rank 9th level sealed. Original cultivation, Immortal Emperor. Favorability, 1. Current wish, revenge. Only one favorability? Yiche felt a tightness in his chest, just as he was about to speak and try to close the distance, before he could find the right tone. Your Majesty. A clear, urgent girl's voice burst in from outside the hall, abruptly cutting off his opening line. Brother, the Spirit Fire Sect people are here to cause trouble. You need to hide quickly. The newcomer was none other than the only other living person remaining in the Tiana sect Honglen, Yiche's adopted younger sister whom he had raised since childhood. The girl was lively and cheerful with bright, expressive eyes. She was now running breathlessly, her red dress fluttering. Her slender legs gleamed like jade in the sunlight, and her originally snow-white cheeks were flushed pink from running. Raising her had been Yiche's greatest pride. Honglin, don't be afraid. Yiche stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of her. With your brother here, no matter what, I won't let that beast take you away. With those words, he gathered his energy and rushed toward the mountain gate, his fury almost igniting the stone beneath his feet. Honglin blinked her clear, large eyes, her heart filled with anxiety. Brother struggles to catch even a wild boar. How could he possibly stand against the first sect? Meanwhile, the Nine-tailed Empress composed herself and glanced at Honglin. What was meant to be a casual look suddenly made her heart skip a beat. Blood Fiend's sacred body. The legendary extreme constitution that could devour the cultivation of the dead and grow against heavens will simply by being tainted with slaughter was standing right before her eyes. In her rare descent to the mortal realm, she had actually encountered such a legend. The Empress immediately had thoughts of taking a disciple. Little sister Hong Lin, would you be willing to become my disciple? I don't want to. Hong Lin shook her head without hesitation, her eyes stubborn. I want to stay with my brother. She studied the stunning woman before her, then suddenly blinked and smiled, her tone mischievous. Beautiful sister, who exactly are you? I've never seen you before. If you want to take me as a disciple, that's fine, but only if you agree to marry my brother. A rare helpless smile appeared on the nine-tailed Empress's ice-cold face as she gently chided her. Little girl, do you even know what marriage means? Of course I know. Boom. A tremendous crash erupted from the direction of the mountain gate, sending dust and debris flying. Brother. Hong Lin's expression changed drastically. With a cry of alarm, she touched the ground with her bare feet and rushed toward the mountain gate like a young deer. Tianhe's sect mountain gate. Yiche had already activated the sect protection formation. Several spiritual pattern light pillars rose up, temporarily blocking the external enemies. Lin Yan. He glared furiously through the formation barrier. The attacker was actually Lin Yan, the young master of the Spirit Fire sect. This man's notorious reputation was known throughout the Falling Star mountain range. A debauched wastrel without virtue or character, who wouldn't even spare 10-year-old girls. Yiche had only heard rumors, but never expected to face him in real combat at his own doorstep. Hong Lin followed close behind, standing in front of Yiche. Puffing up with anger, hands on her hips, she pointed at the group of menacing cultivators outside the mountain gate and shouted in her sweet voice. Bad people, you're not allowed to bully my brother. Lin Yin gazed at Hong Lin's graceful figure and innocent face, unable to suppress a gulp. As the mountain breeze swept past, he licked his lips and called out loudly. So it's my little Hong Lin. I won't bully your brother, but only if you come back to the Spirit Fire sect with me and become my concubine. In your dreams. I belong to my brother. Hong Lin's eyes blazed with anger, her voice crisp and clear. Lin Yin pushed his luck with maniacal laughter. I did dream about it. I dreamed we were in our wedding chamber, with that useless brother of yours watching from beside the bed. You shameless. Hong Lin's cheeks flushed red as she raised her small fists, but she was no match for Lin Yin and could only stamp her feet in frustration. Hidden in the shadows, Yi Che's teeth itched with hatred as he cursed silently. Damn bastard. He stepped forward, shielding Hong Lin behind him, pointing at Lin Yan's nose and unleashing a torrent of insults. You son of a bitch, dreaming in broad daylight? Even a sow would find you disgusting. What makes you think you deserve my Lina? That thing in your pants is smaller than my fingernail. You couldn't even break through a membrane. Yet you have the nerve to embarrass yourself. Lin Yan never expected someone to insult him so brazenly to his face and was instantly stunned. You dare curse at me? Yi Che sneered coldly. A stupid pig like you thinks highly of yourself? Truly, man is born good by nature, but you're just a rotten egg boiled in the pot, a bastard standing before your father. I. Lin Yan could barely form coherent words. Yi Che pressed his advantage. I what? Can't even curse properly? Only know how to say useless? Useless my ass. You were born a cucumber begging to be smacked, raised a walnut begging to be hammered. Your father should never have aimed at your mother when he was doing the deed. That's how trash like you came to be. The relentless barrage of insults left Lin Yan red-faced and thick-necked, nearly spitting blood. He pointed at Yi Che for a long moment before finally managing. You what? Yi Che delivered his final volley. Your flaws are countless, your merits non-existent. Dancing over a latrine, you're a clown before the crowd, crossing mountains and obstacles, only to bring shame upon yourself. Hidden behind them, the nine-tailed Empress was stunned into silence. This boy's mouth never stops. Show can he talk so much? Simply spectacular, like the endless flow of a mighty river. Hong Lin looked on with complete admiration. My brother is amazing, truly worthy of someone who can argue with De Huang for an entire day. Unexpectedly, Lin Yan was actually reduced to tears. He wiped his eyes and turned to shout. Second elder, this brat's insults are too vile. When we capture him alive, I want to cut out his tongue and feed it to dogs, smash all his teeth, and see if he dares to be so sharp-tongued again. The elderly man beside him nodded slightly, touched his toes to the ground, and in the blink of an eye swept to the mountain gate's great formation, raising his palm to strike. Boom. Fierce winds surged and mystical energy spread clearly at the peak of the mystic stage. Yi Che, you dared to curse Menno, prepare to die. Lin Yan roared. As the palm shadow descended, the protective sect formation shook violently, instantly cracking with a thin fissure. By the looks of it, it absolutely couldn't withstand a second strike. Yi Che's brow furrowed tightly. Though he appeared fearless on the surface, anxiety burned in his heart. System, protect me. Sorry host. This system only knows how to charm women, not martial arts. I can only provide assistance related to the Empress. Yi Che, Host, this system suggests you seek out the Nine-tailed Empress. Although she currently only has Earth stage cultivation, dealing with this trash would be more than sufficient. Yiche was speechless, asking a woman for help. A real man like him could never do such a thing. The moment this thought flashed through Yiche's mind, he heard a crisp crack. The TNSX's protective formation shattered like broken glass, crumbling piece by piece. As the array's light scattered, Lin Yin had already lunged forward. Though this man was lustful, he was genuinely at the first level of the mystic stage. Yiche's eyelids twitched as his thoughts raced, and in a split second, he grasped the profound truth that a wise man knows when to yield. Your Majesty, save me. He grabbed Hong Lin's small hand and rushed toward the Nine-tailed Empress like lightning, moving so fast that even Lin Yin could only watch his dust. Hearing this cry for help from behind, a faint smile crossed the Nine-tailed Empress's cold, stunning face. Humph, you wretched man. In the end you still have to come begging to me. 4. Hong Lin Sake, I'll help you this once. She merely glanced casually at Lin Yin, and her overwhelming aura instantly spread out, freezing him in place. Yiche took the opportunity to hide behind her, poking out only half his head as he shouted indignantly. Your Majesty, beat him up. Are you trying to tell me what to do? The Nine-tailed Empress raised an eyebrow haughtily. Ahem. I'm asking you. Yiche instantly cowered. The Nine-tailed Empress felt smug inside. You bastard, after being so rough last night, now you know to beg me? Just as she was about to strike, Lin Yan's eyes lit up. Folly crap. This woman is gorgeous. That figure, that face, absolutely irresistible. His simp expression instantly plastered across his face, drool nearly dripping down. At this moment, he only had eyes for the Nine-tailed Empress, completely ignoring Hong Lin beside him. Lin Yan put on scholarly airs and cupped his hands. Fair maiden, I am Lin Yan. My father is the sect master of the Spirit Fire sect. Might I have the honor of making your acquaintance? Seeing this scene, Yiche thought to himself, he's dead meat. From his brief understanding of the Nine-tailed Empress's temperament, this guy just stepped on a landmine. Sure enough, the Nine-tailed Empress's eyebrows shot up in fury, disgust instantly covering her beautiful face, her gaze ice cold. You worthless dog, how dare you speak to me? For opening your mouth without permission, die. Her white sleeve fluttered as killing intent erupted. Bang. Almost no one saw her move before Lin Yin was sent flying by a palm strike, crashing to the ground like a dead dog and spitting up blood. Everyone was horrified. Looking at the Nine-tailed Empress again, their eyes were filled with terror. The second elder was about to step forward to help, but under her cold gaze, his legs went weak and he froze on the spot. Everyone's minds were screaming. Where the hell did this demoness come from? Her aura is terrifyingly powerful. Even worse, she actually knows Yiche. Envious and jealous gazes from all around fell upon Yiche, making him feel absolutely elated. So this is what it feels like to be envied. Go, kill him. The Nine-tailed Empress suddenly commanded Yiche. Me? This. Yiche hesitated. With me here, what are you afraid of? The Nine-tailed Empress had barely finished speaking when a blur flashed before everyone's eyes. Yiche shot forward like an arrow released from its bowstring, appearing instantly in front of Lin Yin and delivering a vicious kick straight to his chest. Before Lin Yin could even open his mouth, two sharp slaps landed on both sides of his face. Smack. Smack. The crisp sounds echoed clearly. The sound of the slaps reverberated across the clearing as Yiche felt a surge of satisfaction. You've been blocking my door all this time, still want to keep doing it. And you dare to set your sights on my sister? Today I'm going to break all 3 of your legs. Before he finished cursing, he repeatedly lifted his knee, delivering heavy kicks to Lin Yan's groin. Each blow made the watching cultivators gasp and instinctively clench their legs together. On the sidelines, the second elder of the Spirit Fire sect, who had retreated far away, saw his young master's life hanging by a thread and reluctantly spoke up with a weak reminder. Our sect master is a ground-tier expert. Bang! Before he could finish, a white sleeve swept across, sending the second elder flying. The clear sound of cracking ribs could be heard as he crashed through a pine tree behind him before finally coming to a stop. The white robes moved with deadly grace. It was the Nine-tailed Empress who had struck. Seeing this, Yiche felt the weight in his heart completely lift. He grabbed the half-dead Lin Yin like picking up a chicken, wrapping one hand around his throat. The pressure of death descended as Lin Yan's eyes filled with terror, his limbs flailing wildly in the air as he hoarsely begged, Brother Yiche, please, spare my life. All my treasures. I'll give them all to you. I promise. I'll never cause you trouble again. Yiche tightened his grip, a cold laugh exploding in his ear. Fool. If I kill you, won't your things be mine anyway? He understood the principle of strike while the enemy is down better than anyone and didn't believe Lin Yan's promises for a second. In desperation, Lin Yan screamed with all his might. My father will never let you get away with this. Oh, crack. After the crisp sound, his neck snapped. Lin Yan's screams cut short abruptly, and his head drooped lifelessly. Silence. Everyone gasped in shock. their eyes nearly popping out. Yi Che had actually dared to kill the young master of the Spirit Fire sect. The Spirit Fire sect was the dominant power of the Falling Star mountain range. Discussions immediately erupted. Offending the Spirit Fire sect, the Heavenly River sect is probably going to be razed to the ground. Yi Che doesn't know his placidos. He thinks sucking up to one ground tier expert will let him rule the world. The Spirit Fire sect's ancestor is at the 9th level of ground tier, and I heard he recently allied with a major power and might step into heaven tier at any moment. No matter how strong that white-robed woman is, she's probably only 1st or 2nd level ground tier. How could she possibly hold them off? Just wait and see. The Spirit Fire sect will come for revenge immediately. News spread rapidly as small sects around the Heavenly River sect flocked to the area in groups, gathering to watch and discuss the situation. Listening to all this, Yi Che felt panic rising in his heart. With the Nine-tailed Empress's greatly reduced cultivation, what if she really couldn't withstand the Spirit Fire sect's ancestor? He secretly calculated that if the situation turned bad, he would immediately flee with Hong Lin and that big yellow dog. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there's no fear of lacking firewood. However, just as this thought arose, the clouds in the sky began churning violently, and a thunderous spiritual energy storm tore them apart. Boom! Everyone could see the Spirit Fire sect's ancestor flying through the air. This scene sent shockwaves through the crowd, as only cultivators who had reached the heavenly tier could achieve flight. Heavens! Has the Lingfire sect's ancestor broken through to the heavenly tier? The crowd erupted in chaos, with some gasping in horror. Doesn't this mean Yi Che is doomed? The Falling Star mountain range will surely become the Lingfire sect's territory. Discussions filled with fear, regret, and schadenfreude rose and fell throughout the crowd. In midair, the Lingfire sect's ancestor, wrapped in surging spiritual energy, descended from the heavens like a meteor, plummeting straight toward Yi Che's group. Yi Che's heart pounded wildly, his chest feeling as if struck by a massive hammer. Are you kidding me? You could have broken through any other time, but it had to be now. Before he could finish speaking, he whipped his head around and shouted, Hong Lin, run. Take Ah Huang with you. The Tianhe sect's legacy cannot be broken. And, Your Majesty, you should leave too. I'll hold him off. After giving these orders, Yi Che took a deep breath, pushed off with his heels, and charged straight into that terrifying pressure. Fear was one thing, but he couldn't retreat now. Hong Lin was like family to him. And as for the Nine-tailed Empress, given their intimate relationship, he couldn't let anything happen to her either. Hong Lin's eyes reddened as she followed closely behind, refusing to leave no matter what. The Nine-tailed Empress furrowed her delicate brows and sighed quietly. She had sensed the opponent's cultivation level the moment the Lingfire sect's ancestor appeared 1st level heavenly tier. She had only recovered to 9th level earth tier and still carried old injuries. Without using her trump cards or forbidden techniques, victory would be nearly impossible. Boom! The Lingfire sect's ancestor landed and saw his biological son's corpse. His body trembled violently. Then his eyes turned blood red as he roared like an enraged lion. You will all die? You'll accompany my son in death. Before his words finished, his spiritual pressure exploded outward. His entire form became a blur as he lunged toward Yi Che, moving so fast that the air itself was torn apart with sharp whistles. Yi Che had no time to dodge. At this critical moment, a cold shout thundered forth. You old fool, are you here seeking death? The voice boomed like thunder as an invisible tremendous force descended from nowhere, instantly restraining the Lingfire sect's ancestor. His movements stopped abruptly, his hair standing on end as instinctual fear arose under this pressure. There was an even stronger expert present? Why haven't you scurried away yet? The Nine-tailed Empress stood with her hands behind her back, her cold gaze like frost. Though she hadn't made a move, she seemed capable of crushing her opponent at any moment. Yi Che looked up, his heart filled with wild joy and bewilderment. Could the Empress actually win? However, the next second, the Lingfire sect's ancestor stopped trembling and suddenly chuckled softly. I see now. Little girl, you're just bluffing. At your age, how could you possibly have truly stepped into that realm? If you could really kill me, why waste words? Besides, I have powerful Bakindo. You dare touch me. The Nine-tailed Empress's brows knitted tightly, her expression turning grim. The opponent was right. Truly slay a heavenly tier expert, she would have to pay an enormous price, possibly even trading her life. Seeing this weakness, the Lingfire sect's ancestor's savage nature erupted as he suddenly spun around and struck toward Yi Che with his palm. This palm strike carried tremendous power, a killing blow. Bang! At that moment, another powerful force struck Yi Che's shoulder, sending him flying far away and narrowly avoiding the deadly blow from the spiritual fire sect's ancestor. Before Yi Che could steady himself, a snow-white figure had already appeared where he had been standing. The Nine-tailed Empress. Her youthful, porcelain face was now covered with bone-chilling killing intent, her voice cold as ice. Since you want to die, this Empress shall grant your wish. As her words fell, a surge of spiritual power so vast it seemed almost tangible exploded from within her. The air seemed to be gripped by an invisible giant hand, producing ear-piercing cracking sounds. The flow of elements around them instantly froze, and space twisted like wrung cloth. Divine Fox God! A clear cry pierced through the clouds as 9 magnificent tails burst forth from behind the nine-tailed Empress, their tips swaying with cold, menacing light. Boundless killing intent instantly locked onto the spiritual fire sect's ancestor, sweeping over him like frost. Every hair on the ancestor's body stood on end, and he became like a frozen statue. Only his pupils rapidly contracting with fear couldn't comprehend how a woman who appeared to be merely 20 years old could release such terrifying aura. Before he could recover his senses, the horrifying white light engulfed him without warning, cutting him off from the outside world. Piercing screams lasted for several breaths before suddenly ceasing, leaving heaven and earth in deathly silence. The white light stretched across dozens of miles, shattering rocks and turning forests to ash along its path, carving a bottomless ravine in the earth, while residual power continued to howl. The watching cultivators turned pale as death, their gazes fixed on that slender yet proud figure in the sky. The strongest being in the Falling Star Mountain range had been obliterated with a single strike. Just how terrifying was such power? Aren't you leaving yet? The nine-tailed Empress swept them with a cold glance, her icy tone sharp as a blade. The crowd's spirits shattered, their legs went weak, and they fled in panic, rolling and crawling away until the area was empty in the blink of an eye. With the crowd dispersed, she could no longer suppress the chaotic spiritual power within her body. Her knees buckled, and she half knelt on the ground, supporting herself with her arms. Having forcibly used her earth-tier cultivation to activate the forbidden technique and summon the divine fox god, her spiritual power was nearly depleted, and her previous injuries had worsened, causing waves of piercing pain in her chest and abdomen. Yiche rushed forward to support her. Empress, how are you? What can I do? The nine-tailed Empress looked up, her gaze heavy. Since he could restore his cultivation, perhaps he could also heal injuries? She commanded in an unquestionable low voice. Help me back to my room. Yiche didn't dare hesitate, carefully supporting her as he hurried back to the side hall in the courtyard. The moment the door closed, the Empress could no longer maintain her strength and collapsed toward the bed, blood trickling down from the corner of her lips in stark crimson. This system detects that the Empress's physical condition is extremely dangerous. Host must provide immediate assistance. The cold electronic voice exploded in Yiche's mind. How do I save her? Damn, he instinctively asked aloud, then suddenly remembered the dual cultivation creation scripture he practiced. Whether severe injuries or strange poisons, that technique could resolve them all. With this thought, he looked at the nine-tailed Empress and said apologetically but firmly, Empress, forgive my offense, please bear with me. Rustle her garments slipped away, revealing the nine-tailed Empress's porcelain white form without any covering. Yiche took a deep breath, suppressing his racing heart as his hands steadily covered her soft beast ears, channeling his spiritual power into her to guide the healing process. Outside the room, Hong Lin waited anxiously. Suddenly, faint sounds came through the door crack, soft moans that seemed to carry both pain and restraint, with a trembling quality, as if about to break into tears. Hong Lin immediately frowned, pressing her ear to the crack to listen more carefully. That's the sound of Nine-tail's sister crying. Could brother be bullying Nine-tail's sister? Hong Lin's heart suddenly tightened. Brother is such a jerk. Nine-tail's sister nearly lost her life saving them. And he's still bullying her? At this thought, Hong Lin was about to rush into the room to protect Nine-tail's sister first, then give Yiche a good lesson. Just as she lifted her foot, urgent barking suddenly came from behind her. Woof, woof, woof. The third living creature in Tiana's sect, Ah Huang, was firmly biting her pant leg. Ah Huang, I'll feed you later. Right now I need to save Nine-tail's sister. Hong Lin turned and whispered sternly. But Ah Huang not only didn't let go, he bit even tighter, shaking his little head left and right, clearly signaling, don't go disturb them. Hong Lin angrily raised her small pink fists. Ah Huang, you're getting more and more disobedient. As punishment, you're not allowed to eat poop for a whole day. As soon as she finished speaking, she bent down to push Ah Huang away. But the next second she was shocked to discover her entire body had stiffened, and she couldn't even move her lips. Only then did Ah Huang release his bite, smugly wagging his tail and leisurely walking away with his butt swaying. The moment he turned around, a wise and mysterious light flashed in his dog eyes. Inside the room, the battle was entering its most intense phase. You be gentler. Roar, don't grab my ears. Roar. The Nine-tailed Empress was grinding her teeth in frustration. As her injuries slightly recovered, she felt the fur on her beast ears was about to be plucked bald by Yiche. No matter what position, he always grabbed her ears. Couldn't he look down instead? Wasn't the scenery at her chest enticing enough? But thinking of how her cultivation and injuries were rapidly recovering, she ultimately suppressed the urge to slap Yiche away, closing her eyes to comprehend the strange changes within her body. Surprise surged through her heart. Agonis, their exchange deepened continuously. Not only were her cultivation and injuries healing rapidly, even her spiritual roots were improving. A cultivator's spiritual roots are innate, determining their future potential. Although legends speak of sacred medicines that can alter spiritual roots, those are merely legends. The Nine-tailed Empress hadn't encountered any in her 1,000 years of cultivation. Yet at this moment, the effect of that airflow within Yichei's body rivaled or even surpassed the legendary sacred medicines. Sacred medicines would eventually be exhausted after one use. But Yichei was like a perpetual motion machine, endlessly abundant. She secretly weighed her options. If she could maintain dual cultivation long-term, perhaps she truly had a chance to touch the sacred realm. While she was pondering, Yichei suddenly let out a low roar and stopped his movements. The Empress immediately frowned, always stopping and starting. When would she completely recover at this rate? From the corner of her eye, she glimpsed Yichei actually wanting to put on his pants and leave. She snorted coldly. This is what men are like. Unreliable, can only rely on oneself. The Nine-tailed Empress suddenly straightened her upper body, and under Yichei's shocked gaze, extended her jade hand. Creak, creak. The bed frame groaned in protest. You too, please give it a rest. It can't take much more of this. Yichei lay sprawled on the floor like a starfish, his face the picture of utter despair. He'd lost count of how many times he'd been dragged into these intense, dual cultivation sessions. While the Nine-Yang divine art had certainly enhanced his stamina and frequency, even he had his limits. What am I, some kind of breeding stallion? He growled, glaring at the Nine-tailed Empress perched on the edge of the bed. The Empress knew she was in the wrong, her snowy cheeks flushing pink, but she quickly lifted her chin in defiant pride. This is, your honor. Yichei could only sigh deeply, muttering to himself. When women let loose, they're fiercer than primordial beasts. Just then, Hong Lin, who had been mysteriously frozen outside the door, regained her mobility. She burst through the entrance, her robes billowing as she rushed to the Nine-tailed Empress's side. Sister Nine-tail, are you all right? She examined the Empress carefully, noting her rosy complexion and steady breathing, no signs of injury whatsoever. What could possibly be wrong with me? The Nine-tailed Empress blinked, genuinely puzzled by Hong Lin's concern. But Hong Lin wasn't satisfied. She glanced at Yichei, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, and raised her small fists. Big brother, did you bully Sister Nine-tail or not? Yichei covered his face with his hand, his voice weak and lifeless. She's the one bullying me. Really? But if you weren't bullying her, why was Sister crying out like that, making those strange sounds as if she was about to cry? Hong Lin pouted, her delicate brows furrowed, her watery eyes filled with confusion. The Nine-tailed Empress and Yichei exchanged glances, embarrassment flashing between them like lightning. The little girl had heard their entire, intimate exchange. The Empress's ears turned bright red as she struggled to explain. Actually, your brother and I were just cultivating. Cultivating? Hong Lin tilted her head, looking even more confused. She'd been cultivating for 16 years and had never heard of cultivation that involved making such sounds. Had she been doing it wrong all this time? She sniffed delicately, then suddenly widened her eyes and pointed at Yichei in shock. Brother, you broke through. You advanced 2 whole levels at once. Only then did Yichei notice the surge of spiritual energy within him had indeed reached the 6th level of the yellow stage. He cursed inwardly. Dual cultivation really is the most blissful form of practice in the world. You don't have to do anything except, well, do it, and your cultivation skyrockets. A light bulb went off in Hong Lin's head. Recalling the earlier commotion and seeing the Nine-tailed Empress's evasive manner, she suddenly understood. Her brother and sister Nine-tail must have secretly practiced some miraculous technique together, which explained his rapid progress. Sister Nine-tail, I want to cultivate with you too as well. Her eyes sparkled like stars, eager to join in. Dark lines appeared on the Nine-tailed Empress's forehead as she frantically waved her hands. You're not suitable for this type of cultivation. It's getting dark, you should go to bed. With that, she pushed Hong Lin out of the room. The door slammed shut in front of Hong Lin with a loud bang. She stared at the closed door, blinking as she muttered, Group cultivation, why can't I join? But since the door was already shut tight, she couldn't very well knock again. She could only clench her fists and swear silently to herself. Next time, she'd definitely ask Sister Nine-tails for clarification. If her sister could do it, then surely she could too. Inside the room, Yichei had just moved to the edge of the bed when the Nine-tailed Empress reached out with her delicate hand and firmly pressed him back into the bedding. Night fell deep. The forest grew silent, leaving only the gentle sound of flowing water mingling with the low rhythm of heartbeats. The night passed, and dawn began to break. The Nine-tailed Empress slowly opened her eyes, feeling spiritual energy surging through her body like a rushing tide, steadily settling at the 9th level of the Earth realm. Her previous internal injuries had mostly healed as well. At this rate, within a year at most, she could return to the Immortal Emperor realm, or even advance further. A sharp gleam flashed in the depths of her eyes. Emo-chan, you old demon. Once this Empress regains even a fraction of her power, I will crush your entire clan and avenge the blood debt of the Sky Fox clan. However, thinking of the Emo-chan clan's sinister and unpredictable nature, she furrowed her brows tightly. Even if she recovered, she might not have complete certainty of eliminating them entirely. The desire for revenge intertwined with hidden worries, leaving her emotions in turmoil. At that moment, Yiche beside her sat up with two dark circles under his eyes. Just as he was about to yawn, a system notification suddenly rang in his mind. Emotional fluctuation detected in the Nine-tailed Empress. Rewarding host with the Jade Blood Heart Sutra. In the next instant, the cultivation technique's information poured into his mind. Within 1/10th of a second, Yiche had comprehended it to perfection. After understanding the technique's purpose, he propped himself up on his elbow and half reclined, the corner of his mouth curving upward. Empress, looking so troubled so early in the morning? Homesick, the Nine-tailed Empress glanced at him sideways without answering, only sitting up and gazing out the window at the thin mist, her expression as forlorn as autumn leaves. The Sky Fox Empress who once reigned supreme in the Immortal Realm now found herself with shattered cultivation, wandering the mortal world while her enemies lived freely and the fate of her clansmen remained unknown. Her eyes reddened slightly at the corners, but she stubbornly suppressed the tears. Yiche stared at her silhouette, feeling a tightness in his chest. After all, she had saved his life. After a long silence, he spoke. I know you have a great enemy, but the more anxious you become, the more chaotic things get. Since we're in the same boat, tell me the situation, and I'll help you. The Nine-tailed Empress snorted coldly, raising an eyebrow disdainfully. Help me? You couldn't even protect a broken sect. What help could you possibly offer? Yiche didn't get angry. Instead, he nodded in acknowledgement. True, I'm weak right now. However, I have a cultivation technique here that might be useful to you. As he spoke, he reached toward his pocket, actually having the system instantly replicate a jade slip, which he then handed over. Here, one of the world's most supreme cultivation techniques. The Nine-tailed Empress glanced at it casually, initially intending to dismiss it as some mortal trinket, but when she saw the 4 characters, Jade Blood Heart Sutra, her expression changed dramatically. Gripping the jade slip, her pupils contracted sharply, and she was so shocked she lost her voice. This, the Jade Blood Heart Sutra? Yiche nodded leisurely. I searched throughout all the heavens and never found it. Though, do you have? This is a legendary divine cultivation technique. Her voice trembled as she stared at Yiche with a dazed expression, as if seeing him clearly for the first time. Yiche smiled faintly. Found it on the road. How would I know about divine cultivation techniques? If you like it, keep it. What? Upon hearing Yiche's words, the Nine-tailed Empress suddenly lost her voice, her beautiful face filled with disbelief. The cultivation techniques of this world were divided into 9 tiers, above which hung 3 supreme, divine arts: supreme, divine path, and chaos. The Jade Bloodheart Sutra was ranked among the divine path category, not some cabbage you could casually pick up on the roadside. Yet Yiche claimed he found it on the road. This was simply heaven-defying. She desperately wanted to ask which road it was so she could immediately go there and pick up a couple of scrolls herself. The Empress stood frozen in place as Yiche pretended to reach for the jade slip. Your Majesty, if you don't like it, just give it back to me. No, I want it. The Nine-tailed Empress suddenly clutched the jade slip to her chest, her smooth, fragrant shoulders retreating half a step to avoid his fingertips. She vigorously wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, struggling to restore her usual cold dignity, though her voice remained stiff. This technique. I'll accept it. Don't worry, I won't take it for nothing. Whatever you want, just say it, and I'll try my best to satisfy you. Really? Yiche blinked, a meaningful smile playing at the corners of his lips. Under his gaze, the Nine-tailed Empress felt her heart flutter with panic, feeling like a little lamb that had wandered into a wolf's den, while Yiche was sharpening his teeth preparing to bite. She quickly straightened her expression. Don't get any wrong ideas. I'm talking about proper matters. She added this solemn clarification. I haven't even spoken yet, so how is it improper? Yiche grinned mischievously. Your Majesty, it seems like you're the one with improper thoughts. You did that on purpose. She realized what happened and stamped her foot in embarrassed anger. Yiche gently shook his head, suddenly speaking in a tender tone. Your Majesty, I don't want any reward. Everything I do is voluntary. From the first moment I saw you, a special feeling arose in my heart. Your delicate eyebrows and phoenix eyes, your exquisite nose, and those cherry lips, you look exactly like someone. Like whom? She was slightly stunned. You look exactly like my future wife. Yiche suddenly burst into laughter, his snow-white teeth gleaming in the lamplight. You're really shameless. The Nine-tailed Empress shot him an embarrassed and annoyed glance. I can be shameless, but I want you. Her face darkened, and just as she was about to explode, Yiche waved his hand with a laugh. Haha, just kidding. Your Majesty, how much longer do you need to fully restore your cultivation? The nine-tailed Empress's expression froze, and she replied awkwardly in a low voice. That depends on you. At this moment, her relationship with Yi Che was like that between farmland and an ox. Whether the field could have a good harvest depended entirely on whether the ox was willing to plow diligently. Yi Che's mouth twitched, and he instinctively protected his waist, sighing deeply. Ah, Your Majesty, let me rest today. I'm really tired. After a whole night. Even battery-powered toys need to be recharged, right? Either you can do it or you can't. What does rest for a while mean? The nine-tailed Empress glared at him fiercely, though she was already mentally calculating which herbs could boost vitality. After thinking for a moment, she decided to spare him for one day. She couldn't let the ox get completely exhausted, or what would happen to the field. From now on, call me Qing Li, not Your Majesty. Little Qing Li? What a beautiful name. Yi Che blurted out, calling it quite smoothly. Little Qing Li, Little Qing Li. Call me Qing Li. Don't add little. The nine-tailed Empress was furious, her voice dropping at least 10 degrees in temperature. She's clearly quite large. Fine, Little Qing Li. Yi Che wisely changed his words, but as soon as he finished speaking, he could already feel the Empress's gaze that was cold enough to freeze a person into an ice sculpture. Even with her usual composure, the nine-tailed Empress felt an impulse to kick him out the door. After a moment, she finally waved her hand weakly. Forget it. Do as you please. So Little Qing Li isn't angry anymore? Yi Che's face instantly broke into a smile. Hee, that's more like it. Wait here, I'll go make you something to eat. After moving around all night, you must be starving. He sprang up and slipped into the kitchen like a loach. Cultivators couldn't survive without food until they broke through to the heavenly stage, so 3 meals a day were still essential. Just as Yi Che picked up the kitchen knife, a system notification suddenly rang in his mind. Ding. System detects that the nine-tailed Empress's feelings toward the host are rapidly warming up. Special reward, 1 life-saving card. The card's description immediately appeared in his mind. When the host encounters danger, the card will automatically activate based on the specific situation, randomly matching the most suitable escape skill. Note: this system is the best in the world. Even if the heavenly Tao itself shows up, the host needn't fear and can fight the damn thing. Additional note: one-time use only. Holy crap. System, you're way too overpowered. Yi Che was so shocked his hand trembled, nearly cutting his thumb with the knife. This is a real cheat ability. After his amazement, he pulled up the version Nine-tailed Empress's information panel. Name: Qing Li. Identity: Nine-tailed Empress. Cultivation: Earth Stage 9th level. Originally Immortal Emperor. Favorability: 20. Current wish: revenge. Only 20. Favorability really is hard to build up. Yi Che closed the panel, sighing inwardly at the long road ahead. Soon, the sound of boiling water echoed from the kitchen. Bubble, bubble, bubble. Little Qing Li, the food's ready. Come try the noodles I made. Yi Che emerged carrying a bowl of noodles with vegetables and eggs, placing it steadily before the nine-tailed Empress. Don't ask why there were only vegetables and eggs. The sect was poor and truly had nothing else. The nine-tailed Empress glanced at it. 3 vegetable leaves and 2 eggs. Despite her disdain, a trace of pity stirred in her heart. Just how hard had this guy's life been before? She solemnly accepted the bowl. Don't worry, with this Empress here, your future days will get better. At least I can ensure you get to eat meat. Eat it while it's hot. I still need to go feed Ah Huang. Yi Che smiled and turned away. Is she making promises to me? Sweet talk before taking me in. Then I'd better work extra hard tonight with determination. The future looks bright. Yi Che thought happily as he ran off. Inside the room, the nine-tailed Empress picked up her chopsticks, took a bite of noodles, and chewed thoughtfully, unable to help but pause in surprise. I didn't expect his noodles to taste this good. These eggs aren't bad either. This Empress underestimated him. That day, the Falling Star Mountain range remained peaceful, but many people lurked around the Heavenly River sect's gates. At dusk, as the setting sun filtered through the forest casting dappled shadows, a sudden sound of tearing air shattered the silence. Who killed my godson? Come out. A deep roar swept across the mountain range. The sky instantly darkened, with storm clouds gathering as if a tempest was approaching. It was a tall, black-robed elder with graying temples but vigorous spirit, his eagle-like eyes sharp and filled with overwhelming killing intent. He gazed toward the Tianhe sect, where the final image left by the Linghua sect's ancestor was displayed. The black-robed elder hovered in midair, the setting sun blood-red, with killing intent rolling through the air. The cultivators watching nearby gasped and whispered, "This person looks so familiar. Isn't this the supreme elder of the Mo family from Linjiang City?" My heavens, so the Linghua sect's backing was actually the Mo family of Linjiang City. The Mo family is the leader of the 4 great families, and their supreme elder is a desolate stage powerhouse. Haha, there's going to be another good show. Puff, puff, puff. Before they could finish speaking, several discussing cultivators bled from their 7 orifices and fell straight to the ground. The black-robed elder merely cast them a cold glance and claimed their lives. The others turned deathly pale, not daring to even breathe loudly. Cowardly turtle, you dare to act, but not admit it. The black-robed elder's voice rumbled like thunder as he strode directly toward the Tianhe sect. Countless gazes followed his movement, and everyone understood. This time, the Tianhe sect was likely doomed. Within the Tianhe sect, the small courtyard was peaceful. As the black-robed elder stepped to the courtyard gate, a sense of warning suddenly arose in his heart. He snorted coldly, but did not stop. In the courtyard, Yiche reclined in a grand chair with his eyes closed, while Hong Lin stood behind him massaging his shoulders. This leisurely scene struck the black-robed elder's eyes, and fury instantly shot to his brows after killing his godson. He could still live so comfortably? Hearing footsteps, Yiche opened his eyes and asked in confusion, "Old sir, you are lost?" "Lost? Lost my ass." The black-robed elder's killing intent soared. "The bloody aura on me is so thick. Can't you guess what I'm here for? Did you kill my godson?" Hong Lin tilted her head and whispered loudly, "Brother, this old man is so fierce. No wonder he doesn't have a single hair on his head." Yiche nodded, his tone calm. "Kidney essence deficiency and excessive internal fire. That's why his hair fell out early." "Wow, brother, you're so smart." Hong Lin clapped her hands in admiration. The black-robed elder could no longer suppress his rage, his aura exploding outward. "You can kill my godson, but you cannot say I'm inadequate." At this moment, the nine-tailed Empress emerged from the house, her gaze sweeping over the black-robed elder with a grave expression. "Yiche, he's desolate stage." Yiche's eye twitched. When did a desolate stage powerhouse appear in the Falling Star mountain range? The black-robed elder threw back his head and laughed, his voice rolling like thunder. "I am Imo Xiongling." His air of looking down upon all living beings seemed as if he could crush Yiche with a gentle squeeze. Yiche's heart trembled as he blurted out, "You're the supreme elder of the Mo family from Linjiang City?" "He exactly." Imo Xiongling smiled coldly, watching Yiche and the nine-tailed Empress's brief moment of shock with even greater satisfaction. "Didn't expect it? I came personally. I always act without leaving any loose ends. When the weak suddenly become strong, they must have encountered fortune. Hand over your treasures, and I might leave you with an intact corpse." Thinking of this, Imo Xiongling couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. Fortunately, even after his seclusion, he remained cautious and didn't hesitate to rush here day and night. Otherwise, if Yiche truly escaped and hid somewhere to develop his power, perhaps in another 100 years, the Mo family would face catastrophe. Unfortunately, the Mo family had him, a prudent supreme elder, and from today onward, Yiche would no longer pose any threat. Elder Mo, quickly strike and eliminate Yiche. Sects from the Falling Star mountain range rushed over upon hearing the news. A crowd of cultivators swarmed into the Tianhe sect, standing uniformly behind Imo Xiongling with burning gazes. For them, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to show loyalty. As long as they could cling to the Mo family's coattails, success and prosperity would be within reach. Imo Xiongling swept his gaze over the crowd, his lips curling into a mocking smile. "Very well, then you go first. Let this old man see your loyalty." "Yes." The cultivators nodded repeatedly, then pounced toward Yiche like starving mad dogs. Boom! The nine-tailed Empress raised her willow-like eyebrows and swept her sleeves. The cultivators charging at the front instantly turned into blood mist, their severed limbs and shattered bones scattering everywhere. As the bloody stench filled the air, it seemed as if the very atmosphere had frozen. With this strike, Imo Xionglin's gaze immediately locked onto the nine-tailed Empress, a chill rising in his heart. This woman cannot be allowed to live. In that instant just now, even I felt fear. As soon as this thought emerged, he hesitated no longer. His figure flashed as he bypassed the Empress and charged directly at Yiche. "Old fool. If you want to touch him, you'll have to get past me first." The nine-tailed Empress erupted with her cultivation power and transformed into a blur as she intercepted him. "Get lost!" Imo Xiongling roared furiously, thrusting both palms forward. A fire dragon as thick as a giant python roared forth from his palms, with scorching waves rolling as it bore down on the Empress. In the critical moment, the nine-tailed Empress grabbed Yiche's wrist and pulled him up into the air, barely dodging the attack. Boom! The fire dragon crashed to the ground and exploded, instantly creating a crater 10 meters deep. The rocks melted into crimson lava, and waves of heat struck their faces. The nine-tailed Empress's beautiful face was covered with a layer of frost as she turned back and said in a low voice, "You go first. Leave him to me. Qingli, can you handle this? I still have an immortal artifact in my possession. Though the cost is great, it's enough to stop him." As her words fell, she waved her jade hand, and a sword of deep blue appeared suspended above her palm. Bone-chilling coldness quickly swept through the surroundings, and ice crystals even began forming in the air. Imo Xionglin's entire body trembled as his pupils contracted sharply. What kind of weapon is this?" The surging sword intent made his hair stand on end. A supreme grade spiritual weapon? The world's artifacts were divided into 4 ranks: mortal, treasure, spiritual, and immortal. In the mortal realm, supreme-grade spiritual weapons were already at the pinnacle. Mo Xiongling swallowed hard, the greed in his eyes almost becoming tangible. This sword is mine. The nine-tailed Empress regarded him coldly, her heart filled with disdain. A mere old fool dares to covet an immortal sword? Little girl, prepare to die. Mo Xiongling charged at the Empress with a sinister grin. A terrifying power of heaven and earth erupted simultaneously, and scorching flames engulfed everyone present. Mo Xiangling's shock deepened by the moment. This girl, with just that sword alone, could match him blow for blow despite being only at the earth rank, while he was at the third level of desolate rank. He stared at the long sword emanating pale golden flame patterns, greed practically materializing in his eyes. If that sword fell into his hands, his desolate rank power would sweep through Linjiang City. Boom. Taking advantage of the nine-tailed Empress's sudden drop in spiritual energy, Mo Xiongling struck her left shoulder with a palm wreathed in blazing flames. The sound of shattering bone mixed with explosive fire as the nine-tailed Empress was sent flying several yards. Yi Che flashed forward, catching her in the swirling dust. The moment he touched her, he felt mangled flesh and blood, with blackened burn marks spreading all the way to her snow-white, flowing fire armor. His heart clenched painfully. Why haven't you run yet? Do you want to die? The nine-tailed Empress pushed Yi Che away, hissing in a low growl. Run? None of you will escape. You'll all die together. Mo Xiangling's desolate rank pressure crashed down like a collapsing mountain, instantly choking their breath. Die? No, you're the only one who'll die. Yi Che slowly straightened up, flames dancing in his eyes as his fingertips secretly caressed that life-saving card. The nine-tailed Empress had fought desperately to protect him no matter how afraid he was. He couldn't retreat anymore. Brat, the only thing hard about you is your mouth. Go meet the king of hell. Mo Xiangling's palm strike descended like a wave of fire. Boom. Woof woof. A crisp puppy bark shattered the oppressive atmosphere. Everyone's minds felt as if struck by a giant hammer, their souls nearly fragmenting. Through the dust, an ordinary little yellow dog walked on short legs to stand in front of Yi Che. It merely lifted its head to glance at Mo Xiongling. In that instant, Mo Xiangling's spiritual power completely stagnated, his dantian feeling sealed by cold iron, even his breathing trembling. He froze midair, his fury instantly replaced by deep terror. Huang! Yi Che's voice cracked with surprise. The yellow dog propped itself up on its hind legs, and hearing the call, tilted its head and casually wiped its nose with a small paw. The nine-tailed Empress's eyes contracted sharply. It's a sacred beast. Having once been an immortal emperor, she immediately recognized that incomparably noble bloodline. Mo Xiongling had no mind to distinguish names, only feeling the surrounding space solidify like invisible amber couldn't even move his fingertips. This level of power could only be achieved by those at Hong rank or above, who could commune with heaven and earth. Yi Che pondered briefly. A sacred beast? That must be incredibly powerful. He simply returned to his chair, dusted off the backrest, and lounged comfortably. Weren't you going to make a move? Continue. I'll watch your performance. Cold sweat poured down Mo Xiangling's forehead. A misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. He forced a smile, his voice trembling with rapid speech. K9. Senior, please calm your anger. My unfilial son has always been arrogant and doesn't know restrain the must have offended you, Senior. How would he dare speak of revenge now? I only beg young Master Yi to be magnanimous and spare his life. It's fine, don't be nervous. Yi Che cheerfully waved his hand. Every family has a few disappointing descendants. A glimmer of hope for survival flashed in Mo Xiangling's eyes. Just go down and teach him properly how to be a decent person. Yi Che's tone suddenly shifted. The hope that had just risen in Mo Xiangling's eyes was instantly extinguished. Huang let out a thunderous sneeze, and the terrifying pressure felt like the heavens themselves were collapsing. In just an instant, the desolate stage powerhouse Mo Xiongling was crushed into a bloody mist. Witnessing this scene, the onlooking cultivators' knees went weak, and the more timid ones even lost control of their bladders on the spot. No one dared to believe that a big yellow dog guarding the gates of Tian's sect could be so powerful that even a desolate stage cultivator couldn't withstand it. Only one thought remained in everyone's minds: what kind of monstrous sect was Tian's sect? Yi Che surveyed his surroundings, his lips curling into a sinister arc. Everyone. Not all spectacles are meant to be watched casually these days. As his words fell, Huang blinked and casually waved his paw. The air trembled with a hiss, and all the onlookers instantly turned into clouds of blood mist, not even leaving behind complete corpses. Those who had previously wanted to watch the drama unfold had now become nothing but bloody debris scattered across the ground. With the area cleared, Yi Che scratched his head and walked up to Huang, full of confusion. Huang, you. Stop calling me Huang, damn it. The little dog suddenly jumped up and flicked Yi Che's forehead. I've been putting up with you for a long time. Remember this, call me Dog Emperor. Yi Che rubbed his forehead, unable to connect this domineering little dog with the Ahuang who used to love eating excrement. Dog Emperor couldn't be bothered to explain and simply lifted his chin to indicate. Silly boy, treat that girl's injuries first. Your questions can wait. Right. Yi Che hurriedly carried the nine-tailed Empress back into the room. The Empress's left shoulder was bleeding profusely, with white bone visible beneath the torn flesh. To avoid touching the wound, he found a convenient position to perform his healing technique. The nine-tailed Empress's pretty face flushed red as she glared at Yi Che. His position was too embarrassing. Moments later, the wound rapidly healed under his spiritual power. Yi Che gently set her down, shook his aching arms, and let out a long breath. So exhausting. Is there a place to bathe? The nine-tailed Empress looked down at the bloodstains on her shoulder, her eyes filled with disgust. Yes, there's a wooden tub here. Yi Che brought over a wooden tub and filled it with clear water. The Empress nodded and began to unfasten her robes with her delicate hands. Her tall figure showed distinct curves under the candlelight, her skin whiter than snow. The wooden tub was rather small, so she had to curl up her long, slender legs. Her delicate ankles could be encircled with one hand, and her 3,000 strands of black hair cascaded freely. Her silhouette alone was enough to captivate souls. Yi Che took just one glance, and his heart began to race. Shao Qingli, let's bathe together. You can't neglect our cultivation. While the warmth continued at Tian's sect, the Mo family in Linjiang City felt as if they had fallen into an icy abyss. The Mo family head paced back and forth in the great hall, restless and anxious. Father has been gone for so long without any news. Could something have happened? Before he finished speaking, a disciple stumbled in. This person was responsible for guarding the soul lamps, and his sudden appearance was definitely not a good omen. Report terrible news. The Grand Elder's soul lamp has been extinguished. The Mo family head's face turned deathly pale, his voice trembling. What? Whose soul lamp was extinguished? The Grand Elder's, just now. The disciple's face was full of terror, his voice shaking badly. The next moment, a heart-wrenching roar echoed above the Mo residence. Father. While the Mo family was grieving, Yi Che was helping the nine-tailed Empress heal her wounds. The small wooden tub could barely fit one person curled up. As the water gently rippled, the nine-tailed Empress held her forehead and said in a low voice, "This tub is really too small for two people. Could you please get out?" Yi Che squeezed into the tub with a mischievous grin. I'll just sit here and absolutely won't move around. The nine-tailed Empress glared at him helplessly, then lifted her wet hair and began washing away the bloodstains. After a moment, the wooden tub seemed to complain. Now it's my turn to suffer? When they made me, nobody mentioned I'd have this function. With the sound of splashing water, the nine-tailed Empress lowered her voice. Don't move around. She knew the room had poor soundproofing and was afraid Hong Lin might hear them again. But what you fear most often comes to pass. Hong Lin, worried about her nine-tailed sister's injuries, had just reached the door when she heard strange water sounds and intermittent muffled groans. What kind of cultivation technique could make such awkward sounds? She knocked on the door suspiciously. Nine-tailed sister, brother, what are you doing? The voice from outside was like a bucket of cold water, freezing both of them instantly. The nine-tailed Empress pressed her hands against Yi Che's chest, desperately signaling with her eyes. Don't you dare move. She had always wanted to take Hong Lin as her disciple, and her aloof image absolutely could not be ruined. Are you cultivating again? Hong Lin persisted outside the door. Nine-tailed sister, you're injured and shouldn't overexert yourself. How about I help brother cultivate instead? You can rest for a while. The nine-tailed Empress's cheeks immediately burned. This is dual cultivation. What could a little girl who hasn't even grown up yet possibly do? She cleared her throat, trying to sound calm. No need. My injuries have already healed. Well, all right then. Hong Lin left with a pout, full of confusion. Why won't they let me? I'll definitely ask brother about this later. Finally, it was quiet outside the door, and the nine-tailed Empress let out a long sigh of relief. Yi Che grinned mischievously. Little Qingli, don't you think we looked like we were having an affair just now? Shut up. She was both embarrassed and angry, reaching out to pinch his waist hard. Yi Che gasped in pain. Hiss. Later, the nine-tailed Empress changed into a form-fitting blue dress that accentuated her curves perfectly, while Yi Che remained soaking in the wooden tub, leisurely whistling. She looked at him for a long moment with complex emotions in her eyes. Why didn't you run earlier? You know I couldn't have stopped him. Do I look like someone who's afraid of death? Yi Che pointed to himself. Yes, and you look exactly like a rogue, an idiot, a fool. The nine-tailed Empress said bluntly. Yi Che shrugged. I am indeed afraid of death. I haven't lived enough yet. That's exactly why I've been hiding in the Tianhe sect, not daring to leave the Falling Star mountain range to see the outside world. But, compared to my own death, I'm more afraid of watching you die in front of Medhat would be more painful than killing me. Upon hearing Yi Che's words, the nine-tailed Empress's beautiful eyes blinked repeatedly as she turned her head away with considerable arrogance, letting out a cold snort. Am I really that important to you? Of course. Yi Che patted his chest, his voice low yet unable to conceal his excitement. It was my first time. If it weren't for you, I couldn't have completed my transformation from boy to man. How incredibly important that is. Halfway through his words, he keenly caught the nine-tailed Empress's expression suddenly darkening, and even her gaze toward him carried a hint of danger. Yi Che's scalp tightened as he immediately opened the information panel of the chibi Nine-tailed Empress in his mind. Name: Qingli. Title: Nine-tailed Empress. Cultivation: Earth rank 9th level original cultivation, Immortal Emperor. Favorability: 3040. Current wish: revenge, plus finding an excuse to beat up Yi Che. Hiss. Yi Che instantly shut his mouth, quietly lifting himself out of the wooden tub, planning to avoid this storm first. The next second, the nine-tailed Empress's cold voice exploded behind him. Who gave you permission to step out with your left foot first? Bang. Before Yi Che could figure out what was happening, he was slapped flying through the door panel, landing and rolling with dust flying everywhere. The force was precisely controlled enough to daze, but not injure. This woman, I surrender. He smiled bitterly as he got up, secretly vowing in his heart. Never try to reason with women again, it's completely pointless. Kid, your family status isn't looking too good. Did you fail to satisfy her? A sleazy laugh rang out as Dog Emperor wagged his tail, baring his white teeth with gleeful cackling. Yi Che grabbed his hair. Dog Emperor, what exactly is your background? Could you be some hidden divine hound? My identity is something you'll learn in due time. Dog Emperor pointed his nostrils skyward with a mysterious tone. For now, let me tell you about serious business. The Tianhe sect isn't an ordinary sect, it harbors great secrets. You're finally qualified now, so follow me. With that, he strutted toward the back mountains of Tianhe sect with his head held high. That mountainous area belonged to the Falling Star mountain range, so desolate that even wild geese were too lazy to nest there. Deep in the valley, Dog Emperor first sniffed the ground, then raised both paws and began digging frantically. The Nine-tailed Empress, whose footsteps were light yet always following, also silently approached. Her bare jade white feet touched not a speck of dust, her skin so snow-tender it was almost impossible to look away. Stopping in front of Yi Che, she watched Dog Emperor warily and whispered a warning. That's the legendary sun-devouring beast, a natural sacred beast. Sacred beast, legendary beings that transcended all spirits across the heavens, born with saint-level cultivation. The nine-tailed Empress couldn't understand why such a noble sacred beast would come to the mortal realm disguising itself as a common yellow dog and guard gates for people. Dog Emperor glanced at her with a half-smile. Little fox, meeting the big fool I'm mentoring is the fortune of several lifetimes. If you can grasp this opportunity, forget the Emperor realm, even the Saint realm will be easily within reach. Yi Che's heart pounded as he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Dog Emperor, could it be? I have some special identity. Don't worry, you're about to have one. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Dog Emperor dug something out of the ground. Dirt flew everywhere as his round, plump canine body stood out conspicuously in the moonlight. Yi Che stared at him in amazement as the Dog Emperor slowly raised his right paw, sharp claws pointing toward the night sky. With an eerie glow quietly blooming, a crimson-black droplet-shaped object condensed at his fingertip, hovering without falling. What is this? Yi Che stepped forward, holding his breath for a closer look. It was unmistakably a drop of blood. While Yi Che remained puzzled, the nine-tailed Empress let out a piercing scream upon seeing the blood droplet clearly, her aloof image instantly crumbling. This is actually true God's blood. The Dog Emperor glanced at her sideways, snorting with slight surprise. Didn't expect you, little fox, to be so worldly. In ancient times, 5 true gods emerged, reigning supreme over all heavens. This drop of blood is the immortal essence left by the last fallen true god, containing his divine power. He held the blood droplet on his claw tip, its crimson-black radiance flickering. If someone could obtain this blood and inject it into their body, their constitution would be completely transformed, and they might even awaken true god powers. Boy, do you want it. With the blood droplet presented before him, Yi Che's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, burning desire written across his face. How could I possibly refuse such a treasure? The Dog Emperor calmly warned. Let me be clear up front. If the true god's blood enters your body but refuses to merge with you, you'll explode and die on the spot. 2 paths await. Either break through the 9 heavens and transcend all beings, or regretfully explode with your soul scattered to the winds. Do you truly wish to merge with it? Merge. Yi Che nodded without hesitation, his eyes showing only determination. The nine-tailed Empress initially wanted to dissuade him, but upon meeting Yi Che's gaze, she ultimately remained silent. Good. Now it depends on your own fortune. The Dog Emperor's eyes flashed as his chubby paw suddenly shot out, driving the dark true god's blood straight into Yi Che's chest. Squelch flesh was torn open, leaving a bloody mark on Yi Che's chest. The moment that crimson-black droplet touched his blood, It seemed drawn by tremendous force and burrowed into his body. Ugh! Instantly, excruciating pain like 10,000 arrows piercing his heart exploded forth. Agony surged from every bone and nerve as Yiche roared, his body convulsing violently. The scenery before his eyes rapidly dimmed in the trembling until everything went pitch black. Immediately after, searing heat erupted from within his body. Black smoke poured frantically from his pores as Yiche collapsed straight to the ground. The dog emperor sighed deeply. Alas, looks like this boy won't make it either. Yiche, the nine-tailed empress, bit her pearly teeth, her heart suddenly turning ice cold as she nearly rushed to help him. Don't go near him. The dog emperor barked sharply, raising his paw to restrain her. If the true god's blood refuses to merge, you'll perish alongside him. He withdrew his gaze, shaking his head with a sigh. The true god's blood won't merge with him. Alas, what a pity for this boy. Senior Dog Emperor, what can we do to help him now? The nine-tailed empress asked urgently. Well, I'll dig his grave later, and you can handle setting up his tombstone. This boy cares about appearances, so make sure the epitaph sounds impressive. The dog emperor's voice was completely serious. The nine-tailed empress. At this moment, Yiche was enduring pain beyond human limits, completely indescribable in words, with every second feeling like an eternity in hell. Did the fusion fail? Yiche whispered to himself at the edge of consciousness. System, life-saving card, activate. Ding. Life-saving card successfully used. Based on the host's current condition, the system will forcibly achieve perfect fusion between the true god's blood and the host. The cold system notification echoed, followed immediately by boom. A second tyrannical force suddenly erupted within Yiche's body, like an ancient primordial beast awakening, its aura utterly invincible. In just one breath, the true god's blood was crushed and scattered by this newborn power, cowering and trembling in the depths of Yiche's heart. As consciousness returned, Yiche clearly sensed his own existence and felt the terrifying power capable of destroying heaven and earth. Host, endure it. Fusion begins, the system reminded him coolly. The next moment, the true god's blood actively devoured Yiche's original spiritual root. His spiritual root was consumed inch by inch as golden light exploded within his body, reshaping an entirely new spiritual root radiating golden brilliance, sacred and sharp. The excruciating pain felt like someone was slicing away his flesh piece by piece with fine blades down to the bone. Yiche's entire nervous system convulsed, veins bulging, yet he couldn't suppress the wild joy in his heart power. He clearly grasped the power that transcended all heavens. The dog emperor, who had been closely watching Yiche's every movement, suddenly widened his titanium alloy dog eyes to their limit, his mouth gaping open to reveal a row of yellowed canine teeth. It fused. It really fused. He jumped excitedly in place, occasionally howling woof toward the sky. And it's a perfect fusion. Haha. With the true god's blood enhancement, within 3 years this kid will definitely be invincible under heaven. Little fox, you've really struck it lucky. The nine-tailed empress tilted her head slightly, her eyes full of confusion. The true god's blood clearly hadn't fused with her. So where was this good fortune? The dog emperor narrowed his eyes meaningfully. When you two dual cultivate in the future, the effects will be even better. The moment she was teased, the nine-tailed empress's beautiful face turned frosty, her lovely eyes glaring daggers at the dog emperor, wishing she could flatten that dog head on the spot. The dog emperor merely wagged his tail and redirected his attention back to Yiche. At this moment, the sweat on Yiche's skin evaporated instantly, his muscle spasms ceased, and his complexion returned to calm. Fusion process complete. He slowly opened his eyes, exhaled stale air, and joyfully sensed his newborn spiritual root. Attempting to circulate his cultivation technique, spiritual energy from all directions instantly rushed in like a flood, swirling around him into a visible vortex. The dog emperor was so shocked that even his tail went rigid. This is the power of a true god? How terrifying. Even this emperor cannot achieve such speed. With just this absorption efficiency alone, Yiche's future cultivation speed would be thousands, even tens of thousands of times faster than ordinary people. Among his generation, who could possibly compete with him? He walked up to Yiche and patted his trouser leg with his paw. I never expected you would truly succeed. Congratulations, you will soon rule over all under heaven. Now listen carefully, engrave every word I say into your bones. The most terrifying aspect of the true god's blood isn't just enhancing cultivation speed, but granting you the legendary divine techniques. Each divine technique represents the most powerful existence in this world. When Yiche heard the term divine technique, he was puzzled and had no idea what it meant. The Tianling continent only had cultivation methods, and he had never heard the words divine technique before. First, take a look at the new spiritual root in your body. Do you notice anything different? The dog emperor reminded him. Yiche immediately looked inward. The newly formed spiritual root was entirely golden and transparent, radiating brilliant light with an inherent noble aura. Soon, he noticed something unusual. 8 small black dots were evenly distributed across the surface of the spiritual root, like 8 ants clinging tightly to it. Dog Emperor, why are there 8 black dots on my spiritual root? Those aren't black dots, the Dog Emperor said in a low voice. They are 8 sealed legendary beasts. Each time you unlock one, you'll directly gain a heaven-defying divine ability that requires no cultivation and can be used immediately. As for how powerful they are, you'll have to experience that yourself. How do I unlock them? I can only sense the first black dot right now. The higher your cultivation, the more you can unlock. Since you can sense the first one, give it a try. The Dog Emperor nodded, his sacred beast eyes filled with barely concealed excitement. Though this emperor is powerful, I have never witnessed true divine power. I won't get hurt, will I? Yiche was still worried. You won't. If something goes wrong, this emperor can save you. With that assurance, Yiche took a deep breath and, with a thought, directly touched the first black dot. Instantly, a black shadow shot out from the dot and drilled into his consciousness. The shadow had a tiger's head and bull's body, with wings sprouting from its back, a bizarre form. Boom. The next moment, heavenly might descended, an overwhelming aura swept forth, causing the entire Falling Star mountain range to shake and hum. It's actually the fierce beast Qiongqi, the Dog Emperor exclaimed in shock. As the mysterious seal was released, Yiche felt power surging wildly through his body, as if primordial strength had been packed into his limbs and bones. He locked his gaze on a century-old beauty pine not far away, leaped over to the tree, wrapped his arms tightly around the trunk, and applied slight force crack. The 50-meter tree was uprooted. The Nine-tailed Empress was so shocked she covered her red lips, unable to believe it. Without using a trace of spiritual power, he had uprooted a towering tree with just his physical body. In comparison, the Dog Emperor seemed much calmer. Legend says Qiongqi's strength is enough to shatter the heavens. You're only at the yellow rank, yet possess such divine power. After your cultivation improves, it will only become more terrifying. By then, you won't even need to channel spiritual power. Your physical body alone could smash enemies into pulp. Yiche tossed the beauty pine aside, stared at his own hands, and couldn't help but laugh toward the sky. Ha! So this is power. Before his laughter faded, the Dog Emperor reminded him sternly, when you venture out in the future, keep a low profile whenever possible. Once the blood of a true god is exposed, not just the mortal realm, but even the immortal realm and higher planes will be thrown into chaos. Before you have absolute strength, you must never reveal this secret, understand? This emperor fears no jumping clowns in the mortal realm, but if you're targeted by the immortal realm or hidden sacred grounds, even this emperor might not be able to protect you. Yiche restrained his laughter and nodded solemnly. Don't worry, Dog Emperor. When I'm out and about, I'll always be kind and friendly to everyone. Yiche nodded in promise. It's getting late, time to head back, the Dog Emperor reminded him with a wag of its tail. It watched Yiche disappear into the distance, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in its eyes, before turning back alone toward the burial grounds of the Tianhe sect's past sect masters. Dozens of stone tablets stood silently in rows. The Dog Emperor surveyed them with satisfaction and snorted proudly. You doesn't saw it all, didn't you? This emperor wasn't lying to you. This divine blood, it really can be successfully fused. You can't blame me for your deaths now. Past sect masters, damn it. Back in his room, Yiche couldn't contain his excitement, bouncing around the cramped space. Little Qingli, look. I can lift this entire bed with just one finger. Crash. The wooden bed lost its balance, and the planks shattered into splinters across the floor. Oh, watch this. I can crack the ground with one punch. He raised his fist and brought it down, spiderwebbing the stone floor with cracks. The Nine-tailed Empress Qingli sat in her chair, chin resting on her hands, watching this madman, with complete exasperation in her eyes. At her peak, she could destroy entire small worlds with a single palm strike, yet now she could only observe from the sidelines. She sighed inwardly. Cultivation, please recover quickly. Seeing Yiche still bouncing around energetically, she finally frowned and snorted coldly. With all this energy, I suppose you won't need sleep tonight. Yiche flashed a mischievous grin and casually opened his virtual panel. Name, Qingli, Nine-tailed Empress. Cultivation, Earth rank 9th level. Original cultivation, Immortal Emperor. Favorability, 30. Current wish, revenge and restore cultivation. Little Qingli, let's begin, cultivation. The Empress's gaze swept over the destroyed bed, remaining silent. Yiche scratched his head awkwardly. We can just lay some clothes on the floor. Humph, she huffed lightly, while he chuckled sheepishly. During cultivation, the Nine-tailed Empress was shocked. Yiche's power was increasing at an absurd rate, while her own cultivation recovery was 3 times faster than usual. After one night, she directly advanced to Heaven rank 1st level, while Yiche broke through 3 realms consecutively, standing firmly at Yellow rank 9th level, just one final thrust away from Mystic rank 1st level. In the morning, the dog emperor passed by the door and peeked in. The little wooden bed lay forlornly on the ground, and the nine-tailed empress was glowing with health. It grinned wickedly at Yi Che. Well, well, quite the player, aren't you? Even broke the bed. Hong Lin didn't see it that way. She rushed into the room and dragged Yi Che out to the courtyard. Hong Lin, what's wrong? You look terrible. Didn't sleep well last night. The girl tilted her head, staring at him with resentful eyes, pouting. It's all because of you and Sister Ninetail. Your cultivation was so loud last night. Even with my ears buried under the covers, I could still hear Sister Ninetail's cries, like she was both enjoying and suffering. Brother, what exactly were you two cultivating? I want to try too. She hugged his arm and shook it gently, her clear, bright eyes gazing directly at him as she cooed sweetly. Just once, just this once. Yi Che's heart fluttered. Finally, he rubbed Hong Lin's forehead affectionately and said tenderly, Be good, you're still too young. Later, there will be opportunities. Umph, mean brother, fine if you won't tell me. Hong Lin swatted his hand away and stomped off on her jade feet, but secretly made up her mind. So what if you won't tell me? Tonight I'll sneak a peek. Yi Che shook his head with a smile. This girl, what am I going to do with her? With that, he turned and headed toward the mountain gate. Yi Che estimated that after yesterday's dramatic events, quite a crowd would probably gather at the mountain gate today. As he had expected, a large crowd was now gathered outside the Tiana sect's mountain gate. The imposing gray-blue gate stood majestically, with morning wind carrying mist across the stone steps. The moment everyone saw Yi Che appear, they almost simultaneously bowed in unison, their voices lighter than the breeze. Sect Master Yi, you're here. Look at this sunshine, how bright and beautiful it is. Yet the sky was rolling with dark clouds, and fine rain fell silently. Yi Che casually shook the raindrops from his sleeves and smiled faintly. You're all blocking my mountain gate so early in the morning, what do you want? An elder in gray robes reluctantly stepped forward from the crowd, his voice trembling. Well, it's really nothing major. It's just that last night one of my disciples came to your place. Yi Che scratched his head, feigning confusion. Did they? Last night the Tiana sect was quite peaceful, no one came at all. At these words, everyone's mouths twitched in unison. Peaceful? Last night the Falling Star mountain range was nearly shaken to collapse. And if that commotion counted as peaceful, they probably wouldn't be able to hear thunder now. But these complaints could only churn in their hearts. No one dared to expose the truth to his face. Seeing Yi Che's expression grow cold, the crowd didn't dare linger and quickly took their leave. A few still hid in the shadows to spy, while others planned to rush to Linjiang City to report to the Mo family. But Yi Che paid no attention to these petty schemes with the Dog Emperor holding down the fort. Anyone wanting to cause trouble at the Tiana sect was simply seeking death. As they say, in these times, clinging to the right coattails is also a survival strategy. Back in his room, the Nine-tailed Empress sat alone on the bed's edge. Outside the window, rain threads wove diagonally, yet she stared unblinkingly at the wall opposite, as if trapped in a silent barrier. When Yi Che approached, she remained completely unaware. Ahem. Ah. The Empress's delicate body trembled slightly as she cried out in surprise. Then her beautiful face turned cold. What are you sneaking around trying to do? I wasn't sneaking, you were spacing out and didn't notice me. Yi Che spread his hands. The Empress lifted her chin, forcing an air of pride. This Empress spacing out? Oomph, I was cultivating. Cultivating? Hee hee, let me help you. Not today, this Empress isn't in the mood. The Nine-tailed Empress kicked Yi Che, sending him sliding across the floor for several feet, then immediately resumed her aloof expression. Yi Che rubbed his leg and called up the system's cute information panel. Nine-tailed Empress current status, missing her homeland. So she's homesick, I thought she didn't love me anymore. Yi Che breathed a sigh of relief and began scheming with the system. System, little Qingli is homesick. What should I do? Ding. System assistance, Kunlun Divine Mountain Model. The Heavenly Fox clan has lived on Kunlun Divine Mountain for generations. Gifting a homeland model can significantly improve relationships. With a flash of light, a Kunlun Divine Mountain model about 50 centimeters tall appeared in Yi Che's palm. The ice and snow-covered main peak was crystal clear, with clouds and mist swirling around it, and spiritual energy gently emanating from it. At the very top of the snowy ground, a lazy nine-tailed white fox was sprawled out. System products are always top quality. Yi Che silently praised, feeling this model looked more like Kunlun Divine Mountain than the real thing. He hid the model behind his back and approached the Nine-tailed Empress again. Get out. The Empress didn't even bother to look at him. Fine, I'll get out. I was going to give you a gift, but never mind. Yi Che feigned disappointment and raised his hand as if to smash the model behind his back. The moment the Kunlun Divine Mountain model's outline appeared, the Nine-tailed Empress's heart clenched violently, as if her bloodline had sensed something, and she almost instinctively turned around. Ah, this is my homeland. She cried out and swept to Yi Che's side, staring intently at the small mountain emanating a soft glow. Her beautiful eyes instantly filled with longing. It's so similar, really too similar. The nine-tailed Empress gently reached out, her fingertips trembling slightly as she carefully took the Kunlun Divine Mountain model from Yichei's palm and caressed it tenderly. Do you like it? Yichei asked softly. The nine-tailed Empress instinctively nodded, but realizing this girlish behavior didn't match her usual aloof image, she immediately restrained her smile and lifted her chin proudly. It's just okay. Though her words were dismissive, her arms clutched the Kunlun's sacred mountain model tightly, her slender fingers even turning slightly white from the force. Her careful movements nearly made Yichei laugh out loud. So even the mighty Empress had such an endearing contradictory side. Don't like it? Then I'll take it back and throw it away. Yichei casually reached out his hand. Don't you dare! The nine-tailed Empress immediately snapped, her voice crisp and clear. She coughed lightly, feigning composure. Although, it's just okay, this Empress acknowledges your thoughtfulness and will reluctantly keep it. As soon as she finished speaking, worried that Yichei might change his mind, she flicked her wrist and stored the model in her spatial ring. Yichei looked into her eyes with a smile, his tone confident yet gentle. Little Qingli, I know you miss your homeland and your people. Don't worry, you'll be able to return soon. With me here, no one will dare bully you. Everything will be all right. His gaze was so resolute that it left the nine-tailed Empress stunned. A strange emotion welled up in her beautiful eyes, as if drawn by his determination, her gaze unconsciously lingering on his face. Noticing her own distraction, she quickly turned away, taking a soft, deep breath, her voice barely audible. You should focus on your cultivation first. Cultivation? Come on, little Qingli, let's do it together. Yichei chuckled mischievously. His gaze fell upon the Empress's silhouette. Her slender waist was perfectly outlined by her form-fitting dress. Her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders, revealing delicate ears and slightly flushed earlobes that looked as tempting as ripe cherries. Impulse surged through him as he wrapped his arms around her slender waist from behind, their bodies pressed together without any gap. The nine-tailed Empress trembled suddenly, her cheeks instantly flushing crimson, her breathing becoming erratic. It's still daytime. Her voice was as soft as a whisper, her eyes seemed veiled in mist, her red lips parting slightly with rapid breaths. Someone might hear us. Yichei turned a deaf ear to her protests. We can't. Wait until tonight. She resisted weakly, yet didn't truly push him away. Yichei leaned close to her ear and whispered, Actually, there's another way to make sure you won't make a single sound. The nine-tailed Empress froze. You just need to. He whispered his scheme into her ear. Instantly, the Empress's beautiful face bloomed with a deep blush like flowering peach blossoms. She cried out inwardly. How could she, the dignified nine-tailed Empress, use that to do that? Secretly agreeing to dual cultivation was already her limit, yet he dared to push for more. Get out! The Empress suddenly shouted coldly, her tone icy with no room for negotiation. Yichei sighed and reluctantly retreated from the room. Once outside, he leaned against the wall and secretly grinned. Her affection level was only 30 now, but when it reached 60, wouldn't it be possible? There was still hope. After Yichei left the room and stepped into the courtyard, he spotted Hong Lin hiding behind a tree, acting all sneaky and suspicious. The little girl clearly hadn't expected to be caught. The moment she noticed Yichei's gaze, she immediately pressed her arms tight against her body, trying to scrunch herself into a ball while desperately hiding her little head behind a sapling barely as thick as a palm. Yichei rubbed his forehead. This kind of hiding was painfully obvious. Hong Lin, stop hiding. You're way too obvious. Humph. Hong Lin wrinkled her nose, instantly revealing all her girlish charm. Who told you not to tell me how you and Sister Ninetails practice every day? I'm going to figure it out myself. You little brat, you're still wet behind the ears. Believe it or not, I'll spank you. Yichei raised his fist threateningly. Hong Lin wasn't intimidated. She stuck out her tongue and then bounced over to him with mischievous energy. Big brother is so mean. You wouldn't really hit me. Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly fixated on Yichei's robia, particularly noticeable bulge at his waist. Big brother, is there a pocket here? Do you have snacks inside? She pointed at the bulge and reached out to grab it. Yichei quickly dodged to the side, his face flushing bright red as he pretended to stay calm while pressing down on his robe, though it wouldn't go down. It was all because of the nine-tailed Empress's earlier teasing, which had left him burning with desire. He turned his back to Hong Lin, feigning composure. There's nothing inside. It's just that the clothes don't fit quite right. Liar. You're fibbing. Big brother, you've changed. You have snacks and won't share them with me. Hong Lin put her hands on her hips, pouting and stamping her feet, the perfect picture of a little foodie. Yichei sighed inwardly. This girl could connect anything to food, though it could indeed be eaten. Hong Lin's gaze kept drifting to that bulging area with undisguised longing. Though Yichei acted nonchalant, her burning stare only fanned the flames in his heart higher, and the sweet fragrance emanating from the young girl nearly shattered his self-control. He shook his head vigorously, forcibly changing the subject with a stern expression. How's your cultivation been lately? Have you made any progress? Umph. I'm already at the 6th level of the yellow rank. Hong Lin lifted her little chin, waiting for praise. Yi Che replied coolly. Your cultivation speed is still too slow. You need to work harder from now on, understand? Look at me, your sect master am already at the 9th level of the yellow rank. As he spoke, he released his aura, and powerful spiritual pressure instantly spread out. Hong Lin's pupils contracted sharply, too shocked to speak. Big brother, how? How can you be so fast? She knew Yi Che's talent better than anyone. It took him 5 years to break through one realm, painfully slow. Yet now, in just a few days, he had broken through 5 realms consecutively. It was absolutely incredible. A flash of inspiration struck her little head, and she thought of the only explanation tonight. She absolutely had to eavesdrop and see exactly how Big Brother and Sister Nine-tails cultivated. Your big brother has exceptional talent. I was just deliberately hiding my abilities before, building up for a breakthrough. Seeing Hong Lin's admiring gaze, Yi Che's heart bloomed with joy. He clasped his hands behind his back and naturally tilted his head up at a 45-degree angle, striking the pose of a lonely master. But this feeling lasted only a few seconds before the Nine-tailed Empress shattered it. Hong Lin, just ignore him. The Nine-tailed Empress finally voiced the judgment she had kept buried in her heart. The reason you've struggled to make any progress all these years is because you've been using the wrong cultivation method. If you switch to a technique that matches your constitution, your cultivation speed could only be described as terrifying. Few in this world could rival you. Hong Lin blinked her eyes, her face full of curiosity. Sister Nine-tails, what kind of cultivation method suits me? Devouring blood essence. The Nine-tailed Empress's voice was solemn and deep. Your constitution is called the Blood Fiend's sacred body. You don't need to meditate or practice breathing techniques. Simply absorbing blood essence through slaughter will allow you to ascend step by step. Such shocking words made Hong Lin wrinkle her nose, suspicion appearing on her innocent face. Really? Why does this sound so mystical to me? The Nine-tailed Empress didn't argue with words. She raised her hand and grabbed the old hen that was sunbathing in the corner of the courtyard. White feathers scattered as she pressed the chicken onto the stone table and said calmly, "Try killing it." Hong Lin hesitated for a moment, then muttered softly, "This doesn't seem right. Rest in peace, chicken." As soon as she finished speaking, her short blade flashed with cold light, sealing the throat with one strike. Blood gushed forth, but before the blood mist could touch Hong Lin's clothes, it transformed into crystalline droplets that seemed drawn by an invisible force, quickly penetrating her skin. In the next breath, Hong Lin's dantian rumbled, and her cultivation surged forward dramatically. She stood frozen in place, and after a long while, murmured, "Sister Nine-tails, my cultivation really became stronger." The Nine-tailed Empress casually tossed the dead chicken aside, her gaze carrying undisguised envy. This was merely an ordinary fowl. If you were to slay someone with profound cultivation, the improvement would be even faster. Ascending to heaven in one step is no mere jest for you. She then briefly explained the terrifying nature of the Blood Fiend's sacred body. Among human constitutions, beyond the lower, middle, and upper grades, as well as supreme spiritual roots, the sacred bodies and Tao bodies that ranked even higher existed almost only in ancient texts and legends. Such individuals appeared perhaps once in 10,000 years, and every possessor became a peerless expert. This was precisely why she was so eager to take Hong Lin as her disciple. Unfortunately, the cultivation system in the mortal realm was backward, and no one knew about the Blood Fiend's sacred body, causing Hong Lin to waste over 10 years. After hearing the explanation, Hong Lin tugged at the Nine-tailed Empress's sleeve, her voice soft yet filled with longing. "Sister Nine-tails, Hong Lin wants to become stronger. Can you teach me?" "Of course I can." The Nine-tailed Empress smiled. "Come, let's go to the back mountain and see if there are any wild beasts." "Yay." Hong Lin responded cheerfully. As soon as the two left, Yi Che rushed to the stone table and picked up the old hen's corpse, his eyes red with tears. "My old hen, now that you're gone, what will happen to the sect's eggs?" He cried to the heavens. "They're too cruel." Night fell. At the dinner table, the aroma of roasted chicken filled the air. Hong Lin was gnawing on a chicken wing when she suddenly looked up. Brother, what's the occasion today? We actually have meat to eat." Yi Che kept his head down, picking at the bones. "Just eat and don't ask questions. 2 drumsticks ya, and little Qingli get 1 each." Hong Lin ate with complete satisfaction, then suddenly looked toward the Nine-tailed Empress. "Sister Nine-tails, you cultivate with brother every night. Aren't you tired? If you are, I could help brother instead." As soon as these words fell, Yi Che immediately choked violently on a chicken bone. Cough, cough, cough. Good heavens, if this continues, he really won't be able to control himself. The Nine-tailed Empress raised her hand to her forehead, helplessly yet seriously explaining to Hong Lin. "No, Hong Lin, this is something only I can do. You cannot." "Why not? I want to help brother too." Hong Lin tilted her head, her eyes crystal clear. In her youth, she couldn't understand the true meaning behind cultivation. The Nine-tailed Empress could only speak vaguely. I'll tell you later. Umph. Fine, don't tell me then. Hong Lin's little face puffed up with anger, and then she furiously devoured 3 bowls of rice. After dinner, Yi Che and the Nine-tailed Empress returned to their room, while Hong Lin went back to her own room alone. Just as they were about to enjoy some sweet time together, something suddenly occurred to Yi Che, and he said to the Nine-tailed Empress, Xiao Qingli, Hong Lin might eavesdrop on us tonight. What should we do? That girl wouldn't go that far, would she? The Nine-tailed Empress replied with some disbelief. You don't know her like I do. I know her personality all too well. She appears obedient on the surface, but she's quite scheming inside. She's absolutely capable of lurking around corners to eavesdrop. Then what should we do? The Nine-tailed Empress frowned slightly. While she was at a loss, Yi Che spoke up. Ahem, we could go to the small grove. There's no one there, so we don't have to worry about Hong Lin hearing us. Outdoors, the Nine-tailed Empress looked displeased. Given her noble status, doing such things outdoors would be utterly humiliating if word got out. Seeing the hesitation in the Nine-tailed Empress's eyes, Yi Che quickly persuaded her. Xiao Qingli. First of all, the small grove is extremely secluded, and the surrounding tall grass can completely conceal our bodies. Moreover, since Mo Xiong died here, Linjiang City will definitely send people to investigate, and they might already be on their way. So, Xiao Qingli, you must quickly restore your cultivation. Tonight's time is incredibly precious, and we can't waste a single moment. Hearing Yi Che's words, the Nine-tailed Empress found them reasonable. With this in mind, the two of them took advantage of the dim moonlight and secretly slipped into the small grove behind Tiana Sect's mountain. Almost as soon as Yi Che left, Hong Lin wrapped herself in a black robe and tiptoed to crouch by the window of their room. She perked up her ears to listen for sounds from inside, but soon her brows furrowed. Why is there no sound at all tonight? Haven't they started yet? Meanwhile, Yi Che found a good spot and thoughtfully laid several pieces of clothing on the ground. Xiao Qingli, let's begin. The Nine-tailed Empress clutched her collar tightly, her beautiful eyes looking around, her pretty face showing both shyness and worry. There really won't be anyone coming, right? If we're discovered. Definitely not. Relax, just pretend we're in our room. Yi Che pulled the Nine-tailed Empress over and gently patted her back to comfort her. But as he continued patting, the Nine-tailed Empress realized that Yi Che had already removed all her clothes. Her skin was white as mutton fat, fair as snow. Her cheeks quickly flushed with a rosy glow. Yi Che was mesmerized, his mind dazed for several seconds. Even though he spent every day with the Nine-tailed Empress, he would still find himself involuntarily amazed by her beauty at certain moments. This was true otherworldly beauty. Her features were as delicate as porcelain, her skin fair, tender, and lustrous, as if it could be broken by a breath. And that ethereal, aloof aura that seemed untouched by worldly concerns made one unable to resist, igniting passionate flames. Yi Che gently touched the Nine-tailed Empress's skin, feeling its soft texture, and slowly embraced her as they lay down on the ground. The previously quiet grove became unusually lively that night. The next morning, Yi Che and the Nine-tailed Empress returned to their room, only to find someone lying at the door. It was Hong Lin. She was leaning against the door with her head resting there, her body slightly curled up. With each breath, her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and a smile graced the corners of her mouth. Yi Che chuckled helplessly. What good dream was this girl having? She was still smiling so happily even in her sleep. Yi Che looked at the still sleeping Hong Lin with affection, gently carried her into the room to the bed, and then tucked her in with a blanket. However, this heartwarming scene didn't last long. The dog emperor pushed open the door and walked into the small courtyard, shaking his golden fur all over. His tone was lazy yet commanding. Kid, there's some fool outside the mountain gate. Go check it out. A fool. Yi Che exchanged glances with the Nine-tailed Empress, puzzled in his heart, but his feet didn't stop moving. The two of them headed toward the mountain gate side by side. Meanwhile, in the clouds above the Tianhe sect, a middle-aged man in tattered clothes lay on his back on the soft clouds, holding a wine flask with a worried expression. Sight his is too difficult. Breaking into the Hong stage is harder than ascending to heaven, he muttered. Is Xia Tianyi destined to be stuck at the 9th level of the Huang stage for life? I even cast a divination before leaving, saying I'd surely encounter an opportunity today, but I've searched all day and found absolutely nothing. After complaining, he casually scratched around his crotch, and when he looked down, he realized he was already above the falling star mountain range. Remembering the shocking message that had stirred all parties a few days ago, the middle-aged man sat up, patted his pants, and slowly descended on his cloud. Let me see what's so strange about this Tianhe sect that even Mo Xiong got himself killed there. After landing, he saw a man and woman standing side by side in front of the mountain gate. The man was handsome as jade. The woman was breathtakingly beautiful, and their bearing surpassed ordinary people. Xia Tianyi's heart trembled, thinking these two were definitely not ordinary folks. He quickly cupped his fists and introduced himself. This old man is Xia Tianyi, city lord of Linjiang City. May I ask who you two are? Yi Che, sect master of Tian's sect. Yi Che replied calmly. You're the sect master? Only at the first level of Xian stage. Xia Tianyi exclaimed in shock. Indeed, that's me. City lord, what brings you here? Nothing, nothing. Xia Tianyi laughed awkwardly, his eyes darting around before he actually turned and walked away. This bizarre behavior left Yi Che completely baffled. What the hell does this old guy want? On the other side, Xia Tianyi flew like lightning to a nearby small sect, randomly grabbed a disciple, and pressed down with his Huang stage aura. Speak. What do you know about the Tian's sect? The disciple turned pale with fright and spilled everything about Yi Che's recent extraordinary changes. After listening, Xia Tianyi's brow furrowed into a deep frown. He habitually scratched his crotch again and muttered while rubbing his nose. Yi Che has quite the fortune. Mo Xiongling probably died trying to steal his opportunities. His eyes flickered for a few moments before he quickly reached a conclusion: this young man hadn't grown powerful yet. If he offered help in this time of need, he might be able to share in some incredible fortune later. With this thought, he turned back toward the Tian's sect. As soon as he landed, he cupped his hands and bowed, his tone sincere but tinged with flattery. Sect Master Yi, this old man can see from your features that you're destined for great wealth and honor, like a hidden dragon waiting to soar, definitely not meant to remain in small ponds. Yi Che was completely confused. City Lord, what exactly do you want? He really couldn't figure out the man's intentions. Surely he hadn't traveled thousands of miles just to give him a compliment? Since he was a guest after all, Yi Che stepped aside and gestured politely. City Lord, please come in first. The three of them had just reached the mountain gate when suddenly, a thunderous boom erupted, sending dust billowing everywhere. The towering gate, standing a full 30 feet high, collapsed as if pushed by an invisible giant hand. Bricks and stones came crashing down with a clatter, and the massive door frame, along with debris, plummeted straight toward the trio. Xia Tianyi was about to spring into action when Yi Che beside him simply raised his arm. His muscles and bones cracked like thunder, as if an ancient beast was awakening. The power of Qiongqi burst forth instantly. He clenched his 5 fingers and caught the 1,000-pound lintel with his bare hands. With a slight twist of his shoulders, he hurled the massive stone, sending it tumbling through the air before it crashed down several yards away. What? Am I seeing things? Xia Tianyi's pupils contracted sharply. He clearly saw that Yi Che showed no spiritual energy fluctuations whatsoever throughout the entire process, had flung that heavy boulder using pure physical strength alone. What kind of cultivation level must this be? Shock rolled through his mind, and then he suddenly shuddered. Wait, how could someone at the first level of the mystic stage possess such power? Even I, at the peak of the desolate stage, couldn't do that without using spiritual energy. Cold sweat seeped from his back as a thought flashed through Xia Tianyi's mind. Hiss. I understand now. This person must be a legendary master who has returned to simplicity, living in seclusion in the mountains. His true strength is probably at the primordial stage. No, perhaps even beyond the cosmic stage. In a split second, when Xia Tianyi looked at Yi Che again, his gaze carried newfound wariness and reverence. Indeed, the greatest hermits hide in plain sight. These eccentric masters love to play ordinary people. Such a supreme powerhouse pretending to be a newbie at the mystic stage, how shameless. He secretly congratulated himself for not being deceived by appearances like Mo Xiongling, or he would have been dead and buried long ago. Humph, trying to play the pig to eat the tiger? This old man won't fall for it. Though he grumbled inwardly, outwardly he respectfully bowed to Yi Che and followed closely behind as they entered the courtyard. At the courtyard entrance, Xia Tianyi's gaze was immediately drawn to a dog lying on its back, with all 4 paws in the air. The dog emperor lay sprawled on the gravel path, looking quite ordinary, with some unspeakable yellow stains around its mouth that were hard to look at directly. But when his eyes truly focused on the dog emperor, his heart lurched violently. Boom! An overwhelmingly powerful aura, like a massive tidal wave from the deep sea, crashed down upon him. Xia Tianyi felt his scalp tingle and his very bones tremble as the absurd thought, I have absolutely no chance of winning, arose in his mind. The force knocked him back 3 steps, cracking the stone path beneath his feet. Holy crap, what kind of monster is this dog? The shocked exclamation burst from his lips. He steadied himself with effort, patting his chest with lingering fear, then closed his eyes, trying to capture that mysterious and profound array. He could comprehend even a fraction of it. Breaking through to the primordial stage might be possible. But in just a few seconds, he couldn't grasp that rule-like power at all. When he opened his eyes, the dog emperor had already wagged its tail and walked away, leaving behind an unnaturally clean silhouette. Xia Tianyi's heart ached as he quickly bowed 3 times respectfully toward that retreating figure. Just one glance was enough to render me helpless. The strongest warrior in Linjiang City, defeated today by a dog raised by this senior. I truly underestimated Senior Yi Che. Thinking of this, he felt grateful that he hadn't acted impulsively earlier, or he would have already walked the path to the underworld. City Lord Xia, why are you standing there at the entrance? Come inside and sit down, don't be shy. Yi Che was quite puzzled, unable to understand why Xia Tianyi, a powerful cultivator at the desolate stage, was being so polite to him. Is it really just a matter of character? City Lord Xia, what exactly are you here for this time? Let's speak plainly. In the great hall, Yi Che raised his eyes with a tone half believing, half doubting. Across from him, Xia Tianyi immediately bowed deeply, his attitude so humble he nearly touched the ground. Sect Master Yi. Actually, it's nothing major. I just wanted to come see you and admire your peerless demeanor. Yi Che was stunned for a few seconds, his heart racing. Old man, don't mess around. Xia Tianyi seemed oblivious to his unease and continued pressing. Sect Master Yi, with your unparalleled cultivation, why do you choose to remain in this desolate place of the Falling Star Mountain Range, instead of going out into the world to live freely? Yi Che's mouth twitched. Unable to see through Xia Tianyi's true intentions, he could only go with the flow. Actually, it's quite nice in the mountains. No one bothers me, no scheming or plotting, and I can listen to cicadas and birdsong every day. As for cultivation, as long as you're happy, isn't it the same anywhere? As his words fell, Xia Tianyi's expression grew solemn. He stood and cupped his hands. What a wonderful mindset, Sect Master Yi. I, Xia, am truly impressed. I have never encountered anyone in this world with such thoughts. At this moment, Xia Tianyi's heart was a whirlwind of emotions. Is this the mentality of a top-tier expert? Invincible under heaven, yet neither arrogant nor impatient, seeking no conflict with the world. Looking at himself, he was merely at the desolate stage, yet already thought so highly of himself, viewing everyone else as incompetent vermin. Compared to this senior, he wasn't even worthy of being the man's dog. In this moment of realization, his mental state actually showed signs of breakthrough. Meanwhile, Yi Che, being praised, could only sigh inwardly. I don't have some lofty mindset. I only awakened my system 5 years after transmigrating, got my heaven-defying cheat just a few days ago, and my strength is too weak, so I have no choice but to hide in these mountains. If I were strong enough, I'd have run off to drink flower wine and chase beauties long ago. Even dogs would despise the Falling Star Mountain Range. It's all tears when you talk about it. He cleared his throat and waved his hand. City Lord Xia, don't leave today. Let's have a drink later. Rarely encountering someone who knew how to flatter and praise, his drinking spirits soared. Xia Tianyi trembled all over upon hearing this and nodded repeatedly. Good, good. Since Sect Master Yi doesn't mind, I will certainly accompany you in hearty drinking. Yi Che nodded with satisfaction and got up to head to the kitchen, only to discover in dismay that the sect had nothing but a basket of vegetables, not even a drop of alcohol. I'm just a damn pauper. What am I supposed to use to entertain him? Yi Che broke out in a cold sweat. Soon, he thought of his ultimate move. System, give me alcohol. None available. Don't be stingy. This is all for improving my relationship with little Qingli. Think about it. If little Qingli gets drunk, I can open my heart to her and have a good heart-to-heart conversation. My favorability rating will definitely skyrocket. The system fell silent for a few seconds, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Then, a mechanical notification sounded in his consciousness. That makes sense. Ding. Rewarding host with 1 jar of Immortal's intoxication. After drinking, Yi Che wanted to trick the system into providing more food, but the system, having caught on to his freeloading, refused to give him anything else. He blinked his slightly tipsy eyes and looked around for alternatives, eventually finding 3 dust-covered bamboo skewers in the grass at the corner of the courtyard. Yi Che casually brushed off the dirt, rushed to the well to wash them clean, then placed them over the makeshift fire. As sparks crackled and flew, he sprinkled a thin layer of salt and pepper on them, and the savory aroma immediately filled his nostrils. Makeshift barbecue. When he drank later, he could lick them a few times as drinking snacks. He contentedly turned the bamboo skewers. After the skewers were done, he solemnly placed them on the stone table with such flair that it seemed as if he were serving delicacies. Just as Xia Tianyi stepped into the courtyard, he saw the 3 lonely bamboo skewers on the table and nearly popped his eyes out. This senior's life was way too impoverished. The Nine-tailed Empress wrinkled her delicate nose, too disgusted to look further, and simply covered her eyes with one jade hand, her disdain evident. Yi Che didn't care at all. Drinking was about enjoyment, and food, whatever. With this thought, he pulled out the Immortal's intoxication wine jar gifted by the system from his chest and popped open the celadone lid. Instantly, a rich and potent wine fragrance rolled out, flowing through the night air like something tangible, immediately filling the entire courtyard. Just a shallow whiff brought 7 or 8 parts drunkenness to one's mind. Xia Tianyi was immediately hooked by the aroma, drooling on the spot with greedy green light gleaming in his eyes. City Lord Xia, please. Yi Che raised his hand, filled a small cup with crystalline wine, and pushed it towards Xia Tianyi. Taish. Thank you, Sect Master Yi. Xia Tianyi was overwhelmed with gratitude, holding the cup with both hands as respectfully as if meeting his founding master. Yi Che nodded with satisfaction. Polite people were always pleasant to look at. Sect Master Yi, for this first cup, I, Xia Tianyi, toast to you. Xia Tianyi raised his cup in declaration, then tilted his head back and drained it in one gulp. The moment the wine touched his lips, he froze completely, his pupils contracting sharply. The next moment, he smacked his lips forcefully, confirming again and again the wine actually contained the power of laws. Something that he, a master of the desolate rank, had yet to grasp was already mastered by a jar of wine. He roared inwardly, "Holy crap! This must be premium spirit wine. What virtue or ability do I, Xia Tianyi, possess to waste such a divine treasure from this senior? This is absolutely wasteful." In his shock, his hands holding the cup couldn't stop trembling. Yi Che drank his own cup and also noticed the wine forming a warm current in his dantian, comfortable and soothing, just like the warming sensation from essential oil massages in his previous life. But he didn't understand anything about premium spirit wine, only knew that system products were always top-notch. Seeing that Xia Tianyi had emptied his cup, Yi Che immediately refilled it. Xia Tianyi nearly cried from emotion on the spot, his eyes reddening as he gripped the cup. This time, he couldn't bear to drink it all at once, instead dipping his chopsticks to take just a few drops into his mouth, closing his eyes to savor it carefully. His face showed an expression of ultimate pleasure, as if there were a peerless beauty gently serving him under the table. Yi Che watched in bewilderment. How could he start acting drunk after just one cup? His alcohol tolerance was really terrible. He turned to the Nine-tailed Empress, raising his cup urgently. "Little Qingli, let's drink. If you don't drink, how am I supposed to explain this to the system?" The Nine-tailed Empress glanced at him, said nothing, raised her cup, and drained it in one gulp. Boom. As the wine went down her throat, her mind shook violently, and ripples stirred in her beautiful eyes. With her experience, she could tell in one sip this was no ordinary premium spirit wine, but immortal brew. Back in the Immortal Realm, she had been fortunate enough to taste it once, and this jar of Immortal's intoxication was actually even superior to that sip from years ago. She set down her wine cup, still sitting steadily, but her slender fingers trembled slightly, showing her shock. Yi Che was puzzled by everyone's reactions, assuming they were just a bit lightheaded from the aroma, thinking to himself, as long as there's wine, its fine bamboo skewers work just as well for snacks. Yi Che was completely bewildered by their reactions and scratched his head. Was there something wrong with this wine? He lifted his wrist to take another sip. The bitter and spicy taste was just like any ordinary strong liquor, and he couldn't detect anything unusual. Xia Tianyi, however, set his wine cup back on the table with a deeply furrowed brow. That was immortal wine brought out by a senior master. Worth 10,000 gold pieces. How could he not understand? Since the senior said it was quite tasty, there must be deeper meaning. Perhaps he was reminding him that whether it's premium spirit wine or common wine, they're essentially just for tasting, and one shouldn't be obsessed with external prices. At this thought, his heart suddenly felt enlightened, as if his cultivation had been elevated by half a level. The senior truly had profound intentions. Xia Tianyi suddenly stood up, clasped his hands together, and bowed respectfully. This humble one understands senior's great kindness. Xiao will remember in his heart. Yi Che was stunned. He first glanced at Xia Tianyi, then looked down at the wine cup in his hand, finally realizing the misunderstanding. He waved his hand casually. "Hey, it's just having a couple drinks together. No need to be so formal. City Lord Xia's willingness to visit Tian's sect as a guest is my honor." Xia Tianyi felt deeply ashamed. The man had served immortal wine, yet he had come empty-handed. How rude. He asked awkwardly. "Sect Leader Yi, I wonder what you might need. I actually didn't prepare any gifts." Yi Che laughed heartily. "Really, don't worry about it. Just eat and drink well. Of course, if you really want to give something, spirit stones, spirit artifacts, rare spirit herbs, I wouldn't mind." This was said too directly, and Xia Tianyi was stunned. "I was just being polite. Why are you taking it seriously?" Having spoken, he could only bite the bullet and accept his fate. He reached into his storage pouch at his waist, steeled himself, and pulled out his most precious treasure, offering it with both hands. "Sect Leader Yi, please look, this is the Xuanwu 8 trigrams array, a low-grade spirit artifact. I obtained it from a ruins cave dwelling. Once the array is set up, even desolate rank powerhouses can do nothing against it. A life-protecting treasure." Yi Che's eyes lit up remarkably, though his mouth still showed modesty. "Ah, you coming is enough. Why bring gifts?" Before he finished speaking, his hand had already snatched the Xuanwu 8 trigrams array like lightning and stuffed it into his chest. Xia Tianyi shook his head with a laugh. "Sect Leader Yi is truly a man of genuine character. So is City Lord Xia. Haha. Come, let's continue drinking." Yi Che raised his cup and clinked it heartily. Not far away, the Nine-tailed Empress listened to the two men's mutual flattery and shook her head with a sigh. Even more painful to watch was Yi Che generously pouring wine, the immortal brew flowing out like a stream. Her heart ached so much her teeth itched. This jar of immortal intoxication was probably stuffed to Yi Che by that dog emperor. Yet this wastrel was treating it like ordinary liquor. Seeing the wine reduced by half, she quickly got up to fill her own cup and tilted her neck back to gulp it down. Might as well drink while she could. No one noticed that immortal intoxication was mild on entry, but after 3 rounds, its potency surged dramatically. Even Emperor Realm cultivators could hardly resist it. As cups were exchanged, all 3 felt the world spinning and their steps becoming unsteady. Sister Nine-tails, slow down. How are you like my brother, that drunkard, getting drunk too? Hong Lin complained quietly, steadying the Nine-tailed Empress with one hand and helping her into a room. When she returned to the courtyard, Xia Tianyi was already lying flat on his back, snoring thunderously. Hong Lin kicked him several times with her foot, rolling him aside, then bent down to help up the bleary-eyed Yi Che, swaying step by step as she brought him back to her own room. Brother, how are you feeling? Have some water. Hong Lin supported Yi Che, bringing the porcelain cup to his lips. I can drink more. Yi Che's voice was hoarse and slurred, his consciousness hazy as if soaked in wine, yet his cultivation was surging wildly within. In just a few breaths, his golden spiritual root blazed brilliantly, breaking through 4 minor realms in succession, leaping from the 1st level of the mystic stage to the 5th level. This wasn't the end. The golden spiritual root, once reforged by divine blood and now limitless, continued to greedily absorb the vast spiritual energy from the immortal's intoxication. In the blink of an eye, the torrent of spiritual power within Yi Che surged again 6th level, 7th level, 8th level of the mystic stage, all the way to the 9th level. Hong Lin stayed by his side, watching helplessly as Yi Che's aura skyrocketed, her mouth agape in shock. Even the most talented disciples in the sect, with abundant resources, would need over a year to cultivate from the 1st to the 9th level of the mystic stage. Yet Yi Che had done it in less than 5 minutes. Her understanding of cultivation was completely shattered, as if she were witnessing the very rules of the Tianling continent being twisted before her eyes. Yi Che himself remained oblivious, lost in his drunken stupor, mumbling about wanting more to drink. Hong Lin stared at his flushed face, a bold idea forming in her mind. Brother is heavily intoxicated right now, his consciousness muddled. Isn't this the perfect opportunity to discover his cultivation secrets? She leaned close to Yi Che's ear, her warm breath tickling him as she whispered softly. Brother, how exactly do you and Sister Nine-tails cultivate? I want to try it too. Yi Che felt a tingling sensation in his ear as the alcohol surged through him, igniting a blazing fire in his belly. Cultivation? For that, you need to take off your clothes first, he answered in a daze. Take off clothes. Hong Lin froze, her face instantly flushing crimson. What does cultivation have to do with undressing? Do I need to take off everything? Everything. Yi Che struggled to sit up, pulling Hong Lin into his embrace and mumbling incoherently. Little Qing Li, why did your chest get smaller? Mistaking Hong Lin for the Nine-tailed Empress, he lowered his head to capture her soft red lips, his tongue exploring inside soft, tender, with the fragrance of wine. Hong Lin's mind exploded with shock as she froze in place. MMPH. Brother, what are you doing? When she felt Yi Che's hand about to venture toward even more intimate areas, she panicked and broke free, rolling to the other side of the bed, her innocent face filled with embarrassment and indignation. Hearing the girl's cry only excited Yi Che more as he squinted with a mischievous grin. Little Qing Li, you're playing roleplay with me? Hee hee, brother's coming. He pounced forward like a big bad wolf. Slap. A crisp sound rang out. Hong Lin raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap that froze Yi Che in place, instantly extinguishing the fire in his chest and sobering him considerably. Hong Lin, how is it you? Yi Che hastily straightened his disheveled clothes, backing away repeatedly with sweat beading on his forehead. He had truly thought the girl in his arms was his little Qing Li. It's me, brother. Hong Lin pouted angrily, both shy and furious. That awful brother not only mistook her for Sister Nine-tails, but also complained about her small chest. Hong Lin, what brother did just now? It really wasn't intentional, it was all a misunderstanding. Yi Che pressed his slightly swollen cheek, smiling awkwardly in apology. It's all this wine's fault for being so strong. That was close, so close to causing a real disaster. Hong Lin let out a soft huff, her face flushed red as she blinked her clear, bright eyes and asked curiously. Brother, is this how you usually cultivate with Sister Nine-tails? Pretty much, Yi Che replied. What? The girl exclaimed in surprise. But brother, you and Sister Nine-tails aren't even married. This is so improper. Hong Lin frowned, her small face turning serious. Though she was innocent, that didn't mean she was foolish. After what just happened, Hong Lin had begun to piece together what Yi Che really meant by cultivation. Yi Che's face reddened as he frantically searched for an explanation. He had always maintained such a noble image in Hong Lin's eyes. Actually, your Sister Nine-tails and I are deeply in love. Our feelings run as deep as the ocean. Though we're not married, we're as good as husband and wife. So, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just our love expressing itself. Hong Lin pouted and put her hands on her hips. Brother, but you're not actually married. In her understanding, only married couples could sleep together, otherwise it was just being a scoundrel. Yi Che shook his head with a bitter smile. He knew Hong Lin was still too young, and having lived in the Falling Star Mountains all this time, she knew very little about matters of love. So he didn't explain further. Anyway, you'll understand when you're older. Brother, if that's the case, then we can't cultivate together, can we? Hong Lin wrinkled her delicate nose, looking somewhat disappointed. Of course not. Yi Che shook his head. I'm your brother. How could I do such a thing? Hearing this, Hong Lin nodded, but for some reason felt a slight sense of loss in her heart. Deep down, another voice whispered, you two have no blood relation at all. You could be with him. This thought frightened Hong Lin so much that she quickly shook her head, driving such crazy notions from her mind. Brother, what happened tonight? Let's just pretend it never happened. Yi Che understood the girl's concerns and nodded. All right, it never happened. Seeing him agree, Hong Lin felt even more unsettled. He had touched her chest, kissed her, and even reached. The more Hong Lin thought about it, the more wrong she felt. Both her first times were gone. Brother was so hateful. As Yi Che reached the doorway, Hong Lin's lips unconsciously formed a small pout, though she herself didn't understand why. Yi Che walked to the center of the courtyard. After that misunderstanding, he was completely sober now. Though Hong Lin said to pretend it never happened, Yi Che found it hard to just let it go. Whenever he recalled holding Hong Lin in his arms, he felt like a perverted older brother, filled with guilt. Sigh. Alcohol really was harmful. Just as Yi Che was contemplating how to face Hong Lin going forward, Nine-tailed Empress's seductive voice called from the room. Where did you disappear to? Come back to bed. That single sentence carried endless allure, captivating and irresistible. Yi Che quickly returned to the room to find Nine-tailed Empress looking at him with bright, sparkling eyes. Her enchanting appearance immediately ignited his desire. Yi Che had already been stirred up by his encounter with Hong Lin, and now seeing Nine-tailed Empress's eager, inviting manner, how could he possibly resist? He swept her into his arms. MMM. Nine-tailed Empress immediately let out a soft moan, her body writhing uncomfortably in Yi Che's embrace. Don't. There's someone in the courtyard. Throw him far away, otherwise. I can't let myself go. Nine-tailed Empress pressed against Yi Che's wandering hands, suppressing her voice. Yi Che nodded and immediately ran to the courtyard, grabbing Xia Tianyi like a dead dog and hurling him into the forest outside the courtyard. When Yi Che returned, Nine-tailed Empress had already removed her outer garment, wearing only a thin blue silk undergarment that barely concealed her magnificent figure. At this sight, Yi Che felt as if flames were burning in his throat. The next second, he pounced on Nine-tailed Empress like a hungry wolf. The room soon filled with cries more intense than ever before. Having already guessed the nature of their cultivation method, Hong Lin's face turned crimson with embarrassment as she listened to the Nine-tailed Empress's moans. She buried herself under the covers, her little heart pounding wildly. Why is Sister Nine-tails crying out like that? Could this kind of thing be painful? But if that's the case, why doesn't Sister Nine-tails resist my brother? How strange. Wait, if I were to cultivate with my brother, would I also cry out like that? Oh my, how could I think such things? How shameful. Hong Lin's mind was flooded with various thoughts until the sounds from Yi Che's room gradually quieted down in the latter half of the night, and she finally drifted off to sleep in a daze. The next morning, when Yi Che saw Hong Lin, neither of them mentioned the previous night's misunderstanding, as if nothing had happened at all. The Nine-tailed Empress had changed into a white dress, looking even more beautiful and captivating. Hong Lin stared blankly at her nine-tailed sister, unable to reconcile the woman's cold and serious demeanor with how loudly she had cried out the night before. The adult world is so strange. In the woods outside the courtyard, chirp chirp, splat. A bird flew by, leaving behind evidence of its visit. Xia Tianyi, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly felt something cool on his face and instinctively reached up to touch it. It was sticky and had a strange smell. He groggily woke up to find himself surrounded by lush trees and the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers. Huh, wasn't I in the senior's courtyard? How did I end up here? Ow, my back, it really hurts. The awakened Xia Tianyi clutched his lower back and wobbled back to the courtyard. I'm getting old. I can't sleep on the ground anymore. Sect Master Yi, you're already awake. Xia Tianyi greeted respectfully upon returning to the courtyard. Old Xia, how did you end up sleepwalking? You wandered right out of the courtyard. Yi Che replied. Hearing this, Xia Tianyi scratched his head in confusion. Did he sleepwalk? He'd lived for over 200 years. How was he only discovering this habit now? But before he could figure it out, Yi Che pulled him along, saying, Come on, old Xia, let me take you for a tour of the Falling Star Mountain Range. Soon, other sects in the Falling Star Mountain Range witnessed an incredible sight. A ninth-level Desolate Realm powerhouse walking alongside Yi Che, chatting and laughing, occasionally bowing and scraping like a subordinate. Their eyes nearly popped out of their heads. My god, am I still dreaming? Quick, slap me to check. Smack. Ow, that hurt. This isn't a dream. Everyone's expressions immediately became complex, displaying a series of emotions: shock, surprise, and disbelief. Fellow cultivators, I have something to say. At this moment, someone with particularly clear eyes stepped forward from the crowd. Previously, a fairy-level expert appeared beside Yi Che, and then, Ancestor Imo mysteriously disappeared within the Tiana sect. Now, even City Lord Xia shows him such respect. Therefore, I declare that Yi Che must be a hidden powerhouse, and his strength is at least at the Flood Realm level or above, the person said with great confidence. Really? He used to be quite useless. Taking 5 years to break through one realm was famous throughout Falling Star Mountain. How could he possibly be a hidden master? Oomph. Your vision is still too narrow. How could we ordinary people possibly understand the thoughts of a great master? Remember, every peerless expert has their quirks. Perhaps Master Yi Che simply enjoys pretending to be weak. But what would be the point of that? After pondering for a moment, the man suddenly had an epiphany and exclaimed, "Ah, I get it. Boss Yi Che must be a masochist. He pretends to be weak to trick us into bullying him, satisfying his inner desire for abuse. Ha ha ha, that must be it." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's confusion instantly cleared up like clouds parting to reveal the sun, and they all applauded enthusiastically. Sect Master Zhao Buju truly deserves to be called the sleeping dragon of the Falling Star Mountains, so brilliant. Exactly, exactly. So what do you think we should do now, Sect Master Zhao? The crowd pressed for answers. Zhao Buju straightened his back with complete confidence, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Don't be fooled by Yi Che's cheerful exterior, he must be cursing Xia Tianyi in his heart for not understanding him. Now watch me. Before his words had even finished echoing, he leaped forward and landed steadily in front of Yi Che, blocking his path completely. Both Yi Che and Xia Tianyi froze for a moment. What was this guy trying to do? The next second, Zhao Buju raised his voice to maximum volume. Worthless Yi Che, get over here and kneel down to lick your grandfather Zhao's stinking feet. After hurling the insult, he lifted his head with an expression that screamed, waiting for my reward, thinking to himself. There, I've given you a good scolding. Now you'd better reward me properly. Veins bulged on Yi Che's forehead as he cursed inwardly. Before, when you insulted me, I endured it, but now there's a desolate rank powerhouse standing right beside me, and you still dare to run your foul mouth? You're like a mouse licking a cat's ass seeking death. He shot a meaningful glance at Xia Tianyi, who immediately understood and struck out with his palm boom. Before Zhao Buju could even think about his reward, he was slapped into a bloody mist, his remains scattering in the wind. The crowd that had been preparing to follow suit quickly hit the brakes, and the air fell instantly silent. This isn't quite what we imagined, someone muttered under their breath. Zhao Buju really is a fucking waste, always making wild analyses, another cursed. I don't know if Boss Yi Che is satisfied or not, but Zhao definitely got his satisfaction. He's so satisfied, he turned to ash. After cursing, that person executed a super long sliding kneel with fluid movements, coming to a perfect stop at Yi Che's feet. Then, with tears streaming down his face, Boss Yi Che, it's all because this junior was blind in the past, bombing your outhouse, chasing away your big yellow dog, and constantly insulting your family. I was wrong. Give me one chance, and I'll show you what loyalty means, what it means to never say 5 when you say 1. With that, he knocked his head against the ground 3 times, bang bang bang, so hard the earth itself seemed to hum. Yi Che stood with his hands clasped behind his back, nodding slightly and adopting the posture of a master. Rise. I've always been magnanimous, you are forgiven. Thank you, senior. The kneeling man wept with gratitude. Senior, there's me too. Let me kowtow to you as well. Don't say anything. Just listen to how loud I can make it. Me too, me too. Yet another person joined the kneeling queue. In the blink of an eye, everyone had formed a long line, all kowtowing to Yi Che in unison. Xia Tianyi stood to the side, anxious beyond measure. Damn. When did the competition for flattery and bootlicking become this intense? Have you people completely abandoned all dignity? Where's your shame? He pointed at the clear sky overhead with an unchanged expression. Sect Master Yi, I think it's about to rain. We should head back. But inwardly he was thinking, once we return to the Heavenly River sect, and there's no one around, I need to kowtow to Senior Yi too, to secure my position. Though Yi Che nodded in agreement, his steps were sluggish. This flattery was music to his ears, and he hadn't heard enough yet. It turned out these people were all talented individuals who spoke so pleasantly, making his mood absolutely delightful. Back at the courtyard, the Nine-tailed Empress was staying in Hong Lin's room, and who knows what she had said, but Hong Lin's ears were burning red. Just as Yi Che was about to eavesdrop, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed from high above, followed by exploding clouds, and a figure plummeting down like a falling meteor. Who killed my father? I am Fashi. Well, definitely. Yi Che's heart sank. Damn, that old bastard son has come looking for revenge. He quietly said to Xia Tianyi, "Old Xia, he's from your Linjiang city, so you handle it yourself. I won't intervene, wouldn't want to make you lose face. Rest assured, Sect Master Yi, this Imo Fashi is nothing but a grandson in front of me." As soon as Xia Tianyi finished speaking, a tremendous surge of spiritual power suddenly descended from the heavens. Boom. Crash. The courtyard gate and fence wall exploded instantly into fragments, with wood chips and dust swirling up like a muddy tide that engulfed the entire small yard. Even Go Huang's beloved doghouse was completely destroyed, with broken wooden pieces scattered everywhere and embedded into the wall foundations. Xia Tianyi was stunned by this sudden destruction, with only one thought remaining in his mind. That hothead MOFA actually dared to act wildly in front of a senior. This was the end. The MO family was completely doomed. Before the dust had settled, arrogant and piercing laughter echoed from midair. You dare kill my father? Today I'll torture you to death, then throw you into a cesspit to soak for 7 days and 7 nights. As his words fell, a human figure appeared out of thin air, unleashing the cultivation of the first level of the desolate stage with spiritual power as violent as a mountain flood. MOFA deliberately lowered his stance while his aura hammered down on everyone like an iron Malathi wanted to make an absolutely dominant entrance, letting Yi Che die in terror and despair. However, in the next instant, the pride on his face completely froze. The raggedly dressed old man standing in the courtyard looked familiar no matter how he looked at him. The Lord of Linjiang City? No, that's impossible. MOFA only muttered in his heart for half a second before denying it himself. Why would Xia Tianyi of the 9th level of the desolate stage come to this godforsaken falling star mountain range for no reason? Yi Che, however, couldn't care less about MOFA's cultivation level. Fury rushed to his head, his face turned ashen, and he immediately started cursing. "You little bastard, damn you. Are your eyes stuck up your ass? I spent half a year building this courtyard, and you just smash it like that?" Upon hearing this, Xia Tianyi's heart tightened, fearing that any slight spillover of that anger would crush him to pieces as well. MOFA, on the other hand, burst into laughter upon hearing these crude words, not taking Yi Che seriously at all. "Haha, so what if I smashed it? Come hit me if you dare, you little trash. Quickly hand over the fortune you picked up." After speaking, he snorted coldly and activated his spiritual power again, sending an even stronger impact directly toward Yi Che's house. Yi Che's gaze turned ice gold as he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Go Huang! This old turtle blasted your den to pieces. If it were me, I definitely couldn't stand it." A Wuo wolf-dog-like roar of fury exploded from the back mountain. Go Huang charged into the courtyard with wind beneath his forepaws, and upon seeing his beloved den reduced to waste wood, his fury ignited instantly. His neck trembled, and his sharp claws were about to tear through the air. Seeing this opportunity, Xia Tianyi suddenly puffed out his chest and unleashed his full aura. "Lord Dog, please wait. How could such a trivial matter trouble you to act personally? Let me handle this. Those who dare offend the senior deserve death. Today, I, Xia Tianyi, will clean house for Linjiang City." The pressure of the desolate stage peak shrouded the falling star mountain range like a black curtain, as if the sky itself had been darkened by him alone. Xia Tianyi raised his arm lightly, first blocking MOFA's attack, then counterattacking smoothly with rolling waves of force and flying stone fragments. Caught completely off guard, MOFA's smile instantly froze, his eyes nearly bulging out. Holy crap! Desolate stage peak. It really is the Lord of Linjiang City. Terror crawled all over his body as he hurriedly pulled out dozens of defensive magical treasures, throwing them all on himself before turning to flee. "If I had known Xia Tianyi was here, you couldn't have paid me to come." His desperate roar echoed in his heart as his figure fled frantically into the distance. With only first-level Desolate Realm cultivation, how could he possibly escape from Xia Tianyi's grasp, who possessed peak Desolate Realm power? In an instant, he was completely trapped beneath Xia Tianyi's enormous palm that covered the sky. Crack! Crack! The air exploded from the impact. Like swatting a fly, MOFA was brutally slammed from midair into the ground, his entire body embedded half a meter deep as debris scattered everywhere. His bones felt completely shattered, the pain so intense his internal organs seemed displaced. Just as he struggled to rise with his fractured arms, before he could even spit out the metallic sweetness rising in his chest, Yi Che's massive palm struck again, forcing the blood back down his throat. Slap! 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 A series of strikes rained down, and MOFA's face instantly swelled like a pig's head, half his teeth knocked out. "Woo-woo! I was wrong. Stop hitting my face, please." He blubbered, snot and tears streaming down. He had traveled thousands of miles here, intending to seize Yi Che's opportunities with thunderous force, but who could have predicted that Xia Tianyi would be guarding this place? MOFA instantly understood had walked straight into the line of fire. Xia Tianyi stood nearby with his hands behind his back, snorting coldly. "MOFA, you're like an old turtle hanging itself tired of living. How dare you cause trouble at Sect Master Ye's home, even daring to kick Lord Dog's little den. Your crimes are unforgivable. Woof woof. Big brother is absolutely right. Lord Dog wagged his tail, adding insult to injury. Mofa trembled like he was having a seizure, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. He hadn't felt fear in countless years. The last time he was this terrified was the last time. City Lord Xia, if I said, this was all an accident, would you believe me? I believe your ass. Xia Tianyi cursed furiously. How dare you show disrespect to Sect Master Yeo deserved death. Sect Master Yi, how shall we deal with him? Before the words finished, Xia Tianyi had already bowed deeply to Yi Che, his posture more respectful than if facing his own father. Yi Che imitated the Nine-tailed Empress's cold arrogance, his expression unfathomably profound as he casually waved his hand. A trivial matter. Let him be more careful in his next life. Yes. Xia Tianyi accepted the command, murderous intent surging from his body, frightening Mofa into immediately kneeling. City Lord Xia, you can't kill me. If you kill me, there'll be no one from Linjiang City to participate in the Three Cities competition in 5 days. Mofa shouted desperately. The Three Cities competition occurred once every 10 years, with the victor gaining priority access to treasure hunting in the ancient battlefield. It held great significance for Linjiang City. He was certain Xia Tianyi would consider the city's greater interests. However, Xia Tianyi scoffed. How could the Three Cities competition be more important than Sect Master Yi? Daring to disturb Sect Master Ye's cultivation deserves 10,000 deaths. Mofa's heart turned cold. In his eyes, Yi Che was merely a 9th-level profound realm ant, but in Xia Tianyi's heart, he was terrifyingly important. Could Yi Che be hiding his true cultivation? Unless he was a legendary universe realm powerhouse who could freely conceal his aura. As Xia Tianyi raised his hand to deliver the killing blow, Mofa instantly recognized who the real boss was and crawled desperately to Yi Che's feet, saying nothing but kowtowing. Bang, bang, bang. He knocked his head so hard against the stone floor that shallow pits formed. Yi Che watched with amazement. That head really is tough. Do you want to die or live? Yi Che looked down at him. Live. I want to live. If you want to live, buy your life with money. Great master, I'm willing to offer 30% of the Mo family's wealth. Yi Che raised an eyebrow. 50%. No. 70%. Seeing his expression turn cold, Mofa quickly raised the stakes. Yi Che nodded. Go back and deliver the ransom to City Lord Xia's mansion. Get lost. After Mofa stumbled away, Xia Tianyi was puzzled. Sect Master Yi. Here. Really letting him go? He wanted to kill you. Yi Che rolled his eyes. How could that be possible? His whole family wants to kill me, being merciful by not exterminating his entire clan. Once the money arrives, old Xia, you'll act for me. Eliminate him. Cutting grass without removing roots only lets it grow again in the wind. He always followed the principle of, if you don't deserve to die, then do I deserve to die? Speaking of this, Yi Che suddenly remembered. By the way, old Xia, what's this Three Cities competition he mentioned? It's like this. Xia Tianyi explained. The Three Cities competition was a rule established by the Northern Zhou dynasty. Among the 12 cities under the dynasty's jurisdiction, every 3 neighboring cities would compete against each other, and the victor could enter the ancient battlefield to seek treasures. As Xia Tianyi explained this, his fists had already turned white from clenching. Senior, that ancient battlefield is filled with countless opportunities. Even picking up a random item there could make one soar to great heights. Yi Che nodded slightly. While he didn't fully understand the competition rules, he was already well versed in the rumors about Linjiang City. The women there were as tender as water, skilled at undressing, and proficient in all 18 positions. Unfortunately, his previous lack of strength had kept those wicked thoughts confined to his imagination. Now things were different with the Lord of Linjiang City, supporting him on the left, the female emperor from the upper realm accompanying him on the right, and a drop of true divine blood in his chest. He felt invincible and was eager to make a trip to Linjiang City. The courtyard had been reduced to dust by the earlier chaos, and the sight of broken tiles and ruined walls strengthened Yi Che's resolve. He turned his head and asked, Old Xia, tell me, how would you describe our friendship? Xia Tianyi answered without hesitation. Sect Master Yi, in my heart, you're more like my father than my actual father. Hearing this, Yi Che suddenly understood. No wonder this peaked, desolate stage powerhouse was willing to call someone with his meager cultivation level brother. It turned out, he looked like his father. This old Xia certainly had first-rate filial piety. Yi Che cleared his throat twice. In that case, I'll go to Linjiang City. Don't think poorly of me. Really. Xia Tianyi was so excited that blood rushed to his head, and he screamed on the spot, more aroused than on a wedding night. Seeing this, Yi Che frowned. It would be truly unlucky if this guy died of a heart attack right in front of him. Old Xia, I'm not joking. We leave now. Once we reach Linjiang City, you must show me around those hidden little alleys. Xia Tianyi's eyes flashed with brilliant light as he nodded repeatedly. Sect Master Yi, I understand. I understand. Hmm? Understand what? A low female voice suddenly interrupted. The nine-tailed female emperor appeared silently, and with one sweep of her icy gaze, both men quickly wiped away their knowing smiles completely. Little Qingli, old Xia and I are going to Linjiang City to handle some business, so you should. I'm coming too. The nine-tailed female emperor cut off his words. Time is precious and cannot be wasted. The corner of Yi Chei's mouth twitched. With her along, certain secret explorations would probably be impossible. How frustrating. Linjiang City was located at the northern foot of the Falling Star mountain range. Rivers flowed across the area outside the city, while pleasure quarters crisscrossed within the city walls. Its undressing customs attracted cultivators from all directions like moths to flame. At dusk, the setting sun painted the city walls red. Yi Chei and the nine-tailed female emperor passed through the city gates. The streets were packed with people shoulder to shoulder, and vendors' calls rose and fell continuously. This was Yi Chei's first time leaving the mountains to enter a city since his transmigration, and his eyes darted around wildly. Linjiang City had so many beautiful women, they were uncountable. The row of long legs along the riverbank was blindingly white, and even the waves on the river couldn't compare to their undulating curves. Their thin garments barely concealed anything, making one wish to explore further. Soon, Xia Tianyi led the two to the city lord's mansion. Gongs and drums thundered before the gates, and voices created a tremendous din. So lively. Old Xia, did you throw a banquet? Yi Chei raised an eyebrow. I'm not sure. I haven't been back for almost a year. Sect Master Yi, let's go in and take a look first, Xia Tianyi said uncertainly. Just as they reached the entrance of the city lord's mansion, an unexpected incident occurred. Two guards crossed their spears and rudely blocked everyone's path. No entry, without an invitation. Yi Chei raised an eyebrow at Xia Tianyi, his gaze clearly saying, Aren't you the city lord? Can't even enter your own home? Being questioned by his senior on the spot, Xia Tianyi's face turned ashen. He rushed up to the guards and coldly shouted, You bastard! Do you know who I am? Don't know, so what? The guard looked down his nose at them with complete disdain. This attitude made Xia Tianyi laugh with anger. He gritted his teeth. Fine, fine, fine. You must be new here, right? Started yesterday, so what? Then go inside and ask the others to tell you who I am. Xia Tianyi suppressed his rage. Won't do it, so what? You bastard. Who gave you such nerve? Xia Tianyi suddenly roared. This is just how I am, so wah smack. Before he could finish, a slap sent half the guard's teeth flying. So what, so what? I think you have a death wish. I'm Xia Tianyi. Damn it, you bastard dare to block my own door. The commotion at the entrance grew loud, and guards from inside the mansion came running, surrounding Yi Chei and the others in a circle. They looked at Xia Tianyi's disheveled appearance, his messy hair, and tattered clothes, finding him familiar, yet not daring to recognize him. Hiss, old Lu, doesn't this beggar look just like the city lord? You're right, especially the face shape. It's identical to the city lord's, that horse face. I look like your father. Damn it, I was only gone for a year. Are you all blind? Seeing Yi Chei's increasingly contemptuous gaze, Xia Tianyi's heart sank. He suddenly unleashed his peak desolate stage aura, sending all the guards flying with a thunderous boom. Only then did the guard realize someone with such a foul mouth must definitely be the city lord. No mistake. His legs went weak and he collapsed to his knees. City lord, please spare my life. I didn't recognize you for a moment. Please have mercy. A bunch of useless fools, you all deserve to die. Xia Tianyi's eyes were ice cold. He then respectfully turned to Yi Chei and humbly requested instructions. Sect Master Yi, how should we deal with them? You decide. They've offended you and deserve death. Yi Chei waved his hand. Forget it. Let's just go in. Since he didn't pursue the matter, the guards breathed a sigh of relief and kowtowed repeatedly in gratitude. Sect Master Yi, please feel free to look around. I haven't been back for too long. I need to go to the back and check on the situation, Xia Tianyi respectfully requested. Go ahead, Yi Chei waved casually. Before long, he and the Nine-tailed Empress arrived at the banquet in the inner hall. The guests were all dressed luxuriously, with even the lowest ranked wearing inferior-grade treasure artifacts. The tables were laden with exquisite delicacies. Yi Chei's eyes lit up, and he dove right in. His was much more delicious than the vegetable noodles at Tiana Sect. Seeing him wolfing down the food, the Nine-tailed Empress couldn't help but shake her head. At least mind your image when you're out in public. But under Yi Chei's coercion and temptation, she still brought him plate after plate of pastries, piling them all on a table in the corner. Eat, eat, eat. Eat yourself to death, the Nine-tailed Empress grumbled indignantly. Sometimes she really didn't know what to do with Yi Chei. Free-foot, it would be a waste not to eat it. Here, Shaoqingli, you should try some too. The two hadn't been feasting for long when the banquet suddenly erupted in excitement. Male and female guests screamed frantically and rushed toward the entrance in unison. What's happening? Who's here? Yi Chei was also curious and stood up with the crowd. The young master of the Mo family is truly a dragon among men, with such distinguished bearing and natural talent. Absolutely, young Yulong. He's becoming more impressive by the day. In the brilliantly lit banquet hall, nearly all the guests crowded around Mo Yulong, raising their glasses, flattering him, and wearing obsequious smiles. The scene buzzed like a pot of boiling water. As the leading family among Linjiang City's four great clans, the Mo family ranked just below the city lord's mansion in influence, so it was hardly surprising to see everyone fawning over them like stars surrounding the moon. However, the Nine-tailed Empress merely cast a sideways glance before losing interest entirely. This so-called dragon among men was not only ugly with sallow skin, but his unsteady gait reeked of kidney deficiency. In contrast, she glanced back at Yi Che and nodded slightly to herself. This young man might eat rather crudely, but he was genuinely handsome, with vibrant energy absolutely perfect. Just as Yi Che was focused on devouring his meal, the system notification suddenly chimed. Nine-tailed Empress's favorability toward host has increased. Reward: Supreme Immortal Artifact, Phoenix Dance Rainbow Feather Robe, capable of changing appearance at will and defending against all attacks below universe level. Cough, cough. Yi Che choked on his soup and instinctively looked up to see the Nine-tailed Empress staring at him in a daze, her gaze so tender it seemed ready to melt. Her love-struck expression left him momentarily stunned. So even the aloof Nine-tailed Empress has this side to her. Yi Che raised an eyebrow and whispered with a mischievous grin. Little Qingli, I know I'm handsome, but you don't need to keep staring at me like that, do you? I wasn't. Who's staring at you? The Nine-tailed Empress's face stiffened as she immediately turned away. For the dignified Empress of the Sky Fox clan to be caught openly staring at a man in public was truly embarrassing. Damn it. What was I just thinking? About pulling him into my body and merging with him. Her heart raced wildly. In 1,000 years, she had never harbored such thoughts about the opposite sex. Her cheeks flushed pink as she repeatedly reminded herself. Dual cultivation with Yi Che was solely to restore her cultivation. Developing feelings for a human man? Absolutely impossible. It must be an illusion. Yi Che completely ignored her embarrassment and continued attacking the delicious food. Emotional cultivation should be like slowly boiling a frog. Occasional coldness keeps people wanting more, while being too clingy just makes you a lapdog. His mind was busy calculating. Seeing him completely ignore her, the Nine-tailed Empress felt annoyed and was about to teach him a lesson when, at that moment, Mo Yulong casually turned around and his gaze met the Empress's. In that instant, he felt as if lightning had struck tinder, his pupils dilating in shock. Could such a woman truly exist in this world? Looking back at the ordinary female companions crowding around him, he felt nauseated. Ugh, a bunch of trash. He actually retched on the spot. He roughly pushed aside those near him and rushed to the Nine-tailed Empress in a few steps. The closer he got, the more helpless he became. The Empress's beauty and fox-like charm struck his heart like a sledgehammer. Even painted immortals couldn't compare to a fraction of her allure. Mo Yulong's eyes burned with passion as he spoke urgently. May I ask this fairy's name? Get lost. The Nine-tailed Empress didn't even bother lifting her eyelids. Still unwilling to give up, Mo Yulong hastily revealed his background. My father is Mofa, head of the Mo family. The Empress ignored him completely, couldn't even earn a glance at her profile. Feeling he hadn't lost face, he turned his attention to Yi Che, puffing out his chest and raising his chin. You, get lost. Let me sit here. In his view, Yi Che was just a worthless fool. How could he deserve to sit beside the Nine-tailed Empress? Yi Che found Mo Yulong utterly ridiculous. Were all the Mo family members this absurd? He held his wine cup, leaning casually against his chair back, thinking to himself, your father is Mofa? Haha, he was kowtowing to me not long ago. Yet outwardly, he feigned innocence. Why should I give up this seat to you? I want to sit next to the fairy too. Mo Yulong snorted coldly, shaking out a storage ring from his sleeve and slapping it onto the table. The ring rolled to Yi Che's elbow. You poor cultivator, how did you even sneak in here? There are 100 low-grade spirit stones inside. Take them and get lost. Yi Che didn't even glance at it, instead staring intently at the Nine-tailed Empress with a voice so gentle it could drip honey. Beautiful fairy, you're truly stunning. I just want to sit beside you. Just seeing you makes my whole body feel at ease, as if you were my son. Without you, I can't even breathe, let alone live. As his words fell, his gaze was focused and burning, making the Nine-tailed Empress's ear tips flush slightly red. Though she knew Yi Che was doing this deliberately, she couldn't help but smile, cursing inwardly. This guy, saying such cheesy things in front of so many people. Mo Yulong's face darkened instantly. Those were exactly the words he had prepared to charm the Empress. This mere profound rank waste, refusing such generosity. He shot up abruptly, commanding the surrounding attendants. Guards, throw him out. Yes. The attendants stepped forward in unison, reaching out to grab him. Who dares touch him? The Nine-tailed Empress flicked her jade finger, and heaven-rank aura exploded outward, making the air seem to freeze instantly. Her cold gaze swept over everyone, making the cultivators feel suffocated. their breathing slowing by half a beat. Keep eating. No one dares touch you. She pressed down on Yi Che, who was about to stand. Mo Yulong watched from afar, grinding his teeth in hatred. The fairy actually touched him. Humph, no matter how talented, without resources, he's just a heaven rank at most. Suddenly, a loud announcement came from the main entrance. The eldest daughter of the Rin family has arrived. The crowd instantly erupted, swarming forward to greet her. Miss, you've finally come. Miss Rinmushua, you look even more beautiful after just a few days. Yi Che glanced in that direction and immediately lost interest. Just average looks, nowhere near as beautiful as my little Qingli. Rin Mushua enjoyed the adulation for a moment, then strode proudly toward the Nine-tailed Empress. Seeing the other woman's world-stunning beauty, jealousy flared within her, and her voice turned sarcastic. Tisk, where did this poor girl come from? Can't even afford the cheapest mundane artifacts, yet dares attend the city lord's banquet? See this dress I'm wearing? It's a high-grade treasure artifact. As her words landed, flattering voices immediately arose. The Ren clan truly deserves to be one of the 4 great families, with such incredible wealth. We can't even afford low-grade treasure artifacts, yet Miss Rin wears high-grade treasure artifacts as daily clothing. So enviable. Rin Mushua raised her chin even higher from all the praise. What's the use of being pretty? At most, you'll just be some man's plaything. Seeking death, the Nine-tailed Empress could no longer suppress her fury. Her slender hand shot out like lightning, 5 fingers clamping around Rin Mushua's throat. With just a little force, it would be over with a crack. How dare you? You're insane. This is the eldest daughter of the Rin clan. People around cried out in shock. Yi Che sat unmoved, snorting coldly. So what if she's the Rin clan's eldest daughter? My little Qingli is an empress. He gave the Nine-tailed Empress a reassuring look. The Empress's fingertips tightened slightly, about to exert force. What's going on? Who dares cause trouble at my city lord's banquet? A stern shout exploded from the entrance. Everyone looked toward the sound to see a black-robed elder leading dozens of armored guards striding quickly forward. More and more onlookers gathered, with discussions rising. I didn't expect even Steward Wang to come. These two seemed doomed. These two had not only offended the Rin family, but also dared to cause trouble in the city lord's mansion. They were definitely going to pay dearly for this. Someone in the crowd shrieked with glee. Rin Mushua, daughter of the Rin family, clutched her reddened cheek and struggled desperately. But the Nine-tailed Empress casually flung her aside like a broken sack into the corner, where she landed with a muffled groan. The Nine-tailed Empress didn't spare her another glance, dusting off her pristine fingers in the air as if she had just handled a dirty rag. Steward Wang. Mo Yulong seized the moment to step forward, shouting indignantly. Are your city lord's guards completely useless? How could they let 2 beggars sneak in? What a disgrace. Steward Wang hurried forward anxiously, his heart pounding. Today's banquet had gathered all the major and minor powers of Linjiang City for important matters before the 3 cities' competition. If something went wrong, a mere steward like him couldn't bear the consequences. Young Master Mo, my sincere apologies. He bowed with an apologetic smile. If someone truly snuck in, I will not let it slide. Seeing this, Mo Yulong became even more arrogant. I hope so. Don't disappoint us. Steward Wang quickly turned to Yi Che, his gaze instantly turning cold. Please present your invitation. Yi Che snorted coldly, his eyes sharp as blades. Just because of his word, you demand my invitation? He's not even from the city lord's mansion. Young Master Mo is the heir of the Mo family. His words cannot be ignored. Steward Wang replied matter-of-factly. Besides, I've never seen you before, and your clothing does indeed look like beggars' rags. They are beggars who snuck in. Rin Mushua shrieked as someone helped her up. They can't even afford basic artifacts. Throw them out. She gritted her teeth, desperate to see the Nine-tailed Empress humiliated before everyone to vent her anger. As soon as she finished speaking, many women around immediately chimed in. Exactly. Look at that woman's coarse cloth. What good is being pretty when you're just a beggar? Throw them out quickly, before they pollute our eyes. These women, inferior to the Nine-tailed Empress in both beauty and talent, could only find superiority in their family backgrounds. However, they had no idea that the cold, proud woman before them was the Empress of the Nine-tailed Sky Fox clan from the Immortal Realm, incomparably noble. At this moment, only Yi Che knew the truth. Watching the Nine-tailed Empress standing silently beside him, his heart ached slightly. The Nine-tailed Empress remained expressionless, enduring the surrounding mockery and ridicule without even a flutter of her eyelashes. She stood quietly beside Yi Che like an unsheathed cold sword, its icy gleam contained within its edge. Yi Che could bear it no longer, his voice rolling like thunder. A bunch of ignorant country bumpkins. Just one superior-grade treasure artifact has you all groveling like this. Are all 4 great families of Linjiang City this pathetic? The entire hall instantly erupted in chaos. Arrogant brat. Mo Yulong's eyes turned venomous. Today I'll crush your bones and scatter your ashes. He looked disdainful. This guy might be handsome, but he had no status or position, just bottom-tier trash. What right did he have to challenge young Master Mo? No invitation? Then get out. Steward Wong was also enraged, his voice turning icy. Yi Che's lips curved into a mocking smile, his gaze sweeping over the crowd like cold stars. He slowly reached into his robes and withdrew a brilliantly colored feathered garment, the Phoenix Dance Rainbow Feather Robe. In an instant, the feathered robe blazed with golden radiance, its flowing light cascading like a waterfall, illuminating the entire hall with brilliant splendor. A sacred and supreme pressure surged forth like fierce ocean waves, violently impacting everyone's souls. For a moment, the hall fell dead silent. Everyone's pupils contracted sharply, their breath caught in their throats. The feathered robe emanated a sacred, supreme aura, like fierce waves madly crashing against the souls of everyone present, utterly shocking to the core. At this moment, under the overwhelming pressure of this aura, no one dared to breathe loudly, let alone speak. The nine-tailed Empress glanced sideways, her pupils contracting sharply. A supreme, immortal artifact. How could he possibly possess an immortal artifact, and such an exquisite one at that? Under everyone's watchful gaze, Yi Che presented a radiant Phoenix Dance Rainbow Feather Robe to the Nine-tailed Empress, smiling casually. How many times have I told you to pay attention to your attire when going out? Look, today you've been looked down upon by a bunch of country bumpkins. The Nine-tailed Empress gazed at the immortal artifact, her heart trembling. He actually wants to give this to me? I know you have high standards, so wearing this might be beneath you. But please make do with it, Yi Che added half-jokingly. In that instant, the Nine-tailed Empress understood his intentions, her chest suddenly quivering. Even her breathing became erratic. How long had it been since someone had cared for her like this? She nodded gently, flicked her sleeves, and in a moment draped the Phoenix Dance Rainbow Feather Robe over herself. The next second, a chorus of gasps echoed throughout the surroundings. Beautiful, like a dynasty princess. Thunderous exclamations filled the hall. The Nine-tailed Empress's beauty far exceeded everyone's imagination, beyond the power of words to describe. As she moved gracefully, people automatically parted wherever she went, as if nobility were conducting an inspection. Even Yi Che was dazzled by that peerless countenance, his mind momentarily lost. This immortal garment seemed tailor-made for her, perfectly accentuating her cold and proud temperament. The Nine-tailed Empress maintained a serene expression, long accustomed to external praise, yet for the first time she voluntarily smiled at Yi Che, a smile like spring blossoms. Yi Che was overjoyed. Perfect. This favorability must have increased by 20 or 30 points. He cleared his throat lightly, and everyone immediately turned their attention to him, secretly speculating about his origins. After all, this treasure of unknown grade yet stunning beauty had come from him. Who would dare treat him as an ordinary person now? Everyone now. Who exactly is the beggar? Yi Che said lightly. Everyone immediately lowered their heads guiltily, not daring to breathe too heavily. Suddenly, Ren Mushue's shrill voice erupted from the crowd. They're thieves. This supreme spiritual artifact is my Ren family's clan treasure. Steward Wong, quickly apprehend him. Help me reclaim the treasure, and you'll be richly rewarded. Mo Yulong's eyes lit up as he sneered in cooperation. I can testify. This thief dares to steal the Ren family's treasure and flaunt it here? Steward Wong, arrest him. Yi Che was amused. What creative excuses, quite enlightening. Steward Wong? Where is Steward Wong? Mo Yulong turned around. His attendant whispered tremblingly. Young Master Mo, Steward Wong, went to report to the city lord. What? Useless fool. Mo Yulong's face turned ashen. I'll do it myself. As his words fell, his Earth Stage 5th level cultivation exploded forth as he charged directly at Yi Che. However, just as his figure moved, the Nine-tailed Empress raised her delicate hand and struck out with a palm. Terrifying force swept through, causing wild currents in the hall's air, and Mo Yulong flew backward like a torn rag, crashing to the ground. With this immortal artifact's enhancement, anyone below the Hong stage needn't be taken seriously. The Nine-tailed Empress whispered as she moved closer to Yi Che. Little Qingli is amazing. With you here. Yi Che was about to praise her when suddenly a roar erupted from behind the crowd. Damn it! Which blind fool dares to touch my son? Mofa, just returned from the Falling Star mountain range, strode through the entrance and immediately saw his son lying at his feet, rage instantly igniting in his chest. The frustration he'd been holding in from the mountain range now exploded completely. Damn it, who was it? Step forward. He wanted to see exactly who had the audacity to be so arrogant. When the Mo family patriarch arrived in person, the crowded masses voluntarily parted ways. A clear path instantly opened on the stone-paved road, bringing Yi Che and the Nine-tailed Empress into everyone's view. Mofa stepped forward, intending to exchange pleasantries first, but the moment he caught sight of Yi Che, his steps abruptly halted, his throat constricted, and no sound emerged. His pupils dilated rapidly as shock and terror simultaneously spread across his face. Mofa, it's been almost a day since we last met. How have you been? Yi Chei's lips curved into a contemptuous smile, as if making casual conversation. The arrogant tone immediately ignited Mo Yulong's fury. He staggered to his feet and roared at Yi Chei. How dare you? What are you to address my father by name? Kneel and confess your crimes. You dared to lay hands on me. Mo Yulong, today you will surely die? Right, father? With Mofa by his side, Mo Yulong's arrogance soared to the heavens as he turned back admiringly toward his father. However, what awaited him was not the expected support. Mofa's expression instantly darkened. His 5 fingers clamped onto Mo Yulong's collar like steel pincers while his other hand pressed heavily on his son's head, producing cracking sounds as bones neared their breaking point. Mofa leaned down, his killing intent almost tangible. Rebellious son. Spouting nonsense. Do you want to get me killed? Do you want to destroy the Mo family? Do you have any idea who stands before you, you fool? His skull felt ready to burst, veins bulging on Mo Yulong's forehead, yet he endured the excruciating pain and struggled to explain. It's you, father. I'm not talking about me, you idiot. Mofa roared, violently slamming Mo Yulong's head into the ground. Boom stone fragments scattered, the earth trembled, and Mo Yulong was left barely breathing. Even at this moment, he still couldn't understand why his father had suddenly erupted in rage. Since birth, Mofa had never uttered a harsh word to him, let alone used deadly force. But now, Mofa was clearly terrified of this man. What on earth was happening? The same confusion was written on every face present. The patriarch of Linjiang City's premier family was showing fear toward this stranger. After dealing with Mo Yulong, Mofa took a deep breath and suddenly performed an extremely long-distance sliding kneel, his knees nearly striking sparks against the stone pavement as he tremblingly kowtowed. Mofa pays respects to the senior. In his heart, he cursed Mo Yulong's stupidity like a madman who should never have impulsively fathered such a worthless fool. If Yi Chei casually waved his hand, the Mo family would be reduced to ashes in an instant. The crowd snapped back to reality and immediately fell to their knees in terror, a chorus of kowtowing echoing throughout. Everyone was filled with deadly regret they had actually dared to humiliate a powerhouse of at least the Hong rank. Wasn't this like an old turtle hanging itself, tired of living? Yi Chei waved dismissively, his expression showing distaste. Don't call me senior. I'm very young. Yes, senior is forever young, forever that 18-year-old youth in fine clothes. Mofa repeatedly agreed, his forehead nearly bleeding from his kowtowing. Yi Chei was speechless. He really was 18 this year. He just looked a bit more mature than his age. Mofa, you're asking for death again. How dare you come to my place and provoke Sect Master Yi? This time, nothing you say will save you. Xia Tianyi's furious roar thundered like muffled thunder, making the entire banquet hall buzz and vibrate. His face was dark as water as he rushed to Yi Chei's side and delivered a powerful kick, sending Mofa flying across the room to crash into a wine table, shattering cups and plates. Sect Master Yi, I truly had no idea this would happen. I was just in the secret chamber conducting business. Xia Tianyi turned around, stammering his explanation with trembling hands. This almost fawning reverence instantly turned all the guests pale with fear. What kind of background could someone have to make even City Lord Xia curry favor with them? No one in Linjiang City had ever heard of such a person. The crowd looked at Yi Chei, all sharing the same terrifying thought. Could he be from the imperial capital? Those who had been snickering and waiting to watch the drama felt their cheeks burn with shame. Who could have imagined that this shabby-dressed mystic stage kid was hiding such a background? Ren Mushue's mind was buzzing, while Mofa, kneeling on the ground, didn't even dare to breathe. Yi Chei raised his hand in a gesture. Old Xia, I don't blame you. Don't be nervous. Thank you, Sect Master Yi. Xia Tianyi wiped away cold sweat, then heard Yi Chei's casual remark, destroy the Mo family. And wipe out the Ren family while you're at it. Can you handle that, old Xia? This casual statement sent Mo Yulong and Ren Mushue into complete panic. Mofa suddenly raised his head and screamed, Senior, the 3 cities competition still needs me. Not anymore. The Nine-tailed Empress's voice was ice cold as she grabbed Mofa by the throat. Her slender fingers tightened slightly, and with a crisp crack, Mofa collapsed to the ground. A desolate stage powerhouse, killed just like that. The entire venue felt like it had plunged into an ice cellar, everyone frozen in terror. Xia Tianyi's eyelids twitched wildly. This senior's woman was ruthlessly decisive. I'll take his place in the 3 cities competition. The Mo family can be destroyed. The Nine-tailed Empress looked down at Xia Tianyi with unquestionable authority. Yes, everything as the senior wishes. Xia Tianyi didn't dare say more and immediately beckoned. Steward Wang, take the guard troops and raid the Mo family. Yes, City Lord. Steward Wang responded repeatedly, grateful in his heart that he had run fast enough earlier, or there would be one more corpse today. With all attention focused on Yi Chei and the Nine-tailed Empress, Ren Mushue tried to quietly slip away on her tiptoes, but Yi Chei called out casually. Miss Rin, where are you going? Spare me. Senior, please spare me. I'll do anything if you let me go. With your looks? I wouldn't want you even if you begged. Yi Che sneered. Old Xia, can the Rin family be raided too? A trivial matter. Xia Tianyi thought to himself. Even the Mo family, the head of the four great families, was being raided. What was the Rin family? He immediately nodded. Rest assured, Sect Master Yi, when raiding their house, I'll be thorough and meticulous, not missing any detail. When it comes to raiding houses, I did plenty of that in my youth. They called me the Raid King. Speaking of this, City Lord Xia puffed out his chest with pride. Yi Che paid no more attention and returned to his seat to continue eating, casually opening the version Nine-tailed Empress figurine. Name: Qingli. Identity: Nine-tailed Empress. Cultivation: Heaven Stage 2nd level original cultivation, Immortal Emperor. Favorability: 50-20. Current wish: revenge. Figure out whether she actually likes Yi Che. Seeing favorability 20. Yi Che's lips curved slightly. Finally, making progress. Indeed, heroically rescuing a beauty in distress was the best way to capture her heart. At this moment, the Nine-tailed Empress sat beside him, opening her mouth several times as if wanting to speak, but stopping herself. Yi Che saw through her thoughts and casually draped his cloak over her shoulders. This garment looks best on you. I'm giving it to my little Qingli. Casually gifting a supreme immortal artifact, the Nine-tailed Empress could barely hide the joy in her eyes. But then frowned slightly. She suddenly realized she owed Yi Che more and more favors. Suddenly, a deep voice rolled down from above the city lord's mansion. The city lords of Yunjiang City and Xinjiang City have arrived. Immediately after, two imposing middle-aged men led 7 disciples striding boldly into the hall. City Lord Xia, it's been a while. For the 3 cities competition, are you ready to embarrass yourself? Humph. Xia Tianyi's face turned iron gray as he snorted coldly, then cast a pleading look toward Yi Che. Yi Che returned a reassuring glance. Little Qingli, just sit back and relax. I've got this. Hearing this, Yi Che's heart instantly dropped back into his stomach, and he quickly stood up and positioned himself behind Xia Tianyi. Xia Tianyi puffed out his chest, tilted his nose skyward, and swept his blade-like gaze toward the 2 approaching city lords, thinking coldly. These 2 old fools dare to spout nonsense in front of me? The backing I've secured now is a thigh so thick you can't even see where it ends. Wei Wuxian, Lord of Xinjiang City, and Luo Guantong, Lord of Yunjiang City, stepped into the courtyard with mockery written all over their faces. Wei Wuxian called out loudly, Xia Tianyi, oh Xia Tianyi, have you been scared senseless? How dare you speak to us like that? Why don't you just surrender Linjiang City directly and save yourself the humiliation? Luo Guantong squinted and sneered even more. Besides barking like a dog, what else do you have left? You're nothing but an ant. Xia Tianyi's nostrils flared as he coldly retorted. You'll have plenty to cry about at the competition in 5 days. Now see yourselves out. You're not welcome in my residence. Xia Tianyi's composed demeanor made both city lords feel uneasy. Could this old fox really have found powerful backing? Not daring to be careless, they both activated their spiritual sight simultaneously, scanning everything down to the ant holes beneath tree roots, but found nothing. They concluded that Xia Tianyi was merely bluffing. Wei Wuxian immediately burst into curses. Old bastard trying to scare me? I think you're like a toad following a turtle, pretending to be some damn royal descendant. Xia Tianyi shot back. Do you dare compete early? Watch me strip a layer of skin off you. Luo Guantong put his hands on his hips and leaned back with a cold laugh. Early it is then. Am I supposed to be afraid of you? We'll start in 3 days, and whoever backs down is a coward. No way. Wei Wuxian stared intently at Xia Tianyi. Tomorrow. We compete tomorrow. Xia Tianyi shrugged indifferently. Fine by me. Luo Guantong panicked and suddenly roared. No. Right now, this very moment. He cursed silently. They couldn't give Xia Tianyi any time to prepare. He turned and beckoned. Luo Bai, go. Win this, and I'll marry my daughter to you. Rest assured, City Lord. Within the heaven tier, I am invincible. Luo Bai's chest swelled as he stepped to the center of the arena, his voice lazy yet sharp. Xia Tianyi, who will you send up to be humiliated? Being provoked by a junior made Xia Tianyi's beard tremble with rage, but he still turned to look at Yi Che. Sect Master Yi, what should we do? The first match affects morale. To avoid any accidents, I'll handle this personally. Yi Che replied in a deep voice. He could tell that Luo Bai was merely at the 9th level of Earth tier. His Chongqi power would be more than enough to suppress him. Xia Tianyi was stunned and gasped. Sect Master Yi, taking the field personally? Isn't that a bit too much of a bully? Yi Che chuckled. Old Xia, you must understand even a lion uses its full strength when hunting a rabbit. Xia Tianyi had an epiphany and gave a thumbs up. Worthy of a senior, foolproof. Yi Che turned and walked toward the arena with a graceful bearing, but couldn't help rolling his eyes. Damn it. With Luo Bai being just an Earth tier, if I don't fight him, am I supposed to take on those 2 desolate tier-old monsters? The moment Yi Che took his position, all those who had attended the banquet earlier wore strange expressions. Small heads, Big confusion, isn't he a senior? Why is he competing against someone at Earth tier? Could it be the senior has a taste for this? Everyone exclaimed inwardly, how is this any different from an old bull eating tender grass? However, Luo Guantong had no idea what had transpired earlier. Seeing that Yi Che was merely a 9th-level Mystic Realm weakling, he immediately sneered with disdain. Has Linjiang City run out of people? A Mystic Realm cultivator dares to fight my Earth Realm peak disciple? Huh. Luo Bai, beat him to death. Try to cripple him and help me vent my anger. Yi Che stood in the center of the arena, his gaze calm, still speaking politely. City Lord Luo, we all know each other. Why must you be so ruthless? A simple spar would suffice. Who knows you? What gutter did you crawl out of? Luo Guantong coldly interrupted, then glanced sideways at Luo Bai. Don't hold back. Beat him senseless. I'll take responsibility for whatever happens. Yes. Luo Bai's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he stepped forward, shattering stones beneath his feet. Xia Tianyi hid in the corner, secretly sighing for Luo Bai. Poor kid, he's about to suffer terribly. Luo Bai closed in on Yi Che in one step, fingers clenched together, striking out with a palm infused with profound mystic power. The air was compressed into thunder-like roars, reaching Yi Che's face in the blink of an eye. The crowd below erupted in discussion. Luo Bai truly deserves to be Yunjiang City's top genius. I've had faith in him since childhood. This palm strike is enough to cripple half his life. Both Luo Guantong and Wei Wuxian nodded approvingly. Luo Bai also roared viciously, die. However, he had no idea just how heaven-defying the divine abilities that came with true god's blood could be. Even though Yi Che was currently only at the Mystic Realm, the power of Qiongqi within him was enough to send a Heaven Realm cultivator flying with a single punch. The next second, Yi Che casually raised his fist. Bang, the air exploded, and a figure was sent flying off the arena like a kite with a broken string. Everyone heard a poochie sound as blood sprayed through the air. When their eyes caught up, it was actually Luo Bai who had hit the ground. Luo Guantong was stunned. One punch sent Luo Bai flying? Did I misjudge this? Wei Wuxian also rubbed his eyes in shock. That's impossible. Aside from these two, everyone else remained calm, as if they had long expected this outcome. On the arena, Yi Che stepped on Luo Bai's abdomen and bent down with a half-smile. You lost. Crack. Several crisp sounds rang out as he crushed both of Luo Bai's arms and legs. Luo Guantong was the first to recover, shouting desperately. Stop. Yi Che turned his head, the corner of his mouth curling up. What? Luo Guantong's voice trembled. We all know each other. Please show mercy. Yi Che blinked. Who knows you? I'm just some trash that crawled out of a gutter. The severely injured Luo Bai trembled in pain, but still managed to ask. Who? Who exactly are you? Yi Che didn't answer. Instead, he grabbed Luo Bai and began slapping him left and right. Slap. 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 After several strikes. Do you know who I am now? No. I don't know. Slap. Slap. Two more crisp sounds. How about now? Do you know? Luo Bai's eyes filled with terror as he gritted his teeth against the pain and nodded repeatedly. I know. I know. Before he finished speaking, Yi Che raised his hand for another slap, and Luo Bai fainted on the spot. If you knew, why did you ask? Isn't that nonsense? The crowd below thought to themselves. Good grief. What a unique reason for beating someone up. Yi Che lifted his foot and kicked Luo Bai like a broken sack toward Luo Guantong, blinking lightly. City Lord Luo, your disciple really can't take a beating. You, Luo Guantong trembled with rage, pointing at Yi Che but unable to utter a single word. Just as he was about to strike, Wei Wuxian suddenly threw his arm across to block him. Old Luo, don't be impulsive. Haven't you noticed that from beginning to end, he hasn't used any spiritual power? Upon hearing Wei Wuxian's words, Luo Guantong's pupils contracted sharply, and a chill ran down his spine. He had witnessed his disciple Luo Bai being sent flying with a casual wave, yet detected no spiritual energy fluctuation whatsoever. A terrifying thought instantly flashed through his mind. That strike was purely physical strength? Could it be achieving enlightenment through raw power, sanctifying the flesh itself? Wei Wuxian nodded gravely, his tone unusually solemn. Old Luo, warriors of this caliber have long surpassed human physical limits in both strength and speed. Shattering mountains with a single punch wouldn't be an exaggeration. I suspect the person before us is exactly this kind of monster. Luo Guantong swallowed hard. Looking at Yi Che again, he cursed inwardly. You old fox, pretending to be young. Yet his expression remained respectful as he bowed with a forced smile. Senior, this hardly seems appropriate, does it? At your age, bullying my young disciple, word of this wouldn't sound good. Yi Che blinked, his tone light as clouds. You're right, I am quite old. Though I'm only 22 this year. This single statement left Luo Guantong speechless, his face darkening. 22 with this kind of power? If that's true, I'll do a handstand and shit myself in public. The crowd below erupted in snickers. Xia Tianyi seized the moment, laughing heartily, his old face blooming like a chrysanthemum. Enough nonsense. Second round continues, both of you come at once. Today I'll beat you so badly you'll be crawling on the ground looking for your dignity. Luo Guantong's anger flared. Xia Tianyi, what are you showing off for? If not for this senior's presence, I'd have beaten you back into your mother's womb. Then let's see you try. Xia Tianyi touched his toes to the ground and floated gracefully to the center of the arena, hands clasped behind his back in the perfect pose of a transcendent master, though he still pitifully winked at Yi Che for support. Yi Che cleared his throat, turning his gaze to the Nine-tailed Empress. Ahem, little Qingli you. The Nine-tailed Empress snorted coldly, her demonic tail swaying as she gracefully stepped onto the arena. Seeing that their opponent was an apparently delicate woman, Wei Wuxian's heart leaped with joy. The senior wasn't planning to fight personally. Perfect. He sneered. Xia Tianyi, without your senior, you're nothing. Old Luo, today we teach him a lesson. My blade thirsts for blood. Luo Guantong roared, and a tumterlong thick-backed saber gleamed coldly, slicing toward Xia Tianyi with a shriek that tore through the air. Wei Wuxian followed closely, his left hand hooking dragons while his right painted rainbows. Runic symbols rapidly interwove in the air, forming a mighty pressure that locked onto Xia Tianyi, making everyone feel their breath catch. As for the Nine-tailed Empress, they couldn't be bothered. How much threat could a heaven-tier girl pose? Around the arena, the crowd erupted in chaos. Many watched the overwhelming assault with despair written on their faces. Why was the city lord seeking death? His backing wasn't even beside him. What was he showing off for? Yet Xia Tianyi showed no fear. Instead, his face lit up with joy, his robes fluttering as he moved with the leisure of a stroll through a garden. With a clever little shuffle step, he darted behind the Nine-tailed Empress, confident in his heart. If the senior was that terrifying, how could the woman following him be weak? His judgment had always been spot on. Xia Tianyi's face was filled with devout reverence as he roared like a pilgrim. Senior, please lend me your aid. Boom. The Nine-tailed Empress's long robes billowed as her phoenix-dancing celestial garments burst with golden light, forcibly ignoring all attacks below the Emperor realm. She flipped her palm and drew forth a blue longsword, also an immortal artifact. The blade swept lightly, appearing as if it couldn't even kill a chicken, yet it caused Wei Wuxian and Luo Guantong, who had been dominating the battle, to simultaneously change expressions drastically. As the sword emerged, time and space seemed instantly frozen. The overwhelming violent assault from the two men crumbled like paper before this single strike, torn to shreds and annihilated without a trace. The sword light swept across, space cracked inch by inch with visible black fissures, and a terrifying sword intent shot straight to the heavens, approaching the two men like a mad force. Wei Wuxian and Luo Guantong locked eyes, pupils rapidly contracting, with only one thought remaining in their hearts. Run. If we're too slow, we'll be beaten down to our underwear. They wanted to flee but were firmly locked by an invisible aura. Survival instinct drove them to unleash several strikes in succession, but all their counterattacks were crushed by that sword light with devastating force. This is impossible. What grade of weapon could possess such sword intent? Boom. The sword light swept past. Both men's shoulders exploded simultaneously, each losing an arm in an instant as blood gushed out like fountains. My arm. In that moment, the entire city lord's mansion fell into complete silence, leaving only their agonized wails. Everyone's faces turned. Polito severed the arms of two peak desolate realm cultivators with a single sword strike, so effortlessly, such domineering power. Yi Che's eyes widened, his heart thundering. The current Nine-tailed Empress far exceeded his expectations, truly killing gods who block her path, slaying Buddhas who stand in her way. Hiding behind her, Xia Tianyi's neck flushed red as he roared excitedly. Huh? You two old bastards, now you know what kind of backing I have. Will you dare act arrogant again? The severely wounded Wei Wuxian and Luo Guantong frantically pressed acupoints to stop the bleeding. When they looked at the Nine-tailed Empress again, their eyes were filled with wariness. To instantly defeat two peak desolate realm cultivator show, could this woman be merely heaven realm? Another one pretending to be weak while being strong. Damn it. No martial virtue. They cursed silently, jealous to the point their lungs trembled. What kind of fortune allowed such a powerful expert to stand behind that dog Xia Tianyi? Seeing that direct confrontation was hopeless, the two exchanged glances and suddenly provoked Xia Tianyi. City Lord Xia, you're the lord of a city, yet you only hide behind others? Do you dare face me in single combat? That's right. Fight me with your own strength, and I'll give you a one-arm advantage. Xia Tianyi laughed shamelessly. What's this? Can't win, so you want to use moral blackmail? Sorry, but I, old Xia, have lived this long without knowing how to write the word morality. I'm illiterate, didn't you know? He pointed his finger. If you don't acknowledge that Linjiang City won this three-city competition, you'll die here. You old bastard. You go too far. Luo Guantong wailed. Wei Wuxian's gaze was sinister, but he still lowered his head and gritted his teeth. I acknowledge it. I acknowledge that Linjiang City is first this time. The quota for exploring the ancient battlefield is yours satisfied? Old Luo, let's go. With that, he dragged Luo Guantong away, fleeing Linjiang City in disgrace. As their figures were about to disappear into the night, the Nine-tailed Empress frowned slightly, about to pursue and eliminate them completely. Xia Tianyi quickly blocked her path. Hey, senior, they're both city lords. If we kill them, the Northern Zhou dynasty will surely investigate. When that time comes, it won't be easy to handle. Only then did the Empress sheath her sword and wave her sleeves lightly. Yi Che quickly approached with a grin. Little Qingli, you're getting stronger and stronger. My efforts weren't in vain. Humph. Sect Master Yi, madam, you've had a long day. Let me arrange rooms for you to rest properly. Xia Tianyi approached them with an obsequious smile. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Che threw back his head and laughed loudly. Madam? Old Xia, you're really getting the hang of that title. Ha ha. The Nine-tailed Empress immediately shot him an icy glare, her killing intent almost tangible. Who's his wife? Say that again, and I'll destroy your entire city lord's mansion. I. Xia Tianyi was so frightened his tongue tied in knots. Seeing this, Yi Che grabbed the Nine-tailed Empress and patted Xia Tianyi's shoulder, laughing as he scolded. Old Xia, how can you be such a coward? She's just scaring you a little, and you're shaking like a leaf. How embarrassing. All right, Xiao Qingli, let's go to our room. Behind them, Xia Tianyi grumbled silently. Of course you're not afraid. You're a big shot. My small frame couldn't even withstand one of her sword strikes. How could I not be scared? Senior, please control your wife. He specially selected the most luxurious guest room in the city lord's mansion. Sandalwood incense filled the air, brocade curtains hung elegantly, and spirit jade lamps illuminated everything imaginable. Yi Che casually opened a carved cabinet door, only to find it neatly stocked with various intimate lingerie three-piece gauze sets, transparent silk undergarments, red tie-back split skirts, nor removal ancient-style temptation dresses. So many styles his eyes were dazzled. Old Xia, you've chosen your friends poorly, definitely worth befriending. Yi Che whispered in admiration. Seeing him grinning foolishly at the cabinet, the Nine-tailed Empress asked curiously, What are you looking at? Nothing. Yi Che quickly closed the cabinet door, unable to hide the smile on his face. Pervert. She rolled her eyes and pointed toward the enormous hot spring pool in the room. I'm going to bathe first. Inwardly she cheered. Finally, no more cramming into wooden tubs. She turned around and repeated, I'm going to bathe now. Go ahead, the pool is big enough. Huh, I know it's big. Xiao Qingli, hurry up and go. Yi Che waved dismissively without any reaction. The Nine-tailed Empress paused slightly, frustration surging up as she slammed the bathroom door shut with a bang. Is this dense man's brain missing? Can't he understand such obvious hints? But immediately after, she began to doubt herself. Maybe my hints weren't clear enough? This wasn't actually the case. Yi Che was currently absorbed in conversation with his system, his mind completely elsewhere, and his earlier responses were purely automatic. System, the favorability is already at 50. Why haven't you given me a reward? Host, speak with some conscience. Didn't I give you the Phoenix Dance Rainbow Feather Robe? Little system, I'm warning you, I won that fair and square with my own skills. Don't talk nonsense. The system bristled with anger. If you don't give me rewards, I won't coax the Empress anymore. Fine, you win. Reward. Stop. This time I want to choose myself. Yi Che interrupted the system. Wah, you're bullying the system. I couldn't pick the last few times because you forced them on me, so why can't I choose this time? Little system, we live in a democratic society, now still playing dictator? Give me cultivation enhancement, preferably maxed out. System, do you hear me? But the system still complied. After all, Yi Che was its master. If it didn't spoil him, who would? The next second, his golden spiritual root suddenly became active, like a whirlpool instantly ignited, erupting with terrifying suction force. The surrounding spiritual energy roared and surged backward, all pouring into his body. Boom. The city lord's mansion shook violently. Xia Tianyi, who was having sweet dreams, was startled awake and reflexively shouted, Earthquake. The trembling grew more intense. He scrambled out of his room, but just as he stepped outside, he remembered something. Worried about being buried under rubble, he rushed back to grab his beloved pillow before dashing to the open ground again. Why would there be an earthquake out of nowhere? Strange. He stood on the trembling ground, his face full of confusion. A guard hurriedly reported, City Lord, it's not an earthquake. It's the commotion coming from the senior's room. What? Xia Tianyi was shocked and immediately released his divine consciousness to investigate. Indeed, that senior was frantically absorbing spiritual energy. This suction force, a university expert truly lives up to their reputation. But cultivating in the dead of night, what was he trying to express? The scheming Xia Tianyi immediately began to speculate. Could the senior be hinting that he was dissatisfied with the room? Couldn't sleep? His expression immediately turned grave. If this big shot got angry, he'd be kicked to the curb. But what exactly was missing? Xia Tianyi frowned in deep thought, then turned to ask Steward Wang. What do you think is still missing from the room? Steward Wang hesitated for a moment, then whispered, I believe. What's missing is women. Enlightenment struck. Xia Tianyi slapped his thigh. Go. Summon all the beautiful women in Linjiang City. So that's what the senior meant. How thoughtless of me. Meanwhile, Yi Che absorbed endless spiritual energy and stepped into the heaven tier in one go. Such speed would be enough to shock the entire continent. Yet he wasn't satisfied. Hey, little system, only to heaven tier? At least upgrade me to saint tier. Hey, little system, where are you? Did you go jerk off? The system, having recognized Yi Che's true nature, chose to play dead. Suddenly, Yi Che felt a clear sensation in his heart. The second black dot could be activated. Haha, let me see what the second divine skill is. He broke the seal, and a crimson shadow shot out from the black, drilling into his consciousness. Taking a closer look, he was stunned. A human face with a serpent body, completely crimson red, and most absurdly those vertically positioned eyes. The system promptly provided information. Zhulong. The eyes of Zhulong can deduce all things, know the future and understand ancient times, judge yin and yang and determine the 5 elements. Yi Che frowned. This divine skill is too abstract. Can't fight with it, can't eat it, what's the damn point? Zhulong. Underscore what a fool. What? I'll have a bloody disaster? Yi Che calculated with his fingers and immediately cursed. What fucking bullshit. Just then, the Nine-tailed Empress walked out wrapped in a strapless bath towel, her slender legs completely exposed to the air. After her bath, her black hair was damp, cascading over her shoulders and down to her waist. Her skin was fair and tender, looking like polished jade under the moisture. A few water droplets slid from her thighs to her ankles before falling to the floor. Yi Che couldn't help but swallow, his heart pounding wildly. The Nine-tailed Empress approached, bringing with her a subtle fragrance. A seductive smile bloomed on her face, her shallow dimples absolutely soul-stirring. Yi Che stared at her in a daze, but his mind conjured up the alluring scene of her bathing moments ago as she was actually using her hands. As the image flashed through his mind, his nose began bleeding profusely. You, why are you having a nosebleed? The Nine-tailed Empress asked with concern, moving closer to him. Yi Che was rarely embarrassed and turned his head away to explain. It's nothing, just a bit of internal heat. Zhulong, you bastard. Speak up. He's so fragile. Just getting heated up and bleeding this much. The Nine-tailed Empress picked up a handkerchief from the table and wiped the blood from Yi Che's nose. But the next second, her towel accidentally dropped to the floor, revealing her exquisite and graceful figure with long hair, cascading over her perfect form. Yi Che's eyes locked onto this flawless body, suddenly losing the ability to blink. Splurt, blood flowed from his nose once again. This Linjiang City, the air is really dry here, making people so heated, huh? Yi Che made excuses. The Nine-tailed Empress didn't scream. Though somewhat surprised, she remained composed and said, I've never seen you look so intently before. Hearing the Empress's teasing remark, Yi Che's heart immediately filled with wild joy. Ha. After reaching 50 points of affection, things are definitely different. Xiao Qingli, a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. Let's quickly cultivate. Yes. The Nine-tailed Empress nodded shyly. Suddenly, Yi Che remembered something and pulled out a rather revealing outfit from the cabinet. He handed it to the Nine-tailed Empress and tentatively asked, Xiao Qingli, try wearing this. The Nine-tailed Empress glanced at it, her delicate eyebrows immediately furrowing with a resentful look. Is this something a decent person would wear? It doesn't cover what should be covered, and what shouldn't be covered isn't covered either. It's designed for convenience. Just try it, Yi Che pleaded again. Seeing his earnest expression, the Nine-tailed Empress's resolve wavered. She hadn't even noticed that unconsciously, she had begun to care about Yi Che's thoughts. Just this once, the Nine-tailed Empress became bashful for the first time. Soon, she had put on the outfit Yi Che had chosen. With just one glance, Yi Che could no longer look away. The Nine-tailed Empress had a graceful figure, wearing a gossamer-thin red nightgown that was tantalizingly translucent. On her shapely, slender legs, she wore something similar to black stockings from Blue Star, making her absolutely irresistible. The Nine-tailed Empress was obviously trying this style for the first time. Her fair cheeks were now tinged with a rosy blush, making her appear enchantingly beautiful. She slowly lay down on the bed, stretching out her body. Seeing Yi Che frozen in place, the Nine-tailed Empress parted her red lips slightly, breathing softly as she slowly raised her jade feet. Her 10 pink toes were like plum blossoms blooming in snow. Roar! Yi Che let out a mighty roar and pounced onto the bed. Soon, the Nine-tailed Empress noticed something unusual. Xiao Qingli, am I not amazing? Yi Che's face showed a proud expression. The Empress spat lightly and scolded. You shameless man. I'm not talking about that. Your cultivation level. How is it at the heavenly tier? The Nine-tailed Empress was astonished, but what shocked her even more was the speed of her own cultivation recovery. Almost with every movement, she could advance a small realm. Compared to before when she had to stay awake all night just to barely advance one realm, this was like the difference between heaven and hell. When you were soaking in the hot spring earlier, I practiced a little and broke through, Yi Che said nonchalantly. The Empress was secretly alarmed upon hearing this. Is this the power of true divine blood? Truly, terrifyingly powerful. That night, Yi Che felt as if he had ascended to the clouds, fully experiencing the Empress's ultimate tenderness. They also learned quite a few strange positions, and afterward, he could only sigh that practice leads to true knowledge. Some of the moves in those little drawings were simply impossible to complete. The next morning, Yi Che woke up first and suddenly felt a chill on his chest. Looking down, he saw the nine-tailed Empress sprawled across him, fast asleep with a large patch of drool glistening at the corner of her mouth. Yi Che couldn't help but chuckle silently. This former immortal emperor now truly treated him as one of her own. He didn't move, simply gazing quietly at the stunning beauty before him. The Empress's lotus-white arms wrapped tighter around him, her head buried in his chest like a lazy little cat. With a thought, Yi Che summoned his version status panel. Name: Qingli Nine-tailed Empress. Cultivation: 9th level of Heaven tier. Original cultivation: Immortal Emperor. Affection level: 50. Status: in heat. Current wishes: revenge, staying with Yi Che. After reading it, he immediately protested. Little system, what do you mean in heat? Can't you use better words? Damn it. She's a fox, so what's wrong with this system writing in heat? Illiterate. The system snorted coldly. Hurry up and win over this little fox so this system can summon a new one to give you some variety. Yi Che was speechless. This was the first time he'd discovered the system could be such a scoundrel. He'd always viewed love as sacred and solemn. If he ever went astray in the future, it would be entirely this damned system's fault. Wah wah wah. The nine-tailed Empress in his arms let out a few soft hums, reluctantly opening her eyes and nuzzling her little head against his chest. Awake? Sleepy, want to sleep more. Her pouting little mouth was written all over with unhappy. Yi Che grinned mischievously. Then let me help little Qingli wake up. With that, he rolled over to pin her down. The bedding tumbled as suppressed, and peculiar sounds rose and fell throughout the room. When the sun was high in the sky, the two appeared punctually in the city lord's mansion garden. Xia Tianyi had already prepared fine wine and beautiful women. At a glance, the garden was a riot of purple and red, full of spring colors. Seeing Yi Che arrive, he trotted over respectfully. Sect Master Yi, last night. Did you rest well? Haha, excellent. The bed was big and soft. Yi Che was in an exceptionally good mood. These words carried different implications for Xia Tianyi. Why did the senior specifically mention the bed? Was he hinting that I had a bed, but no one to warm it? After years of flattery, how could I have been so negligent last night? He secretly regretted this and immediately signaled the beauties with his eyes. The lovely women understood perfectly, fluttering toward them like colorful butterflies to flowers. Suddenly, the entire garden filled with festive music and melodious laughter. Yi Che was delighted, slow-motion gesturing with both hands as he began to dance on the spot. He was about to open his mouth with some profound words. Keep the music playing. Keep. Whoosh. A sharp sword chi swept across, and the artificial mountain exploded on the spot. Get lost. The nine-tailed Empress's face was dark as water, glaring deadly at the three beauties hugging Yi Che's arms, her eyes practically shooting flames. His arms, are they something you're allowed to hold? Everyone was scared pale and fled in panic. Yi Che quickly pushed the women away, standing beside the Empress with a serious expression. Ahem. What are you doing? In broad daylight. How improper. Don't worry, little Qingli. I'll definitely punish them severely for you. But the Empress turned to glare at him instead, gritting her teeth. You go stand in the corner too. Yi Che. He immediately raised his hands in surrender. Fine, I'll stand. At dusk, sect leader Yi, we've been standing here facing the wall all afternoon as punishment. Can we take a break? My old rheumatic legs can't hold up much longer. Yi Che stood with his hands clasped behind his back, concealing the smile at the corner of his lips, his voice deliberately profound. Old Xia, this is also training. Standing for long periods benefits the muscles and bones. Xia Tianyi grumbled inwardly. Training my ass. You're just afraid of going back and getting scolded by your wife. You asked me to find you beauties, but don't dare accept them. What kind of nonsense is this? Just as he was silently complaining, several sword winds suddenly swept overhead. Old Xia, you're not being fair. Accompanied by laughing curses, several familiar voices tumbled down from the clouds. You know a hidden expert, and don't say a word. Yeah, if you're eating meat, at least let your brothers smell it. As the voices faded, three figures leaped down. The first had astonishingly large ears that hung to his shoulders, with an ordinary face. The second had a full beard covering his face, with squinting eyes as narrow as knife slits. The third was clearly broad-shouldered and bear-like, yet only 5 feet tall, with shifty, lecherous eyes. Seeing the visitors clearly, Xia Tianyi immediately perked up, touching his toes to the ground and darting over. Ha ha! Lu big ears, chow beard, Wuda, you came too. To see if you were dead yet. Chowbeard grinned. What? Not welcoming us? Wuda rubbed his hands with a wicked smile. If you don't welcome us, we won't take you to peep at widows bathing. All three were at the peak of the desolate stage, the most famous trio of rogue cultivators in the northern Zhou, known as the wife killers and widow harvesters, who had stolen chickens and touched dogs a him, who had weathered life and death trials together with Xia Tianyi in their youth. Lu Big Ears looked around and lowered his voice. Old Xia, where's the senior? Introduce us, brothers. Xia Tianyi raised an eyebrow. Oh, your information network is pretty good? Chow Beard snorted. Luo Guantong and Wei Wuxian have plastered bounty notices all over the dynasty, asking big shots to help them get revenge. We're not deaf. Lu Big Ears became serious. Can you handle it? Xia Tianyi snorted disdainfully. Bullshit. What are those people? This time I'm hugging a thigh so thick it'll scare you to death. How thick? Wuda blinked. Don't know, but ridiculously strong anyway. Xia Tianyi rolled his eyes. How would he dare probe the senior's depths? Chow Beard couldn't wait. Where is he? Quickly let us see. Xia Tianyi squinted and jerked his chin toward the distance. See that? The senior is standing right there. Remember the rules, pay respects first. If the senior is pleased, even getting a sip of soup would be a blessing for several lifetimes. The three looked in the direction he pointed. Chow Beard frowned and muttered quietly. Old Xia, you're not pulling our leg, are you? He's only at the second level of heaven stage. Wuda also curled his lip. I could kill him with a fart. Old Xia, you're not being honest. But Lu Big Ears stared at Yi Chei's back, looking him up and down, his eyes lighting up. Nice round, perky butt. This kid has a good figure. What? Heaven stage? Wasn't the senior at Mystic stage yesterday? Today he's presenting himself as heaven stage? That's our senior for you. His control over his aura is truly strong. Xia Tianyi's admiration grew even stronger, and he sighed inwardly, wondering when he would ever be able to control his aura as freely as Senior Yi. Footsteps approached from behind, and Yi Chei turned around curiously. With just one glance, he couldn't help but shudder internally. Good heavens, how did someone manage to grow up this ugly? His nose looked like a mouth, his eyes like a chin. It completely redefined the lower limits of aesthetics. Sect Master Yi, these three are all my good brothers Lu Dur, Chao Huzi, and Wuda. We came here today specifically to pay our respects and admire your distinguished presence. Xia Tianyi hurriedly introduced them. Oh, so you're all friends. Yi Chei laughed heartily, casually gesturing in welcome. How does that old saying go? When friends come from afar, they must be eliminated no matter how far. No wait. Is it not a joy? The three men exchanged glances and hastily cupped their hands. Joy indeed. Yet they wondered to themselves. He clearly looks like a big shot, but insists on pretending to be weak. What kind of fool does this in the world? But since they couldn't gauge his cultivation level, they figured it was better to be polite. Seeing how courteous the men were, Yi Chei nodded with satisfaction, thinking to himself, making friends with cultured people is truly comfortable. Look at that, three big shots without any airs at all, completely not looking down on him, a heaven-tier weakling. He was just puzzled. Why do they keep calling me senior? Could senior be a universal form of address? His gaze swept among the three men, finally settling on Lu Dur. This one was at least bearable to look at, while the other two were truly painful to the eyes. Remembering how old Xia had helped him along the way, and seeing their sincerity, Yi Chei's heart stirred. Why not lend them a hand? With two great secret techniques at his disposal, though his cultivation wasn't high, he could still achieve remarkable effects, especially with the eyes of Zhulong. Under its deduction, all things could be perceived. Lu Dur felt uncomfortable under Yi Chei's stare and asked quietly, Senior you? Why are you looking at me? Do you want to know where the Kongming grass is? Yi Chei spoke calmly. Boom. Lu Dur felt his mind explode, looking up in disbelief. Senior, you. How do you know I need Kongming grass? Yi Chei raised his hand and pretended to calculate with his fingers. I did a little divination. Lu Dur's spirit shook wildly. Could this senior truly be able to glimpse the secrets of heaven? His voice trembled. Then, could you tell me where the Kongming grass is? Seeing the man's eyes wide as copper bells and his body shaking as if he might faint at any moment, Yi Chei quickly lowered his voice. Far away in the horizon, yet close before your eye sits at Wulong Ridge, 300 li outside Linjiang City. I see. Kongming grass, here I come. Lu Dur roared, stomped his foot hard, sending dust flying, then turned and shot toward the city outskirts like a streak of light, his retreating figure graceful, but leaving the remaining men covered in dust. Cough cough. Damn it. What's gotten into Lu Dur? He's choking me to death. Chao Huzi wiped his tears and cursed. That bastard. I should never have brought him along. I say, old Xia, has your friend, cough cough, actually grown up? Xia Tianyi smiled awkwardly. Please don't be angry, senior. He's not usually like this. Maybe he got kicked in the head by a donkey when he left home today. Wuda spat. Bullshit. What kicked by a donkey? Clearly he's been fooling around too much lately, and his brain's gone haywire. Forget it. Let's not worry about that fool anymore, senior. Let's go drink. Someone, prepare the feast. Xia Tianyi ordered his servants. The garden was quickly filled with food and wine. A cool breeze carried the enticing aromas through the air. Just as they raised their cups, a thunderous boom suddenly echoed from the horizon. Within minutes, Lu De'er came flying back with a flushed face, practically bouncing with excitement like he'd just climbed into a widow's bed. Xia Tianyi was about to curse him out when Lu De'er rushed straight to Yi Che, dropped to his knees with a thud, and said in a trembling voice, "Senior, my great benefactor, thanks to your guidance, I found the Kongming grass. I heard you don't have a son yet. If you don't mind, I'll take care of you in your old age." Puff! The other four simultaneously spat their wine across the table. Xia Tianyi even launched a flying kick that sent Lu De'er spinning on the ground. Damn it! I've known senior the longest and haven't even earned grandson status. Yet you want to be his son. Yi Che's heart sank. This kid's too ugly. I can't accept him. Chao Huzi stroked his beard in confusion. Old Lu, is this Kongming grass really that important? Lu De'er puffed out his chest proudly. Of course. With it, I'll break through to the Hong stage within a month. Upon hearing this, Xia Tianyi and the other two hugged each other and wailed, "Damn it! Our poor brother struck it rich in the blink of an eye." Chao Huzi blew his beard and glared. "I take care of widows every day. Why don't I have this kind of luck?" Lu De'er quickly explained. "It's not my luck. It's because senior gave me the exact location. If I had searched on my own, I wouldn't have found it in a lifetime." With that, he started kowtowing to Yi Che again. At this moment, he had no doubt about Yi Che's abilities to provide such enlightenment with just one sentence. How could this be possible without heaven-defying cultivation? Yi Che hurriedly helped him up. "Brother Der, stop kowtowing. I really don't want to accept you as a son. Then accept me as a grandson." "Grandpa, you bastard." The other three cursed silently, then exchanged glances and roared in unison. "Grandpa, please look at us too." "You guys." Yi Che was so startled he kept backing away, then used his bathroom escape technique and disappeared into the outhouse in a flash. Hiding inside, his face was full of distress. "Those four guys are more ridiculous than the last. I really don't dare acknowledge them." In the garden, Chao Huzi gazed in the direction where Yi Che had disappeared and sighed in amazement. To deduce someone's breakthrough opportunity with just one glance, even universe stage experts might not possess such abilities. Wu De suddenly remembered something, his expression becoming grave. "Everyone, my second brother once said that people from the Immortal Realm can deduce all paths. They only need to look at you once to know everything about you." "Immortal Realm?" Everyone exclaimed in unison. Wu De lowered his voice. "I suspect senior isn't universe stage at all, but rather an immortal who came down to experience the mortal world." Before he could finish, everyone was struck as if by lightning, their minds buzzing. "Senior? A big shot from the Immortal Realm. Hiss, what a thick and long thigh to hug." Chao Huzi was overjoyed, secretly deciding that he must also get senior's guidance later. After quite a while, Yi Che emerged from the outhouse, covering his nose. The next second, the four men surrounded him completely. Yi Che found himself trapped with nowhere to retreat, so he raised his hands and waved them dismissively. "Gentlemen, please stop calling me father and grandfather. How about this? Why don't we become sworn brothers instead? Honestly, you're all so capable and entertaining, and your flattery makes me feel absolutely wonderful. I genuinely enjoy hanging out with you guys." The moment these words fell, all four faces instantly froze like statues. Celestial Master wanted to become sworn brothers with them? Their eyes immediately turned red, with snot and tears flowing freely. Wu De was so excited his fingers trembled as he quickly pulled out a communication stone. "Erlang, go check if our ancestral graves are smoking." In less than a breath, a reply came back. "Brother, there's no smoke, just a patch of green broccoli sprouting out." Ancestral graves can grow broccoli? Wu De scratched his head, completely bewildered. In the crowd, Chao Huzi was the most anxious. He rushed up to Yi Che in 2 steps, looking up eagerly. "Senior, my cultivation has been stuck for decades. Do you think, could you help me break through?" For burning gazes fixed on Yi Che simultaneously, he smoothly flicked his sleeves, assuming the posture of a transcendent master, and closed his eyes in contemplation before the watching crowd. Chao Huzi's breathing grew rapid, his palms sweaty. Hadn't been this nervous even when climbing over Widow's walls in the middle of the night. After a long moment, Yi Che extended his finger and tapped Chao Huzi's forehead. "Here, a meridian is blocked. Spiritual energy can't flow through, so naturally you can't advance." The other three nearly burst out laughing. Wasn't this basically saying Chao Huzi was missing a screw in his head? But Chao Huzi was overjoyed, bowing deeply. "Senior's insight is profound. Every time I practice, my head feels like it's filled with water. Please enlighten me." "The solution is simple. Practice your technique in reverse," Yi Che said casually. Boom. Chao Huzi's face instantly turned deathly pale. Reverse cultivation? At best he'd be paralyzed, at worst his body would explode. If anyone else dared to fool him like this, He would have killed them with one palm strike. But this was a senior after all. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Really, really do this? Don't worry, absolutely no problem. Yi Che patted his chest confidently. Fine. At worst, in 18 years I'll still be a good man. Chao Huzi steeled himself and immediately began reversing his cultivation technique. The moment his spiritual energy reversed direction, his forehead suddenly became blindingly bright like polished by lamplight, dazzlingly brilliant. In the next instant, spiritual currents surged like an ocean within his body, and his meridians opened with a rushing sound. A few seconds later, Chao Huzi's eyes snapped open, his entire aura transformed dramatically as he stepped directly into the new Hong stage realm. Overwhelming power surged through his body, and he was so intoxicated his mouth twitched. This is the Hong stage? Coming to his senses, he dropped heavily to his knees, kowtowing with loud thuds. Junior Chao who pays respects and thanks to Senior's great kindness. From now on, my life belongs to you. Whatever you command, I'll face 10,000 deaths without hesitation. Yi Che felt secretly delighted. It seemed the Eye of Zhulong might appear unremarkable, but it really worked. Seeing both Chao Huzi and Luda Air break through one after another, Wu De and Xia Tianyi beside them were so envious they rubbed their hands together. Senior, what about us? Don't rush, let's eat first. Yi Che smiled and stopped them. We'll discuss it during the feast. Chao Huzi had already grabbed the wine pot, grinning broadly. Right, let's drink first. Senior, let me tell you, I have quite extensive research on fine wine and other men's wives. Upon hearing this, Yi Che slapped his forehead. All right, fine wine. On such a rare festive occasion, I'm suddenly inspired to compose a poem. The banquet was in full swing, and everyone turned to look at Yi Che in unison. Someone joked, Senior, you're also skilled in poetry? Please recite it. Hearty laughter erupted like sparks falling into a wine jar, instantly exploding. Yi Che cleared his throat, his eyes rolling around. This world is different from Blue Star, so borrowing lines from ancient poets shouldn't be a problem. No one can expose me. He raised his cup and began. When life brings joy, one must enjoy it fully. Don't let the golden goblet face the moon in vain. His mind went blank at this point. What's the next line again? He screamed internally, quickly improvising. Drinking wine and singing. How brief is life? What can dispel our worries? Only Dukong wine. Gentlemen, how is this poem? He said, tilting his head back to drain his cup. The hall erupted in cheers, especially Chao Huzi, whose beard trembled incessantly as he felt an inexplicable resonance. This poem seemed tailor-made for him. I never expected Senior to not only possess unrivaled martial arts, but also excel in poetry. Chao is impressed. Chao Huzi stood up to toast, his eyes fervent. May I ask if Senior has any insights about married women? Yi Che drained his cup in one gulp, wiped his mouth, winked mischievously, and grinned wickedly. He married women. They're quite something. There's nothing you can imagine that they can't deliver. Everyone's eyes lit up in unison. A master is indeed a master. This is wisdom from experience. The perceptive Xia Tianyi quickly pulled out a small notebook and began scribbling frantically. Senior's insights, even understanding a fraction of them, would bring limitless prospects. After several rounds of drinks, Wu De approached with a wine pot, his face wrinkled like a bitter melon, grabbing Yi Che. Senior, please give me more guidance. I also want to experience the thrill of breakthrough. That's easy. Yi Che waved dismissively. Bring your face closer. He squinted at Wu De, then suddenly burst out with a strange cry. Holy crap. Wu Da's heart sank. Senior, am I hopeless for breakthrough? Yi Che shook his head with a strange expression and asked tentatively. Wu De, how is your relationship with your wife? Very good. Jean Lian is the most virtuous wife, though lately she's been giving me medicine all the time. Wu De scratched his head, completely puzzled why Yi Che cared about this matter. Yi Che counted on his fingers for a few seconds and nodded slightly. Just as I thought. This behavior left everyone even more confused. Senior, Wu De, Yi Che sighed. Jean Lian was worried you'd catch cold, so she put a green hat on you. Crash. The wine cup shattered as Wu De froze completely, his smile vanishing entirely. Senior, what you're saying, is it true? He breathed heavily, his entire face crumpling as tears threatened to fall. Jean Lian cheated on me? When did this happen? Yi Che counted on his fingers. About 50 years ago. You've been wearing this hat for quite some time. What? 50 years ago, Wu De roared. Lu De quickly tried to console him. Delang, though it's been a while, at least you know now. It's not too late, just bear with it. Bear with it, my ass. Wu De exploded on the spot. I only married her 50 years ago. She, right after our wedding night. He howled toward the heavens. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. They looked at Wu De with pity, desperately wanting to ask him. When you could easily enter, didn't you ever wonder why? Everyone stared blankly at Wu De as the thick aroma of wine filled the air. Just as the atmosphere seemed to freeze, Wu De suddenly raised his head, the dejection on his face scattering like dust in the wind. He lifted his cup with gravity and declared, "This is nothing. Come, let's drink. Don't let one woman ruin our good time." Wuda you. Someone started to console him, but he waved them off. "I'm fine now. A man needs to suffer some wounds to grow. Let the past go with the wind and take everything away. From now on call me the melancholy man." He spoke with such emotion, his brow taking on an air of melancholy and worldly experience. "That's the spirit." The Lang. Applause suddenly erupted. Xia Tianyi pounded the table vigorously. "Yes. Show some spirit. Don't disgrace us, three musketeers." Yi Che sighed softly and patted Wu Da's shoulder. "This kind of thing really hits hard, I understand." The Lang, stop putting on a brave front. It's no sin for a man to cry. Go ahead and cry if you need to, otherwise I'm afraid your eyeballs will drown. Even though Wu Da tilted his head back with all his might, Yi Che could still clearly see his reddened eyes. Finally, the suppressed sobbing burst forth. "Wah, sob, that wretched woman. Wu Da treated her so well, and she woo. Senior, my heart feels so cold." He plopped down on the ground and wailed. Seeing this, Xia Tianyi and the others felt terrible, their anger boiling over. "Damn it, we can't let this slide." Xia Tianyi clenched his fists. "Senior, do you know who that adulterer is? I'll castrate him." "That's too easy on him," others chimed in. "Smear honey down there and throw him into a hornet's nest. Let him taste those intimate kisses." "Exactly. Then roast him with fire and steam him in a cage. Make him regret ever coming into this world." The murderous intent was so fierce that even Yi Che drew a sharp breath. These brothers were all ruthless men. He helped Wu Da up and said leisurely, "Actually, you know that man too." "I know him." Wu Da's eyes widened as he turned to stare at Chao Huzith. That old fellow had always had a thing for other men's wives. "What the hell? Wu Da, what are you implying? I never slept with your woman." Chao Huzi immediately panicked. "Senior, is it him?" Wu Da's voice trembled. "Of course not." Yi Che shook his head. "That man is called Dong Menqing, and he lives at the head of your village." "So it's him." Wu Da's face instantly darkened as he ground out 3 words through clenched teeth. "Dong Menqing? His Dong Menqing? His father wouldn't be the blade-dragging King Dong Menqueshua, would he?" Xia Tianyi exclaimed. Everyone's faces immediately turned grim. Dong Menqueshua was a universe-level powerhouse with divine blade techniques. If it came to a fight, they feared. But Yi Che remained unconcerned, casually tearing off a chicken leg and gnawing on it as he said, "Wu Da, go find your second brother. He can help you get revenge. But senior, my second brother is only at the flood level. Tell him you've been cuckolded, and he'll immediately break through to universe level." Yi Che smiled knowingly. With his candle dragon eyes, he could see everyone's threads of fate. Wu Da wiped away his tears and nodded solemnly. "Good. I'll go back right now. Senior, today was my fault. I'll definitely drink properly with you another day." With that, he took off running at full speed. As Wu Da's figure disappeared into the distance, the tavern grew quiet again. Xia Tianyi looked at Yi Che with hopeful eyes. "Senior, you've given guidance to all 3 of them. What about me?" "Don't worry, old Xia. Your breakthrough opportunity lies in the ancient battlefield. After it opens tomorrow, I'll go with you." Yi Che had long since perceived Xia Tianyi's threat of fate. What puzzled him was when he looked at little Qing Li this morning. Why did she also have an opportunity in the ancient battlefield? With a senior personally taking action, this ancient battlefield will surely bring abundant opportunities. Xia Tianyi threw back his head and laughed heartily, waving his hands in the air as if golden treasures were already piled before his eyes. The makeshift long table was filled with the aroma of wine, and roasted meat sizzled with oil in the bowls and plates. Lu Da was the first to set down his wine cup, clasping his hands together and bowing deeply to Yi Che once again. "I am deeply grateful for your great kindness, senior. Should you ever need anything in the future, Dur will go through fire and water without hesitation." Chao Huzi stroked his beard while thumping his chest vigorously in agreement. "Exactly. We still have some connections within the Northern Zhou dynasty. Senior, just give us your orders running errands and scouting ahead. We'll handle it all." Their straightforward attitude warmed Yi Che's heart, but as he looked them over, he couldn't help thinking to himself, "They're good people, just a bit rough around the edges. Well, at least my good looks can make up for it." After several rounds of drinks, Lu Da remembered something and lowered his voice to warn. "Senior, you must be wary of Wei Wuxian. He's going around asking people to target you, wanting revenge for his severed arm." Yi Che's cup froze halfway to his lips, his voice becoming hoarse. How strong are the fighters he can hire? Could they be hung level?" "Hard to say." Lu Da shook his head. "Money can work miracles. As long as the bounty is high enough, someone will always be willing to take action." This made Yi Che's heart sink. Damn it, maybe I should just go back to Falling Star Mountain. However, Xia Tianyi was unconcerned and scoffed. "Those 2 are nothing. If they really dare to cause trouble, Senior will teach them a lesson in no time." Yi Che smiled bitterly. "Could you stop dragging me into your boasting? But Lu De and Xiao Huzi had already been completely convinced by the senior image, nodding in unison. To have the fortune of meeting senior, what a blessing. What a blessing. The flattery came like rapid-fire cannons, and Yi Che couldn't even get a word in to explain. Meanwhile, under the night sky, lights flickered in Burial Blade Valley. Wei Wuxian and Luo Guantong, the two one-armed heroes, pushed through the door and immediately knelt down, kowtowing with their foreheads striking the wooden floor with loud thuds. Senior Dongmen, please take action and help us get our revenge. Inside the room, Dongmen Shueishue reclined in a rattan chair, holding a teacup between his fingers with steam rising from it. His features were sharp, and a broad-backed saber lay across his knees. Though sheathed, the weapon still emanated a threatening chill. I haven't taken bounty jobs for many years. You should, Senior Dongmen. Wei Wuxian crawled forward on his knees like a seal, presenting a storage pouch. Here are 10 million low-grade spirit stones as our tribute to you. Dongmen Shueishue weighed the pouch and smiled. Not bad. With the money in place, my blade has the strength to act. Wei Wuxian immediately launched into flattery. Senior Dongmen's blade techniques are unparalleled. One strike can shake heaven and earth and make ghosts weep. Dealing with those two who only know how to bully juniors should be child's play for you, right? Luo Guantong nodded frantically. Exactly, exactly. Ha ha ha, naturally. Dongmen Shueishue stroked his beard and laughed wildly. I rarely draw my blade, but when I do, blood must be spilled. You two go back and wait for news. Once I finish the matters here, I'll follow you to Linjiang City. The two men kowtowed like pecking chickens, their voices hoarse but excited. Thank you, Senior. After Wei Wuxian and his companion left, Dongmen Shueishue quickly shut all the windows and cautiously extended his divine consciousness to scan the surrounding 100 miles. Once he confirmed no one was around, he coughed lightly, and then, Master Dongmen, your little darling is here. A sweet, coquettish voice came from behind the curtain. Before anyone could see her, a pair of long legs emerged first. Those legs were so long and fair, making one unable to resist the urge to caress and kiss them. Dongmen Shueishue rubbed his hands together, looking eager as he said, Little Golden Lotus, you vixen, I've missed you to death. Why didn't you come to keep me company sooner? It's all your son's fault, he wouldn't let me leave. Haha, what does that brat know? Today, this old man will let you try some new tricks. Dongmen Shueishue burst into laughter. Soon, strange sounds began echoing from the room. Scream all you want. The louder you cry, the more excited this old man gets. Ha! Yi Che and the others knew nothing of what transpired in Burial Knife Valley. At that moment, he was happily soaking in hot springs with the Nine-tailed Empress. He pulled the Empress close and kissed her face repeatedly, his hands never stopping their movements. The Empress's pretty face flushed red, and her hair became somewhat disheveled. After dozens of breaths, then dozens more. Finally, the Nine-tailed Empress endured it all, letting Yi Che do as he pleased. With this tacit permission, a rather immature idea suddenly arose in Yi Che's mind. Yi Che's eyes rolled as he immediately said, Little Qingli, lie down properly, and let me give you a massage. How about it? You know how to do that too? The Nine-tailed Empress asked skeptically. Just try it, and you'll know it'll definitely feel great. The Nine-tailed Empress lay down dubiously on the waterbed in the center of the hot spring. Yi Che was thrilled. He gently kneaded the Empress's smooth back, and at that moment, holding her in his hands, he truly understood what could be called the world's finest treasure. The sensation was incredible. The words smooth and tender were completely inadequate to describe it. Absolutely amazing. Before he knew it, the night had passed. Yi Che opened his eyes to find his cultivation had increased considerably. How wonderful. But when he turned his head, he suddenly glimpsed a familiar figure. Holy crap. Am I still dreaming? Honglin, how are you here? Yi Che rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Honglin looked up at him in confusion. She was wearing a nightgown, standing barefoot on a stool with a wronged expression. Brother isn't a good brother. You forgot about Honglin. How could that be? Brother is out there conquering territories for Honglin. Yi Che got up, trying to defend himself. But Honglin, how did you find this place? And how did you get into the room so quietly? Honglin frowned and thought for a long time before tilting her head and answering weakly. I was making food for Ah Huang. While eating, it started crying. Then, barked at me once. When Linner opened her eyes again, I was mysteriously here. After brother left, Ah Huang became so naughty. Always wasting food, bad doggy. Hong Lin angrily put her hands on her hips and began listing the Dog Emperor's various misdeeds. Yi Che wondered why the Dog Emperor had sent Hong Lin here for no apparent reason. Could there be some deeper meaning? At that moment, far away in the Falling Star mountain range, the Dog Emperor looked up at the sky with tears glistening in his eyes, howling in grievance. Is this something a human would call food? Damn it, there's more salt in the soup than noodles. It's worse than the crap I take. Yi Che come back quickly. Although Yi Che felt puzzled, seeing Hong Lin's pitiful expression instantly melted his heart. He affectionately patted Hong Lin's head and said, Hong Lin, since we're already here, let's go explore the ancient battlefield together. The nine-tailed Empress beside them nodded gracefully, her voice melodious, yet commanding. The ancient battlefield is rich with blood qi, making it perfect for cultivating Hong Lin's blood fiend's sacred body. Hong Lin blinked her bright eyes and nodded obediently. I don't mind where we go, as long as I can be with Big Brother. I'm happy. Thus, the group set off for the northern region's ancient battlefield in 2 flying palanquins. During the journey, Xia Tianyi acted like an impatient child waiting to unwrap a gift, constantly peering through Yi Chei's palanquin window. Senior, where exactly is my breakthrough opportunity? Yi Chei reclined on the soft couch with his eyes closed, casually responding, you'll know when we arrive. At dusk, as the setting sun painted a long red streak across the horizon, the 2 flying palanquins slowly descended before a desolate ancient city. Senior, we've arrived. Xia Tianyi bowed respectfully, his gaze falling upon the crumbling city walls as he sighed. I can't remember how many years it's been since I last returned to this battlefield. Yi Chei lifted the palanquin curtain, leisurely stretched, and was immediately stunned by the sight before him upon stepping down. This ancient battlefield was actually a ruined ancient city. Nearly half the city walls had collapsed, with broken stones scattered across the heights. The city gates bore countless rust marks, with corroded metal flakes falling at the slightest breeze. Above the gate hung a plaque inscribed with "Victory over evil and lawlessness," its characters interwoven with natural patterns that seemed to draw one's gaze into an invisible vortex, containing infinite mysteries. Yi Chei's eyes sharpened as the candle dragon's eye within him quietly activated. The divination results pointed to Immortal Realm ruins. Xia Tianyi added from the side. Senior, this ancient battlefield's origins are mysterious. Hundreds of years ago, a meteorite fell from the sky, and when the dust settled, only this city remained. Initially, treasures were scattered everywhere. I heard that a yellow rank cultivator entered and found a mysterious spirit talisman, then directly broke through to universe rank within a few years and ascended to the Immortal Realm. Isn't that infuriating, Senior? If only I had been born back then, it wouldn't have been his turn. Yi Chei chuckled softly. Everyone has their own destiny. In cultivation, luck matters no matter how strong you are. Without it, everything's in vain. Let's go in. The group stepped through the broken city gate, feeling the bone-chilling coldness of the stone bricks beneath their feet. The city was so quiet that even the wind was clearly audible. At this moment, forces from the other 3 victorious cities had already arrived, exchanging insincere pleasantries with forced smiles. When they noticed Xia Tianyi following behind the group, they were all astonished. Huh, why isn't it Star River City? A red-robed elder raised his eyebrows, sizing up Xia Tianyi with a sarcastic tone. Well, who do we have here? Didn't expect you to make it into the ancient battlefield too. Xia Tianyi strode forward boldly, grinning arrogantly. I'm your daddy. You don't think that just because you found a powerful backer, I, Qin Haizhu, will be afraid of you. The red-robed elder Qin Haizhu's beard trembled with rage as he rolled up his sleeves, ready to charge forward. Xia Tianyi's lips curled into a smirk as he deliberately leaned his face forward, waving his sleeve provocatively. Just you? Then come on. Now that I have a senior backing me, let's see who dares bully me. From now on, among the dynasty's 12 cities, I'm the boss. I want this sky to no longer cover my eyes. I want this earth to no longer bury my heart. Ha ha ha. Yi Chei watched Xia Tianyi laughing maniacally at the sky, couldn't help but raise his hand to his forehead, and sighed deeply. Sigh. Old Xia's Chinibu syndrome is acting up again. Seeing Xia Tianyi's confident demeanor, Qin Haizhu felt uncertain and quietly rolled his sleeves back down. I can't be bothered arguing with you. Let's go. Xia Tianyi threw out these words and strode forward with large steps, his chest heaving with surging pride. Old Xia has finally toughened up. He clenched his fists, his face flushed red. Senior, this feeling of everyone being afraid of me is absolutely amazing. Yi Chei followed closely behind, a sunny smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Old Xia, stop grinning like an idiot. A real opportunity has arrived. Xia Tianyi suddenly looked up, his eyes shining brilliantly. Senior, head north. Yi Chei casually pointed, as if tracing a route in the air. There's a 1,000-year-old fire attribute spirit herb there that matches your constitution perfectly. It can help you break through to the Hong stage. From the moment he stepped into the ancient city, not a single treasure within could escape the deduction of his eyes of the candle dragon. If his cultivation weren't still shallow, he wouldn't even need to visit personally, just speaking a name would reveal everything. The power of divine techniques was beyond ordinary imagination. Xia Tianyi's blood boiled with excitement. Senior, you're that incredible? You can detect all this. Don't dawdle. Yi Chei waved his hand. If you go too late, I can't guarantee the opportunity will still be there. Thank you, Senior. Xia Tianyi dropped to his knees with a thud and kowtowed solemnly. This old Xia is going right now. Before his words finished echoing, he was already racing toward the northern end of the ancient city like lightning. As soon as Xia Tianyi's figure disappeared, the nine-tailed Empress frowned, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. Since when did you learn fortune-telling? Little Qingli, fortune-telling may not always be true, but what I speak are heavenly secrets. Yi Che stood with his hands behind his back, chin slightly raised. I just unlocked my second divine technique, the eyes of the candle dragon. All things under heaven can be deduced. Wow, Big Brother is so amazing. Hong Lin blinked her bright, watery eyes and clapped vigorously. She didn't understand what the eyes of the candle dragon meant, but she knew applauding right now couldn't be wrong. Unlike Hong Lin's innocence, the nine-tailed Empress felt tremendous waves crashing in her heart. Deducing all things should be a method only Saint stage powerhouses could master, and each use came with enormous cost. Yet Yi Che, merely at the heaven stage, not only used it effortlessly, but seemed to pay no price at all. Comparing people really could drive one to death. She took several deep breaths, barely suppressing the jealousy in her chest. Little Qingli, let's go to the center. Yi Che's tone was casual. I won't go. The nine-tailed Empress snorted coldly and turned her face away. Why should this guy's luck be so heaven-defyingly good? After cultivating bitterly for 1,000 years, she was easily left behind in the end, leaving her extremely unbalanced. There's thousand-year fox heart grass in the center. Yi Che said leisurely. In my deduction, that's your future opportunity to break through to the saint stage. Fox heart grass. The nine-tailed Empress's heart shook violently. Even her breathing froze. You're not talking nonsense, are you? How could such immortal grass possibly appear in the mortal realm? Won't we know if we go look? Yi Che smiled mysteriously. I don't care about it. She turned her head proudly, but the 5 words, thousand-year fox heart grass, hooked at her heart like fishhooks. Let him lead her by the nose? How infuriating. After struggling for a moment, the nine-tailed Empress ultimately couldn't suppress her curiosity and awkwardly reached out to tug at Yi Che's sleeve. Lead the way. Yi Che raised an eyebrow, his smile smug. Little thing, got you wrapped around my finger. The two quickly reached the center of the ancient city. Broken pavilions lay scattered everywhere, rubble covered the ground, and dust swirled up from their footsteps. Trying to find treasure in such a pile of ruins was like digging for gold in a cesspit. The nine-tailed Empress pushed her divine consciousness to its limit, but couldn't detect even a trace of fox heartgrass's spiritual essence. She frowned. Where's the fox heartgrass? Right there. Yi Che raised his hand, pointing toward a patch of wildly overgrown weeds beside the ruins. The nine-tailed Empress followed his gaze, and instantly her blood surged as she couldn't help but curse. Yi Che, damn you. Sister Ninetails, no swearing. Hong Lin whispered as a gentle reminder. The nine-tailed Empress's face flushed red with anger as she grabbed Yi Che by the ear and dragged him into the tall grass. With her hands on her hips, she stomped her foot hard on the ground, her voice nearly exploding. Where is it? I'm asking you, where's the fox heartgrass? Ouch, that hurts. Yi Che grimaced in pain, desperately protecting his ears with both hands. Liar. The Empress glared at him viciously, her chest heaving violently, as if she might burst from rage. She had suspected all along that this man was talking nonsense, yet she had secretly harbored a glimmer of hope, and what was the result? Not a trace to be found. If you can't do it, just say so. Stop acting all mysterious. This man is truly awful. She cursed him thoroughly in her mind. Seeing that the Empress was truly about to explode, Yi Che had no choice but to raise his hands and surrender, smiling faintly. I didn't lie to little Qingli. If you don't believe me, go move that rock yourself. The fox heartgrass is underneath. Huh. If I believe another word from you, I'm a fool. The nine-tailed Empress wanted nothing more than to kick him flying. Yi Che shrugged helplessly and stepped forward. He muttered to himself. Why does this woman go berserk at the drop of a hat? She wasn't like this before. Could it be that time of the month? Boom. He threw a powerful punch at the boulder, and the massive stone instantly shattered. As debris flew everywhere, a pillar of cyan light shot skyward, its brilliance blinding and its aura terrifying, shaking the entire area in an instant. It felt good. Yi Che shook his fist. Within the dazzling light, a familiar and powerful spiritual essence spread outward. The Empress's eyes widened as her heart pounded wildly. This aura. It really is fox heartgrass. And it's at least 1,000 years old. Whoosh. She transformed into a blur and rushed to the scattered stones, grasping the fox heartgrass in her palm. The cyan medicinal plant was shaped like a fox, with leaves and stems surrounded by dual attribute spiritual light of water and wood for the celestial fox clan. This was a sacred treasure capable of defying fate itself. With just this one plant, she could hope to break through directly to the saint realm. As the nine-tailed Empress stood stunned, Yi Che raised an eyebrow and mimicked her earlier tone with a smile. Where is it? I'm asking you, where's the fox heartgrass? You? The Empress's cheeks instantly burned with embarrassment. The facts proved that there really was fox heartgrass here, and Yi Che hadn't lied about a single thing. She was the one who couldn't find it, yet she had taken all her anger out on him. A dignified celestial fox clan empress, an immortal emperor-level powerhouse, had just acted like a petty shrew throwing a tantrum. How embarrassing. It must be from spending too much time with this mon has corrupted her. She decisively shifted the blame to Yi Che, not daring to meet his gaze. Yi Che sighed inwardly. Trying to reason with women is truly futile. Even Confucius would have to take a few punches before escaping. Little system, open your eyes and look, this is the empress you summoned for me, he complained to the system in his mind. This system thinks she's quite nice, she can be sweet or spicy. What a beautiful girl. The mechanical voice responded cheerfully. This system is beyond help. Yi Che was nearly driven to laughter by frustration. Host, don't be angry. The Nine-tailed Empress's favorability toward you has increased by another 5 points. Just 5 more points, and you can claim your reward. I'm not coaxing her anymore. Yi Che waved his hand dismissively, looking ready to walk away. With my devastatingly handsome looks, why should I have to coax women? Wouldn't that make this face of mine worthless? Master Host, please calm down. This little fox doesn't know any better than stoop to her level. The system spoke in a fawning tone. These days, everyone's having a tough time, even systems have to grovel and beg. Yi Che mocked inwardly. Not very sincere. Yes, 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 my dear host, the system quickly fawned. I've got some savings stashed away. Please take it and spend as you wish. As the words faded, a cultivation technique suddenly appeared in Yi Che's mind, the wind and thunder sword art. With one strike, wind and thunder follow, shaking heaven and earth. 5 forms in total, each capable of channeling the power of heaven and earth with overwhelming might. The final form could even reach the heavens with sword intent, breaking through 10,000 techniques with a single strike. Yi Che swallowed hard, his heart trembling with awe. Is this the legendary supreme cultivation technique? Domineering enough, I love it. Little system, is this wind and thunder sword art difficult to master? Host, who are you underestimating? With me here, do you even need to cultivate? Max it out. Max everything out. In an instant, Yi Che felt refreshed as if bathed in spring breeze. His sword intent reached the heaven-piercing realm, and he felt was back in action. The exchange between Yi Che and the system lasted only a moment, but to the Nine-tailed Empress, it seemed like he had experienced an emotional storm. Anger, surprise, anger again, ecstasy, and finally calm. The unpredictable changes made her wonder, has he been driven mad by my words? Just as she was about to apologize, a shocking sword chi suddenly erupted from Yi Che. Like a rainbow piercing the sun, the sky was forcibly torn open. Holy crap, the sky's splitting. What was that aura just now? So powerful. There must be a treasure appearing, quick. Head to the center. The cultivators in the ancient city sensed opportunity and rushed toward the center. The Nine-tailed Empress, being closest to Yi Che, felt it most intensely. The moment the sword chi appeared, she even felt fear. She studied him carefully. Just how many secrets does this man hide? As the sword chi dissipated, Yi Che's temperament changed dramatically, his features radiating an undeniable dominance. Walking down the street, even 80-year-old grandmothers would turn their head. She was undoubtedly the most dazzling one around. He smiled. Little Qingli, come on, let's go find a treasure. The Empress nodded without asking what had happened. Just as they took a step forward, an angry roar exploded behind them. Hand over the treasure. It was Qin Haiju, whom they'd encountered at the city gate. Now he radiated killing intent, his aura fierce and menacing. Who do you think you are? Little Qingli, attack. Yi Che snorted coldly. A mere peak desolate stage cultivator couldn't be bothered to act personally. Just as the Nine-tailed Empress was about to draw her sword, Hong Lin bounced in front of Qin Haiju, hands on her hips, her little face puffed with anger. Old grandpa, stealing other people's things is wrong. Apologize to my brother right now. Otherwise, you'll turn into a puppy after you die. Qin Haiju's eyes nearly bulged like copper bells. Girl, I'm robbing you here. Show some respect. Seeing how cute Hong Lin was, he ultimately couldn't bring himself to strike. Little girl, considering how adorable you are, old Qin will spare your life today. Now get out of the way. The Nine-tailed Empress immediately pulled Hong Lin behind her. That moment had nearly scared her to death at such close range. If Qin Haiju had suddenly attacked, she might not have been able to save Hong Lin. Fortunately, this old man still had some conscience. Hand over the treasure, and I might spare your lives. Qin Haiju said in a deep voice. He squinted his eyes, sizing up the 3 people before him, clearly the companions Xia Tianyi had brought along. In the past, he would have drawn his blade without hesitation, but now that Xia Tianyi had backing, even Qin Haiju had to think twice. It was better to avoid making enemies if possible. Yi Che and the Nine-tailed Empress exchanged glances and nodded slightly. In the next instant, the Empress crossed her hands, and 2 immortal weapons, one ice blue, one dark gold, were simultaneously unsheathed. Even though her cultivation was only at the heaven tier, these 2 immortal weapons alone were enough to sweep through an entire desolate tier. You dare to make the first move? You're asking for. Qin Haiju's lips curled with disdain, but before he could finish his words, a bone-chilling cold light had already reached his forehead. The terrifying sword intent condensed into something tangible, freezing all the spiritual energy in the surrounding area. Boom. The sword energy exploded, and Qin Haiju didn't even have time to react before being sent flying dozens of feet like a kite with its string cut. Uft. A large spray of blood traced an arc through the air. Qin Haiju stumbled as he landed, finally realizing that this long-legged beauty was actually a hidden Mistura Big Shot who had disguised herself as a heaven-tier cultivator. If you had shown that sword earlier, even if I, old Qin, had been blinded by eating shit, I wouldn't have come here looking for a beating. While spitting blood, he wailed. These days, everyone's pretending to be weak while being strong. You big shots are putting on such amazing performances that small fries like me think we're invincible. It's absolutely harmful. The Nine-tailed Empress raised her sword to strike, the cold gleam stopping in midair just inches from Qin Haiju's face, but Yi Che raised his hand to stop her. The Empress frowned in confusion, not understanding why Yi Che was showing mercy. Cold sweat streaming down his forehead, Qin Haiju dropped to his knees with a thud, his voice trembling. Great masters, please spare my life. Just treat me like a fart and let me go, okay? I really didn't know I was hitting such a hard wall. Yi Che smiled mysteriously. Didn't you want the treasure? This sentence struck like thunder. Qin Haiju's whole body shook, his lips trembling. Treasure? All treasures under heaven should belong to you, senior. How would a piece of trash like me dare to monopolize them? He no longer dared mention robbery, only hoping Yi Che would show mercy. Senior, I was just barking too loudly earlier and startled you. As he spoke, he concentrated and pulled out a war hammer from his storage ring. The hammer's body was covered with dark gold patterns, radiating killing intent, as if one could hear the clash of weapons and thundering war drums from ancient battlefields. A high-grade spiritual weapon. Yi Che curled his lip. Are you trying to send away a beggar with this little thing? Qin Haiju's heart ached as if it were splitting. This was the treasure he had saved up over more than 100 years of tax evasion. He slept holding it for peace of mind, and now in this person's eyes, it was just a brush-off. He nearly spat blood again. What are you curling your lip for? This is naked humiliation. Though Yi Che showed disdain, he still took the war hammer and casually handed it to Hong Lin. Hong Lin, you don't have a handy weapon, right? Make do with this for now. In the future, when you see someone you don't like, just swing this hammer and smash them. Hong Lin held the hammer with both hands, standing it beside her feet, a cute girl of 5'5" holding a nearly 5-foot iron hammer, with the hammer head bigger than her little head, creating a scene that was both bizarre and domineering. It was hard to imagine how shocking the scene would be when she swung the hammer in battle. Anyway, Yi Che couldn't help himself and burst out laughing. Senior, my grandmother is getting married soon, and I need to help her with the preparations. I'll take my leave now. Qin Haiju bowed respectfully, but just as he began to step away, a calm voice came from behind him. Wait. He immediately froze in place and turned around with a pitiful expression. Senior, that high-grade spiritual weapon was the most valuable treasure I had, and you've already taken it. Could you please spare me? I don't have a son yet, and the Qin family has no heir. I can't die. Seeing him trembling with fear, Yi Che shook his head with amusement. I never said I was going to kill you. Stop overthinking. Then, Senior, what are your orders? Qin Haiju asked cautiously, as if walking on thin ice. Yi Che glanced at him. You've been stuck at the peak of the desolate stage for 100 years, haven't you? And every morning when you urinate, it hurts like something's blocking it. Boom. Qin Haiju's mind exploded, unable to believe what he heard. Senior. How? How do you know? You're calling me Senior, so why wouldn't I know? Yi Che countered. Senior is truly divine. Qin Haiju blurted out. He had originally thought Yi Che was at most at the universe stage, but to reveal his hidden ailment with a single sentence only legendary cosmos stage experts who could peer into heavenly secrets could do such a thing. The corner of Yi Che's mouth curved upward. The flattery was perfectly delivered, and it put him in an excellent mood. Would you like to break through? Qin Haiju was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed, dropping to his knees. This junior dreams of entering the flood stage. Please guide me, Senior. I'm willing to follow your commands from now on. Yi Che's gaze was profound. There are many methods, but your situation is special. Why? You practice the 7 wounds fist, which harms yourself before harming others. After hundreds of years, your internal organs are already depleted, especially your kidneys. Qin Haiju felt like he'd been struck by lightning. Indeed, he had achieved the desolate stage through the 7 wounds fist, but over the years his internal organs had become severely weakened, particularly his kidneys. Every morning his lower back ached. He used to think it was from too many nighttime rewards, but even after restraining himself, he realized that wasn't the issue at all. Unable to perform, he could only pretend to be uninterested in women, hiding his pain behind a virtuous reputation. So if you want to break through, you must rely on water tribute heavenly treasures to restore your kidney chi first. This junior knows that too. Qin Haiju's expression was dejected. But I've searched for a long time, either the attributes don't match, or the grade is too low. Now, your opportunity has come. Qin Haiju's head shot up, his eyes blazing with hope. Follow me. Yi Che calculated with his fingers. There's a Sinomorium spiritual herb somewhere in the ancient city. Consuming it can nourish your internal organs and help you break through. Qin Haiju carefully followed behind, his heart in turmoil. Why is this senior being so accommodating? The Nine-tailed Empress also found it strange, moving closer to Yi Che and lowering her voice. Since when are you this kind? Yi Che glanced back at Qin Haiju, then grinned at the Empress. You'll understand once we get there. Qin Haiju felt uneasy, couldn't shake the feeling that there was something odd about Yi Che's expression. At the easternmost edge of the ancient city stood a broken wall. The city wall stretched for dozens of miles, towering and thick, yet it was severed into two sections by a crack more than 10 zhang wide at its center. The fissure was perfectly straight, and even the ground below had been split by the same deep chasm, as if someone had raised their sword and cleaved the entire wall in half with a single strike. What kind of powerful being could have left such a mark? Before the wall lay a chaotic expanse of ruins, with collapsed buildings and broken pillars scattered everywhere. Rubble and debris mixed with yellow sand, and when the wind blew, dust swirled up, making one's throat dry and scratchy. Yi Che led the group closer, his gaze sweeping over the broken wall as his suspicions grew stronger. The candle dragon's eye divination revealed that hidden above this broken wall was a treasure of unimaginably high grade, so high that he could only sense its existence, but couldn't discern its true form. Senior, the ground is covered with rubble. Where should I look for the Suyang grass? Qin Haiju asked respectfully, his face full of confusion. All he could see were broken bricks and tiles. How could this place possibly hide any treasure? Yi Che pointed toward a half-collapsed small pavilion in the center of the ruins. Clear away the rubble from the ground, and then you'll see a corpse. The Suyang spirit grass is in his embrace. A corpse. Qin Haiju's expression turned strange as he cupped his hands in reminder. Senior, you may not know, but this ancient city has a peculiar climate. Any corpse will rot and decompose within 3 days at most. How could there still be one here? Yi Che glanced at him coolly. Are you the senior, or am I? Qin Haiju was speechless and could only steel himself to walk to the pavilion ruins, using his hands and dagger to dig through the earth and stones. Hong Lin blinked her bright eyes and raised her iron hammer to help, but Yi Che stopped her with an outstretched hand. Don't go. There might be unexpected developments. Danger. The Nine-tailed Empress immediately caught the implication, her aura suddenly condensing. Yes, that corpse might. Before he could finish speaking, Qin Haiju suddenly cried out from the ruins. Senior, there really is a corpse under the rubble. As he shouted, he reached out to search, and within moments found a spirit grass that was entirely fired Xiang spirit grass Yi Che had mentioned. The grass resembled flames, flickering slightly as it emanated scorching heat. Qin Haiju's hands trembled with excitement, tears welling in his eyes as he clutched it to his chest like a priceless beauty. Senior, I found it. Yi Che didn't respond with congratulations, but instead pulled Hong Lin and the Nine-tailed Empress back several steps. Qin Haiju was puzzled and couldn't help but glance back at the corpse. That one look nearly scared his soul away as the spirit grass left its grasp. Fine white fur began growing on the corpse's face, and similar fine hair sprouted from its arms and neck. A zombie? Even Yi Che was stunned. In just moments, the corpse's eyelids suddenly snapped open. Qin Haiju was mere inches away and felt a chill shoot straight up his spine. Those eyes were pitch black, with dark energy continuously seeping and dispersing from the sockets. What the hell was this thing? Qin Haiju wanted to flee, but suddenly, the white-haired corpse extended its hands wreathed in dark energy. Dense black mist descended like a crushing wave in the blink of an eye, swallowing him whole. The fog wrapped around his limbs like a living creature, frantically drilling into his body through his pores. Damn it! You think I'm easy to bully? He roared, his spiritual power erupting instantly as he threw a punch. 7 overlapping fist shadows shattered the air, tearing the black mist apart. Qin Haiju seized the moment to leap up and kick the tattered, white-haired corpse over 10 meters away. But the corpse rolled upon landing and sprang back like a wild beast, clawing its way back toward him. While the 2 men and 1 corpse fought fiercely, Yi Che tugged at the Nine-tailed Empress's sleeve. Let's go. Follow me to the broken wall. This corpse comes from the Immortal Realm. The Nine-tailed Empress's expression grew grave as she detected an aura that only those born in the Immortal Realm possessed. Who cares? Let's get to the broken wall for the treasure first. Let Qin Haiju buy us some time. Considerate payment for my guidance, Yi Che said nonchalantly. Seeing the 2 abandon him without hesitation, Qin Haiju cursed inwardly. This senior is truly wicked. But the treasure is real, so it's not a complete waste. At the ancient city's broken wall, a massive chasm had split open. Even after hundreds of years, fierce sword energy still surged at the bottom of the ravine, ready to slice anyone who approached into ribbons. The Nine-tailed Empress drew her sword and swung repeatedly, sending out several sword strikes to forcibly carve a narrow path through the storm of blade energy. What exactly is ahead? I can't sense anything, Yiche said, shaking his head. I don't know, but I'm certain that thing is the most incredible treasure in this ancient city. Meanwhile, the battle outside was nearing its end. Boom. Fist shadows collided with corpse claws, the ruins exploded, and broken tiles rained down like a downpour. The battle's shockwaves spread for dozens of miles, instantly drawing all the cultivators in the ancient city. Holy crap, who's that white-haired thing? Actually fighting old Qin so fiercely? More than fierce that guy Qin Haiju's pants are about to get knocked off. Everyone held their breath, staring at the dust cloud. Hiss. Qin Haiju's 7 wounds fist is truly domineering. 1 punch equals 7 punches. He'd definitely be amazing at giving massages. But why do I feel like old Qin seems unable to withstand that white-haired thing? Hearing the commentary from the spectators behind him, Qin Haiju's anger flared. This damn thing is a corpse from the ancient city. Hell knows how it came back to life. Stop gawking and help me. While everyone was still stunned, a figure suddenly flew out from the dust and smoke, crashing heavily to the ground. Splurt. Blood splattered. The fallen person was none other than Qin Haiju. The white-haired corpse's power was climbing at an alarming rate, approaching the Hong stage in just a few breaths. It turned toward the broken wall, spotted Yiche venturing deeper, and immediately let out a furious roar. That piercing shriek carried a bizarre mental assault, making all the cultivators present cover their ears. Damn it! Who the hell is wailing like a banshee over there? You're annoying the crap out of your uncle Xia. Xia Tianyi, who had been missing for some time, came racing from the north. Old ghost Xia, you're here. Everyone called out in unison. Huh? How did you all know I broke through to the Hong stage? Xia Tianyi looked smug. Everyone. Qin Haiju wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and struggled to his feet. Old Xia, quick. Senior Yi wants us to stop that damn thing. Upon hearing this, Xia Tianyi immediately flew into a rage. That's my senior, you can't address him so casually. Everyone looked at him sideways, their faces full of disdain. This bootlicker was beyond salvation. At this moment, Qin Haiju had no time to bicker with Xia Tianyi, as the white-haired corpse was already lunging toward him. The corpse's claws shot out midair with a sharp hiss, extending over a foot long, gleaming with cold light, and as sharp as any spiritual weapon. Knowing that a direct confrontation would mean certain death, Qin Haiju immediately dove into the crowd, hoping to use the others to scatter the creature's attention and praying some unlucky soul would take the hit for him. Above the broken wall, Yiche had descended deep into the bottom of the massive crater. The surrounding stone walls were crumbling, the light dim and damp. Moldy air rushed toward him, as if still carrying traces of ancient bloodshed and gunpowder. A world-shaking battle must have taken place here, the Nine-tailed Empress said, her fingertips lightly touching the deep sword marks on the wall, her voice more solemn than ever before. Only saint-level powerhouses could have destroyed an entire city like this. Yiche nodded silently, his gaze falling on the gray-black stone tablet not far away as he read aloud the carved inscription. Victory over evil and injustice. Huh? These are exactly the same characters as on the city gate plaque. Alert in his heart, he slowly approached. Even with his divine technique, Eyes of the Candle Dragon, the tablet's origins remained unclear. The moment his fingertips touched the stone surface, a bone-piercing chill instantly shot through his arm and into his heart and lungs, making Yiche shiver involuntarily. Roar! Outside the city wall, the white-haired corpse suddenly went berserk, its furious roar shaking dust throughout the ancient city. It abruptly turned around and charged toward the broken wall like lightning. Here it comes, the Nine-tailed Empress's beautiful eyes sharpened. Old Xia, stop it! Yiche's dantian surged with power, his voice booming like a great bell. Don't worry, senior. This white-haired thing really doesn't scare me, Xia Tianyi said confidently, pushing off the ground and shooting toward the corpse like a cannonball. Smack! The white-haired corpse swung its massive palm, and Xia Tianyi took it straight to the face, his entire body flying backward in an arc with a whoosh. Senior, let me help you. Qin Haiju shouted upon seeing this. How could he miss such an opportunity to curry favor? He charged forward first, and the crowd reflexively followed. Over a dozen desolate-level cultivators attacked simultaneously, blade light and sword shadows blooming in the air, five-colored spiritual light, like fireworks, painting the sky in brilliant purples and reds. The white-haired corpse had nowhere to dodge and could only endure the assault. In an instant, its white fur was scorched black, flesh curling and smoking. In the crater, Yiche unleashed the power of Qiongqi, his muscles bulging as each punch carried the weight of 1,000 pounds. The first punch made the tablet tremble. The second punch caused cracks to spread. When the ninth punch landed, the tablet cracked with a snap, spiderweb fractures exploding outward as fragments scattered, and the entire stone tablet shattered into pieces. But before he could see what was hidden within the tablet, a terrifying aura crashed over him like a tsunami, forcing him to retreat more than 10 steps. Thanks to the Nine-tailed Empress quickly reaching out to steady him, he avoided falling flat on his back. Outside, the white-haired corpse seemed spiritually connected to whatever was in the tablet, roaring continuously with deafening sound. Holy crap, this damn thing's gone crazy. Retreat. The crowd immediately scattered like birds and beasts. After driving everyone away, the white-haired corpse suddenly turned its blood-red eyes, locking onto Yi Che with deadly focus as it pounced viciously. Shoutingly, stop it! Yi Che commanded. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the massive black stone monument before him. Within the cracks of the monument, a sword was clearly embedded completely blood-red, with faint black mist swirling around its blade like ghostly fog that clung to it persistently. The evil aura was pure and bone-chilling, as if it had been born with the sword itself, emanating an oppressive force that could shatter one's heart and courage. The Nine-tailed Empress suddenly spun around and cried out in shock. The Shengxie sword! A powerful sense of foreboding gripped her heart. Xia Tianyi also urgently warned. Senior lady, be careful. That white-haired, before he could finish, the white-haired corpse lunged forward. The Nine-tailed Empress touched the ground lightly with her toes, her form graceful as a swallow, barely dodging the attack. However, when she countered with a sword strike, the sword energy exploded thunderously, sending debris flying across the ground, yet it failed to leave even the slightest mark on the corpse. How is this possible? The Empress was horrified. She was confident that her previous strike could force even a Hung-level expert to retreat, yet this white-haired corpse's body remained completely unharmed. The corpse roared toward the sky, its voice deep and rough. Like a charging bull, it relied purely on brute force without any technique, sending the Empress flying several zhang away. The arriving crowd was all shocked by this sight, especially Qin Haiju, whose face turned almost deathly pale if even the Nine-tailed Empress was knocked back. How had he dared to fight against it earlier? He trembled as he wondered what kind of courage had possessed him. Who had given him such boldness? Liang Jingru. The white-haired corpse ignored the others and suddenly turned around, thrusting its sharp fingernails directly at Yi Che's back. Senior, watch out! Xia Tianyi and Qin Haiju shouted in unison, each afraid of being a step behind the other. However, Yi Che remained completely calm, his 5 fingers steadily gripping the hilt of the blood-red sword. In an instant, the Shengxie sword seemed to awaken, and power like that of a primordial beast surged through the hilt into him. Yi Che's entire body went numb, as if struck by lightning. The evil aura around the sword became even more violent, rapidly coursing through his limbs and bones. In the next moment, his whole body was also enveloped by black-red energy streams, with malevolent intent spreading fiercely. The white-haired corpse in midair suddenly froze, its eyes obscured by black mist revealing undisguisable terror. Yi Che thrust forward with his sword, the sword light swift as a gale, the sword momentum violent as thunder. The Shengxie sword's overwhelming evil aura combined with the wind and thunder sword technique, bringing this strike's power to its absolute peak. Puchi, the corpse that had faced the siege of over 10 Huang-level experts and withstood the Empress's sword without injury, now had its chest pierced by the long sword. The black-red evil aura took the opportunity to seep in, like millions of parasites frantically devouring flesh and bone. In the blink of an eye, the corpse was completely consumed, not even a single white hair remaining. Xia Tianyi was the first to react, raising his arms and cheering. Senior, awesome. I, old Xia, admire you so much. Qin Haiju stood frozen in place, his mind completely blank. Xia Tianyi took the opportunity to raise his eyebrows at him smugly, proudly displaying his flattery skills. Yi Che nodded lightly, casually brushing a few strands of hair from his forehead, and uttered 2 words, nothing much. Brief, yet perfectly pretentious. Senior is still being modest, haha. Xia Tianyi laughed obsequiously, his tone full of flattery. However, the Nine-tailed Empress stared at Yi Che, her eyes filled with shock and suspicion. You can actually resist being controlled by the Shengxie sword? Yi Che scoffed. A mere sword dares to try to influence me? Just as his words fell, the Shengxie sword suddenly erupted with even more violent evil intent, like a black tide flowing backward, instantly surging into Yi Che's body. An inexplicable malevolent thought crept into his mind at this moment. Everyone looked displeasing to him, and he only wanted to swing his sword and kill. Yi Che's eyes were quickly covered by a blood-red color, and the world seemed to be covered with a crimson filter. That evil power was gradually manipulating his thoughts, making him unable to resist the urge to go mad and kill. At that very moment, 2 ferocious roars suddenly erupted from the depths of Yi Che's consciousness, instantly crushing the evil aura. It was Qiongqi and Zhulong bellowing in fury. Their roars struck like 2 massive hammers, shattering the malevolent energy into fragments. Though Yi Che still felt the urge to fight anyone in sight, he could at least barely control his limbs and hadn't been completely stripped of his sanity by the Shengxie sword. Simultaneously, he clearly felt waves of violent power surging from the sword's hilt into his meridians, his muscles filling with what felt like molten lava. ready to explode at any moment. The blood-red vision gradually faded as the Shengxia sword trembled violently in his palm, the black evil aura coiling around its blade growing ever thicker. Yi Che gripped the hilt tightly, allowing that overwhelming malevolent force to wash over his body repeatedly. His meridians burned with searing pain as they were tempered, yet this brought an indescribable surge of power. The Nine-tailed Empress remained by his side throughout, watching as he stood frozen in place, his expression alternating between ferocity and confusion. She cautiously asked, "Yi Che, do you still recognize who I am?" "I do." Yi Che's gaze fell upon her, his voice hoarse but certain. "You're my little Qingli." These words instantly put the Nine-tailed Empress's anxious heart at ease. At least he hadn't been completely controlled by the sword spirit. But the next second, something felt off. "Me, little Qingli? How shameless." With the crisis seemingly resolved, Xia Tianyi immediately trotted over to Yi Che, deliberately shoving Qin Haiju backward as he passed. He then clasped his hands together and declared in a voice as loud as temple bells, "Senior, your martial prowess truly dominates the world. You are unrivaled under heaven. If I, old Xia, could possess even the strength of your little finger, it would be worth it even if my family's ancestral graves exploded." Flattery will get you everywhere. These perfectly timed compliments indeed smoothed Yi Che's mood considerably. This old fellow had quite the eye for reading situations. Qin Haiju watched coldly from the side, snorting disdainfully through his nose. "The only thing sharp about you is your tongue. I'm not like a certain someone named Xia Tianyi who gets sent flying by a single slap. Though I'll give you credit, your face is thick enough to take that slap and still keep bouncing around." Having his embarrassment exposed publicly, Xia Tianyi's chest heaved as he roared back, "You old bastard. Life is already hard enough. Can't you just not point out certain things?" Yi Che raised his hand to interrupt their bickering. "Enough, stop arguing. Since you've both found your breakthrough opportunities, this trip wasn't in vain. Let's go, old Xia. We're heading back." Xia Tianyi looked puzzled. "Senior, why the rush to leave?" "Yes, back to the Falling Star mountain range." Yi Che remembered clearly Wei Wuxian was out there looking for people to ambush him and might have already picked up his trail. For safety's sake, he decided to retreat first and lay low for a while. Xia Tianyi immediately nodded, his tone sincere. "Actually, I was thinking the same thing, going to the Falling Star mountain range for quiet cultivation. Besides, staying by your side and learning through observation, I'm bound to pick up at least a trace of a master's bearing." Poor Qin Haiju, never good with words, turned red-faced from this string of eloquent flattery. He stood to the side, panting heavily, unable to think of any sweet words that might reach Yi Che's ears. "Let's go." Yi Che lifted his foot to leave. However, more than a dozen people suddenly surrounded them, blocking their escape route completely. Yi Che's heart jumped. What were they planning? Murder and robbery? Cold light flashed as he swiftly drew the Shengxia sword, evil aura churning as he assumed a defensive stance. "I'm warning you, I'm not someone to be trifled with." The next second, those dozen or so people dropped to their knees in unison, their faces filled with reverence and anticipation. "Senior, please give us some guidance too. From this day forward, we pledge to follow your lead completely, Senior. If you tell us to go west, we'll never head east. If you tell us to chase chickens, we'll never chase dogs." The valley echoed with their voices as over a dozen desolate realm experts clasped their fists in unison, their expressions as solemn as if they were paying respects to an emperor. Yi Che stood frozen in place, his gaze sweeping across their faces. This scene, were they acknowledging him as their leader? Had his earlier, invincible display, with that heaven-shaking sword strike, intimidated them into submission? But that was clearly the evil conquering swords doing it, had nothing to do with him personally. The thought flashed through his mind, and suddenly Yi Che felt perfectly at ease. If I don't tell them, how would they know? Yes, it was my power. With this realization, he looked at this luxurious escort team, over a dozen desolate realm masters following him everywhere. How impressive. More importantly, he was the 42nd sect master of the Tiana sect, shouldering the mission of revitalizing the sect, and he desperately needed manpower. Ahem. Yi Che clasped his hands behind his back and waved dismissively with an air of profound wisdom. Xia Tianyi immediately shouted, "Everyone be quiet. The senior is about to speak." Yi Che nodded with satisfaction and cleared his throat. "Everyone, I'm actually quite easy to get along with. If we can't get along, well then look for the reasons within yourselves. This sect master is called Yi Che, the 42nd leader of the Tiana sect. Since you all want to follow me, I plan to make you, well, elders. How does that sound?" When he said elders, he still felt somewhat uncertain. Here he was, merely at the heaven realm, actually recruiting a group of desolate realm experts as elders. Wasn't this a bit ridiculous? The crowd exchanged glances, their eyes full of confusion. Tiana sect? What kind of super sect was that? They'd never heard of it. But since the senior was so powerful, he must be a hidden master whose sect was filled with powerful experts and geniuses everywhere. How could they, mere desolate realm cultivators, dare to become elders? They probably couldn't even defeat the sect's disciples. With this thought, everyone shook their heads repeatedly. Yi immediately frowned. As expected, these desolate realm experts looked down on his sect's low status. Did they expect him to give up the sect master position? Just as he was about to speak, the group of experts frantically waved their hands. Senior, your kindness in accepting us is already a great virtue. How dare we be presumptuous? Outer disciples would be fine. Huh. Yi froze completely, unable to believe it. Making desolate realm experts into outer disciples? If word got out, what would people think? Not to mention, doing this would leave him completely unsettled. He immediately refused. No, absolutely not. As soon as his refusal fell, Qin Haiju frowned. In his view, this was the senior finding them presumptuous. Of course, in a universe realm expert sect, having desolate realm weaklings get in was already an enormous blessing. How could they dare hope for official status? He immediately bowed with a fawning smile. Senior, I, old Qin, know my place best. I don't dare seek status. I'm willing to be your underground lover. No, underground disciple. I can serve tea and pour water. Yi rubbed his forehead, his eye twitching as he looked at him like he was looking at an idiot. You think being an elder is too lowly, so you're fighting to become a tea servant? Are you trying to mess with me? Xia Tianyi caught Yi speechlessness, his eyes narrowing slightly. He pulled out his city lord's seal from his robes, pondered for a moment, then made up his mind. He looked up and said solemnly, Senior, how about teas in my capacity as city lord? I'll donate Linjiang City to the Tiana sect free of charge. You can use it as recreational grounds when you're free. How does that sound? At these words, everyone's jaws dropped. A city was royal territory, just giving it away, without even consulting the imperial court? Yi was even more shocked, his eyes going wide, his mouth twitching frantically, even his neck spasming, as his head nodded bit by bit actually agreed. Xia Tianyi was overjoyed. He'd bet correctly. The senior had wanted this condition all along. Qin Haiju beside him turned red-faced and thick-necked, his heart burning with determination. Gritting his teeth, he also pulled out his city lord's seal. Senior, me too. From now on, Qian City is completely at your command. Please accept me into the sect. Watching the two city lords' eager faces, Yi was speechless. He looked around at this group of desolate realm experts again, with only one question in his mind. What exactly were they after? These two have completely lost their minds. They actually want to voluntarily surrender their city to me? Yi stood frozen in place, his eyelids twitching. He pointed at Qin Haiju and Xia Tianyi, firing off questions like a machine gun. You two agree, but will the Northern Zhou dynasty agree? They'll take the city in the morning and have you dead by afternoon. Damn it, you're both ruthless as hell. I absolutely cannot fall for your scheme. His tone shifted as he squinted hesitantly. But, are you serious? Absolutely serious, more real than pure gold. Both men nodded almost simultaneously, their eyes blazing with a "if you don't take it, we'll force it on you" attitude. Yi was secretly amazed. Who would have thought these two had such fortune, with a top-tier expert backing them? At this rate, anyone who meets them in the future will have to respectfully call them Brother Xia and Brother Qin. The Northern Zhou dynasty can go to hell. His mouth twitched as he quietly reminded them. Let's be clear, I don't like fighting, and I don't like causing trouble. If something really happens, you'll have to stand in front of me. Can you accept that? Qin Haiju and Xia Tianyi exchanged glances, instantly understanding. Stand in front of the senior when trouble comes? With the senior's heaven-defying cultivation, who would dare cause trouble? This must be a test of loyalty. Both men figured it out simultaneously, then cupped their hands and declared loudly, Of course. Senior, rest assured we don't cause trouble either, and we'll never bring shame to your sect. Yi scratched his head, looking puzzled. What exactly are they after? There's one more thing. He cleared his throat, trying to sound tactful. The sect is small and might not accommodate so many of you. Perhaps. Before he could finish, Xia Tianyi waved his hand grandly. Old Xia, will provide 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Renovate everything. Complete renovation. Qin Haiju quickly followed. Same here. Build everything with gold, pure gold. All pure gold. With his excuse completely blocked, Yi could only shrug. Fine. Do whatever you want. Men, clear the way. The senior is returning to his sect. Just as he took a step, Qin Haiju suddenly covered Xia Tianyi's opening mouth and bellowed. Come on, old Wang, don't you play the suona? Start playing. You two over there, beat the drums. Tadadidi. Bang bang bang. The suona wailed shrilly while drums thundered. Yi's face immediately darkened like the bottom of a pot. This racket sounds exactly like a funeral procession. Meanwhile, as Yi was returning to the Falling Star Mountains, the Wu household erupted in chaos. You shameless whore. Get out here. Wu De kicked open the courtyard gate, his voice booming like thunder. Wu Er, who had been teasing birds in a tree, startled and crashed to the ground with a thud. He dusted himself off and stepped forward, his 6'3" frame radiating intimidation. Big brother, what's wrong? Why so angry? Tell your little brother, I'll definitely get revenge for you. Wu De looked up at his brother's concerned eyes and immediately broke down in tears, hugging Wu Er's leg and wailing, "Woo woo woo. Little brother, our family is disgraced. Your sister-in-law is cheating on me. Outrageous." Wu Er's eyes flashed coldly, his voice rumbling like thunder. "Tell me who's the adulterer. Leave the rest to me. It's that Dong Minqing. That bastard." Wu Er's hair stood on end with rage as he hoisted Wu Da onto his shoulders. "Let me chop off his dog head and avenge my brother. Little brother, don't be rash. His father Dongmin Shueishue is not to be trifled with. He's Universe Realm." Wu Da, slung over his brother's shoulder, tried to calm him down. "Second brother, let it go. Don't be impulsive." Wu Er just snorted heavily through his nose, his shoulder muscles tensing. "I don't care who he is. Anyone who dares to bully my brother will never be forgiven." Before he finished speaking, his blood suddenly boiled with rage, and his killing intent transformed into blazing fury. In the next second, that thin membrane that had troubled him for decades was pierced through with a pop by his anger, and his cultivation realm instantly broke through. Wu Da witnessed this scene with his own eyes, his eyes widening like saucers, nearly tumbling off Wu Er's shoulder. Senior, truly a divine being. He could even predict second brother's breakthrough? I'm convinced. After his breakthrough, Wu Er grabbed his 3-meter-long cold-forged spear. The spear tip hummed, and the shaft seemed ready to leap into the air. With a swing of his arm, he soared into the sky with Wu Da, heading straight for the small garden that Dong Minqing had built at the village entrance. Racing along the way, Wu Er cursed inwardly. I always wondered why Dong Minqing insisted on moving to such a secluded place. Turns out it was to facilitate his affair. Damn him. In no time, the two landed before the garden gate. Wu Er's fury still burning, he kicked down the wooden door, exploded with a thunderous crash, splinters flying everywhere. The courtyard was completely empty, not a soul in sight. No one here. Wu Da jumped down and immediately rushed into the inner room, ransacking everything. He yanked at the wardrobe doors until they creaked and groaned, and extremely revealing women's undergarments tumbled to the floor. Lace, sheer fabric, colors suggestive and intimate. He then approached the bed, his gaze drawn to a dark bundle in the corner. Picking it up, he discovered it was a black bodysuit. Not only was it wrinkled, but it had been roughly torn with a hole in the middle, and the thigh area was ripped with several gashes. Wu Da's heart ached. This damned thing. Isn't this what I bought intending to enjoy myself? How did it end up here? Uncontrollably, images of that adulterous pair writhing on this very bed flooded his mind. Suddenly, his palm felt slippery. Looking down, he saw that the foot area of the bodysuit was sticky with a puddle of liquid that hadn't yet dried. Wu Da's rage instantly peaked. "Damn. You shameless woman. I'm going to kill you both." His furious roar shook the rafters. Wu Er leaped down and placed his hand on his brother's back. "Brother, be careful not to damage your health with anger. Didn't you mention knowing a senior skilled in divination? Let's go find him and ask him to calculate where that pair of dogs are hiding." Yes. The senior has vast supernatural powers. Second brother, quickly follow me to Linjiang City." Wu Da gritted his teeth, grabbed the bodysuit and stuffed it into his robes, and the two brothers shot through the sky. At this moment, outside Linjiang City, Yi Che sat leisurely in an ornately carved sedan chair. Outside the sedan, gongs and drums thundered and Swona horns blurred, had traveled ostentatiously all the way for the sake of appearances. The nine-tailed Empress leaned sideways, staring at the Shengxia sword in his arms, her fox eyes full of wariness. "Are you really going to keep that sword with you? Though the blade is sharp, it radiates evil energy everywhere. I've heard that carrying it for extended periods will corrode one's mind and drive people to madness." Yi Che stroked the cold scabbard, raising an eyebrow. "This sword is indeed a bit strange, but it's not as sinister as you make it sound." The nine-tailed Empress lowered her voice. "Do you know that this sword was the final work of Ouyang-zi, the greatest sword-forging master of the 3 Yuan domain in the Immortal Realm? When Ouyang-zi was forging the sword, he noticed the sword embryo carried inherent malevolent energy. With each inch forged, evil grew threefold, so he named it Shengxia. When the sword was completed, evil energy shot to the heavens, and all who touched the blade went mad. Ouyang-zi had no choice but to exhaust his cultivation to seal it. Who would have thought that later the seal was lost, and this sword actually found its way to the mortal realm?" Yi Che pondered silently while touching the scabbard. Just then, a low, thunder-like explosion suddenly came from the sky. Two black shadows streaked like lightning, diving straight for the sedan. Xia Tianyi and Qin Haizhu, guarding beside the sedan, immediately sensed the anomaly and struck out with their palms simultaneously. Boom! For streams of true qi collided heat-in, and the fierce wind cut like blades, actually lifting off the intricately carved sedan roof, sending purple and red silk curtains dancing wildly through the air. Yi Che shivered from the cold wind, hugging his sword in bewilderment. Why did it suddenly get so chilly? Through the swirling dust, two figures stood firm: Wei Wuxian and Luo Guantong. Wei Wuxian and Luo Guantong. "So it's you two?" Xia Tianyi shouted sternly. Wei Wuxian's eyes burned with hatred so intense it seemed to condense into ink. "Huh? Indeed, it's us. Today I will avenge my severed arm. Yi Che frowned. Wait, how did you find us? Wei Wuxian roared furiously. Find you? You've been blowing Swana horns and beating drums all the way, disturbing everyone and everything. It would be hard not to notice you. He pointed at everyone in the sedan, his voice like tearing silk. Today, you all must die. Upon hearing these words, Yi Che immediately became alert and swiftly activated his candle dragon eyes to survey the surroundings. The gray-white clouds parted like curtains being drawn back, and sure enough, a blurry figure lurked deep within the cloud crevices not far away. Yi Che's heart sank with alarm. A cosmic tier cultivator. His eyelids twitched frantically as he instinctively grasped the nine-tailed Empress's delicate, boneless hand, seeking comfort. The Empress raised her eyebrows slightly and whispered reproachfully, "What's the rush? There are so many people around." On the other side, Wei Wuxian pointed at the figure and shouted provocatively, "Stop pretending. How dare you speak so arrogantly before our senior? I'll teach you some manners today." Before his words had even finished, Xia Tianyi had already rolled up his sleeves, his flood-tier aura resonating like mighty bronze bells as he prepared to charge through the air. Yi Che hurriedly intervened. "Old Xia, maybe we should let this go." "Absolutely not." Xia Tianyi waved his hand dismissively, his voice firm as iron. "Senior, I, Old Xia, have principles. Favors need not be repaid, but grudges must be settled. Even if we don't steam buns, we must fight for our dignity." With that, he signaled for Yi Che not to interfere and leaped forward. Almost simultaneously, the cosmic tier expert hidden in the clouds suddenly struck first. A blade descended like lightning. Thunder roared. The churning sea of clouds was cleaved cleanly in half, as if sliced by a sharp blade, creating a perfect part down the middle. Yi Che's pupils contracted as memories of a 3-7-part acquaintance from his previous life suddenly flashed through his mind. That terrifying blade light struck directly at Xia Tianyi, its fierce blade intent making his scalp tingle and his soul feel as if it might be torn away. "Senior, save." Before he could finish speaking, boom. Xia Tianyi was sent flying, tracing an elegant yet tragic parabola before crashing heavily at Yi Che's feet. "Who dares to block Senior Ye's path?" Qin Haiju roared, but having learned his lesson, he didn't rashly charge forward. The clouds dispersed, revealing a figure in billowing robes who cast cold eyes over the crowd. "I am Dongmin Shueishue." Dongmin Shueishue? The legendary Blade King who's said to draw blood with every strike and kill with 3 cuts. Qin Haiju exclaimed in shock. "Precisely." Dongmin Shueishue chuckled sinisterly. Someone murmured, "Didn't you go into seclusion?" Everyone's faces changed dramatically. Dongmin Shueishue, a cosmic tier expert with perfected blade intent, whose combat power ranked among the top 5 in the Northern Zhou dynasty. Dongmin Shueishue snorted disdainfully. "I had no intention of drawing my blade, but the price offered was too tempting. Today, I'll take your worthless lives." Xia Tianyi struggled to his feet, bruised and battered, spat out a mouthful of blood, and sneered back. "Old turtle, you say your blade must draw blood, but you never specified whose blood. If you can't win, just cut yourself. That counts as drawing blood too. How dare you act so arrogantly before our seniority, dead meat." Seeking death, Dongmin Shueishue smiled coldly, his gaze moving past Xia Tianyi to lock onto Yi Che, a mere heaven-tier weakling. Yet these fools treat him like some hidden master? In the next instant, his cosmic tier aura poured forth as he struck horizontally. The blade light tore through the air, sealing off all of Yi Che's escape routes. Clang! The nine-tailed Empress's sword light exploded outward. Though only at heaven tier, she borrowed the power of 2 immortal artifacts and forcibly blocked that terrifying blade strike. Sparks and ice shards scattered as the air was torn into unhealable rifts. Hiss! Dongmin Shueishue's heart shook violently. A heaven tier cultivator actually blocked my strike? No, this isn't that woman's power. It was the sword in her hand. Dongmin Shueishue's pupils contracted sharply, his expression instantly turning grave as he stared fixedly at the long sword in the nine-tailed Empress's grasp, the madness in his eyes almost taking physical form. To unleash such sword energy and withstand my blade directly, a spirit weapon? Ridiculous. This must be at least a low-grade, immortal weapon. As a veteran University powerhouse, he immediately identified the grade of this immortal sword. As for how it ended up in your hands, Dongmin Shueishue grinned menacingly, his voice hoarse and sinister. "After today, this sword will be mine." With those words, he suddenly shot through the air, his blade light accompanied by thunder-like roars as it crashed toward the nine-tailed Empress. Boom! Blade light and sword shadows instantly filled the sky, air waves churned, and the earth trembled. Beside the palanquin, Qin Haiju swallowed nervously and whispered, "Senior, aren't you going to act? That fairy might not be able to hold on much longer." Yi Che's mouth twitched. "She could beat me, but I'm hiding in a sedan?" Cough cough. This is training for her too. The nine-tailed Empress had followed him through countless battles. Either fighting or on the way to fight life had been truly harsh. Yi Che simply closed his eyes and pressed his palms together. Heavens above, considering I'm the chosen one of fortune, please send me a savior. He opened his eyes after praying no one around. How is it possible there's no one? They must be on their way, no panic. He reassured himself. Buzz. A deafening roar split the air from the horizon. Hey, you bastard's father. Your grandfather has finally found you. Everyone looked up to see clouds rolling as a towering man, nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall, burst through the sky, carrying a spear in his left hand and a dark-skinned child tucked under his right arm, charging toward Dongmen Shueishua with tremendous force. The only discordant note, the child looked like a little black chimpanzee, so ugly it was impossible to look away. Xia Tianyi was the first to cry out. Wu Da! Old Xia, I'm here. Wu Da patted his brother Wu Er's shoulder, signaling him to put the child down, then threw himself before Yi Che, wailing, Senior, your prediction was absolutely accurate. That wench really was cheating on me. Sigh, my condolences, Yi Che consoled awkwardly. In the distance, Dongmen Shueishua felt uneasy. Both father and son had affairs with his wife. This was troublesome. Wu Er's hawk-like gaze locked onto Dongmen Shueishua, bloodthirsty killing intent radiating outward. You bastard! How dare you humiliate my brother? Die! Amid his furious roar, he drew his 10-foot spear, the spear's shadow like a dragon emerging from an abyss. What a fierce spear! The onlookers exclaimed in unison. Dongmen Shueishua hastily swung his black blade, shocked. This young man had actually broken into the universe tier? Umph. Old dog. Wu Er shook his spear, cold light piercing straight toward Dongmen Shueishua's chest. Ha ha ha, kill me? If you had a few more years to mature, this old man might fear you. But right, Noiri, still too green. Dongmen Shueishua laughed wildly, unleashing 8 frenzied strikes, his blade intent splitting the air and tearing open the void itself. In a flash, Wu Er was sent flying dozens of meters, crashing heavily to the ground. The cheering crowd instantly fell silent and quietly retreated. Dongmen Shueishua sheathed his blade, his cold gaze turning to Yi Che. Boy, how do you want to die? The Nine-tailed Empress raised her sword protectively in front of Yi Che, her aura surging. As long as I'm here, he won't touch you. Leave quickly. I'll use the Heavenly Fox Divine Prohibition to hold him off for a moment. Yi Che smiled bitterly. Here we go with this routine again. Little system, the Empress is about to take a beating. Are you going to do something about it? The system responded instantly. How could the Empress Summoning System stand by and watch? Host, go forth, leave the rest to this system. Yi Che's eyes lit up. Well now, little Qingli, why make it so complicated? I'll handle this. You? Everyone gasped in amazement. Yi Che confidently drew his sword. Watch closely, this sword of mine can shatter all techniques. Yi Che drew the evil conquering sword, and in the next second, his entire aura suddenly transformed. He could clearly feel a system was kicking in. Seeing him unsheath his sword, Xia Tianyi immediately widened his eyes, not daring to blink even once, afraid of missing the slightest detail of the master's technique. Qin Haizhu clenched his fists tightly, his voice trembling with excitement. Everyone watch carefully. The master is about to make his move. Dongmen Shueishua stood with arms crossed, a cold sneer playing at his lips. You little trash, have you been pretending to be a master for so long that even you believe it now? You're absolutely right. I am indeed trash right now, but sorry, I've got cheats. Yi Che roared. As his words fell, the evil conquering sword suddenly burst forth with brilliant silver light, like dawn breaking through the night. He touched his toes to the ground, his form becoming ethereal as smoke. First step, wind and thunder. The earth seemed struck by a massive hammer, the air exploding with deep rumbling. Second step, killing strike. Sword light swept across the sky, sharp sword intent stirring the wind into a piercing howl. The mockery in Dongmen Shueishua's mouth hadn't yet been spoken when his face suddenly turned pale. That sword was fast as lightning, mighty as a rainbow, its intent so sharp it created visible ripples in the air. In an instant, only 4 words remained in his mind. Utterly unstoppable. He wanted to block, wanted to retreat, but the moment his consciousness stirred, his body was pierced by the silver radiance. Thud! The evil conquering sword cleanly pierced through his heart. Dongmen Shueishua froze in place, looking down at the bright silver blade, his eyes filled with terror and disbelief as he murmured, You really are a master. Yi Che withdrew his sword and sheathed it, blood spraying in an arc. Dongmen Shueishua collapsed like a puppet with cut strings, falling straight to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the battle was over. The air fell deathly silent, everyone seeming frozen in place. Dead, he's dead. Xia Tianyi and Qin Haizhu exclaimed in unison. Even the Nine-tailed Empress, who prided herself on having witnessed countless deaths, now had rapidly contracting pupils and a slightly trembling body. Dongmen Shueishua, who could have annihilated them all, had been struck down like an ant with a single sword. The impact struck their very souls. Under heaven, who can compete? Qin Haizhu gazed at Yi Che's graceful silhouette as he sheathed his sword, his Adam's apple bobbing as he couldn't help but whisper in awe. While everyone was still in shock, Xia Tianyi quietly pulled out a memory stone, crouched next to the corpse with a grin, made a peace sign, and took a photo of himself with Dongmin Shueishua's body, secretly delighted. Now I've got some serious bragging material. I'll have to tell my buddies all about this legendary defeat of the Blade Dragon King. Big brother, those two old men are trying to escape. Hong Lin put her hands on her hips and pointed. In the corner, Wei Wuxian and Luo Guantong were crouching and backing away. Caught in the act, they immediately put on expressions like their mothers had died, their lips trembling. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Misunderstand my ass. Still trying to run? Come here and die. Xia Tianyi let out a strange cry, his cleaver flashing with cold light as he charged forward. Wei Wuxian and Luo Guantong exchanged glances and bolted. Where do you think you're going? How could Xia Tianyi let them escape? He gave chase with his cleaver in hand. Yi Che on the side couldn't stop him, so he said to everyone, forget it, let's head back to the Falling Star mountain range first. Qin Haizhu rushed forward and bent down to lift the sedan curtain, his eyes brimming with barely concealed joy. This was the perfect opportunity to bond with the senior by sharing a ride. He laughed triumphantly to himself. Xia Tianyi, your position as the #1 bootlicker will soon belong to me, old Qin. Meanwhile, the three of them, one chasing, two fleeing, had been flying for most of the day. The roaring, elemental energy in the sky caused the clouds to churn violently. Xia Tianyi's blade danced through the air as he fought with high spirits, his chest seemingly bursting with the word invincible. You used to gang up and bully Mado, you still dare? Today I'm sending you both to meet the King of Hell, he roared, his law power forming an invisible iron curtain that completely blocked Wei Wuxian and Luo Guantong's escape route. Wei Wuxian's face turned pale as he shouted desperately. Xia Tianyi, don't go too far. We are city lords personally appointed by the Northern Zhou dynasty. Killing a city lord is a capital offense. You mustn't act rashly. Xia Tianyi's blade momentum faltered slightly. Wei Wuxian and Luo Guantong exchanged glances, their eyes suddenly brightening as expected. The old fool didn't dare. Haha, Xia Tianyi, do you dare kill us? If you kill us, the dynasty will never let you go. Wei Wuxian's voice was hoarse but arrogant. Come on if you have the guts. Xia Tianyi's gaze turned ice cold, a sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. You think bringing up the Northern Zhou dynasty will scare me? What does it amount to now? Bah, you, how dare you? Wei Wuxian's heart trembled as he thought. How did this old bastard suddenly become so bold? Enough talk. After I deal with you two, I still need to hurry back and serve my senior. Xia Tianyi snorted coldly and slashed diagonally downward. His Hong-level power exploded forth, directly severing another arm from each of them. Ah, Xia Tianyi, you old bastard. How ruthless. Wei Wuxian screamed in agony. Don't worry, I'll send you on your way now. Xia Tianyi raised his blade, pointing it directly at their trembling heads. Boom. A fierce wind roared across the sky as a figure intercepted the strike. The newcomer had thick eyebrows, large eyes, and a square face radiating stern righteousness. Such audacity. Daring to despise the dynasty. Xia Tianyi, are you planning rebellion? Xia Tianyi squinted and recognized him, couldn't help but shout. Holy crap. Minister He, what brings you to this godforsaken place? Xia Tianyi, kneel and confess your crimes now, and this minister might show leniency. Minister He's tone was ice cold. Oh, Xia Tianyi replied flatly. Minister He's temple veins bulged. What kind of attitude is that? Do you really want to rebel? Xia Tianyi slowly sheathed his blade, and, mimicking Senior Yi Che's usual posture, clasped his hands behind his back, his voice low and deep. I, Xia Tianyi, am an underground disciple of the Tianhe sect. A mere Northern Zhou dynasty. Heh. What did you say? Minister He was shocked. Tianhe sect? He'd never heard of it. Tell that old emperor for me. I'm dedicating Linjiang City to my sect. He'd better be smart about it. Before Xia Tianyi finished speaking, Minister He nearly fell from the sky in rage. Dedicating the city? Who do you think you are? Xia Tianyi, you're truly seeking death. Minister He flicked his sleeves, murderous intent blazing. Today this old man will punish you, this lawless maniac, on behalf of the court. Xia Tianyi shuddered and quickly said, Old geezer, when I draw my blade, blood must be spilled. Seeing as you're old, I won't bully you. As soon as he finished speaking, he spun around abruptly, his escape light blazing as he casually layered over a dozen defensive treasures on himself and vanished without a trace. Minister, he's gone too far. You must seek justice for us. Wei Wuxian and Luo Guantong wailed. Between the two of them, they couldn't even piece together one complete arm. Minister, he sighed. This matter will not end here. I'll return to the imperial capital first to report to His Majesty. You two find somewhere to hide. He departed with a wave of his sleeve. Safe travels, Minister. Wei Wuxian could only watch tearfully, wanted to wave goodbye, but had no hands left. Luo Guantong said hoarsely, Old Wei, Dongmin Shueishue is dead. What do we do? That guy is too strong. Wei Wuxian gritted his teeth. No rush. Come on, let's find Dongmin Qing. His father was killed. I don't believe he can remain indifferent. While Wei Wuxian and the others were plotting to stir up more trouble, Yi Che had already returned to the Falling Star mountain range. Senior, Dongmin Shueishue has already died by your hand. May I ask where his son is hiding now? Wu Er respectfully cupped his fists toward Yi Che. Yi Che waved his hand dismissively. Dongmin Qing? Don't worry, he'll come to us himself. Just stay here and rest easy. After speaking, he casually squeezed Wu Er's iron-hard arm, secretly admiring. What pure universe-tier combat power. With this big guy standing guard, who would dare cause trouble? Wu Er shrank his shoulders and scratched his head bashfully. Senior, could you please not touch my muscles? I'm ticklish. The atmosphere became awkward for a moment, and Yi Che nearly wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. As night fell, to ensure personal privacy, Yi Che drove everyone to sleep outdoors at the mountain gate while he locked his door from the inside, rubbing his hands together with a mischievous grin. Little Qingli, we haven't cultivated for several days. I must make it up to you tonight. The Nine-tailed Empress looked up and glared at him. Then with a soft hum, her dress slipped off, revealing snow-white skin that gleamed even brighter in the candlelight. Her graceful curves came into view, making Yi Che's Adam's apple bob as heat coursed through his body. Moments later, the room was filled with spring passion, their breaths mingling. It wasn't until dawn broke that Yi Che opened his eyes. Little Qingli beside him was still sleeping. He lowered his head to plant a gentle kiss on her tender lips, his gaze soft and loving. Last night, she had finally fulfilled one of his secret desires, filling him with a sense of conquest and pride. He pulled up the Empress's information panel. Name, Qingli Nine-tailed Empress. Cultivation, Desolate Tier 2nd level Original Cultivation, Immortal Emperor. Affection level, 70. Current wish, revenge. 20 more points, and he could summon the next Empress. Thinking of this, Yi Che felt secretly excited. The Nine-tailed Empress was indeed exquisite, but men always wanted variety, which was perfectly understandable. When little Qingli woke up, she lazily wrapped her arms around Yi Che's neck, nuzzling him like a drowsy kitten. Unable to resist, Yi Che rolled over and pinned her down again. The day's plan begins at dawn, and he dared not slack off. Meanwhile, in another desolate mountain cave, Wei Wuxian had searched all night and finally found Dongmin Qing. The young master was comfortably pressing Jean Lian's head down, not letting her lift it, looking quite pleased. Seeing Wei Wuxian appear, he became even more excited. City Lord Wei, what do you want with me? Wei Wuxian cupped his fists, his face showing grief. Young Master Dongmin, your father is dead. Someone pierced his chest with a sword, and he died on the spot. Is this true? How is that possible? Dongmin Qing's pupils contracted. It's true, truer than pure gold. I saw it with my own eyes and would stake my life on it. Wei Wuxian declared firmly. Dongmin Qing's hands went limp, and he collapsed to the ground, looking lost. What? My father is dead? And someone who could kill a universe tier 6th level cultivator with one sword. How strong must this killer be? It's over, I can't avenge him. Despair overwhelmed him as he wailed continuously. At the cave entrance, he piled up a small mound of earth to serve as Dongmin Shueishue's grave, his heart filled with sorrow. A few tears squeezed from his eyes as he couldn't help but cry out in anguish. Alas! Father, I never imagined that you would leave me so soon. We never even had the chance to ride the same horse together. This blood debt cannot go unpaid. And if I don't avenge you, how can I, Dongmin Qing, be worthy of being your son? Therefore, today I sever our father-son relationship. If your spirit knows of this in the afterlife, please find someone else more capable. Dongmin Qing knelt on both knees, tears still wet on his face. Yet his voice carried a heart-wrenching roar. The dust in the courtyard stirred slightly from his spiritual energy, while Wei Wuxian watched from the side, his mouth twitching as he muttered to himself. What a way to sever ties. What a way to say find someone else. This guy really has no shame at all. Jean Lian sighed softly and patted Dongmin Qing's shoulder. Come on, let's go live somewhere else. As the two turned to leave, Wei Wuxian quickly stepped in front of them, raising his hand to stop them, speaking rapidly. Wait, young Master Dongmin. Don't be so sorrowful just yet. The enemy isn't actually that strong. He only succeeded because he had a divine weapon and shamelessly launched a sneak attack. That's how Master Dongmin fell into their trap and died so tragically. To put it bluntly, the opponent is just some heaven-tier trash. What? Just a heaven-tier cultivator could kill my father? Dongmin Qing's gaze sharpened, still half doubtful. Wei Wuxian raised his hand, gesturing for calm, then lowered his voice. Exactly. Before coming here, I investigated his background. Just a few dozen days ago, he was merely the sect master of some third-rate sect. But somehow he encountered some fortune, and his power skyrocketed overnight. I suspect he accidentally found some treasure, which is why he became so terrifying. As for him calling himself a senior out there, humph, that only works on fools like Xia Tianyi. With that, Wei Wuxian poured out everything he had learned, the timeline, locations, witness testimonies, and his speculations, leaving nothing out. Dong Minqing listened with veins bulging on his forehead, finding this analysis comprehensive with a clear chain of evidence, likely 8 or 9 parts true. Damn it. A heaven-tier waste killed my father through sneak attacks. If I don't avenge this, I'm not worthy of being human. Despair was instantly consumed by rage as he shot to his feet, his killing intent spreading like something tangible. Whoosh. His right arm trembled, and a long blade burst forth, its silver light shooting toward the sky. In the next instant, his spiritual energy exploded beneath his feet as he launched into the air, racing toward the falling star mountain range, leaving only an afterimage behind. In the back courtyard of the Tianhe sect, the wine had been flowing freely, with moonlight rippling in the cups like circles of soft light. Around the wooden table, voices were boisterous as the cultivators drank with flushed faces. Senior, who would have thought your knowledge was so profound? Not only are you well-versed in poetry, but you can write novels too. Especially this, It has been most enlightening for us. Qin Haizhu held the thin booklet Yi Che had given him, beaming with joy as he carefully tucked it into his robes. Ever since refining the Soyang spirit grass last night, he immediately felt capable again. This morning he even experienced a long missed reaction, which nearly moved him to tears on the spot. He immediately ordered his men to select 108 concubines for him, all to the same standard: large breasts, long legs, perky bottoms. In short, they had to be pleasing to the eye. Candlelight flickered in the courtyard as the sound of clinking cups rose and fell. Amid this commotion, a muffled thunder crashed in the sky above. Boom. The next moment, a black shadow plummeted from the clouds, the fierce wind rattling the roof tiles. Dong Minqing steadied himself midair and landed heavily in the center of the courtyard, not even bothering to push through the main gate. His long blade remained unsheathed, its edge gleaming with cold light. Oh, Yi Che turned at the sound, raising an eyebrow. A Hongtier expert? Coming to his own courtyard, what could he want? Still, a guest was a guest, so he stood up with a polite smile. Fellow Taoist, may I ask what brings you to my sect? Why don't you come inside and sit? Hearing these words and seeing how frail the man appeared, Dong Minqing became even more convinced that this person was nothing but a weakling at the heaven tier. If he were truly a master, he wouldn't be speaking so politely. He would have already struck with a slap. With this thought, his expression darkened, his aura exploded outward, and killing intent shot straight to the rafters. Do it, and we need to go inside? So you're into men? He sneered coldly, stepping forward with a voice like grinding cold steel. Too bad you've miscalculated. I don't do it with men. Let me tell you the truth. I am here to take your dog life today. Yi Che immediately frowned, thinking to himself, this person comes with ill intent, but I don't seem to have offended anyone. You want to take my dog's life? Well, my dog Erguzi is lying over there. You go take it yourself. Once you're done, get out of here quickly. You're not welcome here. As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed toward the dog emperor, who was lying nearby burping contentedly. As his words fell, the surging aura around Dong Minqing faltered slightly, and his mouth twitched violently. The dog emperor also tilted its head, staring at Yi Che with bright eyes as if questioning. Can you even read? Dong Minqing snapped back to his senses, fury blazing as he roared. Damn it. I said I want to take your dog life, not take the dog's life. Yi Che snorted with disdain in his eyes. Are you sick? I let you take the dog's life and you won't take it, but now you want to attack me? It won't be that easy. I, Yi Che, am not someone to be bullied. With that, he clasped his hands behind his back, his robes billowing as if lifted by invisible winds. He appeared like an unfathomable master, gazing down coldly. Dong Minqing's heart trembled. Could this guy be pretending to be weak while actually being strong? Men, throw him out. Yi Che suddenly turned and shouted at his drunk companions. Qin Haizhu, Xia Tianyi, and the others seized this chance to cause trouble, simultaneously unleashing their auras. Wild winds swept up the roof tiles. The sky instantly churned with clouds and rain, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. Dong Minqing's eyes nearly burst from their sockets. Holy crap! 2 at the flood tier, and over 10 at the wasteland tier. This lineup far exceeded his imagination. Only one thought remained in his mind. Didn't that bastard Wei Wuxian say everyone in this house was useless? Realizing the danger, he frantically layered dozens of defensive barriers, turned to flee, cursing inwardly. If I'd known this place was full of masters, I wouldn't have come even if you killed me. What's a father's revenge? If I can avenge it, it's a reconcilable hatred. If I can't, then I'll pretend I never had a father. Just as he turned around, 2 figures, one tall, one short, appeared before him, blocking his escape route completely. Seeing their faces clearly up close, his blood drained instantly. Ay, damn it, Wu Da Wu Air, what are you doing here? The Wu brothers' eyes seemed ready to breathe fire. Their killing intent crystallized in their gazes. Dong Minqing's legs trembled, nearly breaking into tears on the spot. Now I've really walked into the line of fire. He wanted to turn back and give that bastard Wei Wuxian 2 slaps, but discovered that the damn scoundrel had already disappeared without a trace. When Wu Da spotted Shi Minqing, he immediately saw him as his mortal enemy, clenching his fists tightly. Huh. Shimenching, you really chose the hard way when the easy path was right there. You're absolutely outstanding at making the worst choices. How dare you come here and act so brazenly in front of me? Tell me, where is that wretched woman Jean Lian? Where is she? Make her come out and face me. His furious roars shook the very air around them. Shimenching's legs gave out as he collapsed to his knees, tears streaming down his face. I repent. I'm not even human. I shouldn't have destroyed your family. I'm guilty, Brother Wu, please spare me. That woman seduced me first. You don't know she's a masochist. She enjoys being abused. Oh, shut up. Wu Da's eyes turned blood red, a cold gleam flashing as he brought down his blade. Where the sword fell, Shimenching was cleaved in half along with his manhood, blood spraying everywhere as the onlookers felt their scalps tingle with horror. The Nine-tailed Empress's eyes lit up as she immediately called out. Hong Lin, come quickly. A Hong-level corpse, while it's still fresh. In the next second, Hong Lin bounced out from the crowd, her eyes excited like a small beast hunting prey. The surrounding cultivators instinctively leaned back. This innocent-looking little girl had quite the intense appetite. Within just a few breaths, Hong Lin extracted blood from a distance, and Shimenching's remains instantly dissolved into flying ash. Immediately after, a violent surge of energy exploded from within her boom. She directly leaped across the three major realms of Xian, Di, and Tian, breaking into the Huang level. Why? Why is this happening? What happened to the three major levels of Xian, Di, and Tian? Qin Haizhu stared in disbelief. Smack! Xia Tianyi swung his hand and slapped him. Does it hurt? Damn you! What the hell? Qin Haizhu covered his face and roared. Your face is swollen. You tell me if it hurts. My hand hurts too, so this doesn't seem like a dream. Old Qin, have we been living like dogs all these years? Since when did breaking through to Huang level become so easy? Hong Lin felt the surging spiritual power within her body and excitedly ran to Yi Che, placing her hands on her hips and cheerfully shouting. Big brother, I finally broke through. Yi Che's mouth twitched. Sacred bodies really don't follow logic. But he still maintained a stern expression on the surface. Not bad, I suppose. You finally have half my elegance. Don't get cocky. Keep working hard. Deep down, however, he was already blooming with joy. The stronger Hong Lin became, the more powerful his backing would be. Oomph. Bleh. Hong Lin wrinkled her delicate nose and stuck out her tongue playfully, displaying all the liveliness of a young girl. Meanwhile, the main hall of the Tianhe sect was filled with song and dance. On the other side, however, the imperial capital of the northern Zhou dynasty was in chaos. What did you say? Xia Tianyi betrayed us? Joined the Tianhe sect? The man in dragon robes slammed the table. Yes, your majesty. The monk official replied while kneeling. Issue the decree. Send Qiyan City to suppress this rebellion. Yes. More than 10 minutes later, a delicate young eunuch entered the hall trembling. Has Qin Haizhu departed? The dragon-robed man asked in a deep voice. Your majesty, he said. The young eunuch's forehead was covered in cold sweat, his words trailing off. Someone, cut out his tongue, the dragon-robed man said with a cold expression. The young eunuch was so frightened, he prostrated himself and wept. Your majesty, Qin Haizhu said, go die somewhere else and stop bothering him. You, how dare you? Drag him out and behead him. I wasn't the one who said it, your majesty. The dragon-robed man's face turned ashen as he growled. I must go see for myself what kind of divine being dares to rebel against me. Assemble the troops immediately. Yi Che had no knowledge of the imperial city's movements, as he was currently helping the empress undress. Each time his hands touched her smooth skin, his heart would involuntarily race with excitement, reluctant to let go. Yi Che, I'm preparing to enter seclusion. The nine-tailed fox empress pressed down on Yi Che's restless hands and spoke to him with a serious gaze. So soon? Little Qingli's cultivation hasn't fully recovered yet. Why don't we wait and let you enter seclusion later? Yi Che hurriedly tried to dissuade her. If you go into seclusion, how am I supposed to cultivate our affection? Without increasing our bond, how can I get rewards? How can I summon my next confidant? The nine-tailed fox empress shook her head. Over these past days, the toxins and injuries in my body have basically healed. Combined with that 1,000-year fox heart grass, 1 year of seclusion will be enough for me to break through to the Emperor Realm. Although what you say makes sense, I don't want to listen. Yi Che still struggled desperately. Seclusion can't compare to dual cultivation in terms of speed, little Qingli. The nine-tailed fox empress interrupted Yi Che and said softly. I know what you're thinking, but now you have so many desolate, primordial, and even universe-level protectors around you that you won't face any danger. But my clansmen, Yi Che, do you know? The Immortal Realm is extremely perilous. Once they lose the protection of an Emperor-level cultivator, they face the danger of extinction at any moment. I must return as soon as possible. Seeing the nine-tailed fox empress's determined expression, Yi Che could only sigh. Little Qingli, since you've made up your mind, I can only silently support you. But before that, can we make a promise? The nine-tailed fox empress blinked her beautiful eyes in confusion. What promise? Yi Che coughed, then looked into the nine-tailed fox empress's eyes and spoke with deep affection. Little Qingli, do you know? Life may have 3,000 ailments, but only lovesickness cannot be cured. With this seclusion of yours, we won't be able to see each other for at least a year. But please remember, no matter where you are, my heart will always belong to you. During every day and night when I cannot see you, I will miss you and long to touch your body again. Little Qingli, in my heart, you're like a pure white angel who captivates me. Seeing the woman before him, her gaze gradually softening, Yi Che continued to press his advantage. Little Qingli, for you it's 1 year. But for me, it's 365 days and nights, feeling longer than my entire lifetime. I don't know how I'll get through the days without you. Yi Che's tone was steady, his voice full of magnetism, and his eyes were like spring water, brimming with emotion. Hearing these words, the nine-tailed fox empress's heart immediately surged with turbulent waves. With a soft cry, her limbs went weak, and she couldn't control her body as she fell into Yi Che's embrace. Looking closely at Yi Che's affectionate gaze and hearing his sweet words, her cheeks flushed slightly red, and her heart began to flutter in panic. Remembering the times they had spent together before, the nine-tailed fox empress unconsciously bit her lip, not knowing what to say. Although she was the one protecting Yi Che, it seemed that every time, in the end, it was Yi Che who came to her aid. The Jade Blood Heart Sutra that restrained the Ink Toad, the supreme immortal artifacts, the 1,000-year fox heart grass. Without realizing it, she owed Yi Che quite a lot. Seeing the nine-tailed fox empress's expression, Yi Che knew her heart had softened, and he understood that this was the moment to press harder and strike while the iron was hot. He had to increase their affection level. Little Qingli, promise me that after 1 year, you must not forget me. I'll be waiting here for you always. Yi Che pleaded earnestly. The candlelight flickered gently as the nine-tailed Empress Qing blistered at him in a daze, the softest corner of her heart deeply touched. How many years had it been since anyone truly cared about her joys and sorrows? How many years since anyone was willing to open their heart to her? Now, this man was actually saying she was a pure angel in his heart. Her gaze gradually softened as her slender fingers gently caressed Yi Che's face, filled with attachment and reluctance. I, Qingli, will never forget you. Yi Che, meeting you has made me very happy, the Empress said in a soft, low voice. With those words, she gently nestled into Yi Che's embrace, her cheek pressed against his warm chest, rubbing softly as she cherished that long-lost warmth. In this tranquil moment, the system in Yi Che's mind suddenly blared with alarms. Beep, beep, beep. Host, you're truly a damn genius. Just a few words, and the favorability increased by 20 points. This system is truly inferior. Yi Che narrowed his eyes and pulled up the system panel. Name, Qingli. Title, Nine-tailed Empress. Cultivation, Desolate Realm, Second Layer, Original Cultivation, Immortal Emperor. Favorability, 90. The number 90 flashed in the center of the interface, and he couldn't help but chuckle softly. With just a slight effort from me, I've already reached the limit of this tier. What are you laughing about? The Empress asked, looking up in confusion. Yi Che instantly changed his expression, pinching her soft cheek and smiling. I just never expected little Qingli to have such an adorable side. Lying in my arms, you're just like a little lazy cat. I'm a fox, a nine-tailed celestial fox, the Empress huffed lightly, then looked up and whispered. Tonight I'm yours. You can do whatever you want. Yi Che, who originally had no such intentions, was completely ignited by these words. He chuckled lowly. Little Qingli, you'd better be careful tonight. With that, he swept her up in his arms, his hands exploring along her graceful curves. The long night passed with curtains swaying. They battled passionately until dawn broke, and only then did Yi Che fall into deep sleep. The next morning, thin mist shrouded the mountain peak. The nine-tailed Empress changed into a plain-colored dress and stepped out, turning back to gaze at the sleeping Yi Che on the bed for a moment. In the end, she said nothing and transformed into a streak of light, disappearing without a trace. No one knew where she would go for her secluded cultivation. When the sun was high in the sky, Yi Che slowly awakened, reaching toward the pillow beside him. Touching empty space, he understood that the Empress had already left. He tidied himself up briefly and stepped outside. At the door, four maidservants arranged by Xia Tianyi were already waiting. One holding a wash basin, one with a towel, one carrying clothes, and one holding shoes. Seeing Yi Che appear, all four bowed their heads in unison, while seemingly inadvertently pressing their snowy white bosoms forward, trying to attract his attention. Yi Che glanced over but felt no stirring in his heart. With improved strength comes elevated standards. If she's not an empress, I'm not interested. Suddenly, clanging sounds came from the direction of the mountain gate. He had the maidservants help him wash up, then spread his wings and flew toward the gate to investigate. At the foot of the mountain, he saw a bustling scene. Disciples were dragging piles of stone and wooden stakes, while Xia Tianyi and Qin Haiju stood at the front, gesturing and pointing at the open ground. Old Xia, what are you all doing? Yi Che asked as he landed. Senior, we thought about it all night given your noble status. How can your living quarters be so simple? What? A University Master? Oh my goodness. Yuan Hua gasped in shock, leaping up from his golden dragon throne so abruptly that the hem of his imperial robes fluttered wildly. In an instant, his expression shifted unpredictably, his lips turning a terrifying shade of pale. Universitier represented the absolute pinnacle of mortal cultivation, beyond all rivals. Even as the mighty emperor, he would have to bow his head before a Universitier master. Minister, what should we do? Yuan Hua looked frantically toward his advisor. Minister, he had already planned his escape route and calmly bowed. Your Majesty, I believe, if this news is accurate, perhaps abdication would be wise. As he spoke, he was secretly calculating had connections with Xia Tianyi Mian, and when the time came, he could offer some benefits and switch allegiances to the new master. As soon as he finished speaking, a beautiful concubine raised her phoenix eyes and immediately countered. Your Majesty, I refuse to believe a Universitier expert would simply appear out of nowhere. There must be something suspicious here. Why don't I go investigate the Tianyi sect first? Yuan Hua's spirits lifted. Yes. My beloved consort speaks wisely, perhaps they're bluffing. My dear, go investigate for me. The beauty smiled seductively, her figure gliding from the palace and descending upon the Tianyi sect in moments. Upon landing, she deliberately kicked off her embroidered shoes, revealing 10 toes painted with crimson nail polish, crystal clear and pristine as they touched the stone pavement without gathering a speck of dust. Her calves were like white jade, smooth and perfectly sculpted. Above that, a pink bodycon skirt barely reaching her thighs accentuated her round, firm curves, making one itch to lift it and explore further. With just her ripe, peach-like figure, she instantly captured everyone's attention. The plaza buzzed with excitement. Xia Tianyi was the first to lose composure, his eyes nearly popping out as he swallowed hard, feeling overwhelmed by the magnificent sight before him. He exclaimed, "Wow, a mature woman. That's exactly my type." He shot toward the beauty like a cannonball. From the other side, Yi Che approached upon hearing the commotion, glanced over briefly, then looked away. While he acknowledged her stunning figure, he preferred innocent young girls and had limited interest in such mature allure. The beauty smiled gently and spoke softly. Greetings everyone. May I have some water to drink? Yi Che was stunned. Someone in this world actually asked for saliva? This woman had quite unusual tastes. He turned to Xia Tianyi. I'm a germaphobe. You handle this. Xia Tianyi's face lit up with joy. Beautiful lady, here you go. Without giving her time to react, he suddenly spat. Ha! Tui. A yellowish, thick glob from his inflamed throat directly onto her delicate face. Ah, what are you doing? The beauty was furious, frantically pulling tissues and wiping the saliva from her face. Xia Tianyi scratched his head. Beautiful lady, didn't you ask for saliva to drink? Though his words were confused, his eyes remained glued to those long legs. She could admire these legs for a year. No, a lifetime. The beauty wanted to slap this brainless fool away, but remembering her imperial mission, she forced down her rage and squeezed out a smile. Thank you. Oh, you're welcome. Xia Tianyi grinned foolishly. Beautiful lady, want more? I've got plenty left, enough for you to drink. Xia Tianyi grinned widely with delight, planning to spit a few more times. Seeing this behavior, Meiji was so frightened that she hurriedly hid in Yi Che's embrace and quite cunningly displayed the fullness of her chest. Yi Che mentally assessed the situation and couldn't help but gasp inwardly, hissing. This scale was probably more than one hand could handle. Handsome guy, I heard there are universe-level powerhouses here. Is that true? Meiji, seeing her beauty starting to take effect, immediately probed with her question. Upon hearing this, Yi Che scratched his head, thinking to himself, when did he ever have universe-level powerhouses here? This was nonsense. The Nine-tailed Empress was an immortal emperor, and the dog emperor was a sacred beast. Miss, please don't talk nonsense. Yi Che immediately shook his head. Universe-level powerhouses? Miss, you've got the wrong place. I don't have any here. Ah. Hearing the response, Meiji couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. This wasn't how the script was supposed to go. Shouldn't he be desperately trying to hide that he was a universe-level powerhouse? How could he actively admit he didn't have any? This wasn't playing by the rules, leaving her completely disheveled. Instead, Xia Tianyi replied with a face full of disdain. Universe level? Who are you looking down on? In front of immortals, universe-level beings are just small fry. After saying this, Xia Tianyi looked at Yi Che with eyes full of admiration, the kind with stars sparkling in them. Yi Che couldn't help but frown, saying somewhat unhappily, Old Xia, don't talk nonsense. Keep a low profile. Yes, yes, yes. Hearing the conversation between these two, Meiji was immediately frightened, her face turning deathly pale. What? He's an immortal? Meiji nearly choked, shocked speechless. Her expression changed unpredictably, sometimes surprised, sometimes fearful, sometimes incredulous, quite a spectacular display. No universe-level powerhouses, but there were immortals. Was this something a normal person would say? She could see it now. This person was just playing with her. Playing hard to get. What a pervert. Meiji now strongly suspected whether the other party already knew about the ambush troops hidden not far away. His deliberate claim of having no universe-level powerhouses was just to lure the emperor into attacking, giving him a reason to rebel and usurp the throne. If Xia Tianyi hadn't let it slip, she probably wouldn't have seen through this person's scheme. How cunning. But she wasn't born yesterday either. She absolutely wouldn't fall for his trick. Harboring a chest full of doubts, Meiji forced out a smile and thanked Yi Che. Handsome guy, I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. Yi Che nodded in farewell. Xia Tianyi reluctantly chased after her, shouting, Take care, beautiful lady. Want to leave your contact information? We could exchange ideas tonight. After she left, Yi Che couldn't wait to say, Little system, can I summon the next empress now? My requirements aren't high. She should have a curvy figure, a pure and charming face. As for personality, she should be gentle and considerate, intellectual and elegant, lively and cute. It would be best if she were a bit simple-minded too, as that would make her easier to win over. Host, the Nine-tailed Empress just entered seclusion yesterday. The system kindly reminded. Hearing this, Yi Che blinked and sighed deeply, saying somewhat melancholically, Sigh. I don't want to either, but whenever I'm idle, I can't help but think about little Qingli. You, being an AI, wouldn't understand the feeling of longing. It's truly torturous. So, to prevent myself from constantly overthinking, I have to find something to do to keep myself busy. System. Ding. Summoning an empress for the host. Ding. Summoning successful. The second Empress Yaoqi Empress. As soon as the notification ended, a miniature version figurine appeared in Yi Che's mind, with chubby cheeks and perky little pigtails that could melt anyone's heart at first sight. Yaoqi Empress? Yi Che perked up immediately. Just from the name alone, he imagined a gentle, refined, and well-educated young lady. He eagerly pulled up the status panel. Name, Yaoyin Yaoqi Empress. Cultivation, Immortal Emperor 9th level. Affection level, 1. Click to view more information. With a tap of his finger, dozens of high-definition photos instantly filled his vision, crystal clear and uncensored, nearly causing his nosebleed to hit the ceiling. Little system, sweetheart. Hurry up and bring her here. I can't wait any longer, he howled while wiping his nosebleed. The system's mechanical voice responded coolly. Sorry host, I cannot deliver her. You need to go to the Immortal Realm and find her yourself. Damn it. What good are you? Get lost. 1 second he was calling it sweetheart. The next he completely turned on it, roaring in anger before storming off toward the back mountain. The system muttered resentfully. Just call me sweetheart. Now calling me useless? Having a host like you. At the same moment, Meiji hurried back to Yu Wenhua's side. Seeing her unharmed, Yu Wenhua first breathed a sigh of relief, then immediately pressed. What's the situation? Your Majesty, we've all been deceived. Meiji looked utterly distressed, throwing herself into his arms and sobbing until her shoulders shook. They don't have universe-level experts, but behind them there are immortals. Holy crap, immortals! Yu Wenhua was so frightened his legs went weak, staggering back 2 steps before collapsing to the ground. My beloved, are you certain of this? Meiji nodded solemnly. Absolutely certain. Though they tried hard to hide it, I still saw through them one by one. Your Majesty, compared to life itself, what does a throne matter? Yu Wenhua's face turned ashen, but he dared not doubt her judgment. After pondering for a moment, he ordered Minister He. Withdraw the troops immediately. I must personally pay respects to that senior. Minister He hesitated briefly before suggesting, Your Majesty, going empty-handed would be inappropriate. In this humble minister's opinion, we should prepare generous gifts. Yu Wenhua suddenly understood. Right. Didn't that Wei Wuxian offend the senior? Go, cut off his head and send it as an apology. Also send people to gather that Yaoqi lotus flower and present it together. I only hope the senior will be magnanimous and not hold grudges against me. Back mountain. Yi Che jogged all the way to the back mountain, petting and massaging the dog emperor who was lounging on a stone platform. Dog emperor, I heard that after reaching saint level, one can shatter the void and ascend through flight. Is that true? The dog emperor glanced at him lazily. Of course, why do you ask? Considering I've raised you for 5 years, could you lift a paw and send me to the Immortal Realm? Yi Che rubbed his hands together expectantly. The dog emperor froze, looking at him like he was staring at a complete idiot. After cautiously feeling his forehead to confirm he wasn't feverish, it scolded in an old-fashioned tone. Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? You're only at the heaven stage and already want to go to the Immortal Realm? A single fart from those folks up there could blow you to smithereens. Young man, don't bite off more than you can chew. Cultivation requires taking it 1 step at a time, slowly and steadily. Dog Emperor's chubby body stood atop the mountain peak, his golden canine eyes filled with reproach. He waved his paw toward Yi Che in the distance and continued arrogantly. Look at me. I stayed hidden in my mother's womb for a full 300 years and was born at the saint stage. Lay low in the early stages, and you'll dominate infinitely later. Got it? Yi Chei's mouth twitched as he cursed inwardly. What a dog! Who can stay in the womb for 300 years? Your mother must be truly remarkable to not have a section. Yet he still replied respectfully. Dog Emperor, my journey to the Immortal Realm isn't about showing off. It's the guidance of the true God's blood. It tells me this is my destiny and mission. I cannot retreat. After speaking, he clutched his chest and gazed toward the horizon with a heroic expression. Seeing this, Dog Emperor's round face showed a hint of appreciation as he thought. When did this kid become so brave? In that case, I'll give you a ride. He slashed with one claw. Boom. Heaven and earth seemed torn apart by a giant beast as the space ahead collapsed into a deep, dark void. Dog Emperor instructed, this is a void tunnel to the Immortal Realm. Be careful once you get there. Yi Chei cupped his hands. I'm always peaceful when I'm away. With that, he stepped forward. Senior, someone's coming. Xia Tianyi's shout suddenly came from behind. Yi Chei turned back. Old Xia, I'll be away for a while. Please manage the sect in my absence. Xia Tianyi ran over, holding an exquisite gift box in both hands. He brought a gift, the legendary Jade Pool lotus flower. Even from several yards away, its fragrance was overwhelming. Yi Chei's mind stirred. Perfect, I needed a greeting gift. He stepped back, took the gift box, and said casually, whoever it is, since they've come to the Tianhe sect, courtesy before force. But if they're looking for trouble, don't let them off easy. Someone's waiting for me in the Immortal Realm. I am leaving. Whoosh. His figure disappeared into the crack and vanished instantly. At the mountain gate, space frantically healed itself, leaving only silence. Xia Tianyi stood dumbfounded, secretly bowing several times. Senior, farewell. Hidden in the shadows, Yuan Hua felt chilled to the bone. Shattering space, traversing the void. Who but an immortal could do such things? His last shred of hope completely crumbled as he trembled and said to Xia Tianyi, don't call me your majesty. Brother Xia, just call me Little Yuzi. Yi Chei traveled through the tunnel, feeling light and shadow swirling around him. In the blink of an eye, he found himself surrounded by immortal mist. In the sky, a flock of white-feathered immortal geese circled overhead, while rows of golden pillars stretched into the clouds in the distance. Majestic palaces blazed with lights, and the faint sound of music drifted through the air. The palace gate's plaque bore 4 characters, Jade Pool Immortal Palace, that shone like stars. Yi Chei thought, I've definitely arrived. Carrying the gift box, he followed the crowd into the hall. Inside the great hall, jade steps gleamed and precious lamps hung high. Hundreds of powerful beings gathered, their auras capable of tearing apart heaven and earth. A maid announced clearly, today marks the 3000th birthday celebration of the Jade Pool Empress. If any guest's gift pleases the Empress, they may enter her treasury and select one treasure. As her words fell, the crowd erupted in excitement. Suddenly, steady footsteps echoed from outside the hall. A middle-aged man with graying temples entered with his hands behind his back. Someone approached him. Venerable Tsonglong, you finally made it. Venerable Tsonglong smiled faintly. The Empress is noble, how could I dare not attend? But you, Venerable Fengxing, actually came out of seclusion early. Venerable Fengxing laughed heartily as the two walked forward side by side. Haha, what gift are you planning to present this time? Venerable Fengxing asked with a laugh. I bring a sea heart stone from the Kanglan Sea. Venerable Kanglan said calmly. Venerable Fengxing's eyes lit up. A sea heart stone? That's a supreme treasure. Legend says it takes 3,000 years to form its initial shape, then another 3,000 years to fully mature. It can absorb the essence of entire oceans and contains divine power that rivals heaven and earth itself. Such a precious item, Yuri actually willing to give it as a gift. Venerable Kanglan smiled and asked in return, what have you prepared? I'm presenting a wind-stabilizing pearl. Venerable Fengxing replied with composure. Both venerables were powerful figures in the Immortal Palace, their hidden rivalry never ceasing. Venerable Kanglan nodded. Yours is no less impressive. A wind-stabilizing pearl can control hurricanes equally 1 in 10,000 throughout the world. Haha, you're too kind, too kind. Venerable Fengxing laughed heartily. The two shook hands in apparent harmony, though undercurrents surged in their eyes. Moments later, led by maidservants, they entered the main hall. Jade pillars reached toward the heavens, golden lanterns hung high, immortal mist swirled about, and wine fragrance filled the air. In a short time, countless powerful figures and dignitaries arrived in succession. Immortal Palace venerables with their personal disciples, envoys from major sects, family patriarchs. The seating arrangement clearly reflected cultivation level and status. 1. Immortal Palace venerables and visiting sect representatives sat on thrones flanking both sides below, closest to the Empress. 2. High-ranking sect leaders sat further back. 3. Disciples without formal positions took seats near the Great Hall's entrance. The higher one's power, the closer the seat. This had always been an unwritten rule. Yi Chei blended into the crowd, taking a seat in the corner nearest the main entrance. From this angle, he quietly observed his surroundings while helping himself to fine wine and pastries, eating with great satisfaction. Suddenly, a majestic shout shook the palace. Her Majesty the Empress arrives. Everyone rose in unison, bowing respectfully. We pay our respects to Empress Yaoqi. Behind the towering throne, a layer of gentle immortal mist softly gathered around a woman in cloud-patterned imperial robes who reclined against the armrest, one hand supporting her chin, her expression somewhere between smiling and not, appearing languidly disinterested. Rise. Her voice was soft, just 3 words, yet like a clear spring striking stone, echoing long within the hall, causing everyone's hearts to flutter and their breathing to unconsciously lighten. The gift presentation began. Venerable Kanglin stepped forward, holding in both hands a piece of blue jade the size of an infant's fist, shimmering with water light, as if great tides surged within it. Your Majesty, this is the sea heart stone I have prepared for you. I hope it pleases your eyes. A personal maidservant received it on a jade tray, ascending the steps to present it with both hands. Behind the immortal mist, the Empress was seen with lowered eyelids, not even moving a fingertip. The maidservant had no choice but to retreat, returning the tray. Venerable, Her Majesty did not open her eyes. Venerable Kanglin's expression stiffened, disappointment flashing briefly across his face. Venerable Fengxing immediately rose, presenting a fist-sized, crystal-clear green pearl. Your Majesty, this is the wind-stabilizing pearl I respectfully offer, capable of suppressing 9 levels of hurricanes. Please examine it. The maidservant had just received it when Empress Yaoqi lazily parted her lips. No need to bring it up. I don't like it. Yes. The maidservant helplessly returned the wind-stabilizing pearl as it was. Seeing this, other venerables and nobles steeled themselves to step forward. Your Majesty, this is the fortune star tree I prepared. I also have a sacred fire token of light, praying to ward off evil. Various treasures shone brilliantly, yet none could make the woman behind the throne lift her eyes. An hour passed. The atmosphere in the immortal hall grew stagnant, everyone silent as cicadas in winter, unsure what the Empress truly desired. At the entrance, Yi Che brushed the pastry crumbs from his hands, his gaze penetrating the swirling immortal mist as he looked thoughtfully toward the throne. He checked Empress Yaoqi's wish through the system. Name, Yaoyin, Empress of Yaoqi. Cultivation, 9th level Immortal Emperor. Favorability, 1. Current wish, to obtain a lotus flower from the Yaoqi of her homeland. In the grand hall, golden lanterns hung high while dozens of venerables stood in rows on both sides, with wisps of ethereal immortal mist swirling around the Empress's throne. Yi Che took a deep breath, slowly rising from the back of the crowd, and stepping forward 1 pace at a time until he reached the center, becoming the focal point under the watchful eyes of all the venerables and attendants. Your Majesty, I have a gift here, exactly what you desire, he declared loudly. As his words fell, the hall instantly erupted into chaos. The Empress doesn't even regard our precious treasures, yet you, a nameless disciple, dare to offer something? What kind of thing are you? Do you have any right to speak here? Venerable Fengxing snorted coldly and commanded, Guards, throw him out. A circle of pressure descended like an iron curtain, pressing toward Yi Che from all directions. The young man gritted his teeth and endured it forcefully, raising his hand to retrieve the Yaoqi lotus that the kind person had given him earlier, holding it high above his head with both hands. Your Majesty, please look. An attendant asked in confusion, What is this? A lotus flower. Yi Che unwrapped the package. A faint, elegant fragrance instantly filled the entire palace, the petals crystalline and translucent. Though not of high grade, it appeared refined and otherworldly. The venerables, however, laughed mockingly. A mere 100-year mortal grade item, and you dare embarrass yourself with it? Where are the enforcers? Throw this troublemaker out. Guards responded and seized Yi Che's arms. Unable to break free, the young man could only shout, Your Majesty, please open your eyes and look. You worthless fool, how dare you roar in the immortal palace? Throw him out quickly. Venerable Fengxing urged impatiently. On the throne, the Empress, who had been reclining with her eyes half closed, slowly opened them a fraction. Through the immortal mist, she glanced casually. That was a Yaoqi lotus. The clear fragrance carried memories that rushed toward her. The Empress's heart, usually calm as still water, now rippled slightly, with traces of reminiscence flashing in the depths of her gaze. In years past, when she had not yet taken human form, she had achieved enlightenment and immortality while leaning against that small lotus pond. 3,000 years had passed in the blink of an eye, yet everything had changed. Stop. She raised her hand, her voice calm, yet brooking no argument. This gift is what I truly want. The entire assembly was shocked. Several venerables nearly lost their composure, their legs going weak. No one could believe that the Empress would reject countless supreme treasures, yet favor a mortal lotus. As the restraint loosened, Yi Che gasped for air and moved forward 2 more steps, wanting to see clearly the peerless beauty behind the immortal mist, but his vision was still obscured by the swirling vapors. The Empress gazed at Yi Che through the mist, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. Though they had clearly never met, she inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity in her heart, which was truly strange. After a moment's thought, she said indifferently, "You have merit in presenting this treasure. I permit you to enter the inner treasury and take one supreme treasure for yourself. Thank you for your majesty's gracious reward. However, might this disciple make a small request?" Yi Che bowed respectfully. Audacious. To receive the Empress's favor is already a blessing, yet you dare make further demands. Venerable Fengxing jumped forward, looking around the hall. "Which hall are you from? Where is your hall master? Step forward." A moment of silence followed with no response, leaving Venerable Fengxing feeling embarrassed. Yi Che glanced at him with disdain, then turned back to the Empress. "Your Majesty, actually, I am not a disciple of Yaoqi Immortal Palace, but I have always admired the palace and dream of entering to cultivate. I humbly request that instead of entering the inner treasury, you accept me as your disciple." The Empress lifted her eyelashes slightly. "Do you know that trespassing in the Immortal Palace is a capital offense?" Her tone remained unhurried. "Take him away and execute him," Venerable Fengxing shouted. Yi Che's heart suddenly lurched. This wasn't how the script was supposed to go. "Your Majesty, wait," Yi Che blurted out, his voice echoing through the vast hall as his mind raced frantically like a wound-up clock. He needed to find an excuse to get out of this, but he couldn't very well say he was lost, could he? Cold sweat trickled down his cheeks, quickly soaking his collar. "Frightened? Are you afraid?" Empress Yaoqi rested her hand on the armrest, her tone calm, yet carrying an undeniable chill. Yi Che instinctively lowered his head, his gaze sweeping over the 2 long blades pressed against his neck as he cursed inwardly. Anyone would be terrified in this situation. After a moment, the Empress commanded indifferently, "Feng Wuya, from now on he shall be a disciple of your Wind Palace." "Your Majesty, this..." Venerable Feng Xing hesitated, about to protest when Empress Yaoqi had already turned and departed, leaving only her resolute silhouette behind. Only then did Yi Che breathe a sigh of relief, smiling as he cupped his hands toward Venerable Feng Xing. "Senior, please take care of me in the future. A mere heaventier waste dares enter my Wind Palace? Disgraceful." Venerable Feng Xing snorted coldly, yet still led him outside. Deep within the imperial chambers, Empress Yaoqi sat upon a jade bed over 10 meters wide, holding a crystal-clear Yaoqi lotus flower in her hands. After gazing at it for a long while, she softly commanded, "Go, bring that man here." The maidservant was momentarily stunned, then bowed. "Yes, Your Majesty." After the maidservant left, the Empress gently caressed the petals with her fingertips, murmuring to herself, "Why did he give me a Yaoqi lotus flower?" Wind Palace. Feng Wuya pointed to a sizable courtyard. "You'll live here from now on." Yi Che looked around, sensing that the auras from the neighboring courtyards were more terrifying than the Nextall Hauntier and Jodier cultivators. His scalp tingled. Wouldn't living here mean getting beaten up daily? "Venerable Feng Xing, my status is humble. I truly don't deserve this place. Just find me a quiet corner somewhere." Feng Wuya scoffed. "At least you know you don't deserve it? But you were personally appointed by the Empress. If your accommodations are too shabby, it would be difficult for me to report back. I really won't live here. Absolutely not." Yi Che waved his hands repeatedly. His mind suddenly flashed to that inconspicuous thatched hut at the foot of the mountain. Crude as it was, at least no one would dare cause trouble there. Perfect for lying low and developing his strength. "Venerable, I'll go to the thatched hut at the foot of the mountain to save you the trouble. I'll be going now." Before he finished speaking, he had already slipped away several yards. Feng Wuya watched his retreating figure, muttering after a long pause, "This kid is actually quite polite." The thatched hut. Night wind howled as the window paper fluttered noisily. Yi Che lay on the crude wooden bed, gazing through holes in the roof at a few scattered stars, sighing inwardly. This felt like going back to before liberation. If only Xia Tianyi and Qin Haizhu, those 2 flatterers, were here, just a few compliments and his mood would be brightened for the whole day. "Little system, I'm unfamiliar with this place, so you'd better step up your game." "Don't worry, host. I've got you covered." "That's good. Come out. Her Majesty wishes to see you." A maidservant's voice suddenly came from outside. Yi Che was stunned. Why would the Empress want to see me this late? Could she have taken a fancy to me? He immediately fixed his hair and opened the door. "Lead the way." The maidservant led Yi Che through countless corridors until they reached the Empress's presence. Along the way, she whispered a warning. "Remember not to speak carelessly, or you'll bring death upon yourself." "Understood." Yi Che replied simply, though his steps involuntarily slowed as they approached the palace hall. "Your Majesty, I have brought the person as requested." The maidservant bowed respectfully at the foot of the steps. Yi Che immediately cupped his hands in salute. "Greetings, Your Majesty." As the celestial mist cleared, he truly saw the legendary Yaoqi Empress for the first time. Her black gown clung to her form, accentuating her slender waist and long legs. Beneath her pale, jade-like neck, her smooth décolletage was tantalizingly half-concealed. Those perfectly straight, beautiful legs were crossed elegantly, her delicate feet suspended gracefully in the air. Just one glance was enough to stir the imagination. With a single look, Yi Che made his assessment. This woman's beauty and figure rivaled even Xiao Qingli's. The Yaoqi Empress raised her eyes, her voice cold as frost. Do you find it pleasing to look at? Meeting those arched brows and almond-shaped eyes, Yi Che found himself saying as if possessed, very pleasing indeed. The Empress narrowed her eyes. Yet most who have seen my true appearance have been killed by me. Tell me, should I kill you or not? A chill shot straight to his spine, and Yi Che felt as if he'd fallen into an ice cave. Are you kidding me? A death trap question right off the bat. How am I supposed to answer this? Waiting online, it's urgent, he screamed internally. System, I need backup. The system responded coldly. Playing dead, don't me. Yi Che steeled himself and answered. I believe your majesty should not kill me. The hall fell silent. The Empress said nothing. He had no choice but to continue explaining. Your majesty, as they say, everyone has an appreciation for beauty. You are naturally gorgeous, the most beautiful woman in the world, whether man or woman, young or old. Anyone who sees you can't help but look a few more times. I was entranced just now, completely captivated by your beauty. I cannot imagine there exists someone in this world with such stunning looks as yours. Besides, I was merely appreciating your beauty. I had no improper thoughts whatsoever. He pointed to his own eyes. Look at my gaze. Didn't you think it's pure and innocent? The Yaoqi Empress snorted coldly. If there had been lustful desire in your eyes, you would already be dead. Thank you for your mercy, your majesty. Yi Che quickly bowed in gratitude. The Empress withdrew her gaze. I summoned you here to ask why you sent me the Yaoqi lotus flower. Yi Che muttered to himself. Because I can see what's in your heart. But when the words reached his lips, he changed his approach, smiling lightly. Your majesty, to be honest, that was the only gift I had at the time. Apart from giving you that, I had nothing else to offer. The Empress laughed coldly. So you're saying what you gave me was actually trash? Yi Che shook his head in protest. Your majesty, why not think of it this way? I offered you the only valuable treasure I possessed. This sentiment carries far more weight than what those venerables could offer. Humph. The Empress gave a light snort and waved her hand dismissively. You may go. Yi Che cupped his hands in farewell and turned to leave. Behind the hall, the Yaoqi Empress gently caressed the lotus flower with her fingertips, the corners of her lips curving slightly. Most valuable possession? Huh. This man certainly has an interesting way with words. And he's quite handsome too. The maidservant beside her quietly raised her head, and, seeing the Empress's rare smile, felt her heart surge with shock. The Empress smiled? The Empress, who has remained unmoved for thousands of years, actually smiled because of that man. Yi Che returned to his thatched cottage and had just sat down when the system notification chimed in his ears. Ding! Yaoqi Empress's favorability increased by 5 points. Rewarding host master with Yaoqi Immortal Lotus Seeds. The next second, system information flashed through Yi Che's mind. The Immortal Lotus Seed of Yaoqi blooms once every 5,000 years and bears fruit every 5,000 years. It contains the essence of the immortal lotus and is truly a peerless treasure. The seed is oval-shaped, crystal white throughout, and emanates a mysterious aura. Little system, would this lotus seed help the Yaoqi Empress in her cultivation? Yes. With the system's affirmative response, he pondered for only a few moments before formulating a plan. The next morning, clang clang clang, clear bell sounds pierced through the entire Fengxing Hall as all disciples filed out and gathered at the martial arts arena outside the hall entrance, quietly awaiting the hall master's appearance. Today was not only the annual Fengxing Hall competition, but also the joint trial of the 4 great halls of Yaoqi Immortal Palace. In the crowd, discussions centered on yesterday's newcomer Yi Che. Did you hear? Our hall got a new disciple yesterday, personally appointed by the Empress. You mean that weakling with only heaven-tier cultivation? Humph, just dumb luck. Her Majesty only took a liking to his gift. Do you think he'll participate in today's competition? What's a heaven-ear doing joining the fun? Looking for a beating? Ridiculous. As the discussions reached their peak, a figure stepped onto the high platform, and the arena fell silent instantly. It was Hall Master Feng Wuye. Feng Wuye looked down at everyone and announced loudly. Same rules as always, the competition winner will represent Fengxing Hall in matches against the other 3 halls. At that time, Her Majesty the Empress will personally attend. The phrase, Empress will personally attend, instantly ignited the disciples' fighting spirit. Success and glory were within reach. First disciple Lin Xiaoyao also clenched his fists, secretly vowing, I, Lin Xiaoyao, am the most outstanding disciple of Yaoqi Immortal Palace. The elders began organizing the lottery draw. Just then, hurried footsteps and heavy breathing came from outside the arena. Yi Che had arrived. As soon as this strikingly handsome man entered the arena, he felt countless strange gazes lock onto him. He scratched his head and casually asked, "Is there still food?" Who knew getting breakfast required assembly and queuing? The disciples' expressions froze, nearly erupting in chaos. Getting breakfast? What the hell? What kind of idiot is this? Delaying the competition will have your head. Lin Xiaoyao heard the commotion, and jealousy instantly ignited within him. Yesterday, this guy received the Empress's favor. Why? Just because he was a tiny bit more handsome? Yi Che looked over, frowning slightly. That person really annoyed him. I'm just a few minutes late. What gives you the right to stop me from eating? As soon as he finished speaking, he activated the Candle Dragon Divine technique. With a glance, everything that had happened here in the past few minutes reflected in his mind understood the entire situation. I see. Oh my goodness, there's going to be a fight. Better not stay here. He muttered to himself and turned to leave. However, Feng Wuya had already noticed him and sternly called out. Stop. Although you only joined my Fengxing Hall yesterday, since you're a disciple, you must participate. With that, the hall master swept his sleeve and, without allowing any argument, grabbed Yi Che's hand and pressed his thumbprint on the participation roster. Yi Che's heart instantly turned cold. For this competition at Windwalker Hall, only 9 disciples had signed up. Though few in number, they were all at the Universe Realm without exception. The strongest among them, Lin Xiaoyao, had even reached the 9th level of Universe Realm, showing the bearing of a chief disciple. According to the rules, the 9 would draw lots for pairing. Number 1 against number 2, number 3 against number 4, and so on, with whoever drew number 9 getting a bye. An elder from Windwalker Hall stepped onto the martial arena carrying 9 bamboo lots. The 9 disciples below formed a line, their gazes fixed intently on the lots. Everyone wanted to treat Yi Che like a soft persimmon to squeeze. When Yi Che's turn came, he drew number 9. A direct bye? He breathed a sigh of relief and lifted his leg to slip away from the platform, but Hall Master Feng Wuya kept staring at him intently, forcibly suppressing his urge to escape. The 8 disappointed disciples' eyes nearly blazed with fire, but they could only proceed with their matches first. Those who dared to compete were no weaklings. The moment they clashed, sword light and fist energy crisscrossed with rainbow-like momentum. Feng Wuya waved his sleeve, raising a barrier of light around them to contain the aftershocks and prevent damage to the spectator stance. In just a quarter hour, victory and defeat were decided. Rest for 1 hour, then continue drawing lots, Feng Wuya announced. The 4 who advanced all glanced at Yi Che in unison before sitting cross-legged to meditate and recover. Someone lowered their voice and snorted angrily. I don't believe you'll get another by next round. Yi Che just smiled. After an incense stick's time, the elder brought 5 bamboo lots, deliberately letting the 4 others draw first before handing the last one to Yi Che. Yi Che opened his palm. Oh my, number 5, I got another bye. Lin Xiaoyao and the other 3 looked at each other, nearly grinding their teeth to powder. Why was this guy's luck so ridiculously good? With no choice, they stepped onto the platform again. Yi Che sat leisurely at the sidelines with his legs crossed, becoming the most relaxed spectator. The watching disciples whispered among themselves. Heaven-defying luck, 2 consecutive buys. No real strength, just pure luck. Someone who caught the Empress's favor. You think he has no tricks up his sleeve? Just wait and see. The second round quickly produced winners. Chief Disciple Lin Xiaoyao and Windwalker Hall's second-ranked Sun Buoxin. The former was at the 9th level of Universe Realm, the latter at the 8th, both absolute elites. Originally, they should have drawn lots again according to rules, but Feng Wuya had had enough. Yi Che, you'll directly challenge Sun Buoxin. Win and you'll face Lin Xiaoyao in the finals. Lose and you're eliminated. Yi Che wore a bitter expression, slowly getting up and turning back as he walked to remind them. Hall Master Feng, if this disciple's life is in danger, you must save me. In sect competitions, no one dies. Feng Wuya rubbed his forehead. On the platform, Yi Che cupped his fists. Senior brother, would you like to rest first? Sun Buoxin smiled easily. Against a heaven realm cultivator like you? I could win with my eyes closed. What rest do I need? Having said this, he didn't even bother drawing his sword. Yi Che took a deep breath, his heart pounding wildly as he gripped the evil conquering sword, his other hand clutching a white towel. His plan was crystal clear. Deliver one strike, then immediately wave the towel and surrender, neither losing face nor losing his life. Seeing his opponent's carelessness, he nodded gratefully. Senior brother, be careful. With a loud shout to bolster his courage, the power of Qiongqi erupted thunderously as he channeled all his spiritual energy into the evil conquering sword. Boom! The sword hummed and sang, cold light cascading like a waterfall as a blinding sword beam tore through the air straight towards Sun Buoxin. Its speed and overwhelming presence chilled the hearts of surrounding disciples, the piercing killing intent seeming ready to freeze-crack the platform itself. Before Sun Buoxin could even raise his hand, the sword light had arrived. Bang! His protective spiritual artifact instantly shattered into countless fragments. The spectators only saw a flash of white, unable to catch even the details of the collision. Only Feng Wuye could see clearly, his pupils contracting in shock. That is, invincible sword intent. At the center of the platform, Sun Buozhen was sent flying by the sword light, crashing into the barrier and losing consciousness. Yi Che stared blankly at the evil conquering sword in his hand, murmuring to himself, "So, I'm this strong." When the sword light finally dissipated, everyone stared at Sun Buozhen lying on the ground, unable to believe their eyes. Second senior brother was defeated by a single sword strike. The disciples' eyes widened so much they nearly popped out of their sockets. He's clearly only at the heaven tier. How could he possibly defeat someone at the universe tier? Someone in the crowd cried out in disbelief. Senior brother's son must have been careless. Otherwise, there's no way he could have lost. Another disciple forcibly defended Sun Buozhen, though his voice was trembling. Below the arena, Feng Wuye stood with his arms crossed, his gaze locked onto the young man at the center of the platform. Despite having witnessed countless prodigies in the Immortal Palace, he was still shocked by Yi Che's performance. A heaven tier defeating a universe tier was an unprecedented level of advancement. What concerned him even more was the sword in Yi Che's hand. The blade was black and gleaming like night itself, and the sinister sword light that had flashed moments ago still seemed to ripple through the air, as if ready to devour everything. Feng Wuye couldn't determine its exact grade, but he was certain this was no ordinary weapon. He's just a wanderer. Where did he get such a treasure sword? Recalling how the Empress's handmaiden had personally escorted Yi Che into the Immortal Palace last night, he couldn't help but gasp. Could it be that sword was a gift from the Empress? On the other side, Lin Xiaoyao's face darkened, veins pulsing at his temples. From beginning to end, he had never taken Yi Che seriously, yet now he had witnessed Sun Buozhen unable to withstand even a single sword strike. If he himself were to face Sun Buozhen, achieving victory in one move would be absolutely impossible. He took a deep breath and stepped onto the arena with steady but unhesitating steps. Cold light flashed as his long sword was already unsheathed. "Kid, you don't actually think you're strong, do you?" Lin Xiaoyao's voice was ice cold. "You only defeated Sun Buozhen with one sword because you took advantage of him. Completely dishonorable." The disciples below immediately echoed his words. "That's right, he took advantage. Big senior brother, teach him a lesson." Mocking laughter rose and fell in waves. Even the disciples who had witnessed Yi Che's sword prowess earlier now watched with the attitude of spectators, waiting for Lin Xiaoyao to crush the noob. Yi Che gripped the Shengxie sword, but his heart was pounding. There had indeed been an element of surprise attack, but who told Sun Buozhen to react so slowly? He secretly swallowed, though his eyes remained calm. Lin Xiaoyao was too lazy for more words, his sword technique swift as lightning. Dust breaking. As his low shout fell, sword light exploded forth like a fierce wind carrying frost and snow, reaching Yi Che's face in the blink of an eye. Exclamations erupted from below the arena. Big senior brother is using the flowing cloud sword technique right from the start. That kid is finished now. Yi Che almost instinctively raised his sword to block. Clang. Metal struck metal, and sinister light exploded. Lin Xiaoyao was shaken so hard that his feet slipped, forcing him to retreat 3 steps and nearly tumble off the edge of the arena. The scene fell deathly silent, and the disciples' blood pressure collectively spiked. What? Big senior brother was almost sent flying. Feng Wuye's expression became more serious than ever before. He could see at a glance that Yi Che had borrowed not just the sword's own power, but also that pure and overwhelming sword intent. This kid, could he be a peerless sword Dao genius? Yi Che himself was also shaken until his grip went numb from the Shengxie sword's recoil, yet he still stood firmly in place. He glanced at the pale-faced Lin Xiaoyao and suddenly threw back his head in laughter. "Ha ha ha, so you're this weak. Take my sword." Yi Che was elated, realizing he was actually so much stronger than Lin Xiaoyao. His spirits soared as he burst into laughter and charged straight toward his opponent. At the center of the arena, Yi Che pushed off with his toes and shot through the air like a bolt. Gripping his sword with one hand, he roared in a deep voice, "Thunder strike." As his words fell, sword light accompanied by rumbling thunder exploded forth, whipping up sharp whirlwinds in the air as his blade descended with the weight of 1,000 mountains. Lin Xiaoyao felt dark clouds pressing down above his head, his chest tightening. He hastily channeled his spiritual energy and raised his sword horizontally across his chest. Clang! The metallic clash echoed thunderously as the arena floor exploded violently, sending waves of dust surging skyward and shrouding the entire martial arts ground in gray haze. Before the dust had settled, a figure flew backward several yards and crashed into the edge of the arena with a loud thud. Lin Xiaoyao groaned as his sword shattered into countless fragments in his hands. How is this possible? He's only at the heaven stage. How can he possess such terrifying power? Lin Xiaoyao's mind reeled in shock. In that sword clash, it felt as though he had tried to cleave through an entire mountain. As the smoke cleared, everyone finally saw the outcome. Lin Xiaoyao knelt on the ground supporting himself with his broken sword, blood dripping from his shoulder and staining the blue stone beneath him. While Yiche stood with one hand resting on his sword, its edge pointed directly at his opponent. The victor was unmistakable. Murmurs arose from the spectator stands, but only Feng Wuya had witnessed everything clearly. That sword strike not only carried the force of thunder, but also contained the profound essence of returning to simplicity. That sword must be a supreme, immortal weapon. The Empress definitely gave it to him, he thought with secret alarm. Despite cultivating the sword for 1,000 years, he had rarely encountered such spiritually connected sword intent. This unity between man and blade was beyond his own abilities. After a brief silence, Feng Wuya announced loudly. In the Wind Palace competition, Yiche is victorious. Tomorrow morning, Yiche will represent Wind Palace in the Four Palaces tournament of Yaoqi Immortal Palace. Several disciples quickly stepped forward to carry the severely injured Lin Xiaoyao off the arena. As he was being carried away, Lin Xiaoyao turned his head, his eyes filled with unwillingness and venomous resentment. You only won because of that sword in your hands. Yiche sheathed his Shengxie sword, rolled his eyes, and turned to leave the stage. Either way, I won. What does it matter what I relied on? At the foot of the steps, Feng Wuya blocked his path, asking curiously, who taught you that sword technique? Self-taught. Don't go back down the mountain. Stay in the palace instead. Feng Wuya's heart stirred with appreciation for talent. No thanks. Live up on the mountain. Are you kidding? Didn't you see how everyone was looking at me? Why? I'm emotionally fragile. Yiche shrugged, secretly grumbling to himself. After staying here for just a short while, I've already been cursed at countless times. Who would want to stay in this godforsaken place? Feng Wuya sighed softly and shook his head as he departed. As night fell, explosive gossip suddenly spread throughout Yaoqi Immortal Palace. Heaven Stage weakling with divine sword defeats Lin Xiaoyao. Where did Yiche get that sword? The Empress must have given it to him. How else could a Heaven Stage cultivator possess such a divine weapon? Why would the Empress give it to him? Obviously because Yiche gave her gifts and won her favor. The rumors snowballed, quickly transforming into, the Empress likes Yiche. The Empress is keeping Yiche. And even the Empress is pregnant? Initially circulating only within Wind Palace, the gossip soon spread among disciples of all four major palaces: Wind, Cloud, Fire, and Star, with versions multiplying endlessly. The Empress pursued Yiche. They've actually been secretly engaged all along. The rumors spread like wildfire until they finally reached the ears of the Yaoqi Empress herself. The Empress raised her phoenix eyebrows, cold intent flashing. Go investigate this thoroughly. Find out who's been spreading rumors about me. Yes. The maid departed to carry out her orders. The maid rushed to Wind Palace to investigate the matter from beginning to end, then warned the various elders in the Empress's name before returning to report. After hearing the full account, the Empress showed slight surprise. No wonder there was a misunderstanding. I never expected this person to actually be a sword prodigy. Thinking of tomorrow's Four Palaces tournament, she raised her hand to summon a maid. She was going to modify the rules for this competition. The next morning, outside the Celestial Palace, the towering altar was shrouded in swirling clouds and mist. The four hall masters stood with their final qualifying disciples on the most prominent platform, basking in the attention of countless gazes, their presence commanding and imposing. Below, those disciples who had failed to earn their spots could only crane their necks upward, their eyes filled with either envy or resentment. Taking advantage of the distracted crowd, Yiche quietly tugged at Feng Wuya's sleeve and whispered, Hall Master, if I can't win later, I'll just surrender directly. You don't mind, right? Feng Wuya's expression darkened instantly, and he gritted his teeth in frustration. The Empress will be personally observing the matches later. Don't you want to show off your skills? Surrender? How embarrassing. If you dare give up on me, I'll break your legs. Even if you die, die on that stage. Yiche's mouth twitched as he muttered under his breath. Fighting a losing battle is just stupid. It's not like this is a life or death situation. Since the Yaoqi Empress had yet to arrive, he casually pulled up his personal status panel for a quick look. Yaoqi Empress status. Currently formulating competition rules. Formulating rules? He raised an eyebrow. Could this year's format be changing? About an hour later, celestial mist descended from the heavens, and the Empress's figure appeared ethereally, graceful and noble. All the disciples felt their hearts skip a beat as they bowed in unison. We pay our respects to the Empress. Rise, the Empress said softly. After everyone stood, a maidservant beside her stepped forward and announced loudly, by the Empress's decree, the four halls competition in previous years has been too mundane. Starting this year, the rules are changed, from sparring matches to trials. Whoever completes the trials first shall claim victory. Furthermore, there are no restrictions. All disciples may participate. As her words fell, the crowd erupted in stunned murmurs. Trials? We've never heard of such a thing. All disciples can participate. Then what was yesterday's desperate fight for spots about? Discontent churned in their hearts, yet no one dared voice their objections. Only Yiche chuckled quietly to himself. No direct combat means no one can ambush me in the shadows. What are you laughing about? The surrounding disciples glared at him with barely contained fury, thinking, this guy is supposedly the Empress's rumored boyfriend? Before the murmuring could die down, the Yaoqi Empress raised her hand and a small realm suddenly unfolded before them. Those who wish to attempt the trial, enter of your own accord. A projection simultaneously appeared above the altar. Looking up, everyone could see that the small realm was actually a raging ocean. Towering tsunamis, torrential rain, and oppressive black clouds. The moment Yi Che and the others stepped inside, massive waves came crashing down with overwhelming force, making their bones creak as if they would be torn to shreds in the next instant. The Empress's voice echoed from the void, cross the deep sea, enter the Yaoqi, and claim the lotus flower to successfully complete the trial. How are we supposed to cross this sea? Any random wave could smash us to pulp, one disciple cried out in despair. Yi Che frowned, then suddenly remembered something. He pulled out a pearlescent seed, a Yaoqi immortal lotus seed. Buzz. The seed flashed with light, and the roaring waves immediately calmed. The waters beneath his feet automatically parted, revealing a straight path. Almost forgot I had this thing. Clutching the immortal lotus seed, Yi Che completely ignored the raging torrents on all sides and shot forward like a streak of light toward the distance. In the projection, the walls of water yielded to his passage, even rolling according to his will. The other disciples watched in stunned amazement while choking on seawater and rolling their eyes. Under the gaze of countless spectators, Yi Che surged ahead with unmatched speed, while everyone else could only swallow mouthfuls of water as they struggled to swim forward. The gap was crystal clear. The watching disciples almost simultaneously gasped in shock. The treasure in Yi Che's hands could completely block the impact of the Jade Pool waves. Someone whispered in amazement. He actually has a treasure that can protect him from the waves. Where did he get it? Another added insult to injury. The waves in Her Majesty's small world are made of Jade Pool water, yet that treasure can easily control them. Discussions erupted everywhere. Everyone, I suddenly think that yesterday's rumors might actually be. Shoo, don't talk nonsense. Her Majesty can hear us. Just last night, the maid had warned all disciples that those were merely rumors, but the scene before them made it impossible to maintain that story while others struggled to swim. Yi Che moved through like he was on a leisurely sightseeing trip. To say there was no behind-the-scenes manipulation, even ghosts wouldn't believe it. What made it even more ridiculous was that the four halls competition rules, unchanged for thousands of years, had suddenly been modified for this tournament. The disciples buried their doubts deep in their hearts, not daring to openly question anything. The maid secretly glanced at the Empress, her own suspicions growing. Could it really be that the Empress had secretly given him treasures and deliberately changed the rules? This was far too obvious. She wasn't even bothering to hide it. The Jade Pool Empress gazed at the small world, her eyes catching sight of Yi Che's smug figure, and her mouth twitched slightly. She knew exactly what everyone was thinking, but she hadn't given Yi Che any advantages at all. She was equally curious about the origin of that treasure capable of controlling the small world. As for the last-minute rule changes, that was simply because she was tired of the same old routine and wanted some variety. She never expected it would coincidentally benefit Yi Che. Now, with all those suspicious gazes falling upon her, she could only helplessly massage her forehead, too lazy to explain. This Empress has nothing to hide. Let them speculate all they want. Inside the small world, Yi Che had already easily crossed the deep sea and stood before the Jade Pool. Dinglala crisp musical notes rang from the water's surface. Gentle breezes carrying the sounds of strings and bamboo instruments swept past his ears. Exotic flowers and rare plants swayed in the wind, their fragrance intoxicating. Yi Che exclaimed in admiration. Holy crap, this is like night and day compared to outside. He enjoyed the scenery while stepping toward the lotus flower in the center of the Jade Pool. With the treasure in his hand, he had a huge lead and feared no elimination. Soon, several more disciples desperately broke through the deep sea and set foot in the Jade Pool. Vines suddenly erupted, writhing like snakes as they attacked. Someone couldn't react in time and was strangled by vines around the neck, hanging between life and death. The Empress raised her hand and pulled him out. Eliminated. The maid announced the verdict. Though unwilling, the disciple could only remain silent and retreat. Returning to the crowd, he looked up to see Yi Che already sitting comfortably on the lotus flower without even getting his shoes wet, and stood there stunned. Could the rumors actually be true? The Empress cast a cold glance, her imperial might crashing down like thunder. The disciple immediately fell to his knees, not daring to make another sound. The watching crowd also wisely shut their mouths, though they were full of complaints. Your Majesty, if you wanted to give him rewards, you could have just done so directly. Why make us all run for nothing? The lotus leaves swayed gently. Yi Che took a little nap and felt completely refreshed. He reached out to pluck the lotus flower, preparing to exit and claim his reward. Before leaving, he deliberately looked toward the Empress's expression. The Jade Pool Empress was currently in a state of speechlessness. Yi Che was slightly stunned. The Empress was speechless? What was she speechless about? Once Yiche plucked the lotus, the outcome was decided. The Yaoqi Empress raised her sleeve and pointed gracefully, gathering layers of celestial light into rippling waves that formed a small realm. In the blink of an eye, all participating disciples were transported out of the trial space. Atop the heavenly altar, Yiche stood with pristine robes and a composed expression, while the other disciples trembled with weak knees and shaky breaths. He stepped forward with a smile, presenting the freshly picked lotus to the attending maid. As she received the sacred flower, her fingertips trembled slightly, and she couldn't help but think, what a handsome and elegant young master. Behind the throne, a wisp of light mist concealed the Empress's face, yet it couldn't hide her gaze fixed upon Yiche. She raised her delicate eyebrows slightly, her voice calm, yet carrying undeniable authority. In this grand competition, you have claimed first place. This Empress shall reward you with a treasure. Speak. What do you desire? Yiche bowed respectfully with clasped fists. Your Majesty, this disciple dares not accept such honor. Instead, I have something I wish to present to your Majesty. With that, he opened his palm, revealing a brilliant Yaoqi immortal lotus seed floating above it. Having used this item during the competition, he knew the Empress would surely become suspicious. Rather than let others speculate, it was better to offer it proactively. This would dispel doubts while earning the Empress's favor, truly killing two birds with one stone. The Empress gazed silently through the mist, the glowing object causing her eyes to narrow slightly. She had always been the one bestowing rewards. Never had anyone dared present gifts to her, especially not this Yaoqi immortal lotus seed rumored to both restrain her true form and help her break through to the saint realm. Did she want it? Naturally, she did. But imperial dignity and pride made it difficult for her to speak, even causing the absurd thought of secretly summoning him to her chambers at night to flash through her mind. Seeing this, Yiche immediately added, this item was obtained by chance, exceedingly precious. With my shallow cultivation, I fear I cannot protect it properly. If your Majesty would accept it, it would both remove future troubles for this disciple and return the object to its rightful owner. After a moment of contemplation, the Empress finally nodded gracefully. Then this Empress shall accept it. Upon hearing the command, the maid received the immortal lotus seed and presented it to the Empress with both hands. What do you desire? The Empress asked again, for she never took others' possessions without reciprocation. To be able to ease your Majesty's concerns is already the highest honor for this disciple. How dare I seek further reward? Yiche bowed once more. The flattery couldn't have been more obvious, yet it sounded particularly pleasing to the Empress's ears. She nodded slightly. As for the reward, this Empress has yet to decide. Return for now and await the imperial decree. Yes. Yiche bowed and withdrew. Around the heavenly altar, the other disciples watched with twisted expressions. This acting, absolutely masterful. The giving and receiving, the protesting too much performance was executed to perfection. Found by chance. Tell us where, and we'll go look too. If we actually found one, we'd eat our hats. Thus, everyone was convinced the Empress and Yiche definitely had something going on, though exactly what kind of relationship remained unclear. Inside the thatched cottage, as soon as Yiche stepped through the threshold, a mechanical voice suddenly exploded in his mind. Ding! Detected that Yaoqi Empress's favorability toward the host has increased by 5 points. Now distributing rewards. Wait, dear system. Yiche suddenly interrupted, his eyes blazing with intensity. I want to choose my own reward, max out my cultivation points. Quickly, system. Did you hear that? They're all calling me a heaven-tier weakling. Are you really willing to let someone as kind-hearted as me suffer such humiliation? Yiche complained while patting his chest to pump himself up. If it weren't for saving your face, with my talent, I would have broken through long ago and become an emperor or saint. Little system, I'm giving you a chance here, you better be useful. System, you sneaky bastard. As soon as he finished speaking, a pool of essence liquid surged forth from within his body. Though it appeared only palm-sized, it was actually quite a bit more. Golden light flickered as his noble golden true God's spiritual root instantly devoured every last drop of the essence liquid. Within just a few breaths, his cultivation level soared. Few finally broke through. Hong tier. Yiche threw back his head and laughed heartily, feeling pleased with himself. Now they can't call me a heaven-tier weakling anymore, at most they'll say I'm a Hong-tier weakling. As his cultivation improved, the seal on the third divine technique within his true God bloodline was ready to be unlocked. Without hesitation, he clicked on the third black dot. Boom. A black shadow burst free from its seal. In an instant, terrifying aura swept across heaven and earth. The clear sky immediately filled with rolling dark clouds. Lightning serpents danced wildly, fierce winds howled, and the earth seemed torn by giant beasts. Deep within the clouds, countless strange phantoms roared, ripping through the sky. Everyone in Yaoqi Immortal Palace was shocked into silence. Could this be an enemy attack? High above, the Yaoqi Empress, who had been refining immortal lotus seeds, was forced to stop. She looked up with narrowed eyes, flashed to 10,000 li high in the sky, and and spread her divine consciousness like a tide. Whoever is causing trouble in the shadows, show yourself. With a light rebuke, imperial might enveloped the entire immortal palace. All cultivators in the palace lowered their heads, even breathing as quietly as possible. But after searching the entire sky, she found no living beings and could only snort coldly before turning to leave. Meanwhile, in the thatched hut, Yiche was completely unaware of the phenomenon he had caused. The black shadow had already drilled into his mind, transforming into a strange power that spread throughout his body. In an instant, he felt empty inside, and everything he looked at seemed like it could be devoured. The black shadow's outline resembled a sheep's body with a human face, eyes growing from its armpits, tiger teeth, and human claws. Taudai, Yiche gasped. How is it this gluttonous beast? The system calmly prompted. The mouth of Taotai devours all things. Devours all things? What use is that? It's not even as good as the candle dragon's eye. Taotai, you're so high and mighty. You're amazing. Yiche complained verbally, but secretly pondered the uses of his new divine technique. The sky returned to calm, but the Yaoqi Empress felt uneasy. This was clearly someone's deliberate manipulation. Who is the mastermind? What is their goal? After thinking for a long time, she suddenly instructed a nearby maid. Go check on that Yiche and see how he's doing. The maid accepted the order while muttering to herself. The Empress cares too much about that person, she even worries about him when the weather turns bad. Actually, the Empress wasn't concerned about Yiche himself, but worried that someone was targeting the immortal lotus seeds in his possession, using strange phenomena to distract her before making a move on him. Since she had taken his immortal lotus seeds, she naturally had to ensure his safety. The maid left the immortal palace and followed the path to the thatched hut at the foot of Fengxing Hall's mountain. She saw Yiche sitting cross-legged in cultivation, but the roof had been completely torn away by the fierce wind, with daylight pouring straight down. This fellow is really Focusetta, doesn't even know his roof is gone. The maid shook her head with a sigh and turned back to report. Moments later, she bowed in the immortal palace and reported. Empress, Yiche is perfectly fine, but his thatched hut was destroyed by the fierce wind. He lives in a thatched hut. The Empress raised an eyebrow. The maid nodded. Yes, he lives at the foot of Fengxing Hall's mountain. That Feng Wuya, someone I personally selected, and he dares to arrange for him to live in a thatched hut. This is challenging my authority. The Empress's eyes turned cold. Far away in Fengxing Hall, Feng Wuya suddenly felt his heart skip a beat and muttered to himself. I don't think I've offended anyone recently, have I? The Empress coldly ordered. Notify Yiche to move into the immortal palace. Empress, this absolutely cannot be done. The maid looked horrified and quickly tried to dissuade her. The immortal palace is your place of cultivation. No man has ever lived there. If you really let a male disciple move in and word gets out, it would damage your reputation. The Empress of Yaoqi wouldn't listen. The maidservant could only swallow her frustration and hurry from the celestial palace all the way to Fengxing Hall to fetch Yiche. In the clearing before the thatched hut, dewdrops still clung to the half-withered grass blades. As soon as Yiche pushed open the door, he saw the maidservant standing ramrod straight several yards away, her face cold and stern, arms crossed over her chest. What's the matter? Oh wait, what does the Empress want? He raised his hand in greeting, his tone quite curious. Her Majesty the Empress commands that you move into the celestial palace, the maidservant said stiffly, clearly in a foul mood. As her words landed, Yiche froze mid-step, as if turned to stone. The celestial palace? That was the Empress's private quarters, where no man had ever been permitted to spend the night. If she was asking him to live there, could it mean? Just then, Feng Wuya happened to be passing by from a side hall and caught these words. He stumbled and nearly crashed into a stone railing. He already found it incomprehensible that Yiche had won the Empress's favor, and now he was moving into the celestial palace itself. His mind went completely blank. He quickly approached the maidservant and bowed respectfully. May I ask why the Empress wants him to move to the celestial palace? Isn't this rather improper? The maidservant shot him a cold glance, her tone suddenly sharp. It's all because of you. His cultivation may be lacking, but he's still a disciple personally chosen by the Empress. Yet you made him live in a broken-down hut. Isn't that like slapping Yaoqi Celestial Palace in the face? If word gets out, won't it seem like we mistreat our disciples and judge people solely by their cultivation level? Since Her Majesty must save face, naturally she can only let her male disciple move into her own palace. This barrage of accusations left Feng Wuya opening and closing his mouth like a fish, unable to make a sound. He cried out inwardly in protest. It was clearly this kid who had asked to move down the mountain for peace and quiet, afraid of being bullied by the others up there. How had it all become his fault? He turned to look at Yiche, hoping the other would explain, but the maidservant had served the Empress for thousands of years and was a powerful figure in her own right when away from the palace. Feng Wuya didn't dare argue back and could only hold his tongue. But Yiche was already calculating. The Empress thought his living quarters were shabby and feared it would embarrass her if word got out, so she'd ordered him brought to the palace. If he really moved to the Celestial Palace and spent day and night with the Empress, feelings might develop over time, and her favorability toward him would skyrocket. Wasn't this an incredible opportunity that one could only dream of? He looked back at the thatched hut. The roof was so broken that light shone through, the door frame was falling apart, and it was truly unfit for habitation. He immediately decided to cooperate fully while leaving the impression that he was being forced to move. With his mind made up, he promptly set aside any concern for Feng Wuye's grievances. Yi Che put on a humble expression and bowed repeatedly to the maidservant. Why should Her Majesty trouble herself over such a small matter? I'm actually quite content living in the thatched hut. But the maidservant turned and started walking away. Fine, I'll report back to the Empress that you absolutely refuse to go to the Celestial Palace. You not coming would be perfect, she muttered under her breath. Quick as lightning, Yi Che grabbed her sleeve and spoke rapidly. Wait. For the sake of the palace's reputation, to not disappoint everyone's trust, for the Empress, what do my personal wishes matter? I willingly agree to reside in the Celestial Palace. He spoke with firm resolve, his expression righteously noble, showing not the slightest hint of selfish motives. Both the maidservant and Feng Wuye were left speechless. You just want to go, yet you make it sound so noble. The maid glanced at Yi Che helplessly, then stepped aside and beckoned. Follow me. Yi Che strode after her, turning back to cup his fists toward Feng Wuye before leaving. Palace Master, do not worry, we shall meet again. With that, he clasped his hands behind his back and walked away with his head held high, the very picture of heroic grandeur. The maid grumbled inwardly. The journey from Windwalk Palace to the Immortal Palace was barely an incense stick's worth of time. Why make it seem like a life or death farewell? He wasn't going off to storm a fortress, just changing where he slept. But though the words reached her lips, she ultimately kept them to herself. Feng Wuye waved from afar, his lips moving slightly. You must explain things clearly to Her Majesty. His voice scattered on the wind, leaving only traces of worry. Yi Che made no response, following the maid as they took to the skies. One incense stick later, the two descended above Yaoqi Immortal Palace. The entire palace complex sprawled across vast grounds, divided into three main areas. At the front lay the public halls for court sessions and banquets. The middle section housed the Empress's private chambers, with golden tiles and jade railings of ultimate magnificence. The outermost ring contained the maid's quarters and storage areas, Yi Che's future dwelling place. The maid led him through several corridors, stopping before a small wooden hut at the edge, and gestured. You'll be staying there. Yi Che stared at the palm-sized hut, his face instantly darkening. Isn't this a doghouse? I finally escaped the mountains only to end up back in the wilderness. He nearly turned around and left. Even a patched-up thatched cottage would be better than a doghouse. The maid rolled her eyes irritably. What are you thinking? That wooden hut is for Her Majesty's pets. You're staying next door. She pointed to the adjacent Buildinga miniature courtyard complex with blue tiles and white walls, where pine, bamboo, orchids, and chrysanthemums were artfully arranged in the yard. Ah, that's more like it. Yi Che nodded, thinking to himself. Moving directly into the Empress's chambers wasn't realistic anyway. To make do with the outer quarters for now. Before leaving, the maid warned, don't wander around during the day, and absolutely don't go out at night. With that, she hurried back to report. Yi Che acknowledged her words and entered the courtyard to tidy up briefly. Other maids discovered that a man had suddenly appeared in the palace and peered curiously. When they learned this was none other than Yi Che, who had recently caused such an uproar throughout the city, they were instantly dumbstruck. The news spread through the sect like wildfire. Yi Che moved into the Immortal Palace? What? Directly into the Empress's chambers. Heavens! Yi Che and the Empress sharing a bed. The rumors instantly rebounded, and the gossip that had been suppressed erupted once more. Many disciples were heartbroken on the spot, wishing they could immediately take his place. Under the night sky, Feng Wuye stood at the cliff's edge, slapping his thigh in regret as he faced the moonlight. If I'd known this kid had something going on with the Empress, I would have treated him better. The next morning, sleeping until he naturally woke, Yi Che stretched lazily, feeling his spiritual energy surging powerfully through his body. His gaze swept toward the neighboring Huda black and white husky-like creature, half the height of a person, lay sprawled on its back snoring loudly, looking exactly like an enlarged version of a blue star husky. Still sleeping? Don't you have work to do? Get up. Yi Che's roar thundered like lightning. The big silly dog sprang up with a whoosh, and after regaining its senses, a wise gleam flashed in its eyes as it bared its teeth. At Yi Che, this wolf is Her Majesty's beloved pet. How dare you show disrespect? Yi Che's temper flared, and mimicking the stance of martial arts master Ma from some sect, his whole body twitching, he charged forward with a punch. The husky stood on its hind legs, its front paws spinning like windmills as it struck back, with engine-like humming. In an instant, man and dog were frantically clawing at each other, locked in fierce combat. A passing mate stared in shock. A human-dog brawl? This was her first time witnessing such a thing. Suddenly, Yi Che's internal energy erupted with tremendous force, his aura surging like a tide. The husky's expression changed dramatically. Holy crap! The ancestor's aura. Boom! It was sent flying by a single palm strike. The maid cried out, Northern Plains Ice Wolf, are you alright? Yiche dusted off his sleeves. That mud is fine. Maid, let's go quickly, I mustn't keep the Empress waiting. With that, he pulled her along and strode boldly into the Empress's chambers. The maid's face darkened. What are you doing entering the chambers? Serving the Empress, of course. Yiche laughed. The maid said with a dark expression, You don't need to go. Upon hearing this, Yiche immediately questioned, Why don't you want me to go? You're a man, and you haven't received professional training, the maid retorted irritably. What era are we living in? Still discriminating based on gender? Besides, the Empress has shown me great kindness, and I can only serve her well in my spare time to repay her favor, Yiche declared righteously. The maid opened her mouth but found herself momentarily speechless, only muttering, You're not a maid, so you can't serve her. I may not be a maid, but I have the heart to serve the Empress, Yiche said with complete seriousness. The maid cursed inwardly. This man is truly shameless. While they argued, they had already entered the Empress's palace. The outermost area was a vast imperial garden where exotic flowers and rare plants bloomed in competition, their rich fragrance wafting through the air. The maid casually explained, The Empress loves admiring flowers and composing poetry. She comes here to bask in the sun almost every afternoon. Yiche nodded repeatedly, silently memorizing every word. Loves flowers and poetry? What a coincidence, so do I. Crossing the celestial bridge, they reached the inner Palace Yawang Hall, where the Empress slept. At the entrance, the maid stretched out her hand to stop him. Stay at the door, you're not allowed inside. Yiche turned a deaf ear and shouted loudly, Your Majesty, I've come to serve you. He secretly rejoiced, serving the Empress today, won't she serve me in the future? The maid was startled and quickly stood on her tiptoes to cover his mouth, shouting in the sleeping quarters, Do you want to die? However, the next second, a faint come-in came from inside the hall. The maid was stunned. The Empress actually permitted a man to enter her sleeping quarters? Could it really be to let Yiche serve her? The more she thought about it, the more possible it seemed, so she could only whisper, Follow me. Yiche beamed with joy and followed the maid into the hall. Inside Yawang Hall, the Empress sat before a bronze mirror while a maid combed her hair. She had just awakened, her eyes slightly narrowed, still drowsy. Her silk nightgown, thin as cicada wings, clung to her body, revealing her graceful curves completely. Standing behind her, Yiche had only one thought in his mind. The Empress caught sight of the unfamiliar figure through the mirror, frowned, and asked coldly, Who let you in? Yiche was startled and quickly lowered his head to explain, Didn't your Majesty just say come in? The Empress turned around, her gaze cold and sharp as a blade. I told the maid to come in, not you. Get out. The moment he looked up, Yiche feasted his eyes. The Empress wasn't wearing undergarments. Her nightgown's neckline was slightly open, and the beautiful sight nearly stole his soul away. Then I'll leave immediately. He lowered his gaze and quickly retreated to the door. The Empress snorted coldly. Warner, take him to the Imperial Garden. He'll be in charge of it from now on. Yes, Your Majesty. The maid Warner responded and chased after Yiche. Quiet returned to the hall. The Empress turned back to the bronze mirror, letting the maid continue combing her hair. Suddenly, her expression changed. How did her nightgown's neckline become so loose? Just now, wasn't that? In that instant, her body involuntarily broke out in goosebumps. Damn it. The Empress silently gritted her teeth, wishing she could tear Yiche into pieces, only to discover that his figure had long since vanished. At this moment, Yiche followed Warner out of Yawang Palace and arrived at the Imperial Garden outside. As Warner led the way, she instructed him, This is the Empress's favorite place. You're responsible for tending to all the flowers. The spiritual water must be applied promptly. Even a single withered bloom could displease the Empress. Don't worry, Yiche assured her, patting his chest confidently. After finishing her instructions, Warner hurried back to the palace to serve the Empress, leaving Yiche alone in the vast Imperial Garden. Among the pavilions and waterside structures, he recalled Warner's words about appreciating flowers and composing poetry. While he wasn't skilled at flower appreciation, poetry was another matter. With the entire 300 Tang poems stored in his mind, he immediately had an idea. Brother buy, brother do, brother sue. There were no intellectual property rights in your era, Yiche muttered quietly as he carried a bucket to the water's edge and scooped up the spiritual water bucket by bucket. He channeled his true chi, sprinkling fine droplets onto the petals with perfect distribution, each petal taking on a subtle spiritual glow. Nourished by the spiritual power, the previously budding flowers instantly bloomed in full splendor, filling the air with fragrance. He took a deep breath of the sweet scent and waited quietly for the Empress's arrival. The afternoon sun shone brilliantly under clear skies. The Yawang Empress stepped out of Yawang Palace and looked up at the sky. Let's go to the Imperial Beast Garden. It's been ages since I took the Baiyuan Ice Wolves out for some fresh air. Just as she finished speaking, she suddenly caught a rich floral fragrance and paused mid-step, immediately changing her mind. Never mind. Let's go appreciate the flowers first. Warner quickly followed upon hearing this. Entering the Imperial Garden, the Empress immediately spotted Yi lounging in the spring pavilion with his legs propped up high, looking far too comfortable. Dark lines instantly appeared on her forehead, and remembering the morning's embarrassing incident of being seen naked, she instinctively raised her hand to strike down this insolent fellow. Warner quickly reminded him. Yi, why aren't you kneeling before the Empress? Yi jolted awake, sprang to his feet, and stood aside with his head bowed. The Empress snorted coldly but couldn't be bothered to pursue the matter further, walking straight into the pavilion representing spring scenery. Warner immediately presented paper and brush. The Empress gazed at the gentle willow branches but found herself unable to put brush to paper. How about this? She said, scanning the assembled maidservants. Whoever can compose a good poem about willows that captures the essence of spring will be granted one wish by me. The maidservants immediately perked up with excitement. As the head maidservant, Warner spoke first. Emerald willows brush faces with silken threads. Peach blossoms smile beneath morning light. Swallows dance, busy building muddy nests. Bright spring warmth fills every heart with delight. The Empress wrote down the poem and, after brief consideration, shook her head. The artistic conception is lacking. The other maidservants also offered their poems, but she didn't even bother to record them. Just as she was about to set down her brush and give up, a series of clear, melodious verses drifted from outside the pavilion. Jasper adorns the tree in towering height. 10,000 strands of green silk hanging down. Who knows what hand cut these delicate leaves? February's spring breeze serves as nature's crown. The Empress's gaze immediately locked onto Yi, and somehow her brush had already finished writing the entire poem. She recited it repeatedly, finding it increasingly perfect. This was exactly the artistic conception she had been seeking. With her extensive experience, this poem could rank among her top 5. Speak up, what reward do you desire? The Empress asked. Being allowed to reside in the Immortal Palace is already heavenly grace. I dare not ask for more. Yi replied respectfully with a bow. The Empress nodded slightly. Good, you know your place. I grant you free access to all areas of the Immortal Palace except my private chambers. The maidservants listened in stunned amazement. This was treatment even they didn't enjoy. Yi suppressed his excitement and bowed deeply, calling out loudly, Thank you, Your Majesty. For the rest of the day, the Empress moved through all 4 pavilions, taking in the scenery of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, only returning to Yawang Palace to rest when the sun began to set in the west. After the Empress left, Yi stretched lazily and hummed a little tune as he walked toward his small courtyard. At the entrance, the same husky from that morning was glaring at Yi with fury, looking ready for revenge. Yi glanced sideways and was instantly amused by what he saw. At the courtyard gate, a gray-furred husky was baring its teeth and growling at him, its fur standing on end like a porcupine. You mangy mutt, how dare you bare your teeth at me? He snorted coldly. With a flick of his wrist, the Shengxie sword gleamed with cold light as he slowly approached. The moment his sword intent emerged, the husky's legs went weak. Its tail wagged like a windmill, and its mouth stretched from ear to ear. Woof woof, big brother, I was just playing with you. Don't draw your sword. I'm just a dog, why bother with me? Seeing it completely cowed, Yi sheathed his sword and turned back to the courtyard. Inside the house, he opened the Chibi Yaoqi Empress friend list on his spiritual jade slip. Status: currently composing poetry. Composing poetry? Yi stroked his chin. Could the Empress still be reading my poem? In Yawang Palace. The Empress sat gracefully at her desk, her slender fingers gently caressing the thin paper. Her gaze moved back and forth across the lines of poetry. She had already recited it silently 100 times. Warner stood by her side with hands lowered, nodding secretly to herself. As expected, the Empress has taken a liking to Yi. She's been reading that one poem for so long. After savoring it a bit longer, the Empress tucked the poem into her sleeve. Her curiosity had reached its peak. This person is not only a sword prodigy, but also well-versed in literature. Most frighteningly, he seems to understand my heart. What could his background be? Warner reminded her in a low voice. Your Majesty, the Grand Discourse Assembly is in 10 days. Do you have any instructions? Proceed as usual. The Empress raised her hand to stop the conversation, clearly lacking interest. Then she added, Tomorrow morning, go to the Beast Garden. With that, she gracefully stepped away to bathe and change clothes. The next morning, Yi rolled out of his wooden bed and pounded his back with both hands. Ugh, why is my back so sore? It's all because I bowed and scraped too many times yesterday. He gazed at the morning mist. If only I could get a good massage, have someone work out these kinks. But this other world is lacking. There's no full-service treatment here. In the corner, the husky northern ice wolf prince, Little Whirlwind, had the 3 flame runes on its forehead flicker as thunder crashed in its mind. Holy crap, this guy has been serviced by a dragon? When did the dragon clan become so spineless? Yiche turned around and made two clicking sounds at it. Little Whirlwind's face darkened. He wants me to give him a massage? Humph. I'm the Empress's #1 beloved pet. How could I become a groveling massage dog? I'd rather die of thirst and starvation than submit. After pumping itself up, it looked determined and let out a mournful howl to the sky. A woo. This cry immediately drew Yiche's attention back. So you think being the Empress's pet makes you special? Yiche's eyes flashed with cold light. I tolerated you baring your teeth at me, but now you dare glare at me viciously? Son of a bitch, let me show you how I deal with you. He raised his sword and charged forward. Little Whirlwind was so startled its fur stood on end. I'm done for. I just look fierce. I wasn't actually being fierce to you. This guy is flying into a rage. Could my glorious life really end today? Originally, it wanted to hold out a bit longer and fight Yiche to the bitter end. But when it spotted the massive sword in his hands, realizing things had taken a turn for the worse, it quickly abandoned all its principles. Tongue lolling out, tail wagging like a windmill, it let out pitiful whimpers, wishing it could fold itself flat as paper against the ground. Better to lose face and act like a dog than end up a dead wolf. After all, Dad had always taught, when push comes to shove, pride isn't worth a dime. Submission proved effective. The husky-like Little Whirlwind flattened itself lower than a doormat, and Yiche's lips curled into a contemptuous smile. Huh. You cowardly mutt, never lost an argument, never won a fight. Though I'll give you this, you've got the looks down pat, every inch the wolf. Seeing his opponent completely prostrate, Yiche sheathed his triumph over evil sword and casually ruffled the dog's head. Cool. Silky fur slipped through his fingers as he raised an eyebrow and muttered to himself. Looks like someone's been eating well. Little Whirlwind cursed inwardly. Did you even wash your hands this morning? Heaven knows what mischief you got up to last night. After a few more pats, Yiche dragged his chair into the sunlight and sprawled across it. Little Whirlwind immediately stood on its hind legs, front paws rhythmically massaging his back with perfect pressure, still making appeasing whimpers while thinking coldly. I'll play along for now, but when Her Imperial Majesty arrives, just wait till I have her deal with you. Well, you know massage too. Yiche squinted contentedly. Not bad technique, put some more muscle into it, and I'll reward you with a big bone tonight. Little Whirlwind's ears twitched as it reluctantly increased the pressure. Meanwhile, Empress Yaoqi, surrounded by several attendants, made her way step by step along the palace path toward the Imperial Beast Garden. Before long, she entered through the garden gates, only to see her beloved pet giving Yiche a back massage while grinning like some sleazy old man. The Empress froze, even rubbing her eyes, wondering if she was seeing things. Wanner noticed Yiche resting with his eyes closed and quickly coughed to get his attention. Yiche, get up and pay your respects to Her Imperial Majesty. Yiche opened his eyes, meeting the Empress's curious phoenix gaze, and hurriedly stood to bow. Your Majesty, what brings you to my place? You could have given me a heads up. The Empress was speechless. The entire celestial palace belonged to her. What did he mean his place? The moment Little Whirlwind saw its master, tears welled up in its eyes as it howled and leaped through the air. But just as it left the ground, Yiche grabbed it by the throat mid-flight. Stupid dog. You think you're worthy of embracing Her Majesty? Get lost. The attendants gasped. That was the Empress's beloved pet. Little Whirlwind looked pitifully toward the Empress, only to receive a cold snort in return. She didn't even glance its way, striding directly into the beast garden. Yiche, you come in too. Yiche eagerly followed. The attendants exchanged glances. Her Majesty was being awfully nice to Yiche. Left abandoned at the entrance, Little Whirlwind wailed. Holy crap. So you came here to compete for her affection. Inside the garden, various rare spirit beasts saw the Empress appear and rushed from their dens to gather around her feet. However, she barely glanced at them before walking toward the pond, taking out spirit feed and tossing it onto the water's surface. 13 rainbow koi instantly leaped up. Their scales changed colors with their moods. Their bodies contained tremendous spiritual power, and they could serve as miraculous elixirs. Even the Empress herself would benefit greatly from consuming them. But since Yaoqi's disappearance, they no longer reproduced, their numbers dwindling daily. These 13 were all she'd managed to find after scouring the entire Penglai domain. Whenever homesickness struck, she would come here to feed them, seeking comfort for her longing. After feeding the last grain of spirit food, the Empress turned to leave, instructing as she departed. The beast garden is also under your care, now remember to feed them daily. Yiche nodded repeatedly. At noon, Wanner delivered a large cart of spirit food. Yiche took it and lifted the cover, revealing spirit meat piled high as a small mountain, its aroma filling the air. He immediately burst out with profanity. Holy shit, the food here is this good? Creatures that swim in the heavens, fly on earth, and walk through water, everything was there, and all of it was top-tier delicacies. Yiche stared in amazement. These rare ingredients that could spark deadly battles among thousands in the outside world were merely the daily meals for the Yaoqi Empress's pets. In today's world, even pets lived better than people. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. After his moment of reflection, he expressionlessly pocketed the Koan fish, black-feathered divine chicken, and demon tiger leg, casually tossing the rest back to the pets. Several exotic beasts, seeing their food stolen, bared their teeth and prepared to pounce. Yi Che sighed, drawing his Shengxia sword. Cold light flashed, and agonized screams echoed throughout the beast garden. Moments later, all the pets cowered on the ground, whimpering and not daring to breathe. Listen up. A lone cloud in the northwest mysterious sky, a phoenix fallen among crows. From today on, I'm your boss. All the good stuff goes through me first, or else I'll stew you all. The precious exotic beasts nodded frantically. Despite their magnificent appearances, their strength was mediocre and their courage even smaller typical, bow at the first sign of trouble types. Yi Che devoured the Kuan fish, black chicken, and demon tiger meat in 3 large bites, letting out a resounding burp. Immediately, his spiritual energy surged dramatically. Huh? Reached the 3rd level of Hong rank just from 1 meal. After a moment's thought, he understood why the Taotai bloodline could devour all things, directly converting heavenly treasures into spiritual energy. Yi Che clapped his hands and laughed. From now on, I can cultivate just by eating. Awesome. Thinking of cultivation reminded him that he hadn't sparred with little Qing Li for several days, and his heart ached. Training with her was so much more enjoyable. Sighing, he pulled his attention back to reality and opened the system panel. Name: Yaoyin, Yaoqi Empress. Cultivation: 9th level Immortal Emperor. Favorability: 10. Current wish: wants to hear music. Only 10. Back when I slept with little Qing Li, it went up by more than 10 points. Conquering women really does require time and patience. Yi Che scratched his head, troubled by his inability to play instruments. Boom muffled thunder, and the system made its grand entrance. Enough chatter, here's your reward. Musical Dao Comprehension Card. Upon use, instantly master musical Dao to perfection: wind, string, percussion, vocals, and even flattery. Yi Che's spirits lifted. He smoothed his hair, turned around, and headed straight for the sleeping quarters. Empress, I'm coming to play for you. At that moment in the Imperial Garden, the Yaoqi Empress sat on her jade throne, her face cold as frost. Before her knelt a row of court musicians, each trembling and keeping their heads low. Useless. You can't even play a single piece filled with killing intent. What use are you to this Empress? Your Majesty, we truly haven't practiced this type of music. Making excuses? Drag them away and execute them. Have mercy. Yi Che had just stepped into the garden when he heard the wailing and felt his heart skip a beat. This was the first time he'd seen this woman so violent. He wanted to quietly retreat and wait for her temper to cool, but the Empress's icy gaze locked onto him. Stop right there. What are you doing here? Unable to escape, Yi Che could only steel himself and step forward, cupping his hands slightly. Actually, this humble one has some understanding of musical Dao, so I wish to help ease your Majesty's troubles. Upon hearing this, Empress Yaoqi was stunned and asked in disbelief. You also understand the way of music? Yes. Yi Che nodded calmly. Then play a piece for me. If you can touch my heart, you shall be richly rewarded. Very well. He bent down to pick up an ancient chain from the ground, his fingertips gently caressing its surface. The wood grain felt cool, and the strings trembled slightly. As the strings touched his fingers, his soul shuddered violently, as if some resonance had been awakened. Yi Che raised his hands and began playing, the music of King Qin breaking through enemy lines. Clang ding clang 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 ding. The solemn and murderous melody rolled forth, causing the corridors and pillars of the celestial palace to resonate. The sound waves struck their eardrums, making many maidservants and musicians tense up, goosebumps spreading across their arms. The air seemed frozen, leaving only that aura of slaughter and martial prowess between heaven and earth. The Empress's jade shoulders trembled lightly as she involuntarily stood up, her gaze locked firmly on Yi Che's fingertips. As a master of the musical arts herself, she felt for the first time a sense of being utterly outmatched. Clang 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 clang. The melody reached its peak as dark clouds rolled across the sky, blocking out the sunlight. The grass and trees on the ground rustled, but dared not sway. Yi Che closed his eyes in complete immersion, entirely unaware of the supernatural phenomena around him. When the last note faded away, he opened his eyes to find every gaze in the hall fixed upon him. Even Empress Yaoqi stared at him in a daze, her complex expression giving him the illusion that the Empress has taken a fancy to me. Your Majesty, I have finished playing. Are you satisfied? Yi Che bowed with cupped hands. After a long moment, the Empress came to her senses and hummed softly. Play another piece. She walked up to Yi Che and said, Extend your hand. Yi Che was puzzled but still stretched out his hand. The next moment, 5 slender fingers clasped his palm. Holy shit, did I just get electrocuted? His mind went blank, feeling only that softness and warmth traveling from his fingertips straight to his heart. The maidservants and musicians all covered their mouths and widened their eyes. Don't overthink it. I'm transmitting sheet music to you. The Empress's voice was barely audible. The musical score instantly entered his consciousness. She released his hand, but her pretty face flushed crimson. Yi Che raised an eyebrow. Didn't she tell me not to overthink? Then why is her face turning red so quickly? He glanced at the score in his mind and chuckled softly. I see. It's not difficult at all. Can you play it? When the Empress asked this question, even she detected a hint of nervousness in her own voice. Yes. Yi Che answered without hesitation. With that, he began tuning the strings in preparation. Wait, use my chin. The Empress brought out a treasure with a pale golden body and flowing tassels, the flowing tassels supporting light chin. Yi Che took it, his fingertips gliding across the chin's surface. Ding ding clang. Clear celestial music trickled out from the precious instrument, and he praised sincerely. What a fine chin. Excellent feel, and even better sound. Ing ning, ing en. The Empress's face grew even redder, her slender waist trembling lightly. Yi Che was startled. Your Majesty, what's wrong with you? Nothing. Nothing's wrong. Please begin, she urged, biting her lip. Yi Che didn't know that this chin was connected to the Empress's soul. Every time he plucked a string, it was like a gentle caress upon her body, especially when he pressed and released the strings, making it almost impossible for her to look directly at him. The Empress cursed inwardly. After not touching this chin for 1,000 years, I actually forgot about this crucial detail. Ing and en. As the melody flowed, the Empress finally closed her eyes to listen quietly. This piece was exactly what the heavenly Tao had left behind when she achieved enlightenment and took human form. It was her natal song. 1,000 years passed in an instant, and hearing this familiar melody again, she felt as if she had returned to that night of transformation amid wind and thunder, time cutting like a merciless blade. Lost in these thoughts, Empress Yaoqi's willow-like eyebrows suddenly furrowed. Damn it, why am I thinking about falling in love? The Liusu Fuguang Qin was the Yaoqi Empress's natal treasure, its grade far surpassing even the finest immortal artifacts. At this moment, the Qin trembled gently beneath Yi Che's hands, its silver tassels dancing around the strings as radiant light scattered like a galaxy. As his 10 fingers touched the strings, a clear, resonant note instantly pierced through the immortal palace roof and swept across the entire realm. The moment the music began, all the mighty cultivators who were practicing, conversing, or even in seclusion felt their bodies tremble. Is this celestial music? Exclamations rang out everywhere. The Liusu Fuguang Qin in Yi Che's hands was producing melodies far superior to ordinary immortal songs, with sound waves layering upon each other like tides crashing against the ninth heaven. The Qin's music spread along the spiritual veins of heaven and earth, stirring and guiding spiritual energy wherever it reached. Anyone who heard it, regardless of their cultivation level, felt their meridians quietly expand and their cultivation rise, as if they had personally comprehended profound mystical techniques. The mighty beings across all domains of the immortal realm quickly sensed the disturbance. Some recognized the source of the music and immediately gasped. The Liusu Fuguang Qin? Is it the Empress? Impossible. How has her musical Tao attainment become so terrifying? Could the Yaoqi Empress have broken through to the Saint Realm without any word spreading? After much discussion, they reached one conclusion: they must attend this Tao discussion conference. Everyone, it seems we must attend this Tao discussion conference to see just how advanced the Empress's cultivation has become. In the 3 heavens of the immortal realm, among the 9 spirit domains, we don't care about the others, but our Penglai domain absolutely cannot produce a saint-level cultivator. Agreed. Emperor Tianyi speaks wisely. The emperors of Penglai domain quickly reached consensus as undercurrents began to stir. Meanwhile, deep within Yaoqi Immortal Palace, something occurred that would shock all disciples for 10,000 years. In the Imperial Garden, spring waters flowed in circles, and myriad flowers bloomed in splendor. Yi Che sat cross-legged playing the qin, while the Empress danced to his music. She had shed her usual dignity, her sleeves flowing gracefully as her toes glided across the jade steps like twin lotus flowers swaying in the wind. Her slender waist was as supple as willow branches, and every gesture contained the rhythm of the great Tao, even seeming to guide the wind's tempo. The maidservants and musicians stood frozen in shock at this stunning scene. The head maidservant Wanner was the first to recover, shouting sternly, "All of you turn around! How dare people like you presume to watch the Empress's dance?" Everyone hastily turned their backs, not daring to breathe heavily. Wanner's heart was in turmoil. She could believe the sun rising in the west, but the Empress dancing for a man was beyond her comprehension. Yi Che was also secretly amazed. The Empress is actually dancing for me? However, the dance was indeed beautiful. Light and shadow flowed around her skirts as he pretended to focus entirely on the strings, though his peripheral vision remained fixed on that graceful figure. When the song ended, its lingering notes still echoed through the Imperial Garden. Yi Che quickly lowered his gaze and withdrew his energy, acting as if her dancing had nothing to do with him. The Empress stood quietly among the flowers, gently touching her hair to calm the waves in her heart, suddenly realizing, I actually danced to his music. She glanced around and saw that all the maidservants and musicians had their backs turned, which brought her slight relief. Then her gaze fixed on Yi Che, the only witness. Cold intent shot from her eyes as her pressure descended like an icy waterfall. Flower petals instantly frosted over, and everyone present felt their blood slow. "What did you just see?" the Empress asked in a cold voice. Wanner had anticipated this moment and kept her head down, motionless. Yi Che steadied his mind and replied respectfully. "I was completely absorbed in playing the qin and saw nothing." The Empress narrowed her eyes, clearly unconvinced. Yi Che bowed again. "The qin score the Empress gave me is too profound. My musical Dao attainment is too low, so I must invest all 5 senses to barely manage to play it. Therefore, I have no idea what just happened. Your Majesty, may I ask if something significant just occurred?" Yi Che blinked with curious eyes, his tone carrying a hint of confusion. The Yaoqi Empress was slightly stunned. Did this young man really not see her dance just now? She recalled the recent scene. She had been immersed in her dance while he was absorbed in his music, so it was indeed possible he had missed it. Realizing this, a trace of displeasure arose in her heart. This Empress danced with such devotion, and you didn't even watch. The Empress composed herself and spoke indifferently. "It's nothing. Your qin playing is quite good. From now on, you must perform solo for this Empress every week." As her words fell, she withdrew her imperial aura and tossed out a golden token. The token landed in Yi Che's palm, warm and substantial, with Yaoqi engraved on the front and imperial golden patterns on the back. "This is my personal token. Seeing this token is like seeing me in person. Consider it your reward this time." The Empress left these words, her robes fluttering as she turned and departed. Yi Che watched her figure fade into the distance before letting out a long breath, carefully tucking the token into his sleeve. "Phew, that scared me to death. You were the one dancing. What does it have to do with me?" Though it was indeed quite beautiful. At this point, the corner of his mouth curved upward. "Not a bad deal. I got her personal token." Ding. The Empress's favorability toward the host has increased by 5 points. Reward: unparalleled painting mastery. The cold and familiar system notification sounded, and Yi Che felt his internal energy surge. His temperament instantly elevated, and his entire being seemed transformed, refined and elegant, like a distinguished young gentleman. Who would have thought that someone like me, who struggled even to draw circles, could comprehend the way of painting? Yi Che marveled, his gaze flashing in the air. "Little system, I acknowledge you now. Please remember, host, with the system present, you have absolutely no limits," the system replied. Yi Che shook his head with a smile and walked toward the nearby pavilion. A gentle breeze stirred, making the wind chimes at the eaves tinkle softly. He sat down gracefully, grinding ink, spreading paper, and arranging his inkstone, planning to test his newfound painting skills. In Yaguang Palace, the Empress reclined against an ornately carved soft couch, her delicate hand supporting her chin as she quietly reminisced about the recent scene. Yi Che couldn't possibly have missed her dance, yet he had pretended to be oblivious. Strangely, she wasn't angry. Instead, she found his nonchalant act somehow reassuring. After a moment, she rose, her skirts sweeping the floor as she quietly left Yaguang Palace. In the pavilion, the fragrance of ink grew stronger. Yi Che dipped his brush and held his wrist suspended, but for a moment didn't know what to paint. After a long while, the breathtaking moment when the Empress danced floated into his mind, robes fluttering, jade feet lightly touching the ground, clear eyes containing a smile. Such beauty should not be buried in dust. He began with flowing lines, sketching that most beautiful moment. Every stroke concentrated his spirit, the folds of her skirt, the arc of her hair, the radiance in her eyes. Nothing was crude. As his brush moved, that dancing figure seemed to leap from the paper. Without knowing when, the Yaoqi Empress had appeared behind him. She had originally come out just to clear her mind, but upon looking up, she saw Yi Che painting with complete concentration, and the figure in the painting was herself dancing moments ago. "Oomph," and he said he didn't see. The Empress's lips curved slightly. She concealed all her aura and watched quietly. As the image took shape, she was amazed to discover that the figure on paper seemed ready to break through and emerge, with flowing ribbons appearing to truly dance. The painting contained spirit. He could elevate his painting skills to such heights in a single evening. Even she might not match this level. Poetry, qin playing, painting. This young man certainly had quite a few talents. The Empress muttered to herself. Moments later, Yi Che set down his brush, placing it horizontally beside the inkstone, and stepped back half a pace to admire his work. The Empress in the painting smiled charmingly with beautiful, expressive eyes, appearing even more radiant than in person. Truly beautiful," he murmured softly, unclear whether he was praising the painting or the person within it. "The painting is quite good." The Empress's calm voice suddenly sounded from behind. "Of course it is. I painted the Emperor," Yi Che instinctively replied, but before finishing his words, his smile instantly froze, his back went cold, and his mind buzzed. The Empress was here. Yiche didn't dare turn around and tried to secretly roll up the painting. The Imperial Garden was eerily quiet under the moonlight, with cool night breezes rustling through the flower branches, making petals whisper softly. Yiche never expected to encounter the Yaoqi Empress here in the dead of night. He grumbled inwardly. A mighty Empress coming to admire flowers at midnight, what's she thinking? Who does this kind of thing? Don't move. Give me the painting. A cold female voice exploded behind him. Pale, slender hands reached out and snatched the scroll away. The Empress looked down to examine it closely, studying her own beauty at such proximity. Even she was momentarily stunned. This man actually painted quite well, capturing her essence perfectly. Yiche still didn't dare turn around, silently complaining. What kind of Empress are you? Sneaking up without a sound, waiting until I finish the very last stroke before revealing yourself as this entrapment? And of all things, he had painted her most beautiful dancing moment, leaving him no room for excuses with all the evidence right there on paper. Turn around. The tall figure stood looking down at him, coldness still radiating, yet those icy eyes seemed to hint at a touch of warmth. Yiche grimaced, instinctively pressing his legs together and crossing his arms over his chest as he stiffly turned around. If he swapped his ancient robes for a sailor outfit, this pose might actually look somewhat alluring, he thought absurdly. The Empress's gaze lingered on the scroll, her tone icy. Didn't you say you saw nothing? I didn't see everything. Yiche answered carefully. This response clearly didn't please her. The Empress gave him a rare eye roll, then tucked away the painting and softened her voice. Well painted. From now on, paint one for me every week. Yes. Yiche nodded eagerly, finally breathing a sigh of relief. He genuinely worried she might strike him down with his frail build. He'd be seriously injured if not killed outright. The Empress tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. You've worked hard enough playing music today. Go back and rest early. If you need anything for cultivation, take your token to the treasury and choose what you want. No one will dare stop you. With that, she turned and left with swift, decisive steps. Only after her figure disappeared at the end of the flower path did Yiche look up, his heart aching. My painting. I drew it so meticulously, planning to hang it on my wall for leisurely appreciation, but now sigh. In Yaoguang Palace, soft lamplight glowed. The Empress unrolled the painting, her eyes scanning it repeatedly, unable to resist its allure. The image showed herself, yet more vibrant than any mirror reflection. Curved eyebrows, brilliant smile, like melting spring snow and warm breezes. In reality, however, she maintained a perpetually cold expression. This fellow. The Empress sighed softly, hanging the painting in the most prominent spot in her bedchamber, ensuring she'd see it first thing upon waking each day. Moments later, Warner entered carrying evening tea. Her gaze swept to the painting on the wall, and she froze as if struck by lightning, waves of shock crashing through her mind. Is this the Empress? The temperament was completely different. The Empress could actually smile? Even more bewildering, those eyes seemed to blink, as if the portrait had come alive with expression. Stop staring and come attend to me. Yais. Warner responded hastily, hurrying forward, though her curiosity burned. Which artist could be so divine? She wanted to commission one too. In the small courtyard, lights blazed through the night. Yiche worked until late, completing another painting, the Nine-tailed Empress, Xiao Qingli. In his memories, when Xiao Qingli smiled, she would squint her eyes, dimples appearing on both cheeks, gentle and sweet. Finishing the work, he clutched the scroll and leaned against the bed frame, drowsiness overwhelming him. And so Yiche fell asleep, holding the painting close. The next morning, bright and early. Oh whoa, oh whoa whoa. The husky little whirlwind pressed against the courtyard gate, howling at the top of his lungs with a sound like firecrackers that made the roof tiles tremble. Yiche was in the middle of a wonderful dream when this ear-splitting noise jolted him upright from his bed. He grabbed the Shengxia sword and rushed to the door, pointing the blade directly at the husky. Damn it. Looking for another beating, are you? Little Whirlwind immediately backed away and reared up on his hind legs, placing his front paws together in a human-like bow, whimpering with tears in his eyes. Bro, you living king of hell, you stole my lunch, I'll put up with it. You forgot to feed me dinner, fine. But skipping breakfast duty too? That's going too far. Yiche scratched his head, somehow understanding perfectly. He casually tossed over half a leftover spiritual chicken, but from the night before. Hungry, huh? Here you go. The dog snatched up the chicken, but like it was treasure, while the other pets in the beast garden could only whine from behind their enclosures. Yiche couldn't be bothered with them and turned to enter the Imperial Garden, pulling up his status panel. Yaoqi Empress current status, craving salty seafood. Seafood? Maybe there are fish in that river in the Imperial Garden. He muttered, then called out. Little system, fishing rod. Ding. Postmaster, please receive. Fish and Hook brand fishing rod. Excellent materials, superb grip, guaranteed catch with every cast. Yiche took the rod to the riverside, only to see a no fishing sign. He chuckled and snapped the wooden sign in half to use as a seat cushion, settling down leisurely and casting his line with flair. I'm definitely catching fish today. Without any bait, the hook somehow emanated an irresistible aura. In the waterway connecting the Beast Garden to the Imperial Garden, a school of rainbow koi caught the scent and stirred. The largest one led the charge, its seven-colored scales gleaming as it shot like an arrow toward the Imperial Garden. Bubbles rose to the surface, and the fishing rod suddenly dipped. Yiche pulled hard with both hands. Splash! The plump rainbow koi was yanked from the water, its scales shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. Yiche clicked his tongue in admiration. The Empress's fish really are beautiful. But since you chose to bite my hook, don't blame me for what comes next. The koi considered itself the Empress's precious darling and didn't believe he'd dare eat it. But Yiche drew his sword, and with a gentle sweep of sword energy, scales fluttered down like petals. The koi thrashed frantically, but Yiche still scaled it, gutted it, and tossed it into a pot to simmer over low heat. He went to the Imperial kitchen to borrow some scallions, ginger, and garlic. The serving girls, knowing Yiche was in the Empress's favor, specially presented him with an excellent spiritual cooking pot, never imagining it would contain the Empress's treasured koi. After an hour, the fish's aroma filled the air, and the entire Imperial Garden seemed shrouded in white mist. Yiche tasted a spoonful, and the freshness made his mouth water. This fish soup, the Empress will definitely love it. She's sure to praise me for understanding her so well, haha. He carried the spiritual pot and rushed excitedly toward Yaoqi Palace. At that moment in the palace hall, the Empress was in a thunderous rage. Who made today's meal? It's terrible, and so bland like drinking plain water. Wanner hurried to clear away the dishes to prepare new ones, when a voice came from outside the hall. Your Majesty Empress, this is fish soup I personally prepared for you, will definitely suit your taste. At these words, everyone's gaze instantly shifted to Yiche. The Yaoqi Empress narrowed her eyes as she gazed at Yiche, unconsciously straightening in her seat. Present the fish soup. Wanner took the spiritual pot from Yiche's hands and respectfully placed it on the table before her. The Empress wrinkled her delicate nose, sniffed carefully, and nodded with satisfaction. This aroma was exactly what she had been craving. She looked at Yiche with surprise in her eyes. How strange. How did he know I wanted fish soup? Could he possibly be some kind of mind reader? At this thought, she seriously employed her divine consciousness to examine Yiche's entire body. Nothing unusual. The Empress felt puzzled. How very odd. Your Majesty, fish soup is best enjoyed while hot, Yiche reminded her. The Yaoqi Empress picked up her spoon and took a delicate sip. What kind of fish is this? How can it contain such profound spiritual energy? The Empress was somewhat amazed. She hadn't expected that just one sip would show signs of increasing her internal spiritual power. The taste was excellent, too, very fresh and delicious. The Empress couldn't help but open her mouth wider and drink several more spoonfuls. Though it was indeed delicious, she felt the flavor was somehow familiar, yet couldn't quite place it. Yiche blinked, muttering to himself. What would happen if he honestly told her this fish came from those in the Imperial Beast Garden? Would she feed him to the fish? No, surely not, it's just one fish. Even if she found out, she'd probably just scold him. Yiche was quite confident in himself. After all, his favorability rating was 15. But to be safe, Yiche told a friendly little lie. Your Majesty, I found it on the road this morning. Everyone present, Wanner said with a darkened expression. Yiche, don't be so ridiculous. I know it sounds far-fetched, but the situation is exactly as I described. Specifically, well, it's like this. I opened my eyes and the fish fell from the sky, very quickly. I was careless at the time and didn't dodge. The fish just landed right in my arms. Yiche gestured as he spoke, as if it had really happened. Watching Yiche's amusing antics, the Empress suddenly smiled. But a second later, she resumed her cold demeanor. Enough. This afternoon, I will visit the Imperial Beast Garden. Prepare for my arrival. Yes. Yiche nodded, turned, and left. After a while, Wanner also quietly departed. As a qualified attendant, since the Empress would visit the Imperial Beast Garden in the afternoon, she needed to inspect everything in advance to check for any oversights. In the Imperial Beast Garden, check every area carefully to see what's missing or if there's anything dirty that might affect the Empress's mood, Wanner instructed the group of attendants. One attendant came to the pond of rainbow brocade carp, intending only to do a routine count. But after counting, she found only 12 fish. The attendant was so frightened she fell to the ground, frantically searching around the pond but unable to find where the 13th fish had gone. Where's the fish? The attendant's face went pale with fear. After confirming one was indeed missing, she immediately ran to find help. A missing rainbow brocade carp belonging to the Empress was a capital offense. She ran to find Wanner and reported the matter. Sister Wanner, a fish is missing, the attendant said in panic, nearly in tears. What do you mean? Wanner didn't understand at first. A rainbow brocade carp? One is missing. I searched for a long time but couldn't find it, the attendant said in terror. Upon hearing this, Wanner was immediately stunned. She commanded sternly. Everyone search along the riverbank immediately. Hurry. If we don't find it, we'll all face punishment. In an instant, hundreds of maidservants scattered throughout the imperial beast garden searching for the fish, throwing the entire place into chaos. Yi Che was crouched on the grass, patiently teaching the black-backed spirit hound the 18 massage techniques, when he suddenly saw all the maidservants rushing toward the imperial beast garden. Thinking there must be some exciting event, he reached out to grab a passing young maidservant and asked with a grin, "Hey, what's going on? Why are you all running so frantically?" The young maidservant, sweat beading on her forehead and barely able to steady herself, replied urgently, "The Empress's iridescent koi has disappeared." Iridescent koi? Yi Che's mind flashed to the large fish steaming in the pot that morning, and his heart sank with a thud. But when the words reached his lips, he still feigned composure. "It's just a fish. If it's lost, it's lost. Is it really worth mobilizing everyone like this? You don't understand." The young maidservant stamped her feet anxiously. Her Imperial Majesty treasures that iridescent koi above all else. A few years ago, just because the fish lost half an ounce of weight, the maidservant responsible for feeding it was banished to the cold palace for 100 years. Now the entire fish is gone. If the Empress finds out, someone's definitely going to die. Before she finished speaking, she had already rushed away. Yi Che stood there, his fingers stiff with guilt. He grumbled inwardly. That fish should have told me it was the Empress's precious darling. Would I have stewed it if I'd known? But then he reconsidered. He had caught the fish, but the Empress had personally drunk the soup. Setting aside the facts, shouldn't the Empress bear at least half the responsibility? He steeled himself and walked into the Imperial Beast Garden. Along the riverbank, water plants lay trampled, and rows of maidservants knelt by the shore, reaching into the water to search the riverbed, stirring up the water until it was murky. Clearly, this had become a major incident. Warner looked up and spotted him, quickly waving. "Yi Che, could you dive into the river and search?" Yi Che scratched his head and tentatively offered a hypothesis. "Sister Warner, do you think it's possible the fish yearned for freedom and swam away on its own?" "Absolutely impossible." Warner rejected the idea categorically. "There's a barrier around the Celestial Palace. Without the Empress's permission, even people can't get out, let alone a fish." Just as she finished speaking, a maidservant came running over, breathlessly carrying a warning sign broken in half. "Sister Warner, the warning sign in the Imperial Garden has been broken." Warner's expression instantly froze, her gaze immediately locking onto Yi Che. Among those who could freely enter and exit the Imperial Garden, besides the Empress and a few select maidservants, only he remained. Yi Che touched his nose, his guilt evident as his toes nervously scraped the ground. "The fish didn't have a price tag. How was I supposed to know it was valuable?" "Yi Che." Warner ground her teeth, her thunderous roar scattering the birds along the shore. In the blink of an eye, a group of maidservants swarmed forward, surrounding Yi Che completely, their eyes practically wanting to tear him apart as an offering to heaven. Yi Che hunched his shoulders and laughed nervously. "Ladies, please don't get excited. I'll go explain to the Empress shortly and make sure none of you get implicated." But Warner shook her head. "The Empress will never forgive you, and we won't escape punishment for our negligent watch either." At this point, as if suddenly remembering something, she covered her mouth and asked in disbelief, "That fish soup this morning, it wasn't made from?" Yi Che nodded vigorously. Warner's legs gave way and she nearly fainted. After a long moment, she laughed bitterly. "You secretly stewed the Empress's most beloved fish, then served it to the Empress to curry favor? Haha, you're like a little cow riding a rocket. Your audacity has shot beyond the solar system." Taking a deep breath, she grabbed Yi Che's sleeve. "Come with me to see the Empress and accept your punishment." Yi Che quickly waved his hands. "Wait, Sister Warner, let me struggle a bit, okay? What else do you want to do? Isn't the Empress coming to the Imperial Beast Garden this afternoon? When she arrives, I'll make her happy first. Once she's in a good mood, then you can tell her what happened. Maybe we'll all receive lighter punishment." Warner looked up at him, silent for a moment, then finally nodded. "Fine." She understood that the Empress did indeed have some fondness for Yi Che. Waiting for him to put the Empress in good spirits before revealing the truth was currently their best option. Yi Che made his way to the pavilion and sat down, immediately opening the Empress's status panel. Current status of Yaoqi Empress. Happy. Current wish of Yaoqi Empress. To play a game of chess with someone. Seeing this line of text, Yi Che secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the Empress was in a good mood, he still had room to maneuver. "Little system, give me some advice," he called out in his mind. Ding. "Host, don't panic. I'm here to save the day." The skill Chess Domination has been unlocked. Once used, the host's chess skills will instantly reach maximum level, sweeping across the world. Use it immediately. The next second, his chess attributes were instantly filled to the brim, and Yi Che felt his mind become crystal clear as countless chess patterns emerged before him. "Now, forget about the Empress. Even if AlphaGo showed up, I'd beat it into a real dog," he muttered confidently, clenching his fist. Before long, afternoon arrived. Yaoqi Empress stepped out from Yaoguang Palace, her golden embroidered gown gently swaying in the sunlight. To the Imperial Beast Garden, she said in a calm voice, though it made Wanner's heart skip a beat. Wanner kept her head down, following closely behind the Empress, placing all her hopes on Yichaha absolutely had to appease the Empress. Along the way, the Empress noticed many palace maids looking tense and couldn't help but frown. Have my pets gotten thinner again? Are they afraid I'm angry? Over such a trivial matter as if I would care about something so small. She shook her head slightly, considering herself magnanimous. However, the moment she stepped into the Imperial Beast Garden, the scene before her made her pause. The rare and exotic beasts that were usually proud and untamed, barely willing to acknowledge even her, were now lying neatly at Yichei's feet, wagging their tails like windmills, their drools soaking the grass. When did my pets become such fawning dogs? She raised an eyebrow, the word shocked rarely appearing in her mind. Seeing her approach, Yichei quickly stood up and bowed respectfully. Good afternoon, Your Majesty. The beasts, noticing the Empress's arrival, immediately rushed to her feet, putting on pitiful expressions as if to say, we're suffering so much, using their eyes to accuse Yichei of mistreating them. They had hoped for the Empress's gentle comfort, but instead, she lifted her foot and delivered a vicious kick, sending several spirit beasts flying 30 feet away. When you're no longer proud and untamed, I lose interest in you, the Empress said with icy eyes. Wanner, kill all these fawning dogs. Yes, Your Majesty, Wanner replied quietly, though cold sweat ran down her back. The entire Imperial Beast Garden now only had those few rainbow brocade carp left, and one was missing when the Empress discovered this. It would truly be game over. Yichei hadn't expected the Empress to be so decisive. Pets she'd raised for hundreds of years, killed without hesitation. He felt a chill on his neck. Would he be dragged off to feed the fish next? He quickly stepped aside, revealing the chessboard he had already set up on the stone table. The Empress, her face cold as ice, glanced at the chessboard and sat directly in the main seat, wondering to herself, how does this boy know I want to play chess? Yichei bowed and sat across from her. Your Majesty, shall we play a game? Fine. If you can beat me, I'll reward you handsomely, the Empress said, waving her sleeve. Your Majesty, I don't want any reward. I only hope you'll agree to one small request of mine afterward. Hearing this, the Empress frowned, a question mark forming in her mind. What was he planning? Could it be? Thinking of a certain possibility, a trace of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. This guy's courage was way too big, absolutely audacious. With this thought, she looked up, her voice still calm, but striking like metal on stone. Very well. She was curious to see what this guy was really up to. If he dared make any unreasonable demands, then she would. Your Majesty, shall we begin? Yichei smiled and gestured. Before the game board, Empress Yaoqi picked up a black stone between her fingers and casually handed him the white stones. I prefer black. You take white. Yichei nodded and accepted the stones. With barely any pleasantries exchanged, they began placing their pieces one after another, the crisp sounds echoing in succession. The maidservants below held their breath, cold sweat trickling down their temples. The Empress's chess skills were legendary throughout the Penglai domain, never having suffered a single defeat. Could Yichei really stand a chance? The game quickly reached a stalemate. The black stones devoured several white pieces, seemingly sealing victory, yet the white stones quietly gained momentum on the other side. The Empress confidently placed another stone, preparing for the endgame. In the next instant, Yichei delivered his divine move, striking the center of the board. The previously scattered white stones instantly came alive, forming an intricate web. The black stone in the Empress's fingers froze midair. She finally realized that Yichei had been leading her by the nose from the very beginning. No matter where she placed her black stone now, defeat was inevitable. She let out a frustrated grunt and tossed all remaining stones back into the box. You win. Thank you for going easy on me, Your Majesty. Yichei rose and bowed respectfully. Hearing the result, the maidservants couldn't hide their joy, which only made the Empress furrow her brow. Whose side were they really, on hers or Yichei's? Collecting her thoughts, the Empress studied Yichei carefully. Masterful in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, this complete talent sparked her curiosity. She prided herself on her intelligence, yet could barely match him. Just how many secrets was he hiding? Yichei, oh Yichei, you truly are remarkable. Not only are you skilled in all the arts, but you also understand my thoughts. Your Majesty flatters me. I merely know a thing or two. Yichei quickly cupped his hands in respect. Wanner silently complained to herself. If this was considered knowing a thing or two, then what did that make them? Professional maidservants, complete amateurs. The Empress chuckled softly and turned toward the pond. Wanner hurried to follow, whispering a reminder. Your Majesty, one of your fish is missing. Her smile instantly froze. Above the Yaoqi Celestial Palace, overwhelming imperial might exploded forth. The four great halls trembled, and disciples in meditation stopped their practice. Looking up toward the palace, had the Empress become enraged? In the Beast Garden, the Empress suppressed her fury and inquired in a low voice. What exactly happened? Wanner steeled herself to answer. The fish is gone. She didn't dare add that Yi Che had stewed it. Imperial might surged again, as if a giant hand pressed down on the palace and its surroundings, the air becoming thick as substance. The maidservants collapsed to their knees, trembling uncontrollably. Gone? How could my fish simply disappear when it was perfectly fine? Dark clouds churned overhead, lightning serpents dancing wildly. The Empress's gaze swept over the maidservants, murderous intent blazing in her eyes. Knowing he could hide no longer, Yi Che stepped forward, his voice so weak it was nearly swallowed by the wind. Your Majesty, I stewed the fish. At these words, the Yaoqi Empress was instantly stunned. She never imagined that Yi Che would dare to stew the iridescent koi she had personally raised for hundreds of years. What incredible audacity. Yi Che, how dare you eat my fish? The Empress placed her hands on her hips, her gaze turning several degrees colder. She couldn't even bear to touch that fish herself ever since Yaoqi had vanished and the koi had become extinct. She hadn't tasted this delicacy again, almost forgetting its flavor entirely. Pressed by that chilling aura, Yi Che steeled himself and reminded her, Your Majesty, do you remember the request you agreed to earlier? Ah, so you've been scheming against me all along. The Empress stamped her feet in fury, finally realizing why Yi Che had wanted to play chess and make that wager with her. It was all for this fish. You bastard. At this thought, the Empress's anger blazed even hotter. How dare you deceive me? Absolutely. You deserve death. Your Majesty, you really can't blame me for this. Yi Che hurriedly explained. I was just casually fishing, and it insisted on biting the hook itself. You're saying that koi hooked itself? The Empress paused in confusion. Yes. Impossible. The Empress declared firmly. That iridescent koi has long possessed spiritual intelligence, smarter than human. Show could it bite an empty hook? She stared intently at Yi Che and cried out sharply. Yi Che, you still dare to deceive me. It seems I've been far too lenient with you. It's true, Yi Che shouted. If you don't believe me, I'll fish another one for you to see. The Empress narrowed her eyes. Fine, I'll give you one chance. If you catch another one, I'll spare your life. If you can't. She raised her hand and made a slicing gesture. I'll chop you up and feed you to the fish. Deal. Yi Che had no choice but to steel himself and rush toward the pond. At the pond's edge, the green stones were slippery and the water surface shimmered with faint colors. Yi Che pulled out his fish will bite brand fishing rod, flicked his wrist to cast the line, and the baitless hook pierced the water. 12 iridescent koi gleamed with flowing light in the pond as he silently prayed. Which kind fish brother will help me out again? I promise to feed you more next time. Before the incense had burned halfway down, the float suddenly plunged. Yi Che yanked the rod forcefully, and a koi burst from the water, its scales displaying 7 colors in the sunlight. His face lit up with joy as he carried the fish to the Empress. Your Majesty, look, this is exactly how I caught it. The Yaoqi Empress took a deep breath, staring at the still flopping koi, then suddenly called out sternly, Waner. Yes, Your Majesty. Her personal maid quickly responded. Take this stupid fish away, stew it. The Empress was so angry she laughed. Waner was stunned. Your Majesty, are you serious? Hurry up and go. Raised for hundreds of years, thinking it possessed unparalleled spiritual wisdom, yet it dared bite an empty hook. The Empress was furious inside. This stupid fish made her lose face in public. It infuriated her to death. Especially seeing Yi Che's smug expression made her anger even harder to contain. Don't you love stewing fish? Go ahead and stew it. With that, she brushed past her attendants and stormed back to Yaoguang Palace in a huff, with Waner and the others hurrying to follow. After everyone had gone, Yi Che quietly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the Empress wouldn't pursue his little life for now. But with the Empress leaving in such anger, how could he, a professional romance strategist, not try to appease her? When a woman sulks alone, thoughtful comfort is the best way to gain favor. So he drew his Shengxie sword, and with a few swoosh sounds scaled and gutted the fish, then heated oil in a pot. Let me make the Empress some braised koi. In Yaoguang Palace, candlelight flickered dimly. The Empress sat alone cross-legged on her bed, arms folded across her chest, head tilted toward the ceiling beams, her tender red lips unconsciously forming a pout. Since attaining enlightenment and taking human form, she had never been this furious. In the past, anyone who displeased her would be sent to the afterlife on the spot, but when it came to Yi Che, she had surprisingly held back. Yao Yin, what on earth is wrong with you? The Empress of Yaoqi questioned herself harshly in her mind. Outside the Yaoguang Hall, over a dozen maidservants stood in formation, their robes fluttering in the mountain breeze as they awaited the Empress's commands. Waner, the head maid, raised her hand to knock on the door but hesitated, her expression conflicted. The Empress hadn't punished Yi Che at all. This was too abnormal. Could it be that the Empress had developed feelings for Yi Che? Had she fallen in love? This was terrible, absolutely terrible. As she was lost in wild thoughts, a rich aroma suddenly wafted toward her. Yi Che approached with a beaming smile, carrying a clay pot. Stop right there. The Empress isn't seeing anyone right now. Wanner coldly intercepted him, the pot in his hands making her scalp tingle with dread. I won't go in, Sister Wanner. Yiche shook the pot slightly. I made this dish myself, it smells wonderful. What dish? Wanner asked instinctively. Yiche lifted the lid, releasing billowing steam and the rich aroma of fish that instantly tantalized everyone's taste buds. A famous dish, braised carp. Wanner's pupils contracted. Yiche, you're incredibly bold. It's bad enough that you secretly stewed the Empress's fish, but now you dare bring it here to anger her? You're the first person I've seen who's so intent on psychological warfare. Even if the King of Hell were your father, you couldn't get away with such reckless behavior. Just because the Empress favors you, you think you can challenge her limits? Despite her words, she eventually took the clay pot and entered Yaoguang Hall. If Yiche wanted to seek death, she couldn't stop him, and if blame were to fall, it would be on him. Your Majesty, this is braised carp, sent by Yiche. Crack. A crisp sound exploded through the chamber. Wanner lowered her eyes and bowed her head, not daring to look up. The temperature seemed to have dropped dozens of degrees in an instant, the chill penetrating to the bone. After a long moment, the Empress stood up, her face dark. Leave. Yes, yes. Wanner had barely taken half a step back when she heard an addition. Leave the fish. Ah. Wanner was stunned, but under that fierce gaze, she swiftly set down the clay pot and retreated from the hall in one fluid motion. The doors closed. The Empress of Yaoqi slowly walked to the clay pot and sniffed lightly fragrant. So fragrant. She picked up chopsticks to separate the fish meat, and the moment it touched her lips, her eyes suddenly brightened. So delicious. She took 2 more pieces, sighing with satisfaction. It's been so long since I've had this. The rainbow carp was a spiritual fish unique to the sacred Yaoqi realm. In years past, she had often enjoyed them, but after Yaoqi mysteriously vanished, only 13 remained. She had always treasured them too much to eat, only able to admire them from afar. If she hadn't been so furious with Yiche today, she would never have touched this pot. Who would have thought that braising would be even better than the steaming of old? She sighed inwardly. Steaming them before was such a waste. Suddenly, her chopsticks paused. The texture and taste were identical to the fish soup from this morning. Could it be that the morning fish was also? A bold theory exploded in her mind. So he stewed the fish for me? He was willing to risk punishment just to please me? He loves me? The Empress's cheeks warmed, her emotions surging. It seemed that because of this realization, the fish tasted even more delicious. She continued eating blissfully, completely unaware that the maidservants outside were wearing worried expressions. Do you think the Empress is eating the fish while feeling heartbroken? Someone whispered. Most likely, Wanner nodded. The rainbow carp are the Empress's treasured pets. She probably didn't want us to see her sadness, so she sent us away. The maidservants whispered among themselves, completely unaware that inside the hall, the Empress was eating with pure delight. Meanwhile, back in his small courtyard, Yiche heard the system notification sound. Ding. The Empress of Yaoqi's favorability toward the host has increased by 5 points. Reward. Yaoqi Essence. Yaoqi Essence contains the source power of the vanished sacred Yaoqi realm. Yiche's eyes lit up. Sister Wanner had mentioned that because Yaoqi had perished, the rainbow carp could no longer reproduce, which was why the Empress treasured them so dearly. If he used this bottle of essence to feed the rainbow carp, perhaps they could continue breeding? This would be another excellent opportunity to win the Empress's favor. But doing this would be such a loss. What would he gain from it? Yiche felt reluctant, but soon reasoned it through. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing the lamb. Once he won over the Empress, everything she owned would be his. Right now, it was just temporary safekeeping. The next morning, at dawn, in the Imperial Beast Garden, Yiche raised his hand and cast forth 11 drops of crystal-clear Jade Pool essence, which traced graceful arcs through the air like scattered morning light falling upon the water's surface. Before the ripples had even settled, all the iridescent koi in the pond surged forward frantically, mouths agape to swallow the essence. Their scales were instantly tinged with an alluring crimson glow, and they immediately went into heat, pairing off and diving into the crevices between rocks and deep into the water plants to mate. Only one solitary koi remained on the surface. It swam lonely circles around the pond, unable to find a mate, and finally swam to a sharp rock with its tail fin raised, beginning to rub against the stone. Yiche stood on the shore, utterly dumbfounded. This iridescent koi actually had a clearly visible male organ. Truly worthy of being a spirit fish, with such complete anatomy. He marveled in amazement, when a strange thought suddenly crossed his mind. The female fish, surely they wouldn't also have. As he squinted for a closer look, a young maidservant came running through the morning dew. Yiche, the Empress summons you to play the qin. Yiche had no choice but to look away and follow the maidservant, thinking to himself that he couldn't miss this opportunity to serve the Empress. Meanwhile, as Yiche headed to the imperial chambers, in the main hall of the Immortal Palace, the 4 great hall venerables had already assembled. Wanner stood on the steps, her brow furrowed with difficulty. Chief attendant. Why has Her Imperial Majesty not yet come to the hall to preside over the morning court? Venerable Songlong was the first to inquire. Since Yi Che had moved into the Immortal Palace, the Empress had not set foot in the Immortal Hall for 3 days. While the hall masters could still discuss routine matters among themselves, the Centennial Discourse Assembly was approaching, and the most crucial arrangements were impossible to make. Only 7 days remained. The Empress today probably won't be coming, Warner replied in a low voice. Venerable Fengxing frowned. What matter could possibly be more urgent than the discourse assembly? As his words fell, the hall venerables and elders began talking all at once. The invitation format. Which emperors should be invited? Who will bear responsibility for omissions or mistakes? The rapid-fire questioning gave Warner a headache, yet she was helpless and could only steel herself. Let's wait a bit longer, there are still 7 days. Venerable Songlong pressed further. Then what exactly is the Empress so busy with in the rear palace? Before Warner could think of an excuse, the sound of a chime drifted from the distant seating dong. Ting-ding, ding-dong. The melody was lingering and suggestive, and everyone exchanged glances, instantly understanding. The Empress was indulging in pleasures in the rear palace. The same phrase sprang to all their minds from this day forth. The sovereign neglects the morning court. After a moment of silence, the usually taciturn Venerable Li Heng cupped his hands. May I ask the chief attendant, who is playing the chime in the rear palace? Venerable Songlong immediately followed with a cold voice. Indeed, who dares to bewitch our sovereign and delay the affairs of the Immortal Palace? Chief attendant, speak plainly, and we shall all go together to remonstrate with the Empress. Venerable Lei Yin chimed in. Exactly. I must see who is delaying the Empress. As Venerable Fengxing finished speaking, he suddenly drew the precious sword from his waist. The cold light gleamed menacingly. Warner looked at Venerable Fengxing and said helplessly, this whole mess was caused by your Fengxing Hall disciple Yi Che. Feng Wuya. All the cultivators in the Great Hall turned to look at Feng Wuya upon hearing the name, suddenly remembering that ever since that boy named Yi Che moved into the Immortal Palace, the Empress had barely attended to state affairs. Damn, that kid's really got game? He even won over the Empress? Someone exclaimed in shock. Feng Wuya, your disciple is truly extraordinary, Venerable Kanglin sneered. You didn't teach him some kind of bootlicking technique, did you? Haha, exactly right, Venerable Lei Yin chimed in. Feng Wuya frantically waved his hands in denial. Don't blame me. He's only been at Fengxing Hall for a few days. He chose to live in that thatched hut himself. Warner coldly interrupted. How is this not your fault? If you hadn't made him live in a thatched hut, would the Empress have personally brought him into the palace to save face? Feng Wuya felt utterly wronged. Yi Che had insisted on that broken hut himself, and he had tried several times to persuade him to move back up the mountain. Then a freak windstorm blew the roof off. How was that his fault? But no one in the hall wanted to hear his explanation, only casting him looks of disdain. A hall master with such a petty heart. Venerable Li Heng shook his head. Exactly. Making a disciple live in a thatched hut, what a disgrace to the Immortal Palace. Venerable Kanglin added insult to injury. Venerable Lei Yun was already secretly calculating. If even that good for nothing could get into the palace with a thatched hut, wouldn't his own talented disciples have even better chances? After the court session ended, everyone mocked Feng Wuya as they walked away. Feng Wuya was seething with anger, but had nowhere to vent. The 3 hall venerables' first act upon returning home was to summon their disciples. In Kanglin Hall, Venerable Kanglin spoke earnestly. My disciple, I'm entrusting the rest of my life to you. Master, please speak directly. Go down the mountain and build a thatched hut to live in. A thatched hut. Even dogs wouldn't live there. Live there, and you'll have a chance to enter the Immortal Palace. Woof woof woof. In Lei Yin Hall. Disciple, how about going down the mountain to build a thatched hut? I'm an idle type who relies on my looks. A thatched hut would ruin my image. Live there, and you can enter the Immortal Palace. Who cares about looks? I'm going right now. In Liheng Hall, the master had barely opened his mouth when his disciple interrupted. No need to say more. I'll go. Venerable Li Heng waved his hand. No, the waters run too deep, you can't handle it. I'll go myself. Soon, 3 incredibly shabby thatched huts appeared at the foot of the 3 halls mountains, looking painfully conspicuous from afar. When news reached Fengxing Hall, Feng Wuya gnashed his teeth and cursed. Shameless bunch. They criticized me at court. Now they're copying me faster than anyone. He led his disciples to confront them, but couldn't even get through their doors. In the Imperial Garden, Yi Che had been playing continuously all day, his fingers trembling with stiffness, yet the strings still resonated. Empress Yaoqi listened with undiminished enthusiasm. As darkness fell, he quietly reminded her, Your Majesty, it's getting late. Oh, already. The Empress looked up at the sky, and seeing Yi Che about to leave, felt an unexpected reluctance in her heart. Yi Che bowed. Tomorrow, please visit the Imperial Beast Garden. Yi prepared a surprise. Are you messing with my koi again? The Empress frowned. There aren't many fish left. Can't you torment something else? You'll know tomorrow. Yi Che smiled as he left the courtyard. The Empress watched his retreating figure, her almond eyes widening as she called out in a deliberately soft voice. Yi Che, you're too presumptuous. I should punish you by making you play chess with me tomorrow. This scene was witnessed by Warner, who had come to make a report. She stood frozen in place, her small mouth agape in shock. The Empress was acting coquettish. Warner pretended not to notice and approached the Empress, asking, Your Majesty, the Tao conference is approaching. When shall we prepare the invitations? Tomorrow at the Beast Garden, we'll finish writing them all at once. The Empress's tone was indifferent, yet left no room for argument. Warner looked up at the Empress and cautiously reminded her, Your Majesty, regarding today's court assembly, the 4 palace venerables, and the elders. How dare they meddle in my affairs? Tell them I've been busy cultivating. Empress Yaoqi waved her sleeve dismissively, her voice tinged with impatience. Warner froze and quickly stepped back 2 paces, thinking to herself. She always claims to be cultivating, but who knows what she's actually practicing? Before leaving, she dutifully reported, Your Majesty, all the senior disciples from each palace have moved to the foot of the mountain and are now living in thatched huts. Let them live wherever they want. What's the big deal? Even if they lived in latrines, what does that have to do with me? The Empress lifted her eyelashes, her expression completely unmoved. At this moment, she couldn't muster interest in anything, her mind occupied only with Yi Che's promise of a surprise tomorrow. What could this surprise be? Could he possibly want to confess his feelings? No, absolutely not. Though I do have some fondness for him, I absolutely cannot agree. She tried to maintain her composure, but couldn't help clearing her throat softly. Warner observed this and was secretly amazed. The Empress looks like she's smitten. This innocent girl has fallen in love. Beast Garden. By the pond at dusk, Yi Che crouched on the shore rocks, his gaze occasionally sweeping across the water's surface. The 5 female phantom carp that had finished mating showed visibly swollen bellies, with hints of pale gold flickering between their scales. He calculated on his fingers. Phantom carp only need 1 day to spawn, so by tomorrow morning the pond would be teeming with fry. After confirming everything was in order, he brushed the mud spots from his hands and returned to his quarters to rest. The next morning, before the mist had lifted, Yi Che was already waiting at the Beast Garden entrance. Little Whirlwind lay at his feet, tail wagging back and forth, increasingly devoted to his master. Soon after, Empress Yaoqi arrived with her attendants, her imperial robes gleaming brilliantly in the morning light. Yi Che bowed. Your Majesty, the surprise. Wait a moment. The Empress raised her hand, and an attendant placed writing materials before Yi Che. I'll dictate, you write. After we finish the invitations, then we'll discuss the surprise. Hearing this, Yi Che's lips curved slightly as he picked up the brush and dipped it in ink, writing with flourishing strokes. With mastery of the painting Tao, my calligraphy sets the standard. Please proceed, Your Majesty. Cordially inviting Great Emperor Tianyi to attend the Tao Conference. Cordially inviting Great Emperor Chanhua to attend the Tao Conference. Cordially inviting Great Emperor Shanhua to attend the Tao Conference. The Empress dictated sentence by sentence while Yi Che swiftly transcribed, the fragrance of ink permeating the garden. The attendants exchanged glances. In previous years, all invitations had been written personally by the Empress to show respect and demonstrate her power. Having Yi Che write them instead was simply inconceivable. Soon, a stack of invitations was presented to the Empress. She drew one out, her eyes scanning if calligraphy was bold and powerful, each stroke imbued with the essence of writing, painting, and the Tao. Well written. Warner, collect them and have the attendants deliver them. Yes. Warner responded, placing the invitations in a brocade box and dispatching messengers. After the crowd dispersed, only the Empress and Yi Che remained. Empress Yaoqi fixed her gaze on him. Now, you may speak of this surprise. Yi Che smiled. Your Majesty, please follow me. No. The Empress abruptly interrupted. Yi Che's brow furrowed slightly. The Empress caught that subtle expression and became even more certain of her guess. He really does want to confess to me. Oh my, what should I do? Should I refuse or? At this moment, her heart was in complete turmoil. As a 3,000-year-old spinster who had never been in love, her heart was beating wildly. In the end, reason prevailed. Yi Che, I cannot accept you, because you will die before me. The Empress chose her words carefully, her tone gentle, yet carrying unquestionable firmness. She feared her rejection might be too direct and wound the pride of the man before her. After all, who else would play the qin for her, accompany her in chess, and paint for her? Upon hearing this, Yi Che froze in place, unable to react for a long moment. Is she mocking me? He grumbled inwardly. Empress, I know I won't live as long as you, but you don't have to crush my spirit like that. Besides, what does my early death have to do with your rejection? How is it unrelated? If you die early, wouldn't I have to live as a widow? The Empress retorted matter-of-factly. This single sentence made Yi Che gasp in shock. What nonsense is she spouting? Wait, did she misunderstand something? Yi Che quickly pulled up the system panel, frantically clicking in his mind. Current status of Yaoqi Empress. Whether to accept Yi Chei's confession. His delusional woman. What a fool. When did I ever try to confess to you? Stop creating your own romantic subplot. With a darkened expression, he spoke. Empress, what I meant to say was the koi have spawned. The Empress shook her head, looking at him as if comforting a disappointed child. Don't feel embarrassed. Being rejected by this Empress is perfectly normal. In her view, Yi Chei was obviously trying to save face with small talk, though his excuse was rather clumsy. Koi spawning? Since the disappearance of the Yaoqi sacred land, the koi have lost their ability to reproduce, she said with certainty. Yi Chei, I understand your feelings, but we. Before she could finish, Yi Chei could bear it no longer. He suddenly stepped forward, grasped the Empress's jade white wrist, and dragged her toward the pond. The Empress's heart skipped a beat. This was the first time she had been touched by a man. Her mind went blank momentarily before she snapped back to reality. Such audacity. Becoming desperate after rejection? Planning to force yourself on me. She raised her hand to teach this reckless fool a lesson, to show him who was in charge. Even if there was to be any forcing, she would be the one on top. Empress, see for yourself. Yi Chei released her hand and pointed toward the pond. The Empress's hand froze midair as she followed his gesture. A previously desolate water surface was now densely packed with iridescent koi. At least 10,000 of them. All fry that would grow into spiritually abundant adult fish within just a few years. How is this possible? The Empress's eyes trembled with shock. After the Yaoqi sacred land disappeared, the koi couldn't possibly spawn. In her amazement, she re-examined Yi Chei, even using her Imperial Realm divine consciousness to probe him thoroughly inside and out, yet still found no clues. At this moment, she almost suspected that Yi Chei had countless connections to the missing Yaoqi sacred land. After all, since his appearance, he had first given her lotus flowers, then Yaoqi immortal lotus seeds, and now brought about the revival of the koi. The Empress closed her eyes in deep contemplation. As an emperor who had transformed from an immortal lotus, she understood the power of the Yaoqi sacred land better than any. It was the source of the Panlai domain, connecting heaven and earth. In the beast garden, charcoal flames danced with crimson tongues as the iridescent koi on the grill began to blister, fat sizzling and popping, while aromatic steam infused with spiritual energy rose toward the heavens. The entire celestial palace was enveloped in this unfamiliar yet enticing fragrance, causing passing maidservants to assume the imperial kitchen had developed some new delicacy. None could imagine that the ones grilling fish were actually Yi Chei and the Yaoqi Empress herself. After the time it takes to burn an incense stick, the fish skin had turned an even golden brown, its surface so crispy that the slightest touch would cause it to flake off. Just as Yi Chei lifted the grill to take the first bite, the Empress called out sharply, "Stop!" With a wave of her sleeve, a row of seasoning bottles tumbled forth. Human, secret spices, pepper powder. The aromatic powders danced over the flames, their intense fragrance immediately overwhelming. Watching the Empress's fluid seasoning technique, Yi Chei silently complained to himself. Clearly she's done this plenty of times before. The once vast spirit fish pond now held only a dozen or so fish. This was undoubtedly her masterpiece. The firelight painted both their faces crimson as Yi Chei sat cross-legged nearby, his nostrils twitching uncontrollably, his gaze locked onto the grilled fish. Wave after wave of aroma made his stomach practically protest in hunger. After finishing with the seasonings, the Empress compared the sizes of the two koi and actually handed the larger one to Yi Chei. He froze, eyes widening in shock. "You? Since when have you been so generous?" His surprised expression allowed the Empress to instantly read his thoughts. She snorted lightly. This Empress has always been magnanimous. Don't be misled by those slanderous rumors circulating outside. Yes, the Empress is most generous. Yi Chei laughed while nodding repeatedly. In my heart, you're absolutely number one. Satisfied with his response, the Empress picked up her grilled fish and began eating delicately. The perfectly cooked fish melted in her mouth, its fresh flavor flooding her taste buds. Yi Chei also eagerly bit into a large piece. The aroma and juices exploding instantly, found it absolutely delicious. Moments later, both had picked the fish bones completely clean. Yi Chei, thoroughly satisfied and lazy with contentment, simply lay back on the soft grass, letting the warm sunlight bathe his entire body. The Empress, meanwhile, tilted her chin slightly upward, noticing that the spiritual energy within Yi Chei's body hadn't reached saturation. Even she needed to circulate her cultivation to refine the energy after eating an entire fish, yet he acted as if nothing had happened. Confusion and shock simultaneously flickered in her eyes. Just what was this person's true identity? What purpose did he have in approaching her? Yet upon reflection, everything Yi Chei did brought her joy. This long-lost sense of ease was something she was reluctant to shatter. "Come see me in the Imperial Garden shortly," the Empress said, brushing crumbs from her hands as she rose to leave. "As you command," Yi Chei replied lazily, still lying there with his eyes half closed. Seeing his leisurely manner, the Empress couldn't help but give his calf a light kick. getting more and more presumptuous. Yiche dramatically cried, "Ow," several times, clutching his leg and rolling around on the ground. The Empress rolled her eyes before turning to return to Yawang Palace. On the lawn, the sunlight was warm and gentle. Yiche closed his eyes in enjoyment as the devouring power of his Taotai bloodline had already completely refined the spiritual energy from the iridescent koi, quietly breaking through to the fourth level of the Hong stage. He could cultivate while sleeping, and while eating secretly felt pleased with himself. If I don't become a god, who else is worthy? Ding. System notification. The Empress's favorability toward the host 10. Yiche immediately pulled up the Chiba style panel. Name: Yaoyin Yaoqi Empress. Cultivation: 9th level Immortal Emperor. Favorability: 30,100. Status: happy. Little system, where's my reward? What does the host desire? Came the mechanical voice as expected. Yiche's eyes lit up, silently praising the system for being so understanding today. He cleared his throat twice and lowered his voice. Do you have any little pills that could stimulate female hormones? Ahem. The system fell silent for several seconds. Host, you're committing a thought crime. Stop it now. Outside there are. Wait, this world doesn't seem to have police. The system realized belatedly. Yiche paused slightly, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. So that means, wouldn't that be? The system sensed his thoughts and immediately became excited. Master Host, I have tens of thousands of varieties here for flirting, for the process, for afterwards, everything you could want. Look, which ones do you need? What kind of person do you think I am? Yiche snorted coldly with a disdainful expression. This kind of thing, I would never stoop to do. I was just testing you, haha. Your true colors are showing. System, boost my cultivation. No way, the system raged. Here's a broken egg for you. Go play with it yourself. A golden flash appeared, and a dark egg rolled to Yiche's feet. He picked it up and waited, casually starting a fire nearby. Don't know if it tastes good, but you'll be my dinner tonight. Tucking the black egg into his robes, Yiche walked toward the imperial garden with a smile. Sucking up to the powerful daily flattery is a must. Imperial garden. The newly changed pink silk dress swayed gently on the Empress's body, thin gauze covering her snow-white arms, her slender legs faintly visible. Pavilions, flowers, and flowing water should have been colorfully beautiful, yet they paled in comparison to her presence. With graceful curves and an icy temperament, she possessed an angelic face. Yiche stepped onto the flower path, his gaze instantly locked, his chest tightening as he lost his composure. The Empress turned around, her voice cold yet gentle. You're here? Paint a portrait of me today. Yes, yes. He gathered his wits, spread out the rice paper, and moved his brush like wind, outlining contours, light and shadow, the folds of her dress, down to every strand of hair. After finishing the painting, he wielded his brush to compose a poem. In the celestial palace dwells a beauty, peerless and standing alone. One smile topples a city, another smile topples a nation. Your Majesty, the painting is complete. Yiche set down his brush. Empress Yaoqi took the scroll, her eyes widening suddenly, speechless for a long moment. This poem. Did you compose it? Yiche nodded, inspired by the moment. You truly are talented. She praised softly. 4 short lines with perfect artistic conception, and he had written them while looking at her. That confidence and passion made her heartstrings tremble. Empress Yaoqi considered her heart as cold as ice, yet discovered tiny cracks appearing on its surface. She forcibly suppressed the surging emotions in her chest. She was the only female emperor in the Panlai domain, bearing responsibility for all living beings. How could she develop feelings for a man? This was definitely a dangerous sign. She quickly averted her gaze, her expression returning to coldness, lightly waving her sleeve. I am tired. You may return now. Yes. Yiche respectfully took his leave and turned to go. The Empress stood in the pavilion, watching that figure disappear into the distance, feeling her heartbeat inexplicably quicken. He really left? An unprecedented sense of loss washed over her like a tide. What on earth is happening to me? On the small path outside the imperial garden, Yiche walked calmly without looking back. The system went crazy. Host, if you go back now and say some sweet words, the Empress's favorability toward you will rise significantly. How could you just leave like that? Bah, you don't understand squat. Yiche chuckled softly, a cunning gleam flashing in his eyes. Through days of observation and testing, he had already figured out the Empress's personality, cold on the outside but warm within, with a bit of a temper. Rather than constantly fawning, it was better to play hard to get. Sometimes, deliberate coldness creates bigger waves. He patted the black egg in his robes confidently. Since ancient times, deep affection never lasts. Only schemes win hearts. Just wait, she'll come looking for me. In Yawang Palace. As soon as the Empress returned to her chambers, she stood before her desk, gazing intently at a landscape painting for a long while. Only after the ink had completely settled did she roll up the scroll and summon her maid, Warner. I recall that Lioli Palace is currently unoccupied, is it not? Warner paused mid-step. When the Empress suddenly mentioned the former residence, her first thought was that the Empress intended to move back. Lily Palace had once been the Empress's earliest bedchamber, but she had later relocated to Yaoguang Palace, finding the layout too monotonous. Seeing Warner's bewildered expression, the Empress frowned slightly. Don't tell me someone has already moved in. No. It has remained empty since your Majesty departed. Warner explained with a bow, then carefully inquired. Does your Majesty plan to return to the former residence? I will not return. The Empress spoke casually, yet delivered a statement that made Warner's scalp tingle. Have Yiche move in there. He's been living in the beast garden, constantly crowded together with those spirit beasts. It's hardly proper. He deserves a decent dwelling as a reward. Have Yiche live in Lily Palace? Warner's heart skipped a beat. Anyone who had lived in the Empress's bedchamber could never clear their name. She steeled herself to protest. Your Majesty, this seems inappropriate. If word spreads if he enters Lily Palace today, won't he be moving into your bedchamber tomorrow? What's wrong with that? Consider it his reward. The Empress raised her hand, indicating the matter was not open for further discussion. Take him there tonight. Yes. Warner accepted the command and withdrew, her mind swirling with doubts. What on earth is the Empress thinking? At the Beast Garden, Warner went straight to Yiche. The Empress has ordered that you move to Lily Palace immediately. Lily Palace? Yiche, clutching the black egg that never left his side, looked stunned. The Lily Palace near the Empress's bedchamber? What does the Empress mean by this? Don't ask questions. Pack your things and come with me. Very well. This little courtyard is quite peaceful, though being next to the kennels is rather shabby. Yiche muttered offhandedly, following behind Warner with his egg. Along the way, he asked curiously, Sister Warner, what are the facilities like in Lily Palace? Is it luxurious? Warner rubbed her forehead in exasperation. That was where the Empress had lived, even more elaborate than Yaoguang Palace. Back then, the Empress had personally selected every decoration. It was the most exquisite corner of the entire Celestial Palace. Outside Lily Palace, as evening lanterns were lit, the entire palace glowed with flowing light from golden glazed lamps. Jade-carved railings and glazed roof tiles, every surface adorned with gold inlay and jade carvings. The luxury was so dazzling it was hard to keep one's eyes open. Stepping through the palace doors, gold-inlaid jade tables and chairs greeted them, along with an intricately carved domed ceiling. As Yiche walked along the corridor, he discovered the palace's interior was absurdly spacious. Forget playing badminton in the main hall. There was room enough for a football match. Further in, 3 hot spring pools emanated misty vapors. Spiritual mist mingled with the fragrance of calming flowers. Opening the windows revealed the most expansive view of the sea of clouds in the entire celestial palace. This place is absolutely incredible, Yiche exclaimed in amazement. Warner snorted sourly. You have no idea who lived here before. A second-hand residence. Yiche raised an eyebrow, looking somewhat disdainful. I don't fancy sleeping in beds others have used. Please have the maids thoroughly clean the palace and replace all the bedding with new items. I am quite particular about cleanliness. Warner was so shocked, she couldn't speak. There actually existed someone in this world who would disdain the Empress. Do you realize this was once the Empress's bedchamber? She reminded him irritably. The Empress lived here? Yiche asked in surprise. No wonder it's so luxurious. He never expected the Empress would let him stay in her own palace. Yiche looked around at the brilliant lights illuminating the ornate carved beams and painted rafters, everything exuding nobility. He immediately turned to the accompanying Warner and waved his hand. No need to send any maids over. I'll clean up myself. His tone was resolute. Warner raised an eyebrow, looking him up and down with an ambiguous gaze. Oh my, you wouldn't be thinking of. Sister Warner, you have such a dirty mind. Yiche held his forehead, utterly righteous. I'm a gentleman. The kind of upright that means proper posture. Yet secretly he swore to himself. Even if something like that did happen, I'd never let anyone find out. Seeing Warner still wanting to tease him, he quickly urged, Sister Warner, it's getting late. You should go. Please tell the Empress for May will serve her wholeheartedly from now on, dedicating myself completely until death. Warner snorted with laughter, rolled her eyes at him, and finally turned to leave. But reaching the palace entrance, she looked back. Living in such a big palace, do you need maids to serve you? No. Yiche blurted out, a flash of heat in his eyes. What do I need maids for? I want the Empress. After Warner's figure disappeared, he went straight to the hot spring pool behind the palace, shed his clothes with a splash, and submerged himself in the misty vapor. So comfortable, the water temperature was perfect, nourishing his skin and relaxing his mind. The faint fragrance floating in the air was familiar and alluring, making his nostrils twitch. This scent is exactly the same as the Empress's. Could she often bathe here? Warner returned to Yaoguang Palace and reported to the Empress. Your Majesty, Yiche has moved into Lily Palace. You may go. The Empress sat with closed eyes, but suddenly opened them as Warner turned away. Wait, take this calligraphy copybook to Yiche and have him practice it tomorrow to present to me. Yes. Juana respectfully received it and returned to Lioli Palace. The main door was ajar, so she pushed it open directly. Passing by the hot spring pool, the water surface rippled slightly as Yiche emerged naked, water droplets rolling down his eight-pack abs. Sister Juana, why are you back again? He looked up while drying his hair, his smile completely unguarded. Juana's eyes widened, her face flushing to her ears as she covered her face with both hands yet still peeked through her fingers. What are you doing? I saw everything. Shameless. Yiche glanced down this is awkward. Juana threw the copybook on the ground and fled from the palace like an escape, leaning against the railing and gasping for breath, her entire face nearly dripping blood. After over 300 years of cultivation, this was her first time directly facing a male body. That image was burned into her mind like a brand she couldn't shake off. She tried to calm her breathing, but ultimately didn't dare enter the palace again, only managing to walk back to Yawang Palace with unsteady steps to report. Compared to Juana's panic, Yiche was quite composed. Small matter. He even felt somewhat regretful. If only it had been the Empress who walked in, what a pity. He lay down on the huge, soft bed, immersed in the lingering fragrance. The Empress's scent. He never expected it could linger for so long. While turning over, he felt something hidden under the pillow, long, thick, with a round head. Yiche raised an eyebrow, gently grasping it experimentally. Hiss. Could this be the Empress's personal toy? In certain videos he'd seen before, such things weren't uncommon. Who would have thought the lofty Empress had such preferences? With this thought, how could he possibly sleep? He simply got up and first searched under the bed. Then his gaze swept toward that row of wardrobes, countless sensual images floating through his mind. In Yawang Palace, the Empress had been sitting quietly in meditation when suddenly her brow twitched, and she sat up abruptly. Oh no. She remembered that little toy was left in Lioli Palace, and she'd forgotten to take it away. If Yiche discovered it, where would her dignity be? The Empress swept up her robes and shot toward Lioli Palace like flowing light, her heart racing with anxiety. He shouldn't be going to bed this early, right? After the Yaoqi Empress arrived at the glazed palace, she waved her hand to quietly open the palace doors and stepped inside. The hall was silent except for the flickering candlelight. Yiche stood with his back to the door, facing a wardrobe that was about 10 feet tall, holding several soft garments in his hands while his fingertips playfully flicked a crimson silk ribbon. Who would have thought that the Empress, so cold on the outside, actually likes pink? Huh? He muttered to himself in a low voice, his laughter like that of a child sneaking fruit, tinged with mischief. What's wrong with this Empress liking pink? An icy voice suddenly descended without warning, like a basin of cold water dousing Yiche awake. Yiche's shoulders trembled as he hastily stuffed the clothes back into the wardrobe. Nothing wrong. As soon as the words left his mouth, he slammed the cabinet door shut with a bang. The Empress's face was cold, her gaze sweeping like a blade over every inch of his fingers, so angry that her teeth trembled slightly. She had heard of many men who liked to take women's worn clothing, especially intimate garments, to smell them, or even do unspeakable things with them. Could this man before her be one of those types? She raised her hand and grabbed, causing the entire wardrobe along with all the clothes to rise into the air before being stored in her spatial ring. Taking them away, the wardrobe vanished into thin air, leaving only a faint fragrance lingering in the air. The Empress breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. Fortunately, she came early, otherwise these clothes might have met an unfortunate fate. Yiche spread his hands with a serious expression. Empress, I was just looking. Your actions really hurt my feelings. Humph. The Empress snorted coldly, her gaze lingering for a moment on his large eyes that were pretending to look pitiful. If she had just met him, she might have been fooled, but now, damn man, keep pretending. She quickly walked to the bedside, planning to collect the remaining items as well. As her gaze swept across, a toy lying quietly beside the pillow caught her eye, particularly conspicuous. I'm doomed. He saw it. The Empress's heart skipped a beat. Empress, this. Yiche was about to explain. Shut up. The Empress glared at him fiercely. Yiche immediately understood, raising 3 fingers to swear. Empress, tonight, I never saw this thing. The Empress nodded with satisfaction, her voice light but threatening. If you dare speak of this Empress will turn you into this toy. Absolutely won't say anything. Yiche nodded repeatedly. The Empress gave him one last glance and threw out a sentence. When sleeping in this Empress's bed, keep your clothes on. With that, she turned and left. Just as her figure disappeared at the doorway, her ear tips flushed crimson. In that moment of turning, she had glimpsed that Yiche was actually bare-chested. Only then did Yiche look down, shocked to realize he had indeed forgotten to put on clothes. The next morning, the great emperors of the Penglai domain almost simultaneously received an exquisite jade invitation. The mountain emperor stroked the invitation's surface, saying in shock, "It seems that over these years, the Yaoqi Empress's cultivation insights have deepened considerably." The Tiani emperor also stared at the invitation, his eyes showing even greater shock. Just a few words, yet containing supreme calligraphy. Dao intent. Could she be about to break through? Over the past few years, his strength had surged, and he had planned to use the Dao Discussion Conference to overpower the Yaoqi Empress and reclaim the position of first among Penlai Domain's immortal sections. But just these few lines made him hesitate. He was proficient in the Dao of calligraphy and painting, and could see at a glance that Empress's mastery of the Dao far exceeded his. Perhaps the current her was no longer someone he could contend with. After long contemplation, the Tianyi Emperor commanded his guards in a deep voice. Quickly invite the Chanhua Emperor and Mountain Emperor to come discuss matters. Similar shock played out in various divine palaces. All who received the invitation had only one thought. The Yaoqi Empress has become unmatched. None knew that these characters were actually ghost-ridden for the Empress, and if they had known, they would have held even greater awe for her. In the glazed palace, Yi Che, who had risen early, he tossed the black egg rewarded by the system into the hot spring to soak. Steam rose continuously as the fist-sized black egg sank motionless to the bottom of the pool. Unwilling to give up, Yi Che drew his Shengxia sword and struck it several times, sparks flying but not even leaving a scratch. This egg is actually this hard. He rubbed his chin, fished out the black egg, and placed it directly over the fire. I'll roast you for 3 days and nights. I refuse to believe you won't cook. With that, he turned to pick up the calligraphy copybook that Warner had thrown on the ground last night, spread it on the stone table, and began practicing. The copybook contained a full 100 poems with smooth brushstrokes, but lacking substance. Yi Che was never one for poetry, but having memorized 300 Tang poems, he had some discernment and frowned upon reading. Form without meaning truly mediocre. Despite his inner disdain, he forced himself to suppress his revulsion and copied every stroke before tucking away the copybook and heading to Yaoguang Palace. On the way, he opened the status panel of the Chiba-style Yaoqi Empress in his system. Yaoqi Empress, currently sleeping in. Yi Che clicked his tongue. So lazy. He finally understood why the Empress was never seen in the morning. She absolutely wouldn't leave her bed until the sun was high. Yet he particularly wanted to see the Empress's sleepy appearance, so he quickened his pace. Outside Yaoguang Palace, 2 maidservants reached out to stop him, but he showed the golden token bestowed by the Empress, and they immediately bowed and stepped aside. Yi Che gently pushed the palace door and crept in while holding his breath. Behind the gauze curtains, on the spacious jade bed, a woman lay on her side. She faced away from the door, legs hugging the bedding, jade arms embracing, curled up like a sleeping kitten. Her loose black nightgown had slipped to her shoulders, revealing snow-white collarbones and half-visible straps, waterfall-like black hair scattered across the soft pillow, exposing a perfect profile. Her waistline was slender, barely a handful, and from beneath the covers peeked a palm-sized snow-white foot, so delicate it stirred the imagination. Yi Che considered himself a man of strong willpower, yet this scene still made his blood surge. He crept forward, casually grabbing a teacup from the table as cover. When he was just steps from the bed, the woman suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze cold and clear, turning to stare at him. What do you think you're doing? Yi Che froze mid-step. The Empress's voice was calm but carried a hint of chill. This Empress has been awake for some time. You're sneaking toward this Empress's bed. What are your intentions? In that breath, his mind raced, and he immediately bowed, holding the teacup to his chest. Your Majesty, I brought you tea. You just woke up? So moistening your throat would be good. The Empress took the teacup and sipped lightly, indeed feeling somewhat thirsty, thinking to herself that this man was quite thoughtful. But then she noticed Yi Che's eyes wandering restlessly, and she remembered she was still wearing her nightgown. Close your eyes and turn around. This Empress needs to change clothes, she commanded coldly. Yi Che agreed verbally, but inwardly savored the glimpse of snow-white skin and that hint of crimson undergarment he'd just caught. He obediently turned his back, though his ears still burned. After several breaths, clothes rustled. The Empress arranged her hair and noticed Yi Che's figure still standing in place, anger flaring as she lifted her foot and kicked hard at his lower back. Bang! Yi Che flew sideways, crashing heavily into a stone pillar, his bones nearly scattered. Holy crap, Your Majesty, you. The words were cut short by pain. Just then, the system's voice emerged. Host, this humble one has a plan to assist you. You have a plan too? Speak quickly. Lie on the ground and play dead the sympathy ploy. Yi Che's eyes lit up, immediately suppressing his breathing, limbs going limp as he fell backward like a puppet with cut strings, reducing even his breathing to the minimum. He wanted to see what the Empress would do next. Seeing Yi Che lying motionless on the ground, the Empress of Yaoqi hurried over to check on him. Yi Che? Yi Che? She bent down and called his name several times, but he only rolled his eyes back and showed no response whatsoever. The Empress's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that her kick had actually hurt him seriously? It was just a casual kick, yet it sent him flying. She murmured to herself, regret welling up inside. Yi Che heard everything crystal clear and secretly made up his mind. Keep playing dead and see if he could get some mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. The Empress checked his pulse with her slender fingers, her delicate brows furrowing. Why is his pulse so weak? Did my kick damage his foundation? System, turtle breathing technique. You know what I mean. After whispering to the void, she picked up Yi and flew toward the peaks deep within the celestial palace. Sacred Pool Peak. At the summit lay a pool about 10 square meters in size, crystal clear and jade green. The Empress had personally refined it using her precious Yaoqi holy water, and it was highly beneficial for healing injuries. Though Yi kept his eyes closed, with the powerful divine consciousness of the candle dragon's eye, he could sense every movement around him. He thought the Empress would simply throw him into the sacred pool, but the next moment, he suddenly felt a chill all over with a wave of her hand. The Empress stripped him completely bare, clothes and all. So direct. No way. Empress, what are you doing? Don't do this. Yi screamed internally while maintaining his death act on the surface. Just then, the Empress let out a puzzled hmm. Yi heart suddenly tightened. Had he been discovered? Why is this guy's heartbeat so fast? Oh no, could this be his final moments? The Empress muttered to herself, quickly channeling her spiritual power to place Yi on the jade stone platform about 10 feet wide in the center of the sacred pool, then activated the pool's energy to heal him. However, no matter how she tried, the essence contained in the sacred pool water couldn't penetrate Yi body. The holy water is rejecting him? What should I do? The Empress grew increasingly anxious. Lying naked on the jade stone, Yi saw the Empress's worried expression and felt bad about continuing his act. Having the Empress personally undress him was already a huge breakthrough. Was quite satisfied, and was about to get up, when he saw the Empress raise her hands to untie her own robes. The snow-white garment gently fell to the ground, and her perfect curves were instantly revealed without reservation. Yi brain immediately short-circuited. What? What kind of development is this? The Empress tossed her robes aside and dipped her jade feet into the sacred pool, the clear water reaching her upper thighs. Ripples spread across the surface as she walked step by step toward Yi on the jade stone. Gulp. Yi swallowed hard. This was the first time he had seen the Empress so candid, perfectly proportioned with stunning curves that were impossible to look away from. As her fragrance wafted over, his heart pounded wildly, and he could only keep his eyes tightly shut, afraid of giving himself away. If she discovered he was faking unconsciousness, he might end up permanently unconscious for real. Splash. The water rippled softly as the Empress parted the waves and walked through the water. She stood upon the jade stone, moonlight casting a gentle glow on her smooth skin, then stopped in front of Yi. Yi silently cursed his fate. The Empress had chosen this angle, this position. Nothing was left to the imagination. What was he supposed to do now? The next second, a warm trickle flowed from his nostrils. Yi change naturally couldn't escape the Empress's notice. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly as her gaze fell upon the crimson drops sliding down along Yi nose. She murmured to herself in a low voice. A severely injured, unconscious person having a nosebleed? Could his internal injuries have worsened again? Yi immediately felt relieved. Empress. Excellent guess. Splash. The Yaoqi Empress raised her hand with a gesture, and the entire sacred pool seemed stirred by an invisible giant hand. The pool water transformed into silver ribbons in midair, all surging toward Yi. The warm, jade-like sacred water thunderously poured into his body. Hiss, so warm. Yi roared inwardly. The vast spiritual energy contained in the sacred water was spontaneously drawn by the Taotai devouring technique, transforming into rolling torrents that flooded his meridians. Boom. In just a few breaths, his cultivation surged like a raging celestial river, leaping across 5 realms in one go, reaching the 8th level of the Hong stage. The Empress controlling the sacred water suddenly froze her hand gestures, her eyes filled with shock. What shocked her wasn't Yi speed of advancement, but rather this boy could actually absorb every last bit of the sacred water's energy into his body. She had cultivated for 3,000 years and seen countless heavenly treasures and miraculous elixirs, yet had never seen anyone achieve 100% refinement. 60% was considered exceptional, but Yi had no waste whatsoever and no side effects. This scene almost overturned the basic common sense of the cultivation world. The Empress took a deep breath and murmured to herself, "This guy should be fine now, right?" However, when her gaze swept over Yi again, her pupils suddenly dilated. Yi, who was pretending to be unconscious, felt his heart sink. Oh no, I'm about to be exposed. Sure enough, the next moment, the Empress gritted her teeth and shouted, "Yi, an unconscious person might have a nosebleed, but could never have that part standing proudly like a spear." The Empress's fair cheeks instantly flushed red, her silver teeth clenched tightly as she stared fixedly at a certain spot on the jade stone. Haha, nice weather. Yi coughed dryly as he sat up, his hands quite consciously covering his vital area. Sweat beaded on his forehead, yet his eyes dishonestly stole glances at the Empress. With just that one glance, he almost wondered if he was seeing the legendary, natural celestial maiden body. The 4 words, ice skin, jade flesh, had become a living specimen on the Empress's body. Compared to her, All the leading ladies from those Japanese educational films he'd seen before were nothing but vulgar powder and trash. The Empress finally came to her senses, her cheeks burning hot. She waved her hand, and thick mist surged forth, engulfing her form. If you dare look again, I'll castrate you. I can't see anything now, Your Majesty. Yi Che raised his hands in salute. Yi Che, if you keep this up, I'm really going to get angry. Her imperial aura thunderously poured forth. Your Majesty, I promise next time. Yi Che's figure flashed as he jumped down from the jade stone, diving back to the shore with a splash. He grabbed that pile of clothing and called out with utmost propriety. Your Majesty, your clothes are here. Shall I hand them to you? Get lost. The Empress's furious roar shook the heavens. Yi Che shrank his neck and hurriedly called out to the system in his mind. Little system, you really didn't lie to me? When favorability reaches 30, the Empress really won't kill me. The system replied earnestly. Of course. Yi Che had just breathed a sigh of relief when the system delivered the killing blow. However, if favorability drops below 30, that's another story. Damn, Yi Che couldn't be bothered with getting dressed and took off running. Your Majesty, I'm going back to roast an egg first. I'll come find you again this afternoon. Bastard, give me back my clothes. The Empress was furious to the point of madness, thick mist rolling as the jade pool boiled. In the glazed palace, the black egg that Yi Che had been roasting over the fire, turning it back and forth, suddenly cracked with a snap, revealing a thin fissure. From within the crack, a raw, hoarse voice drifted out. Squawk, I give up. What a hellish start. Inside the glazed palace, the silent hall was suddenly pierced by an eerie caw-caw sound. Yi Che reflexively drew his shengxie sword and shouted sternly. Who's there? The blade gleamed with cold light as he strode toward the source of the sound, only to discover scattered eggshell fragments on the ground and in the center, a palm-sized little crow cowering. The little creature was jet black all over, its feathers so glossy they seemed freshly oiled. It stared with two large eyes like black pearls, and faint complex patterns could be seen in the center of its pupils. Clearly, his earlier shout had frightened it badly. Its small body trembled continuously as it tilted its head to study Yi Che. Glancing at the eggshells, Yi Che instantly understood. The egg had hatched, and the bird had emerged. He sheathed his sword and crouched down, speaking gently. Little thing, what's your name? The little crow tilted its head, then simply buried itself in his chest. Its feathers tickled Yi Che's chest as it nuzzled affectionately. Looks like you really don't have a name. Yi Che stroked the bird's head, pondering for a moment. Since you popped out of a black egg from now on, let's call you Black Egg. Good heavens. With naming skills like that, I'm asking for trouble. He mocked himself with amusement, then patted Black Egg's head. Don't worry. Now that you're Yi Che's pet, I'll take you soaring through the Immortal Realm to live the good life. His laughter echoed through the great hall. Black Egg kept caw-caw-cawing, ruffling and folding its wings before hopping onto Yi Che's arm. Its big round eyes sparkled with intelligence beneath their adorable appearance. The more he looked, the more he liked it. Yi Che simply scooped up the bird and headed out of the hall. Come with me. Leaving the glazed palace, he wandered leisurely through the Immortal Palace. When guards noticed the black bird on his hand, they peppered him with curious questions. Someone called out, Yi Che, where are you going? Without turning back, he replied, Me? Taking my bird for a walk. Black Egg bounced and hopped at his feet, showing curiosity about everything around them. Suddenly, a faint vertical eye appeared on its forehead, vanishing in an instant, but Yi Che didn't notice. In his mind, he was complaining to the system. Other systems give eggs that hatch dragons or cheelants, or maybe even cute little girls. You give me a crow? Sure, it's pretty, but it has zero combat ability, and now I have to protect it. The system finally couldn't take it anymore. Host, don't be ungrateful. This is a three-eyed crow, a divine beast of the nether realm. Really? Just kidding. It's actually just an ordinary black crow. Yi Che rolled his eyes dramatically, speechless. Black Egg chirped and hopped onto his shoulder, as if offering comfort. The pair wandered into the imperial garden, where flowering trees provided shade and colorful butterflies fluttered about. When the palace maids spotted Black Egg from afar, their gazes immediately focused on them. Yi Che, where did you find that bird? It's so adorable. Let me play with your bird. Seeing everyone's envy, Yi Che clasped his hands behind his back and raised his eyebrows proudly. My Black Egg is handsome, takes after me. He then deliberately paraded with Black Egg through crowded areas. Wherever they went, palace maids exclaimed in delight, and Yi Che's chin rose higher and higher as they toured nearly the entire Immortal Palace. Gradually, Black Egg grew bolder, bouncing at Yi Che's feet with its little head held high in imitation, its gaze carrying hints of pride and smugness that made it even more endearing. As the afternoon passed, Yi Che began to notice something odd. Black Egg's personality seemed rather peculiar. When they reached the front hall of the Immortal Palace and encountered Feng Wuya also wanted to pet Black Egg. Not only did Hey Dan refuse to let him, but it also pecked him twice with its beak. As the little maid Wanner walked by, Yiche only managed to catch a glimpse of her before He Dan seemed to freeze as if struck by lightning, its eyes instantly lighting up. With a flutter of wings, it flew to Wanner's chest, rubbing its fluffy little head back and forth against her soft curves, causing her bell-like laughter to echo through the corridor. Yiche rubbed his forehead. This damn bird actually knows how to take advantage of situations, just don't start drooling. As night fell, the palace lanterns were lit one by one. Yiche figured the Empress's anger had probably subsided by now. So he grabbed He Dan and headed to Yawang Palace. He still hadn't completed the task assigned this morning, and a thoughtful companion couldn't afford to drop the ball. The palace maids at the entrance treated him with indifference, letting him pass through like air. The moment he stepped into the bedchamber, an embroidered pillow came flying through the air and struck his forehead with a thud. Ow! Your Majesty, what was that for? Yiche clutched his head, looking utterly wronged. The Empress snorted coldly, her eyes filled with resentment. This guy hadn't shown up all afternoon. Had he really forgotten about her? Ever since he had seen her completely exposed this morning, she had developed an inexplicable dependence on him, constantly worried that Yiche might suddenly disappear. Yiche quickly presented the calligraphy practice with both hands, grinning obsequiously. Your Majesty, here's the calligraphy practice. I didn't come to serve you because I was so absorbed in copying the characters that I lost track of time. He said this without a hint of shame. The Empress flipped through a few pages, noting the vigorous brushwork, and couldn't help but nod in approval. Not bad. Since that's the case, I'll forgive you this time, but don't let it happen again. Just as Yiche was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the Empress's face suddenly turned cold again. This morning you deceived me, and did that sort of thing. Have you thought about how you want to die? Yiche's mind went blank. You were the one who looked at me first. Seeing her posture clearly indicating she was about to torment him, what should he do? A flash of inspiration struck her up first. He turned and started heading outside. The Empress's carefully prepared scolding got stuck in her throat. What did this mean? Was he getting cocky from being spoiled? Moments later, Yiche returned carrying a cup of warm water, saying gently, Your Majesty, you're going to scold me in a bit, so please moisten your throat first and hurt your voice because of me. The Empress's brow immediately relaxed. So he had gone to get water. Her heart softened halfway, and she quietly tucked the small whip she had hidden under the cover's back, where it came from. Yiche caught a glimpse of the whip from the corner of his eye, his scalp tingling as he asked quietly, Your Majesty, what you just had was? I was going to punish you, but since your performance is acceptable, I won't whip you. Yiche's mouth twitched. Sure enough, every queen is a hidden sadist with a little whip by her bedside. He suddenly remembered He Dan beside him, grabbed the little creature that was still cowering behind a pillar, and presented it like a treasure. Oh right, Your Majesty, look at the pet I'm raising, He Dan. The Empress squinted for a closer look. In He Dan's round eyes, two dark gray markings were faintly visible. In an instant, her face went pale as she shot to her feet. These are the morning marks and rebirth marks? It's a three-eyed crow from the netherworld. Upon hearing this, Yiche gently stroked He Dan's head and looked toward the Empress. Could she possibly know about He Dan's origins? This was the first time he had ever caught a glimpse of wariness in the Empress's eyes. Those phoenix eyes that had always looked down upon all living beings actually shrank back half an inch instinctively. Where did this crow come from? The Empress frowned, her voice extremely low. Found it on the road. Yiche replied with a straight face, casually blaming it on the road. The Empress snorted coldly, her sleeves fluttering as the candles in the hall flickered. Fine, don't say I didn't warn you. It's a descendant of the three-eyed crows from the Nether Realm. If you keep it by your side, the ghost clans and soul clans of the Nether Realm will never let you go. As soon as she finished speaking, she expected Yiche's face to change dramatically and confess the truth obediently. But Yiche merely blinked and grinned. With Your Majesty here, what's the Nether Realm to worry about? The Empress rolled her eyes, though her small face couldn't hide a hint of pride. That's true. Wait, why should I care whether you live or die? Yiche laughed, even more cheerfully. Hee. If I died, wouldn't Your Majesty feel bored? That's also true. The Empress raised her hand to smooth her hair, her tone suddenly firm. As long as you stay peacefully in the Penglai domain, I'll protect you for life. Yiche's heart warmed. After all those days of careful service, it's finally paying off. Brothers, I've made it. From what she's saying, she wants to take care of me. At such a young age, I've saved myself decades of struggle now. That's what I call vision. Your Majesty, it's getting late. I'll head back now. Yiche composed himself and bowed in farewell. The Empress responded softly. As Yiche reached the palace entrance, the Empress suddenly spoke again. Good night. Good night. I'll wake you up tomorrow morning. Yiche replied with a smile, turning back. The corners of the Empress's lips unconsciously curved upward as an indescribable emotion surged in her heart. Happiness, shyness, or perhaps bewilderment. In the end, she simply nodded gently. After Yiche's figure disappeared, she summoned Wanner. Tonight, don't close the door. Though Wanner didn't understand, she still responded respectfully. Yes, Your Majesty. Inside the glazed palace, the system's mechanical voice suddenly rang out. Host, the Empress's favorability toward you has increased by another 10 points. Keep up the good work and strive for a breakthrough. Yi Che rubbed his forehead. This perverted system, which genius created it? When I needed to save my life, it doesn't make a peep, but when it comes to wooing the Empress, it's full of tricks like some magical treasure box. I'm speechless. Stop the nonsense. Where's my reward? Yi Che urged. Umph. Host, don't think I don't know you were just calling this system useless in your head. The system huffed indignantly. I wasn't, Yi Che denied flatly. To prove this system is incredibly awesome, this time's reward is the Jade Pool origin. TCH. Yi Che curled his lips. After all that posturing, the reward is still for the Empress? I feel like I'm becoming a delivery man. Whatever, I'll give the Jade Pool origin to her tomorrow. The next day, at dawn, Yi Che pushed open the doors of Yaoguang Palace and was surprised to find not a single maid at the entrance, with the palace doors wide open. If the Empress knew, these maids would be punished again. Good thing I came early. He casually closed the door and walked silently toward the sleeping quarters. The bed curtains hung softly, and the Empress was still sleeping soundly. Pale morning light fell on her face, her features so exquisite they were nearly perfect. As if possessed, Yi Che pulled out a thin brush and chuckled quietly. I'll draw a little turtle. The brush tip touched down, lines taking shape. Just as he finished, the Empress opened her eyes, still drowsy. Yi Che, you're here so early. I haven't slept enough. Yawn. The Empress sat up, rubbing her eyes somewhat adorably. She was completely unaware that a small turtle had been drawn on her face. Your Majesty, it's time to wake up, Yi Che said. Go fetch water. After I freshen up, I'd like to enjoy the scenery in the Imperial Garden. The Empress stretched lazily and comfortably. Yi Che suppressed his laughter and pointed at the Empress's face. Your Majesty, your face. What's wrong with my face? The Empress quickly got up and went to the bronze mirror. When she saw the small turtle on her face, she instantly blushed with embarrassment. Yi Che. She raised her hand to strike him, but Yi Che dodged away. Haha. Your Majesty, you look quite adorable like this. Yi Che laughed heartily. The Empress broke free from his grasp and used her spiritual energy to condense water vapor, washing the small turtle off her face. Yi Che, you've really grown bold, daring to draw on me. Let's see how I deal with you. I'm going to draw a turtle on your face too. With that, she lunged toward Yi Che. Your Majesty, you can't catch me, haha. Just as Yi Che was about to boast after seeing the Empress couldn't catch him, before he could finish his words, the next second, the Empress directly used her imperial authority to immobilize him in place. Why aren't you running now? She slowly approached with a victorious smile on her face. Your Majesty, you're cheating. Yi Che cried out in despair. This woman always bullied others by relying on her superior cultivation. Shut up, the Empress snorted softly. Then she picked up a brush and yanked open Yi Che's clothes. You drew a small turtle on my face, so I'm going to draw a big turtle on your body. I'm not someone to be trifled with. The moment the brush tip touched his skin, Yi Che silently groaned. My dignity. How had this Empress become like a completely different person? Was she really seeking revenge? He suspected she was just lusting after his body. The Empress moved her brush like the wind, quickly drawing a large turtle on Yi Che's chest, then leaned in close to admire her work. Gradually, she broke into a smile, like sunlight shining on snow, with a beauty that seemed touched with rouge. Yi Che thought to himself, oh well, as long as she's happy. After all, she was his boss. If he kept her pleased, he'd get his rewards. Soon, Wanner entered. When she saw Yi Che sitting on the Empress's bed, she was so shocked, she nearly dropped the imperial meal in her hands. At this hour, why would Yi Che be in the Empress's bedchamber? His clothes were loose and disheveled, clearly just hastily put on. Looking at the Empress again, her eyes sparkled with joy and her cheeks were rosy as peaches. Wanner didn't dare think further. So it had indeed come to this step. She only hoped Her Majesty would remember to take proper precautions. Your Majesty, breakfast is ready. Wanner set down the dishes, not daring to lift her head, and consciously left. Yi Che, let's eat together. All right. After eating, the Empress said she wanted to take a bath. Yi Che wanted to join her, but was kicked out. He had no choice but to take his chin and go to the pavilion first to wait for the Empress. At this time, Wanner came over with a dark expression. You spend every day pulling the Empress along to play music and compose poetry. Do you know the Tao Discussion Conference starts in just 3 days? I don't know. What is the Tao Discussion Conference? Yi Che shook his head and answered honestly. It's all because of you. The Empress used to be so sigh. Wanner had wanted to praise how diligent the Empress used to be in governing, but thinking about it, even before Yi Che arrived, the Empress was lazy about managing anything. But she certainly hadn't been like this. It had been over 10 days now without attending a single morning court session. Male beauty brings ruin to the nation. You need to remind the Empress later that she still has many important matters to handle. Wanner instructed. Why don't you tell her yourself? Wanner rolled her eyes. If I tell her, would it be useful? Now except for you. The Empress doesn't listen to anyone. I'll try later then, Yi said without much confidence. Wanner held her forehead and shook her head helplessly, looking at Yi and wondering what exactly the Empress saw in him. Besides being handsome, having a great physique, incredible luck, a pleasant voice, and mastery of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. What else was left? If she were the Empress, she would definitely also not want to deal with government affairs. Thinking this, Wanner somewhat understood the Empress's feelings. Male beauty truly brings ruin to the nation. Soon, the Yaoqi Empress arrived with a fragrant breeze. Her magnificent yet dignified palace gown swept across the jade steps, the crisp sound of jade ornaments seeming to compel all to bow their heads. Yi hurried forward and whispered a reminder. Your Majesty, perhaps you should handle official matters first before enjoying music at the pleasure quarters? What official matters do I have to handle? The Empress raised an eyebrow, her eyes showing some confusion. The Grand Discourse Assembly is in 3 days, and many details still need to be finalized. Yi reported truthfully. Upon hearing this, the Yaoqi Empress's expression darkened slightly. Then she called out, Wanner. The gauze curtains in the outer corridor parted, and Wanner hurried inside, bowing. Your Majesty, I am here. Report everything that needs handling. I'll deal with it quickly so it doesn't interfere with my entertainment. The Empress gestured with her hand. Wanner pulled out a stack of documents and was about to unfold them when she was interrupted. Just give me the highlights. Yes. The assignment of reception staff, arrangement of discourse venues, accommodation for various sects. None have been finalized. The Empress nodded after listening. I trust your judgment. You decide on these matters. Wanner was stunned, wanting to speak but hesitating. All right, I've finished handling these matters. You may go and take care of them. The Empress waved dismissively, but Wanner remained in place. Is there something else? The Empress's voice turned cold. No, nothing. Wanner quickly shook her head. Then why are you still here? This subordinate takes her leave. Wanner bowed and withdrew. Silence returned to the hall. The Empress turned to Yi. Play the qin. Meanwhile, in another golden hall, lights blazed brightly as Emperor Tianyi, Emperor Shangyue, Emperor Chenhua, and Emperor Wuzong raised their cups, their voices growing uncontrollably loud. Force her abdication. We must force her abdication. Emperor Shangyue slammed the table, sending jade cups rolling. She's held the position of the premier immortal sect in Penglai domain for so long. It's time she stepped down. Emperor Chenhua chimed in. Emperor Wuzong was furious. That woman only occupies the position without governing. For 1,000 years, Penglai domain has been a laughingstock. When I visited Xianyuan domain recently, they actually called me a country bumpkin and said I was from the sticks. Damn it. At the head seat, Emperor Tianyi's lips curved slightly, secretly delighted, though he feigned difficulty. The Yaoqi Empress is busy with cultivation and neglects governance, which is understandable. Cultivation? Emperor Shangyue snorted coldly. I heard she spends all her time in the rear palace and hasn't attended morning court for over 10 days. Oh, is that so? Emperor Tianyi's eyes shifted. What do you gentlemen propose? In 3 days, force her to hand over the domain seal and relinquish her position as ruler of Penglai domain. Emperor Shangyue spoke with finality. The domain seal, symbol of a domain ruler's authority, had been in the Yaoqi Empress's hands for 1,000 years. Emperor Tianyi narrowed his eyes, looking toward Chenhua and Wuzong. What are your thoughts? The two emperors exchanged glances and declared in unison. We agree. We must force her abdication. Emperor Tianyi rose, his sleeves billowing. Before you arrived, I had already reached an agreement with Ziwei Immortal Palace to join forces in 3 days. Ziwei Immortal Palace? The Immortal Palace from Ziwei Domain. Everyone was astonished. Exactly. Their palace master is a true 9th-level immortal emperor. Emperor Chenhua frowned. Tianyi, the domains are explicitly forbidden from interfering across boundaries. If the third heaven notices, I fear. What of it? Emperor Tianyi laughed heartily, striking a righteous pose. For the sake of all living beings in Penglai domain, I believe our actions are justified, don't you think? This world should be grateful to us. Emperor Tianyi's booming laughter echoed throughout the palace hall. The other emperors exchanged glances, all finding his words reasonable. Their schemes were indeed for the sake of all living beings and the world itself. As the wine's aroma rose from their cups once more, they made their final decision. 3 days from now, we shall all be there. Emperor Tianyi raised his cup, the amber liquid casting a gleaming arc, and everyone drank deeply in unison, sealing their pact. Meanwhile, in the Penglai Immortal Palace, the sound of a qin drifted through the air. Yi raised his hand and pressed the final string, the lingering notes gently reverberating against the white jade walls. As the melody ended, he retrieved the lotus-shaped Yaoqi origin he had obtained the previous night from his storage ring and offered it to the Empress, who was resting with her eyes closed. Empress, would this thing be useful for your cultivation? The Empress lifted her eyelids, initially intending to casually reply useless, but when her gaze fell upon the lotus petals that seemed to naturally flow with spiritual radiance, her pupils suddenly contracted. Her entire body froze, unable to speak for a long moment. That familiar and rich aura left no room for doubt in her judgment. The Yaoqi origin, the most refined energy between heaven and earth, which had once nurtured the entire Punlai domain. Once the Yaoqi disappeared, the path to sainthood would be completely severed. This was precisely what Punlai cultivators needed to break through beyond the Emperor realm and step into the Saint realm. The Empress gently grasped the lotus platform, her fingertips trembling slightly with excitement, even her breathing becoming more restrained. This is real. As a transformed Yaoqi immortal lotus, no one was more familiar with this power than she was. Surprise, disbelief, and even ecstasy all surged through her heart in an instant. Yi Che, where on earth did you get this origin? I found it on the road, Yi Che answered honestly. The Empress frowned slightly. Tell me the truth though, you know the whereabouts of the Yaoqi? I truly don't know. Yi Che's eyes were clear and bright, without a trace of deception. Sigh. The Empress finally shook her head helplessly. Fine, you have your own fortunes, and I won't force you to reveal them. I'll accept this origin. Within the Immortal Palace, whatever catches your eye, I'll give it all to you. Even as she spoke, she felt guilty. The value of the Yaoqi origin far exceeded that of the entire Immortal Palace. Moreover, including the original Yaoqi Immortal Lotus Seed, Yi Che had already given her two priceless treasures. What could she possibly offer in return? Yi Che smiled and shook his head. Empress, I gave these willingly, seeking no reward. You've been trapped at the 9th level of Immortal Emperor for over 1,000 years. I hope this origin can help you break through to sainthood. Oh, and if it's still not enough, I have some Yaoqi essence liquid left over from feeding the rainbow koi last time. I'll give that to you as well. He pressed the jade bottle into her palm, his expression so sincere it was almost reckless. The Empress's chest rose and fell as she looked at him with complex emotions. She could sense that the spiritual liquid remaining in the crystal bottle was indeed precious. Yet Yi Che had offered it all, without hesitation, never even mentioning any conditions for exchange. He gave me all his most precious possessions, seeking no reward? Could this be love? Having dwelt high in the 9 heavens for so long, she had grown accustomed to the reverent awe of all beings, but had never been approached by anyone as an equal, with such sincere heart. For over 3,000 years, she had always sat alone on her high throne, accompanied only by the long nights. If she were to speak of longing, it existed only as the most secret wish in her maiden heart. At this moment, the Yaoqi Empress no longer dared to meet Yi Che's gaze directly. She felt her cheeks burning hot, her heart as if being roasted by flames filled with joy yet shyness, longing yet instinctive unease. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yi Che called out softly, kicking aside the obstructive Guqin and rushing to her in just a few quick strides, pulling her soft, boneless form into his embrace. The warm, tender sensation penetrated his palms, accompanied by a faint, delicate fragrance that made his heart flutter. It felt like walking on clouds. I'm only agreeing temporarily, so don't push your luck, the Empress said, her face flushed crimson as she huffed a gentle warning. Your Majesty, don't call me Your Majesty. She looked up, her voice trembling. If you have the courage to confess, then call me by my real name. Then what should I call you? Yao Yin will do. She lowered her head, her fingertips fidgeting with her sleeves, her ears tinged with a peachy blush. All right, little Yin. Yi Che couldn't help but chuckle softly, pleased with the endearing nickname he'd given his beloved. He let out a long breath, unable to contain his emotion. Little Yin, I never expected you to actually agree. This moment feels like a dream. The Empress rolled her eyes, though she couldn't hide the sweetness in her expression. If I don't agree to you, who else would I agree to? Before she finished speaking, Yi Che tightened his arms around her. In their close proximity, he could clearly hear her heart beating rapidly. The Empress buried her head against his chest, a light sheen of perspiration appearing on her forehead. Yi Che looked down and teased. So even immortal fairies perspire. But little Yin Yin's sweat is as fragrant as lotus blossoms. You and your smooth talk. She huffed playfully, using a bit of skillful force to break free from his embrace. After taking a deep breath, she pressed her cherry lips together, finally managing to slow her racing heart. Even though I've agreed, your future behavior will still matter. Of course, my love for you is eternal and unchanging. Yi Che's smile seemed ready to overflow. He suddenly grasped her delicate hand. By the way, when should we go on our first date? A date. The Yaoqi Empress blinked, her voice slightly trembling. I haven't thought about it yet. What exactly do two people do on a date? I need to prepare. Little Yin, it's fine, I'll wait for you. Yi Che's tone was gentle and patient, offering comfort. His considerate response made the Empress's heart, which had just begun to calm, skip another beat. He truly thinks of me in everything. After 3,000 years of devoted cultivation, she had barely interacted deeply with any man, let alone understood how lovers should behave together. She felt completely at a loss. Yi Che, I need time to process this. Could you let me be alone for a while? She requested softly. Of course, call for me anytime. Yiche reached up to smooth her hair before turning to leave the pavilion. The moment he left, the Empress's legs gave way and she collapsed onto the bench. Fortunately, no one was passing by at that moment, or the servants would have been shocked to see their usually dignified Empress with such a flushed face. Oh, how am I supposed to interact with him? She cupped her cheeks in her hands, lost in troubled contemplation. After an unknown amount of time, Warner finished handling her duties and came to report. Upon entering the pavilion, she found the Empress sitting motionless with vacant eyes. Warner was shocked what had happened to the Empress. Your Majesty, Warner called out cautiously. Huh. The Empress, who had been lost in thought while leaning against her jade throne, was suddenly pulled back to reality. Her slender body straightened abruptly, her previously relaxed face instantly tensing as her gaze fixed on Warner like cold stars. What do you want? Your Majesty, all matters regarding the Dao discussion conference have been handled. Warner reported with her head bowed. Well done. The Empress's tone was indifferent, as if she didn't particularly care. Warner breathed a sigh of relief and bowed, wanting to retreat from this unpredictable place. Wait, I have something to ask you. The Empress suddenly spoke. Warner paused mid-step and turned around in confusion, only to see a blush creeping across the Empress's pale cheeks. Her heart skipped a beat. Why is the Empress acting so strangely today? No. I have a friend who's fallen in love, but she doesn't know how to interact with the other person. Do you have any suggestions? The Empress averted her gaze, her voice barely above a whisper. Warner froze, her eyes widening like saucers, completely stunned. Sensing something was amiss, the Empress quickly added, It's not me, it's a friend of mine. Don't read too much into it. As she spoke, her gaze became increasingly evasive, and her long legs unconsciously pressed together. Warner silently complained. Your Majesty, you stay in the Celestial Palace every day, where would you get friends? But she still answered respectfully. Your Majesty, I don't have experience with this either. However, I think as long as two people spend time together frequently, it will surely deepen their feelings. The Empress nodded thoughtfully, then commanded. Tonight, take Yiche to the star-plucking platform. Yes. Warner responded and turned to leave. She knew in her heart the Empress had indeed fallen. Thinking of that night with Yiche, she herself quickly blushed. Would she also have to serve Yiche in the future? Glazed Palace. Yiche had just finished feeding spiritual grain to Black Egg when he heard knocking at the door. Sister Warner, what's wrong? He opened the palace door. Tonight, go to the star-plucking platform to accompany the Empress for moon-gazing. Warner relayed the command. Upon hearing this, Yiche's eyes lit up. A nighttime date. Please tell the Empress I'll definitely arrive on time. Come rain or shine. Warner rolled her eyes. Don't anger the Empress, or you'll face the consequences. I'll make the Empress completely comfortable and happy. Oh, Sister Warner, remember to bring a pot of good wine tonight. Thanks. Yiche grinned. Warner nodded and left, already selecting the strongest wine in the Celestial Palace in her mind. Yiche closed the door and immediately urged the system. Little system, quickly give me some gifts. I can't go empty-handed on our first date. Ding. 3 lives, 3 worlds betrothal stones have been delivered. With a gentle chime, several golden rays pierced through the palace roof, and 2 crystalline stones slowly descended, 1 blue, 1 green. System notification. Host, these are unbreakable bond betrothal stones. With them, you can ignore any obstacles and contact the Empress anytime. Yiche nodded with satisfaction. Now I never have to worry about long-distance relationships across realms. Little system, give me a few more. I can't play favor test. There's still little Qing, Li in seclusion. Ding. Then let's give the host 5 more. The next second, red, orange, yellow, cyan, and purple betrothal stones appeared in succession, their light shimmering. Excellent. Yiche collected all the betrothal stones. Seeing that the sky outside had already darkened, he immediately set off for the star-plucking platform. A quarter of an hour later, Yiche arrived at the star-plucking platform. This platform soared high into the clouds, standing as the highest point of the Empress's palace. The white jade steps gleamed softly under the moonlight. At the center of the platform sat a small carved sandalwood table bearing a bronze wine pot shaped like a demon dragon and 2 delicate jade cups. Behind the table, the Empress sat quietly on a golden-laid jade chair, draped in sheer white silk. Another identical chair sat empty beside her, as if waiting for someone. Please sit, the Empress said, her voice gentle yet naturally commanding. Yiche took his seat and lifted the pot to fill the Empress's cup before pouring one for himself. He had intended to raise his cup in a toast, but the Empress lifted hers and drained it in one gulp, her slender fingers brushing the rim until not even a trace of foam remained. Yiche paused in surprise, then tilted his head back and downed his wine as well. The strong liquor burned down his throat, his chest feeling as though licked by flames, heat rising from between his brows. Cough, cough. This wine is incredibly strong. The Empress raised her delicate lashes slightly. This wine is brewed from dragon's blood essence and contains immense spiritual power. Typically, only those at the Imperial realm can safely consume it. I'm surprised you can absorb it. As she spoke, she started to reach out to help Yi Che neutralize the wine's effects, but remembering that he could even devour the rainbow koi, she ultimately withdrew her hand. However, Yi Che was quick to catch her soft hand before she could fully retreat. The Empress's gaze froze, and she glared at him with embarrassed annoyance, a faint blush rising on her pale cheeks. Yet she didn't pull away, allowing his fingertips to gently caress her hand. The star-plucking platform offered a magnificent view. Above stretched the starry heavens like scattered silver across a dark curtain, while below lay the entire Immortal Palace complex. The Yaoqi Immortal Palace stood majestically at the center, with the four halls of wind, azure waves, strength, and thunderclouds positioned at the cardinal points like mighty guardians. The night breeze brought coolness, and the moonlight was crystal clear. After taking in the scenery for a moment, Yi Che turned his gaze back to the Empress. Sensing his stare, the Empress raised an eyebrow. Why are you looking at me instead of the stars and moon? Though the moonlight is beautiful, it cannot compare to the brilliant stars in your eyes. Yi Che smiled softly. My dear Enine, you belong to the perfect galaxy itself. With you by my side, why would I need to look up at the sky? The Empress covered her lips and laughed, her smile radiant. Umph, you have such a sweet tongue. Men with sweet tongues are all unfaithful. Her tone was playfully petulant, without any real anger. Yi Che offered no defense, instead taking out a crystal stone of pure emerald green and pressing it into her palm. Little Enine, this is my token of love for you. With this, no matter how far apart we are, we can always stay in contact. The Empress channeled her spiritual energy into it, and immediately a cute miniature version of Yi Che appeared on the crystal's surface, blinking and waving with lifelike detail. Her eyes lit up with delight as she treasured it, leaning forward slightly to move closer to Yi Che. Yi Che cupped her delicate hands and smoothly stood before her. What? What are you trying to do? The Empress's voice was as soft as a cat's paw scratching at one's heart. Yi Che leaned down, his warm breath brushing past her ear. May I kiss you? The Yaoqi Empress's breathing caught, her voice becoming tender. I am the mighty emperor of the Immortal Palace. You cannot. Before she could finish, Yi Che turned his head and sealed her lips with his. Her lips were soft, carrying a faint strawberry sweetness. Yi Che tightened his embrace, feeling the Empress's body grow warm and tremble slightly. After a moment, the Empress also raised her arms to encircle his waist, her fingertips pressing firmly, as if trying to etch this person permanently into her very being. In this moment, the Empress felt as though heaven and earth were collapsing, completely drowning in the river of love. After kissing for a while, Yi Che released the Empress and gazed deeply into her eyes with profound affection. At first, the Yaoqi Empress's gaze was somewhat evasive, her face flushed with a deep crimson, appearing quite shy. But when she lifted her head to meet his eyes, her phoenix-like gaze was filled with tenderness as well. Yi Che, I am the Empress, you mustn't be reckless, the Empress said with stubborn defiance. Yi Che smiled softly, gently lifting her chin as his lips slowly approached. This time, the Empress didn't dodge but chose to close her eyes and lean forward to meet him. On the star-plucking platform, the two kissed passionately for a long time before slowly parting their lips. The Yaoqi Empress remained silent for a moment, then huffed. You dare show such disrespect to this Empress? Aren't you afraid I'll punish you? Yi Che chuckled mischievously and replied, Little Enine, so are you planning to use a little whip or candles? Upon hearing this, the Empress's cheeks flushed crimson again as she said irritably, I see you've gotten too bold, daring to speak to me like this. Then, dear Empress, please play a melody for me. Yi Che said with a smile, bowing respectfully. You used to play for me all the time, so now shouldn't it be your turn to play for me? This Empress refuses. Why? This Empress simply doesn't want to. The Yaoqi Empress turned her head away, acting quite haughty. Yi Che picked up the ancient chain and said, Then shall we play a duet together? Fine, the Empress finally nodded. Yi Che then sat behind the Empress, wrapping his arms around her slender waist and grasping her soft little hands. Little Enine, do you know why I play the chain so well? Why? Because I know how to pluck, strum, press, and pick the strings skillfully, Yi Che said with a laugh. Then he took the Yaoqi Empress's hands and slowly plucked the strings. Ding ding, clang clang. Neither of them had their minds on playing the chain. The melody was discordant, the notes didn't form proper music. Yet within the chaotic sounds, there was a trace of romantic sentiment. Yi Che breathed in the delicate fragrance emanating from the Empress, gradually becoming intoxicated with desire. Meanwhile, the Empress's playing grew softer and softer, and she too began to feel restless. Yi Che, don't. The Yaoqi Empress whispered softly. Upon hearing this, Yi Che didn't respond but instead caressed her abdomen with both hands, drawing their bodies even closer together. The Empress couldn't help but bite her lip, humming softly. Not here, we'll be seen. Yi Che ignored the Empress's gentle resistance, embracing her from behind and leaving a hickey on her neck. Just as he was about to proceed further, The Yaoqi Empress forcefully stopped him. All right, you can't touch any lower, the Empress said, straightening her disheveled dress and looking at Yi Che with a resentful gaze. Little Enin, we were already halfway there. Yi Che immediately protested. Yi Che, you are my one and only man, and I will definitely give myself to you. But you must let me prepare myself mentally, the Empress said, gently caressing Yi Che's face with tender affection. Yi Che naturally respected her wishes and nodded. Little Enin, I'll wait until you're ready. The two embraced for quite a while longer before Yi Che finally calmed his restless heart. I'm going back to rest now, the Empress said. Can you take me with you? Yi Che asked tentatively. The Empress looked back at Yi Che and said softly, suit yourself. Then she leaped down from the star-plucking platform. Hurrah! Little Enin, wait for me. Yi Che laughed heartily as he chased after her. Soon, the Empress and Yi Che entered the Yaoguang Palace one after another. Seeing this, Wanner quietly led all the palace maids away. The Yaoqi Empress sat before the bronze mirror and began arranging her appearance. Yi Che glanced at her, a flash of passion flickering in his eyes, then tiptoed stealthily toward the bed. Tonight, he would share the bed with the Empress and explore life's mysteries together. What do you think you're doing? At that moment, the Yaoqi Empress's voice rang out. Hearing this, Yi Che froze. Did she not want him to sleep on the bed? Well, he certainly wasn't going to sleep on the floor. With this thought, Yi Che rushed to the bedside. Just as he was about to leap onto the massive bed that stretched over 10 meters, suddenly, a force from behind pulled him back. His vision went black, and when he opened his eyes again, Yi Che found himself in the bathing pool. Wash yourself before getting into bed, the Yaoqi Empress said, sitting down on the bed's edge. Hee, little Enin wants me to bathe. Does this have some deeper meaning? Several minutes later, Yi Che, now fragrant from head to toe, returned to the inner chamber. Little Enin, I'm all clean now. Smell how fragrant I am. Yi Che looked at the Yaoqi Empress with a mischievous grin. Humph, no matter how fragrant you are, you're not as fragrant as me, the Empress huffed, lying on the bed. While Yi Che was bathing, she had changed into sleepwear, a pink, thin silk nightgown with spaghetti straps, featuring a loose, low neckline that revealed glimpses of her fair skin. Who could resist such a sight? Yi Che walked toward the Empress and placed his hand on her fragrant shoulder. Immediately, waves of sweet fragrance filled his nostrils. The moment Yi Che's hand touched her, the Empress's body trembled violently. She bit her lip and said, Yi Che, I'm still not ready. You're not allowed to do those things to me. Otherwise, I'll kick you out. Yi Che couldn't help but sigh. But soon, the Empress's next words instantly filled him with excitement. However, you can hold me while sleeping, but don't let your hands wander. Upon hearing this, Yi Che's blood surged once again. He directly lifted the Empress and rolled onto the bed with her. The candle was extinguished. The covers pulled up. Tonight was destined to be a night of exploring secrets. The next morning, Yi Che slowly awakened. Last night had been the most blissful sleep he'd had in quite some time, leaving him feeling utterly satisfied. Although they hadn't reached the crucial moment, through his skillful touch, he had thoroughly measured the Empress's figure. Yi Che couldn't help but sigh with admiration. Little Enin truly has an amazing figure. Hearing the movement, the Yaoqi Empress also woke up. The first thing she did upon waking was to ruffle Yi Che's hair into a complete mess with lightning-fast movements. This looks much better, the Empress said with a cheerful laugh. Yi Che didn't mind, rolling over to pin her down and giving her a kiss before asking, Little Enin, how shall your humble servant attend to you today? Hearing this, the Empress tilted her head and lifted her small chin, showing a thoughtful expression. It's been so long since I left the palace. Today, let's go see what's outside the Immortal Palace, the Empress suddenly said. Upon hearing this, Yi Che's heart filled with excitement. That's a great idea. When shall we leave? Why wait when we can act now? Let's go right away. After saying this, the Empress instantly changed into a simple dress. Before Yi Che could react, she grabbed his shoulder and they both vanished from the spot. Moments later, the two arrived within the territory of a dynasty, the Great Wu Dynasty, a major kingdom under the jurisdiction of the Yaoqi Immortal Palace. Among the great dynasties of the Penlai domain, it held a position of paramount importance. At this moment, in the Great Wu Dynasty located at the heart of the imperial city, spring brought clear skies and bustling streets. Yi Che walked hand in hand with the Yaoqi Empress along the cobblestone path. The Empress wore an extremely thin human skin mask over her face, instantly making her features appear unremarkable, yet her innate noble bearing still drew frequent glances from passers-by. The Empress led Yi Che with practiced ease into a noodle shop, where bright red lanterns hung at the entrance and the aroma of noodles filled the air. Granny, I'm back again. 2 bowls this time, she greeted cheerfully. Coming right up, dear. Just wait a moment. The white-haired old woman smiled with squinting eyes. Yi Che glanced toward the street corner, then at the diners inside who were enthusiastically waving at him, and asked in a low voice, Little Enin, You've been sneaking out of the palace quite often, haven't you? Everyone we've met has been so enthusiastic, either calling out, "Hello, miss," or Miss found herself a man. Nonsense, the Empress retorted decisively, though clearly lacking confidence. I, I haven't been out for 1,000 years. Yiche chuckled and shook his head. Since you've decided to leave the palace, why disguise yourself like this? The Empress snorted. If I appeared with great fanfare, they'd surely prepare elaborate displays everywhere, and all I'd see would be false pretenses. What would be the point of leaving the palace then? Just as she finished speaking, 2 steaming bowls of noodles were placed on the table, with milky white broth and green scallions floating on top. Thank you. The Empress nodded to the old woman, then turned back to Yiche. That's why I can only come secretly to see the real imperial city. I don't want to be kept in the dark. Yiche picked up his chopsticks and laughed heartily. Haha, my little Enine is indeed clever. Of course. The Empress raised her head proudly, unable to hide the smile at the corners of her mouth despite her smugness. After finishing their noodles, the Empress dragged Yiche to continue shopping. She rushed into a clothing store, wandered around inside and out for half a circle, and finally emerged empty-handed. All the clothes in there are so ugly, she complained with a disgusted expression. Yiche rubbed his forehead. Then why did you go in? If you come out to have fun and don't go shopping, what's the point of coming out? The Empress argued confidently. Yiche was speechless and could only follow her as she turned left and right, finding fault with everything she saw, wearing him down until his scalp tingled. He swore he never wanted to go shopping with a woman again in this lifetime. Just as they turned out of an alley, commotion suddenly erupted ahead. More than a dozen burly men were roughly binding a young woman. The girl, named Shun Miao, had delicate features and skin white as snow, but her sleeves were disheveled from being manhandled. Shin Miao, stop making a scene, a middle-aged man shouted angrily. Come home with me and marry Prince Ouyang immediately. Shin Miao struggled and screamed at the man. Father, I don't like Ouyang Hao at all. Why are you forcing me to marry him? I don't want to. Because you are a member of the Shun family. The man's voice cut like a blade. The Shun family raised you and provided for you without worry. You should contribute to the Shun family. Never mind marrying Ouyang Halvin if it meant marrying a chicken or a dog. As long as it benefits the family, you must comply unconditionally. Men, take the young lady away. More and more onlookers gathered around. Yiche had intended to just watch the drama unfold, but then a clear shout came from behind him. Stop. In broad daylight, forcibly abducting a woman in the street, though, you have no regard for the law. Yiche spun around and nearly lost his footing. The Empress had somehow changed into night clothes in the blink of an eye, her figure agile and her hair bound with black cloth. Little Enine. Ah no, your Imperial Majesty. How did you change into this outfit in just a few seconds? The Empress frowned slightly. Stop talking nonsense. From now on, call Meth wandering heroine. Damn, so cringeworthy. Yiche felt exhausted. An elegant woman pushed to the front, glanced at the two of them, and spoke with complete disdain. Where did these two idiots come from, daring to block the Shen family's path? Get lost. You're asking for death. The Empress's eyes turned cold. Oh, you dare to fight back? Tired of living, are you? If you have the guts, you... Slap. Yiche delivered a crisp slap. This was his first time encountering such a request, so naturally he had to oblige. The woman covered her burning cheek, her eyes nearly popping out. You bastard dare to hit me. Do you know who I am? Slap. Yiche backhanded another slap and said calmly. You're nothing. But do you know who I am? His gaze was icy cold, and the woman actually cowered for a moment, still asking nervously, Who? Who are you? Yiche stood with his hands behind his back, his voice melodious. On Falling Star Mountain lives a handsome man called Yiche, and I'm the most arrogant. The crowd thought, with rhyming skills like that, do you have a death wish? Yiche's sudden move not only startled the surrounding crowd, but even the Empress looked at him with surprise. What's so surprising about that? Yiche shook his wrist and chuckled lightly. I've embraced the progressive idea of gender equality, whether it's a man or woman. If they dare act like trash in front of me and I happen to be strong enough to beat them, I'll give them a good slap. The Empress's eyes lit up, and she smiled so widely her eyes curved like crescents. Gender equality, that's really something. The crowd murmured their agreement upon hearing this. His words make sense. The woman, whose cheeks were now swollen from the beating, covered her face and cried as she hid behind her husband. Wanshan, he dared to hit me. Quickly find someone to deal with him. The man called Shin Wanshan stood with his hands behind his back, his robes billowing without wind as he stepped forward solemnly. Young master, why are you interfering in my Shin family's affairs? Yiche narrowed his eyes, his tone lazy yet resolute. I'm not interfering in your family affairs. I hit her because she insulted me and my wife. She has a foul mouth, should I just tolerate it? You? Shin Wanshan opened his mouth, but found himself speechless. While he was still weighing his options, the woman beside him put her hands on her hips and shouted again. Wanshan, why are you reasoning with this beast? You're the prime minister. Just throw him in prison. Slap. Yiche grabbed her hair and struck her with a crisp sound like beating a drum. Haven't had enough beating yet. Getting too comfortable, are we? Watch your attitude. The woman whimpered and hid behind Shin Wanshan, tears streaming down her face. Wanshan, are you just going to watch him bully me like this? Veins bulged on Shin Wanshan's face as he roared. How dare you? He turned and waved his hand. Guards. Over a dozen servants rushed out from the street corner, steel sabers at their waists, looking menacing. Shin Wanshan held his head high. Today, no matter who you are, you. Inner disciple of Yaoqi, Immortal Palace. Yi Che raised his hand and tossed out the identity token personally bestowed by Feng Wuya. The jade token reflected pale golden patterns in the sunlight. In less than a second, Shin Wanshan's expression changed from iron blue anger to a gentle spring breeze. Oh my, so you're a prodigy from the Immortal Palace. This old man truly failed to recognize Mount Tai, huh? His instant change of face left everyone on the street stunned. Onlookers whispered their criticism. No wonder he can be prime minister with that kind of shamelessness. Ordinary people could never learn it. Old Shun. Yi Che smiled without warmth. You called these people here, what did you want to do? I. Shin Wanshan's eyes darted around frantically before he suddenly clapped his hands. Right. To deliver gifts. Where are the gifts? You idiots. He turned to angrily scold his servants. The servants lowered their heads in silence. They didn't dare argue back. At this moment, the bound Shin Miao struggled to lift her head and shouted to Yi Che. Young hero, save me. Yi Che pretended not to hear. Even wise judges find family disputes difficult to resolve, and he didn't want to get involved. But the Empress leaned close and whispered. This Emperor commands you to help her. Yi Che's mouth twitched. When did this Empress become so charitable? He had no choice but to turn around and wave at Shin Wanshan. Old Shun, your daughter is unwilling, so let's call off this marriage. Shin Wanshan quickly put on a bitter expression. Prodigy, the marriage was arranged long ago, and Ouyang Hao is the third prince. Our Shin family can't afford to offend them. His tone softened as he switched to persuasion. Prodigy, why don't you come to the Shun residence with me? The mansion has countless treasures, and I'd like to invite you to appreciate them. Young hero, don't believe him. Save me. Shin Miao shouted at the top of her lungs. Shut up. Shin Wanshan's expression darkened. I'm speaking with the Immortal Palace. Prodigy, what right do you have to interrupt? He turned back to Yi Che with earnest persuasion. Prodigy, the Ouyang family is royal Tithiri, not to be trifled with. I can't afford to offend them, and neither can you. If you oppose them, you'll only face a dead end. I know you acted on impulse, so there's no need to offend the Ouyang family over a mere girl, don't you think? Shin Wanshan picked up his teacup, his tone polite, yet solemn. How about we both take a step back? From now on, here in the imperial capital, I, Shin Wanshan, will treat you as an honored guest. What do you say? After hearing this, Yi Che felt that old Shun made sense. He casually placed his teacup back on the table and nodded with a smile. Old Shun, your words have truly enlightened me. You son of a bitch, you really are a genius. Shin Wanshan's eyes lit up. So you agree? He was overjoyed, even his breathing became lighter. Meanwhile, Shin Miao quietly lowered her eyes, a trace of bitterness crossing her heart. She had indeed been too naive. How could someone she'd just met risk confronting the great Wu royal family for her sake? The Empress was also slightly stunned. She flicked her sleeve and gently tugged at Yi Che's clothes, softly reminding him. With me here, what are you afraid of? However, the next second, Yi Che's voice fell steadily. I'll go right now and beat that Ouyang Hao to death. Won't that solve the problem? Yes, beat him to death. Huh? Shin Wanshan froze completely. How did this guy reach that conclusion? He hurriedly waved his hands. Young master, you misunderstood. What I meant was, let me explain again. But Yi Che raised his hand to interrupt. I understand. The core of the current situation is Ouyang Hao. If that guy dies, won't the problem be solved? Shin Wanshan was suddenly stunned. That's not wrong. Wait, that's not what I meant at all. In just a few breaths, he went from fooling Yi Che to being fooled by Yi Che, and almost nodded in agreement. This man was terrifying. Before he could finish speaking, the Yaoqi Empress grabbed Yi Che's wrist, and they shot up into the air, heading straight for the third prince's mansion. A few moments later, clouds rolled above the third prince's mansion. Yi Che stood in midair, his voice thundering down. Ouyang Hao, I've come to take your dog life. At that moment, Ouyang Hao was hunched over his desk studying a billion-dollar project when the sudden roar made him jump to his feet. He was completely confused. He'd just finished playing games with his concubine and was humming a tune when suddenly someone was calling for his life. He pushed open the window and roared toward the mansion gate. Who the hell wants my dog life? At the entrance, Yi Che strolled in leisurely, responding with a grin. You know you're a dog. Having that self-awareness makes me very pleased. Ouyang Hao's temple veins bulged. Who are you? I'm your daddy. Yi Che grinned. The mansion guards had already swarmed over, their blades gleaming coldly. Usually, they were the ones stepping on others when had anyone dared to break into the royal mansion and publicly insult the third prince. Kid, who do you think you are? Do you know where you are? Coming here to cause trouble. You only have one path: death. The guards drew their swords in unison, murderous intent filling the air. Yi Chei's response was a cold laugh. He flicked his right hand, and the Shengxie sword rang as it left its sheath, the blade reflecting his indifferent eyes. Humph. I, Yi Chei, fear nothing from your great Wu dynasty. Seeing his imposing stance, the guards felt a chill in their hearts. Could he really be a master? But while they were still hesitating, they saw Yi Chei suddenly step back half a pace, push the Empress forward, and raise his voice. Little Yining, go. Don't spare any of them. Several black lines appeared on the Yaoqi Empress's forehead. She thought her little man was finally going to step up. Yi Chei felt no embarrassment and declared righteously, I'm only at the 8th level of the Hong stage now. I need another 2.5 years to mature. The Empress smiled sweetly, glanced at him for a moment, her tone gentle yet radiating endless dominance. Don't worry, my shoulders are strong enough to shield you from wind and rain. As her words fell, a powerful aura exploded from her body. Dark clouds instantly swept across the mansion's sky, and an oppressive force descended like a tangible weight upon everyone. Ouyang Hao's legs went weak, and he collapsed to his knees with a thud. The guards were even more shattered by her single glance, all falling prostrate. The Empress stood in the air, her robes billowing, and spoke coolly. The great Wu dynasty should be destroyed. She raised her voice again. Where is Shangguan Wan'er? A graceful figure arrived like lightning, kneeling to receive orders. Wan'er is here, your majesty. That response was like a thunderclap, instantly shaking the entire imperial capital. The people looked up to see the Yaoqi Empress manifest, and immediately erupted in mountain-shaking cheers. Hail the Empress! Throughout the capital, people knelt in waves. Yi Chei looked down at Ouyang Hao, still kneeling on the ground, and quietly calculated. Only 6th level Hong stage. I'm 2 levels higher than him. I should be able to beat him, right? With this thought, he suddenly drew his sword, his figure flashing like lightning as he struck down with one slash. Before Ouyang Hao could even raise his head, Yi Chei had already severed it. Blood rolled across the stone steps as Yi Chei looked down and snorted softly. Young man, you don't practice martial virtue. In the imperial palace, the sovereign of the great Wu dynasty led his civil and military officials out to kneel in greeting. We pay our respects to your imperial majesty. The officials called out in unison, their armor clanging with a resounding clatter. Upon the golden steps, Empress Yaoqi's cloak fluttered slightly, her eyes cold as winter stars. From this day forth, the great Wu dynasty shall cease to exist. At these words, the great Wu sovereign was struck as if by lightning, collapsing onto the jade steps. Why? Why, your majesty? I have done nothing wrong. You displeased him, and that is your greatest transgression, the Empress replied icily. The disciples of the 4 great halls sprang into action, their blades flashing like a rain of blood. In mere moments, thousands of royal family members were executed, their corpses littering the imperial road. Wan'er, find a power to take over the great Wu territory. Yes. Wan'er accepted the command and withdrew. Though smoke still lingered over the imperial city, the streets erupted with thunderous cheers. The great Wu emperor was worthless, oppressing the people. Those princes only brought harm to young women. They deserved to die. Today the empress destroyed the nation. How satisfying. Ha ha. Outside the crowd, atop a tavern, Shun Miao gazed up at that peerless figure in the sky, murmuring softly. So she is the empress. But who was that young hero? Yi Chei's handsome features lingered in her mind, her heart fluttering. Did he destroy Great Wu for my sake? Shen Wanshan stood beside her, his expression complex, secretly relieved. Thank goodness we didn't oppose them, or the Shun family would have faced complete annihilation. After the crowds dispersed, Yi Chei approached Empress Yaoqi and took her hand. Little Yining, shall we continue shopping? No more shopping. I'm not in the mood. The Empress grabbed his shoulder and carried him away through the air. In Yaowang Hall, incense wafted through the air as the Empress sat on the bed's edge, arms crossed, her lips pouted high. Yi Chei mentally called up the system panel. Empress Yaoqi, currently furious, still angry. Even though you were the one who insisted on righting wrongs and playing hero, the system muttered. Yi Chei approached, coaxing gently. Come now, don't be angry. I am not angry. Your lips are pouted so high they could reach the sky, and you say you're not angry. Shut up. Don't speak. The Empress shook off his hand. Don't think you can act spoiled just because I dote on you. How dare you lecture me? Yi Chei spread his hands innocently. I didn't say anything. You're being completely unreasonable. You dare call me unreasonable? The Empress shot to her feet. Get out. I don't want to see you anymore. All right. Don't be angry. Yi Chei continued to placate her with a smile. I told you to get out. You really want me to leave? Yes. Yi Chei bowed formally, shouldered his pack, and assumed the air of someone running away from home. The Empress frowned. Where are you going? To wander the world. Get back here. Yi Chei immediately dropped his pack and sat beside her, taking her delicate hand. Let go, wife. Yi Chei grinned. I'm not your wife. The Empress's ears turned red, and most of her anger instantly dissipated. Hee hee, when I called you wife in front of all those people on the street just now, you didn't object. I thought you had agreed. Oomph, that depends on your performance. The Empress snorted coldly. Come on, don't be angry anymore. As the ruler of a domain, you should be more magnanimous. Yi Che tried to persuade her. I'll say it one more time, this emperor is very magnanimous. Otherwise, everyone in the entire Great Wu dynasty would have to die, the Empress said irritably. She hated it most when people called her petty. It was lucky this was Yi Che. If it had been anyone else, they might already be drinking Meng Po's soup by now. The most magnanimous little een in the world, don't be angry anymore. Let me tell you a story, Yi Che said, his eyes rolling with somewhat mischievous intent. What joke? Once upon a time, a man finished bathing in a river and came ashore. A monkey in a tree saw him and kept laughing nonstop. Do you know why? The Empress thought for a few seconds and said, because it saw he wasn't wearing clothes. Yi Che shook his head and explained with a smile. The monkey said, why is this person's tail so short, and why is it growing in the front? Hurrah! The Empress instantly understood the meaning behind Yi Che's words and couldn't help but recall the scene she had witnessed before. It seemed about the same as a monkey's tail. A blush quickly spread across the Empress's face, making her look charming and alluring. Seeing this, Yi Che lowered his head and kissed the Empress's red lips. After kissing for most of an hour, the Empress softly collapsed into Yi Che's embrace, her slender fingers gently drawing circles on his chest. Tomorrow, the major forces from Penglai domain will arrive. This emperor suspects they come with ill intentions this time. You must be careful and try not to leave my sight, understand? The Empress said, looking at Yi Che with tender affection. They dare cause trouble on your territory? I don't know, but the domain seal has shown anomalies. Someone from Ziwei domain has crossed domains to come here. Coming at this time can't mean anything good. Yi Che nodded. I'll be careful. The next day, Empress Yaoqi rarely presided over the morning court, sitting upright on her throne, hidden within immortal mist. Today, countless sects have come to our immortal palace for scholarly discourse, the Empress announced. The four hall venerables and elders immediately fell silent. Although this is friendly scholarly discourse, this emperor does not wish for our immortal palace disciples to be inferior in skill. Therefore, please send the best disciples from each hall to participate in the discourse. Understood. Upon hearing this, the venerables nodded one after another and shouted in unison, we understand. At noon, a large expanse of seven-colored auspicious clouds suddenly appeared on the horizon. Feng Wuya, who had been ordered to receive the guests, immediately stood at the main gate of the immortal palace. I never expected so many people to come to this discourse gathering. Feng Wuya murmured. In the distance, countless flying spiritual artifacts and riders on exotic beasts were approaching, their various dazzling colors creating a spectacular sight. Feng Wuya hurried forward to bow respectfully to each group and ordered his disciples to escort them to their resting quarters. Just then, a sound of tearing through the air rang out from the sky. A figure leading two disciples was actually walking across the void itself. Emperor Chunhua. Everyone exclaimed in amazement. We haven't seen him for 100 years, and Emperor Chunhua's mastery of spatial techniques has advanced considerably. What he's performing is the divine technique, ethereal shadow step. It appears Emperor Chunhua has cultivated it to perfection to be able to traverse the void with just Immortal Emperor Realm cultivation. Everyone looked enviously at Emperor Chunhua descending from the heavens. Boom. Suddenly, the earth trembled. Everyone nearly fell over. Look over there. On the horizon, a giant ape the size of a mountain was charging toward them, causing the ground to shake. A figure stood on the giant ape's shoulder. Someone recognized him. It's Emperor Shanhua. His war pet, the Taishan ape, has also reached the 9th level of Immortal Emperor. Next, a black mist with thick miasma drifted from the horizon. Everyone's faces changed drastically as they retreated in fear. It's Emperor Wuzong. He follows the path of poison, having refined all his internal organs into deadly toxins. I heard Emperor Wuzong recently obtained a piece of black gold soft armor that, combined with his 5 poisons evil technique, has increased his combat power by at least twofold. Facing these emperor-level powerhouses, Feng Wuya dared not show the slightest negligence and hurried forward to receive them. At that moment, music drifted down from the sky. Everyone looked up to see 6 celestial horses with flowers blooming beneath their hooves, pulling a palanquin across the heavens. Emperor Tianyi has arrived. Gasps of amazement arose from the ground. Emperor Tianyi truly lived up to his reputation as the first immortal emperor of the Penglai domain. The moment he settled into his celestial palanquin, overwhelming pressure swept across the wilderness, so tangible it made the very void tremble. The crowd secretly wondered that if not for the mysterious disappearance of the Yaoqi sacred land in the past, this emperor would likely have already broken through to the Saint Realm. Could he now match the legendary empress in battle? The celestial palanquin landed steadily, and a profound aura of the great Tao instantly spread out. The curtain lifted, and Emperor Tianyi stepped forth with an expression as calm as still water, followed closely by 4 attendants dressed in robes made of the finest immortal silk. With a sweep of his wide sleeves, he walked slowly toward Feng Wuya and nodded slightly under the gaze of countless onlookers. The Tianyi sect has come to attend the gathering and discuss the Tao. These mere 10 words overflowed with Tao essence, heard throughout the entire immortal palace. Feng Wuya's heart suddenly sank, his gaze showing subtle hostility. This was clearly a direct show of force. Suppressing his emotions, he cupped his hands and declared loudly, "Welcome, everyone, to the immortal palace for Tao discussion. Without further ado, I shall lead you all to the great hall." With these words, he turned to lead the way as various factions filed in behind him. During their journey, the emperors suddenly noticed rows of thatched cottages scattered at the foot of the Four Halls mountain, with immortal palace disciples actually living inside them. Someone couldn't help but sigh. The immortal palace disciples are truly diligent, devoted wholeheartedly to the Tao. This comment made many disciples accompanying the emperors blush with shame, secretly wondering, could the strength of Yaoqi Immortal Palace truly stem from this cultivation tradition? Emperor Tianyi and others squinted in silence, equally surprised in their hearts. Seeing this, Feng Wuye could only smile bitterly. Where did these disciples get such high enlightenment? This was all the result of that Yi Chei's thatched cottage tradition. Yet after living here for so many days, the Empress had not issued any decree for them to move into the Immortal Palace. As the group reached the entrance of the Great Hall, they suddenly heard the sound of a chain drifting down from the ninth heaven. Ding! Clang, clang, clang. The lingering notes were clear and bright, celestial music floating gracefully as the piece, Startling Swan, instantly resonated throughout the entire Immortal Palace. The chain music seemed to carry invisible Tao guidance, causing everyone's minds to waver as they stopped and looked up, immersed in the profound artistic conception. Where does this chain music come from? The emperors were shocked yet puzzled. At the end of their gaze, Yi Chei sat cross-legged on the clouds, his 10 fingers plucking the strings while colorful clouds gathered and flowed behind him according to the rhythm, manifesting visions of the great Tao. Emperor Tianyi's heart trembled. This young man's mastery of the qin had reached such a realm. He turned to instruct the qin-carrying attendant beside him. There's no need to compete in qin later. The attendant nodded bitterly, knowing he could not surpass this. As the celestial music gradually ceased, the intoxicated emperors showed expressions of loss. Someone shook his head and sighed. Such immortal music, one could listen to it for a lifetime without growing tired. This music should only exist in heaven. How many times can mortals hear it in the human world? The powerful figures exclaimed again. The Immortal Palace disciples truly live up to their reputation. As the qin music faded, everyone continued into the great hall. Empress Yaoqi sat upright on her throne, surrounded by immortal mist that lightly veiled her peerless beauty, with intimidating Tao pressure occasionally surging from within the fog. Emperor Tianyi was the first to pay respects. "Empress, it has been a long time. It seems your comprehension of the great Tao has deepened another layer." From behind the mist came a light response. "The same could be said of you, fellow Taoist." As her words fell, the immortal mist slowly dispersed, and the Empress's absolutely beautiful countenance appeared before everyone's eyes. Faced with such breathtaking beauty, not only the disciples, but even the great emperors found their minds momentarily dazed. They couldn't help but marvel. How could the world give birth to such exquisite beauty? Empress Yaoqi remained as stunning as ever. "If only I could have such a beautiful wife," someone thought. "You're despicable. You're just lusting after her body." Countless hearts began to yearn, fantasizing about meeting the Empress in their dreams. Everyone took their seats in order. But to everyone's astonishment, after Yi Chei entered the Great Hall, he sat directly beside the Empress, his seat only half a level lower than her throne. It was positioned significantly higher than those of great emperor powerhouses like Tianyi and Chanhua. Yi Chei's seating arrangement surprised everyone. How could a disciple with only Hong-level cultivation sit so high? The Empress looked at Yi Chei and reached out to adjust his ceremonial crown. This scene sent shockwaves through the crowd, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. What kind of divine being is this? Great emperors Tianyi and others exchanged glances secretly, all quite puzzled, indicating they had never seen Yi Chei before. The Empress glanced at Wanner. Understanding the signal, Wanner stepped forward and said, "Distinguished guests, having traveled from afar, you must be somewhat weary. Our Yaoqi Immortal Palace has specially prepared delicacies for you all." Soon, numerous maidservants brought bowls of fish soup, serving them to each Emperor Realm cultivator. Looking at the fish soup, Great Emperor Shangyue snorted coldly. "As great emperors, what delicacies haven't we tasted? Empress, let's begin the discourse directly." "Indeed, what's so special about this fish?" Great Emperor Wuzong said sarcastically. Normally, they wouldn't dare speak to the Empress this way, but they had come to cause trouble this time, so they weren't afraid of her. However, Great Emperor Tianyi picked up his chopsticks and said with a chuckle, "Everyone, This is the Empress's kind gesture after all. Why don't we have a few bites? With that, Great Emperor Tianyi began eating first. After just one bite, Great Emperor Tianyi was instantly shocked. The soup looked ordinary, but it contained tremendous spiritual power and traces of the Tao's essence. This is actually rainbow brocade carp. Great Emperor Tianyi exclaimed in shock, then began eating heartily. Seeing this, the other great emperors frowned slightly and picked up their chopsticks. After tasting it, they immediately sensed its extraordinary nature. It really is rainbow brocade carp. Empress, you're truly generous. After saying this, Great Emperor Shanyue dropped his chopsticks and began drinking directly from the bowl. Great Emperor Wuzong did the same, feeling his cultivation improving as he ate. If these great emperors acted this way, the others were even more eager, almost wanting to bury their heads in their bowls. Empress, as far as I know, rainbow brocade carp are nearly extinct. Your gesture, Great Emperor Chunhua said puzzledly. The Empress replied calmly. This is all thanks to Yi Chei's contribution. He can help rainbow brocade carp continue reproducing. Upon hearing this, all the great emperors were shocked. Everyone looked at Yi Chei with incredulous gazes. The disappearance of Yaoqi's sacred land and the rainbow brocade carp losing their reproductive ability was a consensus among all cultivators in the Penlai domain. Now you're saying he can help rainbow brocade carp reproduce? With him, wouldn't that mean an endless supply of rainbow brocade carp? In that case, even a pig could become an emperor. This is simply like cheating. Great Emperor Tianyi narrowed his eyes slightly, making up his mind. After the discourse ended, he must capture Yi Chei. Soon, the great emperors finished enjoying the delicacies. Great Emperor Tianyi stood up and bowed, saying, Empress, I have a painting apprentice under my tutelage who has some research in the art of painting. He came today hoping to spar with the disciples of the Immortal Palace. The Empress glanced at Yi Chei and was about to speak when Venerable Lei Yun stood up. Empress, my Thundercloud Hall's disciple requests battle. After speaking, Venerable Lei Yun immediately pushed forward his bewildered disciple beside him. Lei Dachui, get up there. Lei Dachui looked completely confused. He was just a hammer-wielding guy. What did he know about painting? Hall Master, if you want to show off in front of the Empress, could you not drag me into it? Sorry, pushed the wrong person. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Venerable Lei Yun quickly pulled Lei Dachui back and pushed out another. Lei Bai, you go. Yes, Hall Master. Lei Bai walked out of the crowd quite confidently, flicked his sleeves, pulled out a brush, and said, Please. The painting boy nodded, let out a scornful laugh, and stepped forward, saying, I have been immersed in the art of painting for hundreds of years, and my skills have long reached divine perfection. Countless people travel thousands of miles just to seek a single painting from me, and even then, it depends on my mood. You? Not a chance. Seeing that even a mere painting boy dared to be so insolent, Lei Bai immediately flew into a rage. Under the shocked gazes of everyone present, he suddenly spread his arms wide, his clothes tearing apart with a loud rip as his bulging muscles instantly swelled, revealing a clear character for painting protruding from his chest muscles. Venerable Lei Yun burst into laughter, pointing at Lei Bai and boasting to everyone around. The unity of man and painting. The competition officially began. Both contestants took up rice paper and ink brushes, with plum blossoms as their subject. The painting boy was first to put brush to paper. His wrist moved like a swimming dragon, and in just a few breaths, plum blossoms bloomed across the paper's surface. When the final dot was placed, the entire painting suddenly radiated golden light, and a subtle plum fragrance instantly filled the hall, the aroma refreshing to the heart and soul. Incredible! This painting has actually manifested divine essence. Emperor Chun Hua couldn't help but praise. The disciples under Emperor Tian Yi are truly formidable. Another emperor chimed in. At this point, Lei Bai was only halfway through his painting, his brushstrokes chaotic and the plum branches twisted completely unsightly. The difference in their abilities was immediately apparent. Empress Yao Qi frowned slightly, her gaze sweeping over Venerable Lei Yun with evident displeasure. This is the person you brought? Venerable Lei Yun's face turned ashen as he yanked Lei Bai behind him, hissing in a low, angry voice. You worthless fool. You paint so masterfully in practice, but you fall apart at the crucial moment. Hall Master, this isn't my fault. If we were really comparing fighting scenes, I could paint him to death. Lei Bai remained stubborn. Shut up, you're embarrassing. Venerable Lei Yun gritted his teeth. Emperor Tian Yi's lips curved slightly upward, feeling quite pleased. The Immortal Palace disciples are nothing special after all. My disciple winning this round is just fortunate, fortunate indeed. The crowd in the hall whispered among themselves. The Immortal Palace disciples don't seem like much. Indeed, Emperor Tian Yi's disciples are the ones who truly commune with the divine through painting. Though they kept their voices low, being all at the Emperor realm, every word reached everyone's ears. Empress Yao Qi cast a cool glance around, her stern pressure spreading, and all voices instantly ceased. She spoke calmly. Yi Chei, you go. Yes. Yi Chei rose, wearing a gentle smile, and walked toward the painting boy under everyone's surprised gazes. Emperor Tianyi's eyelid twitched. Empress, does this disciple also understand the art of painting? He knows a thing or two, the Empress replied in a calm voice. Looking at the distinguished Yi Che, Emperor Tianyi secretly assessed him. His cultivation is somewhat lacking, but this bearing surpasses my disciples by miles. I must find a way to recruit him. The painting boy didn't even bother to look up. What shall we paint? You may play the qin well, but in the painting world, I'm the boss. The person who can defeat me hasn't even been born yet. Yi Che smiled subtly. How about we each paint a portrait of the other? Fine by me. The painting boy waved his sleeve and began sketching Yi Che with his brush. Halfway through, he cursed inwardly. Damn. You're so handsome. Are you trying to break the universe with your looks? Yi Che didn't rush to start painting, but instead stared at the painting boy's draft and offered commentary. The expression should be more serious. The nose bridge needs to be higher. My hair isn't that short, is it? He kept pointing and critiquing. Listening to this nagging, the painting boy's face turned green. He furiously made the final stroke and shoved the painting in front of Yi Che. I'm done. Are you going to paint or not? Yi Che glanced at it and nodded in evaluation. Not bad. I didn't expect you could actually capture 60% of my handsomeness. However, in the eyes of this painting master, there was still a slight flaw. Alas, what a pity. It captures the form but not the spirit. Yi Che shook his head slightly. The entire painting fails to convey the dominance I envisioned. Without soul, it remains nothing but a lifeless object. As his words fell, the great hall became so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The mountain emperor snorted coldly, breaking the silence. This painting already touches upon traces of the Tao's essence, and you dare to criticize it? If you can't paint better, then get lost. The moment his rebuke left his lips, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Looking up, he saw the Yaoqi Empress standing at the head of the hall, her gaze cold as frost. Empress I. The mountain emperor's voice grew hoarse. The Tianyi emperor quickly stepped in to smooth things over. All right. Yi Che, why aren't you making your move? Yi Che didn't answer. He simply picked up a bowl of ink and splashed it across the rice paper with a loud splash. Then he casually grabbed a wolf hair brush, moving his wrist and elbow in unison, his brush dancing like dragons and serpents with magnificent momentum. Everyone watched in bewilderment. What is he doing? You call that painting? It looks like he's smearing hot sauce. Empress, your disciple isn't just fooling around, is he? The Yaoqi Empress narrowed her eyes as she observed, but didn't intervene. She knew well that Yi Che's painting skills had already reached perfection. The portrait paintings hanging on the walls of Yaoguang Hall never tired her, no matter how often she admired them. What do you know? This is an extremely profound painting technique, she said coolly. Out of respect for the Empress, the crowd fell silent and watched with bated breath. After the time it takes to burn an incense stick, something extraordinary happened. Everyone seemed to see the figure on the paper gently moving, even showing facial expressions. An illusion? Why do I feel like the person in the painting is secretly watching me? The painting prodigy was the first to notice the anomaly. His face changed dramatically as he stepped back repeatedly, crying out, "This, communicating with spirits through painting." His voice trembled. The painting isn't even finished, yet a painting spirit has already been born? Could it be that he is? The mountain emperor raised an eyebrow. Could it be what? Don't leave us hanging. Under everyone's gaze, the painting prodigy took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in his heart. His painting skills have reached the ultimate realm. He clasped his hands and bowed his head in defeat. Brother, I concede. But could you grant me one small request? Speak. Yi Che continued painting without pause. Could you sell this painting to me? The painting prodigy asked earnestly. The Tianyi emperor's expression darkened. Painting prodigy, what are you trying to do? Step back. Yi Che finished his final stroke and casually tossed the scroll to his opponent. It's just a painting. I'll give it to you. The painting prodigy caught it, his eyes reddening. Thank you, brother. I never imagined that in this lifetime, I would encounter a legendary ultimate realm painter. I can die without regrets. Only then did everyone understand the outcome of the contest. The mountain emperor still refused to accept it. No matter how good a painting is, what difference does it make? The painting prodigy raised his hand, pointing at the still wet ink painting, and said solemnly, "The works of an ultimate realm painter are imbued with soul. In other words, this painting is my second life. Even if I die and my cultivation is destroyed, as long as the painting exists, I can be reborn through it." Hiss! Everyone in the hall gasped in unison. The mountain emperor inhaled so sharply that he coughed until his face turned red. All eyes refocused on Yi Che, their expressions both ambiguous and fervent. Who would have thought painters possessed such abilities? Indeed, there are no useless professions, only useless people. The Tianyi emperor's mind raced with thoughts, his eyes burning with intensity. Absolutely must recruit this young man. The Tianyi emperor reaffirmed his resolve once more. At that moment, every gaze in the great hall fell upon him. The air seemed to be sucked dry as everyone held their breath, with only the thunderous beating of hearts echoing through the silence. In their eyes, he appeared like a newborn star breaking through the clouds, rising majestically with blinding radiance. Yi Che clasped his hands behind his back, stepped forward with confidence, and raised his head to survey the crowd with pride. His voice rang clear yet sharp as a blade. Without me, the way of painting would truly be lost. Who knows how many would dare call themselves kings or emperors? The way of painting has been shrouded in eternal darkness, and only I, Yi Che, keep a single lamp burning bright. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Brother Yi Che speaks the absolute truth. The young painting apprentice clapped his hands red with excitement, nearly ready to kneel and acknowledge him as his master. The Yaoqi Empress gently smoothed her sleeves with a faint smile, while the Tianyi Emperor's expression darkened considerably, his gaze turning sinister. To think such a talent had emerged from the Empress's disciples. If he couldn't be won over, he would surely become a great threat in the future. He made a silent resolution. This man must not be allowed to live. The Tianyi Emperor forced a smile. Empress, your disciple possesses extraordinary talent. You must nurture him well. That's not for the Tianyi Emperor to worry about, the Empress replied with calm detachment. After the ceremony concluded, Yi Che bowed and returned to his seat. Palace Master Feng Wuye of the Wind Palace slapped his thigh in regret. If I'd known this young man's painting skills were so heaven-defying, I never would have let him enter the Immortal Palace. Keeping him in my palace to paint for me daily would have been so much better. At this moment, the Mountain Emperor quietly sidled up to Yi Che and cleared his throat with feigned casualness. Young friend Yi Che, I may have spoken a bit loudly earlier. Ahem, could you perhaps grant me a painting? Mountain Emperor, you, the Tianyi Emperor's eyes bulged with frustration at his lack of backbone. Where was his loyalty? He then barked. Chenhua, drag him back here. What kind of behavior is this? The Mountain Emperor is indeed acting improperly. Emperor Chenhua agreed verbally, but the very next second, he walked up to Yi Che and presented a gleaming golden token with a flourish. Who would grant favors without receiving gifts first? Young friend Yi Che, this is my Chenhua Sect's honored guest token. With this, you can enjoy all the finest food, drink, and entertainment at my sect. Could you also grant me a painting? Yi Che looked at the two emperors, holding his painting brush as if surrounded by a natural aura. Certainly. After the discourse ends, you may come find me. Haha, many thanks, many thanks. Mountain Emperor and Chenhua laughed heartily as they returned to their seats. Passing by Emperor Wuzong, the two slapped their thighs in admiration. Who would have thought Wuzong had such principles, not even asking Yi Che for a painting? Admirable. However, they didn't know that Emperor Wuzong was currently grinding his teeth in frustration. It wasn't that he didn't want to go. The Tianyi Emperor was gripping his arm so tightly, he couldn't move at all. He roared internally, Tianyi Emperor, damn you to hell. You owe me a painting. Ahem, seeing the tide turning against him, the Tianyi Emperor quickly cleared his throat to halt the painting competition. The painting competition ends here. He shot a meaningful glance at Emperor Wuzong, who nodded slightly and promptly sent out his disciple. My disciple has studied the way of poison since childhood, constantly surrounded by venomous insects and toxic plants. I wonder if the Immortal Palace has any disciples skilled in the way of poison who could compete with him. As his words fell, the disciple stepped into the center of the great hall. This person's skin was covered in intricate tattoos of poisonous creatures, with muscle lines that seemed to writhe beneath the surface. Most striking was the three-colored serpent coiled around his neck, appearing both real and illusory, radiating bone-chilling menace. The disciple cupped his fists, his voice hoarse yet confident. I am Ruan Sanbu. Anyone who has been poisoned by me never makes it past 3 steps before dying. Ruan Sanbu stood in the center of the grand hall of discourse, gazing up at the high vaulted ceiling as his chilling voice echoed alongside the words, the way of poison flows like a mighty river, and I alone stand at its crest. The sound seemed to pour ice water into everyone's hearts. Silence fell. The spectators below exchanged glances, feeling that these personal disciples of the great emperors were all masters of pretentious posturing, yet there was nothing they could do about it. They could only grumble silently. Can't they just speak like normal people? However, Great Emperor Tianyi nodded with satisfaction, smiling benevolently. This young man is excellent such spirit. Feng Wuye crossed his arms and snorted dismissively. Huh? Our Immortal Palace has always been pure and righteous. We never accept disciples who practice the way of poison. Emperor Wuzong picked up the conversation, adding coolly, no matter. If he understands medical arts and can cure poison, that works too. But Ruan Sanbu paid them no mind, his eyes gleaming with amusement. I'm here to cause trouble, I don't care what you practice. As his words fell, he drew a jade-green porcelain bottle from his sleeve. The moment the cork was removed, a bone-chilling aura swept through the surroundings, making even the candle flames flicker. This is soul-reaping powder, refined from 108 types of deadly venomous creatures and 72 poisonous herbs. There is no antidote under heaven, Ruan Sanbu drawled. The venom will devour the internal organs while the herbal toxins invade the bloodstream within 3 breaths. Death by bleeding from all 7 orifices. The cultivators in the hall held their breath. Fighting poison masters was what they feared most impossible to guard against. One careless moment meant certain death. Ruan Sanbu called out again. Whoever can cure this poison, I, Ruan Sanbu, will do a handstand and shit myself in front of everyone. His arrogant demeanor was unmistakable. The Immortal Palace disciples averted their gazes. One by Onino one was willing to risk their life testing poison. Empress Yaoqi's brow furrowed even tighter. If not for maintaining the dignity of the discourse assembly, she truly wanted to slap Ruan Sanbu into dust. She swept her gaze over the disciples of the 4 halls, but none dared meet her eyes. Great Emperor Tianyi, however, was delighted to watch the spectacle. He coughed lightly. The way of poison is indeed beyond ordinary people's practice. Wuzong, quickly call your disciple back and make things difficult for the Empress. Sigh. I thought the Immortal Palace disciples were proficient in the 3,000 great ways and capable of anything. His mockery drew nods from the onlookers. The legendary Immortal Palace disciples seemed nothing special after all. What poison under heaven cannot be cured? Friend Ruan, you're bragging too much. From the back of the crowd, a calm male voice rang out. Yi Che walked forward slowly, raising his hand to shield little Enin behind him. Dare to suppress my little Enin? Your brother Che will teach you how to behave. Oh, Ruan Sanbu narrowed his eyes. You can cure poison? In my eyes, your poison is no different from plain water, Yi Che said calmly. Ruan Sanbu threw back his head and laughed wildly. Huh? What do you know about poison? If you really think it's plain water, then dare to drink it. If you don't bleed from all 7 orifices, I'll immediately do a handstand and shit myself. Yi Che's expression remained unchanged as he reached for the green bottle, silently asking in his heart, Little system, can the Jade Bloodheart Sutra really cure all poisons? The system replied haughtily, this stuff is nothing. With that confirmation, he raised the bottle, about to drink it down. Yi Che, you are not allowed to drink that. A clear shout rang out like thunder. Empress Yaoqi stepped forward, her overwhelming imperial might pouring forth, making the air in the great hall seem to freeze into ice. Everyone stood rigid, finding it difficult even to blink. She snatched away the bottle, her cold gaze sharp as a blade as she swept it over everyone present. If anything happens to him, you will all die. That single sentence shook everyone to their core. This was just a friendly discourse. Who would really dare watch an Immortal Palace disciple perish? Great Emperor Tianyi smiled apologetically. Haha, let's keep it moderate, keep it moderate. But he wondered secretly, just who was this Yi Che, that Empress Yaoqi would be willing to go to war with all the emperors of the Penglai domain for his sake? Protected behind her, Yi Che felt warmth surge in his heart. Just for those words alone, all his attentive service these past days had been worth it. He bowed to Empress Yaoqi. Your Majesty, this disciple also knows a thing or two about curing poison. Trust met his little broken poison cannot harm me. Upon hearing Yi Che's words, the emperor's faces showed astonishment. His confidence was unwavering, and he certainly didn't appear to be bluffing. Could he truly neutralize the poison? It's all right. Yi Che raised his hand and gently patted the Jade Pool Empress's shoulder, then snatched the green porcelain bottle and drained it in one gulp. The burning liquid flowed down his throat as the notorious poison, soul hook powder, feared throughout the Penglai domain, instantly surged into his stomach. At the same moment, the Jade Bloodheart Sutra circulated rapidly, and countless emerald light points appeared in Yi Che's bloodstream, like a million elite soldiers that completely annihilated the toxins in the blink of an eye. The entire hall fell silent instantly, with everyone staring at him, not daring to breathe loudly. Yi Che suddenly frowned and covered his abdomen with one hand. Seeing this, Ruan Sanbu sneered inwardly. Keep pretending. In 3 breaths at most, you'll be bleeding from all 7 orifices. Emperor Tianyi also snorted coldly to himself. If you cannot serve me, then die. The Jade Pool Empress was about to inquire about his condition when the next second, a subtle yet clear sound echoed through the hall. Yi Che let out a long breath, looking relaxed. Ah, much better. Soul hook powder really doesn't taste that great, and drinking too much makes you bloated. He even smacked his lips a couple of times, as if critiquing food and wine. The emperors nearly died on the spot. The poison of soul hook powder could only be forcibly suppressed, never eliminated. Yet this young man treated it like candy. The sound of sharp intakes of breath rose and fell like a chaotic orchestra performance. Yi Che turned his head toward Ruan Sanbu. Fellow Taoist Ruan, didn't you say you could do a handstand while having diarrhea? When will you perform? Ruan Sanbu was still trapped in shock and only snapped back to reality when called out, stammering. Eh? No, brother. I was just talking nonsense earlier. His former confidence had turned into cold sweat. How could he have anticipated that someone in this world could actually neutralize soul hook powder? He had bragged too much. Yi Che smiled and turned to the Empress. Your Majesty, he's backing out. Then he dies. The Empress's gaze turned icy as overwhelming imperial might crashed down. Mercy, mercy. I'll do it, I'll do it. Ruan Sanbu's knees buckled, and he collapsed directly to the ground. Feng Wuya, take him away. Don't let him dirty my immortal palace. Yes. Feng Wuya respectfully agreed, grabbing Ruan Sanbu and dragging him toward a corner of the side hall. As the commotion subsided, Yi Che nodded slightly to the emperors and returned to his seat. Emperor Tianyi and the others continued staring at him, their gazes like those studying a rare monster. So young, yet proficient in the way of music, the way of painting, and the way of poison. Had he been cultivating since the womb? Emperor Tianyi suddenly looked toward the Empress. Your Majesty, your disciple are you selling? The hall erupted in uproar again. Emperor Tianyi, are you being serious? The Empress's expression turned frigid. Yi Che is a disciple I've cultivated for many years. Not for sale. Her attitude was crystal clear. Yi Che belonged to her, and no one else should even think about it. Yi Che silently grumbled in his seat. Cultivated? Clearly. I've been the one taking care of you all along. Seeing the Empress's refusal, Emperor Tianyi shook his head lightly, his resolve to abduct Yi Che growing even stronger. In the Great Hall, many disciples witnessed how Yi Che alone had captured the attention of all the emperors, and couldn't help but feel envious and jealous. The great emperors had all cultivated for thousands of years and had long transcended worldly concerns. Yet now, they were all intently observing Yi Che's every move, even competing with each other, hoping to take him under their own tutelage. This scene made everyone drool with envy, their hearts crying out. Why couldn't they be the ones receiving such treatment? Soon, Feng Wuya returned to the Great Hall. Did he have diarrhea while doing a handstand? Yi Che asked. Feng Wuya shook his head. He didn't. How dare he? Is he challenging my authority? Go kill him. Upon hearing this, the Empress flew into a rage. Feng Wuya quickly said, No, no, your Majesty. He did defecate while doing a handstand, but it wasn't diarrhea. He dropped a big one. Hiss. Everyone immediately looked at him with sympathy. After a while, Ruan Sanbu walked in wearing a hood. The people around jumped back in fright, keeping their distance. Your Majesty, it's getting late. Perhaps we should end today's philosophical discussions here and continue tomorrow. Emperor Tianyi said in a deep voice. His mind was a bit muddled now, and he needed to go back to collect himself and think of a strategy. Empress Yaoqi nodded. Very well. Wanner, escort the great emperors to their rest. Yes. Wanner bowed and accepted the command, leading the group to the Golden Light Hall. Yi Che followed the Empress back to her bedchamber. Night had fallen, the perfect time for romance. Little Enin, kiss me. The Empress shyly wrapped her arms around Yi Che's neck. The two kissed from the doorway to the bed, then continued kissing all the way to the hot spring pool. Yi Che lay in the pool and opened Empress Yaoqi's personal profile panel. Name, Yaoyin. Cultivation, Immortal Emperor 9th level. Affection level, 70. Current wish, to be with Yi Che every day. Little system, the affection level is already at 70. I'm asking you, where's my reward? Did you eat it? Host, affection level rewards can be accumulated continuously. The longer they're stored, the richer the rewards become. I'm a working professional who's been diligently serving the Empress for so many days. If you dare take my commission, you damn system, I'll curse you to death. Yi Che said. At this moment, the Empress had changed into her nightgown and said softly, Time to go to bed. Upon hearing this, Yi Che got up and quickly jumped into bed. He skillfully embraced the Empress's jade-like body and kissed her. Now, as long as they didn't take that final step, the Empress allowed everything else. Empress Yaoqi couldn't help but let out a soft moan. She felt Yi Che's burning hands lifting her nightgown, but she didn't stop him, allowing Yi Che to explore slowly. Yi Che couldn't help but look at her pair of jade legs, which were absolutely flawless. The moment her nightgown was lifted, he unconsciously swallowed. Seeing the gentle curves hidden beneath her small undergarment, he felt parched. Yi Che thought to himself that aside from that final step, there were actually quite a few other things they could do. Little Enin, here I come. While Yi Che was deepening his relationship with the Empress, the four great emperors had gathered together again. Emperor Tianyi said with a dark expression, Today's philosophical debate was a complete loss of face for us. Tomorrow, no matter what, we must make that woman Yao Yin suffer a setback. Emperor Wuzong also said angrily, Exactly. She dared to threaten me. I don't believe that the four of us together can't match her. Emperor Tianyi nodded. Seeing that Shan Yue and Chan Hua remained silent, he asked, Why are you two so quiet? Emperor Shan Yue scratched his head and said in a muffled voice, Tianyi, maybe we should forget about this coup attempt. Look, she invited us to dinner right away and promised to paint for me. I feel a bit embarrassed now. I second that. Emperor Chenhua said. You too. Emperor Tianyi pointed at them, nearly getting high blood pressure from anger. What happened to our agreement to stick together through thick and thin? One bowl of fish soup and you're bought off. Emperor Tianyi said with an ashen face. Emperor Ziwei has already arrived. What are you afraid of? The Big Dipper sacred land in the Ziwei domain hasn't disappeared. and Emperor Ziwei is confident he can break through to the saint level within 10 years. Yaoying definitely won't be his match. After defeating her, we'll capture Yi Che and make him serve us. Wouldn't that kill two birds with one stone? That makes some sense. So what should we do tomorrow? If scholarly debates won't work, then we'll compete in martial arts. I don't believe that Yi Che, with his mere Hong-level cultivation, can be that strong. The next day dawned bright and clear. Brilliant sunlight pierced through the clouds as a flock of white-winged celestial geese soared past the glazed eaves of the Jade Pool Immortal Palace, their crisp calls echoing in the air. Outside the Great Hall, a newly constructed martial arts arena towered 10 zhang high, its jade steps gleaming coldly in the light. The great emperors from all directions had already arrived with their prized disciples, forming orderly ranks below the platform. The disciples took turns issuing challenges whenever there was a competition. They all wanted to fight Yi Che. Empress, your disciple's combat prowess is truly remarkable. Could this old man's worthless student perhaps step onto the stage for some guidance? Emperor Tianyi spoke with a smile, his beard trembling slightly. The Jade Pool Empress merely glanced indifferently at those disciples, noting their mediocre abilities, and replied calmly, very well. Yi Che, go ahead. Go what? Little Yi Che grimaced and shrank behind the Empress. They're all at the Universe Realm, and there's even one at the Cosmos Realm among them. I'm only at the 8th level of the Primordial Realm. Going up there would be like delivering myself on a platter. He just wanted to develop his strength peacefully and wait until he became a Dao Realm powerhouse before showing off. But lately people kept forcing him to fight. Won't he just get beaten up if he couldn't win? The Jade Pool Empress raised her hand to gently massage her temples. She knew Yi Che's true combat ability better than anyone. It was no less than that of a genuine Cosmos Realm expert. But strangely, despite his heaven-defying talent, this fellow was more timid than a rabbit, and it didn't seem like an act at all. She spoke soothingly. Don't worry, with this Empress here, nothing will happen to you. I don't want to. Little Yi, you should send someone else instead. Yi Che shook his head vigorously like a rattle drum, with only one thought in mind. Survive. Life was most important. At this moment, Emperor Tianyi slowly delivered the finishing blow. If it's not possible, then forget it. After all, the realm gap is quite significant. Yi Che grumbled internally. Damn it. You know there's a realm gap, but still let your disciple challenge me specifically? You crafty old geezer. Just as he was preparing to slip away, his sleeve suddenly felt lighter. The Empress extended her delicate foot and delivered a precise kick to his rear. Boom. Yi Che flew in a strange arc, half pushed and half kicked onto the arena platform. Ouch. Little Yi, you how ruthless. He clutched his aching bottom and glared down fiercely at the Empress below the platform. You dare kick me? Tonight I'll definitely spank your little bottom red. Everyone around the arena simultaneously drew in a sharp breath. This person had stolen the spotlight yesterday, and today he was actually kicked onto the stage. What an absurd way to make an entrance. You had your moment of glory yesterday, but today I'm going to beat you into a dog. The sword disciple under Emperor Tianyi spoke coldly. This person was at the 2nd level of the Cosmos Realm, with solid sword intent as sharp and deadly as frost. Yi Che retreated 2 steps, waving his hands repeatedly. We're all friends here. Why all this fighting and killing? Enough talk. Draw your sword. The sword disciple suddenly unsheathed his weapon, and sharp sword chi carved a mark half an arm's length deep into the arena floor. Yi Che's scalp tingled at the sight. If that really hit his body, wouldn't it hurt like hell? He silently prayed. Evil conquering sword, please hold up. Then he drew the evil conquering sword and held it horizontally across his chest, his entire body tense with alertness. Seeing his unstable stance and apparent lack of sword intent, the sword disciple became even more disdainful. You can't even stand properly, and your combat experience is pathetically lacking. Today I'll show you what supreme sword intent truly means. As his words fell, the flying cloud sword suddenly blazed with blinding white light, engulfing the sword disciple's entire form. I am the sword, came a loud shout from within the radiance. In the next breath, the sword disciple's figure vanished, leaving only the flying cloud sword spinning in midair like an icy white meteor. All the spectators were moved, man and sword as one. In the younger generation of the Panlai domain, those who could achieve this level could be counted on one hand. All eyes fell on Yi Che, was probably about to suffer greatly. Emperor Tianyi, you've taken on quite an excellent disciple. Basking in the flattery from the crowd, Emperor Tianyi smiled faintly, his mood lifting as yesterday's displeasure melted away. Yi Che stood at the edge of the arena, his pupils contracting slightly. So this was the legendary sword being? One who could completely merge with their natal flying sword. If only I had half his strength before the thought could fully form. The sword boy across from him gestured, and the Feiyun sword transformed into a silver rainbow. 100 zang tall sword chi crashed down thunderously, its edge tearing through the arena as stone fragments scattered everywhere. Yi Che raised his arm, the Shengxia sword blocking horizontally across his chest. The dark blade absorbed all the sword chi like an abyss. leaving his robes completely undisturbed. Come! Yi Che roared explosively, both to bolster his own courage and intimidate his opponents. The bedrock beneath his feet cracked as he launched himself upward, striking directly at the Feiyun, sword hovering in midair. Wind Thunder Sword Art, fifth form sword intent pierces heaven. One sword breaks, 10,000 laws. The Xingxie sword suddenly blazed with an eerie light. In the next instant, the terrifying sword intent that had long slumbered within Yi Che surged forth like a raging torrent. Sword Qi rose like a dragon, roaring toward the heavens as storm clouds churned across the sky. The 100-zhang sword Qi formed by the sword boy held for only a moment before crumbling inch by inch. Clang! The Xingxie sword struck down heavily, sending the Feiyun sword flying backward. Immediately after came a crisp crack as it shattered into countless fragments. The sword boy tumbled out, collapsing to the ground as blood gushed forth. Around the arena, the crowd's breath seemed to be sucked away in an instant. What? An instant kill? The sword boy lost? Holy crap, is this Yi Che cheating? He's mastered every path. Emperor Qinhua was the first to recover, clapping his hands with a low sigh. Yi Che has stepped into the legendary sword intent pierces heaven. No wonder there's not a trace of sword qi leaking from his body, has truly returned to simplicity. Emperor Shanyue nodded, then looked toward the ashen-faced Emperor Tianyi. Tianyi, setting everything else aside, what do you think of this young man? Emperor Tianyi remained silent for several breaths before exhaling deeply. Neither you nor I can match him. If the Holy Land still existed, he would surely break through to the Saint Realm, glimpse the Tao Realm, and perhaps even achieve godhood. Boom. He hadn't bothered to muffle his voice, so everyone heard. As those words landed, every cultivator's mind buzzed with shock. Achieving godhood was every cultivator's lifelong pursuit. Since the fall of the 5 ancient true gods and the successive disappearance of the 9 great spiritual domain holy lands, forget about becoming a god, even reaching the Saint Realm had become a distant dream. Yet Emperor Tianyi had given Yi Che such an evaluation. Yi Che blinked. Isn't that obvious? I have true god's blood flowing in my veins. Of course, I'm destined for godhood. He sheathed his sword and stepped down from the platform with a calm expression, taking his position behind Empress Yaoqi. Emperor Tianyi's gaze burned with intensity. If you're willing to become my disciple, I'll dedicate all of my sect's resources to your cultivation. What do you say? Yi Che inwardly scoffed. You old fool. Would I have to be crazy to bow to you? What's the appeal, your advanced age or your poor hygiene? Aloud, he replied. Emperor Tianyi, I appreciate the kind offer, but in life I belong to Yaoqi Immortal Palace, and in death I'll be Yaoqi Immortal Palace's ghost. Very well then. Emperor Tianyi sighed, though he thought to himself, if the righteous path won't work, I'll have to find other means. He raised his head and called out loudly. Brother Ziwei, please show yourself. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and a powerful Emperor Realm aura instantly enveloped the entire Yaoqi Immortal Palace. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed across the sky. Along with this deafening sound, a terrifyingly suffocating imperial aura descended from the heavens, sweeping over the entire Yaoqi Immortal Palace like raging waves. In the plaza, countless disciples were instantly pressed to the ground, their knees nearly touching the earth, bones creaking with subtle cracking sounds, their breathing seemingly strangled by an invisible giant hand. Imperial pressure. Several core disciples with the highest cultivation gritted their teeth and struggled to resist, their spiritual power running wild within them, yet they remained like ants trying to shake a tree. Facing a true immortal emperor, they found it difficult even to lift their heads, a deep sense of helplessness rising in their hearts. Just as everyone was on the verge of despair, a contemptuous cold snort exploded through the air. Buzz, the imperial aura that had shrouded the 9 heavens instantly crumbled like dark clouds sliced by a sharp blade, dissipating in moments. The crushing weight on their chests vanished, and the disciples gasped for air, hearts pounding wildly, before collectively raising their heads. At the edge of their vision, blue and white robes fluttered gracefully, a woman's figure radiating countless rays of divine light, her icy eyes indifferent. Yaoqi Empress, Yao Yin. The Empress is as powerful as ever. That guy in the sky dares to cause trouble at the Immortal Palace. He's dead for sure. The disciples, still shaken, felt a mixture of awe and anger as they fixed their gazes on the sky. In thousands of years, this was the first person to dare make a move at Yaoqi Immortal Palace. Yaoqi Empress slightly raised her jade finger, her eyes fixed on a corner of the void, her voice cold as frost and snow. Purple Star Emperor, since you've come, why hide in the shadows? Purple Star Emperor? The crowd erupted. That was the domain lord of the Purple Star Domain, a supreme ruler of an entire realm, at the peak of the Imperial Realm. The disciples exchanged glances. Why had he crossed domains to invade the Penglai domain? There must be a conspiracy. Yaoqi Empress, it's been a long time. A deep voice emerged from the depths of the clouds. The next moment, a figure stepped down from the radiance. This person had a magnificent build, wearing purple robes with jade belt, runes flowing across them. His skin was pale gold, black hair cascading over his shoulders, seven-star patterns gleaming on his forehead. Upon his appearance, even the blazing sun dimmed by 3 parts. The Purple Star Emperor who achieved enlightenment through the vast stars and became an emperor is truly extraordinary. This aura. I'm a bit worried about our empress. Discussions rose and fell, but before they could subside, another change occurred. Bang! Space twisted as Tianyi Emperor led 3 other emperors Shanhua, Chenhua, and Wuzong appearing one after another, standing behind Purple Star Emperor in a vaguely encircling formation. 5 emperors present at once. The Immortal Palace disciples felt the heavens trembling, their faces turning deathly pale instantly. In a corner on the ground, Yiche gazed up at the sky, brows furrowed tightly, his eyes deep with concern. 5 emperors. Can little Een really withstand them? He quietly asked the system. Little system, what do you think about this? The host need not worry. The system's voice carried arrogance. You underestimate the empress chosen by this system. I suggest you relax and enjoy the show. Yiche smiled bitterly. The system was relaxed, but if his future wife really got hurt, who would compensate him? Meanwhile, the venerables from the 4 halls of the Immortal Palace also arrived behind the empress. Though they were also in the Imperial Realm, they had only reached the 3rd level of Immortal Emperor. Now facing 5 great emperors, cold sweat streamed down their backs. The ultimate 3 realms of the Imperial stage, each level was vastly different, and they knew they couldn't intervene at all. However, Yaoqi Empress remained calm as ever, as if watching clouds drift by. Her composure made Tianyi Emperor's heart skip a beat. This wasn't what they had expected. Are you 5 planning to attack together? The Empress spoke, her tone flat, yet causing the void itself to tremble. Wow! The disciples exclaimed in unison. Facing 5 emperors, she showed no panic whatsoever, absolutely incredible. Hearing the discussions below, Purple Star Emperor and the others' faces darkened, their dignity damaged, anger rising in their hearts. What a joke! This was a complete disregard for their authority. The 5 great emperors exchanged glances, and Emperor Tianyi stepped forward. His deep voice echoed across the Immortal Palace Plaza. Empress, we have come only for the domain seal and the position of Panlai Domain Lord. Hand over both, and it will be beneficial for you and all the countless cultivators of Panlai Domain. What? Hand over the Domain Lord position? The disciples of the Immortal Palace were shocked to their core, finally realizing the true purpose of Tianyi and the others. This was a coup. The Yaoqi Empress fixed her gaze on Emperor Tianyi. You wish to stage a coup? You could say that. Emperor Tianyi sneered coldly. Hand over the domain seal and deliver that disciple named Yiche to us, and this emperor will leave you a way out. Huh? The Empress chuckled softly, her beautiful eyes filled with contempt. With just your abilities, you think you're worthy? Her words struck like thunder. The Immortal Palace disciples secretly gasped at it, seemed today would inevitably bring battle. If the great emperors fought, it would be enough to destroy heaven and earth, even collapse the entire realm. Emperor Tianyi's face flushed red. How am I? Tianyi, unworthy. In cultivation, I match you stride for stride, and in strategy, I surpass you. The domain lord position should rightfully belong to me. Then shall we battle? The Empress raised her eyes. Emperor Tianyi choked, then roared in fury. Attack together. Tianyuan chessboard. With his thunderous shout, an ancient chessboard soared into the sky. The Tianyuan chessboard. The supreme treasure of the Tianyi sect. The crowd cried out in alarm. This supreme immortal artifact contained mystical formations within, weaving together wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. Once trapped, virtually no one could survive. The chessboard dominated the sky, its overwhelming pressure bearing down. Yet the Empress calmly raised her hand. A broken chessboard, and you dare show off before an expert? As her words fell, her aura suddenly transformed. Terrifying waves of the great Tao poured from within her body, causing heaven and earth to tremble instantly. Before everyone's eyes, a 7-colored lotus flower appeared above her head, its radiance flowing as it gently collided with and sent the Tianyuan chessboard flying. Immediately after, rolling pressure like collapsing mountains and tsunamis surged toward the 5 emperors. Be careful. Emperor Tianyi hastily circulated his spiritual power, while the other 4 emperors rapidly deployed their law barriers. Can you block it? The Empress's lips curved upward as her jade hand turned slightly, and the 7-colored lotus flower thunderously crashed down again. Boom. Space was torn to shreds, and the heavenly canopy was forcibly punched through with a massive hole. Damn it! How did she become so strong? The 5 emperors were horrified, desperately using their trump cards for protection, yet they were still sent flying by the violent impact, crashing into distant mountain ranges. Rumble. The towering peaks instantly crumbled and shattered. The cultivators on the ground were stunned. Lady Empress is too powerful. The 5 emperors fell in disgrace. Emperor Ziwei could still stabilize his qi and blood, but the other 4 all vomited blood violently. Emperor Ziwei growled. Didn't you say she had made no progress in hundreds of years? How do you explain that attack just now? Emperor Tiany's face was ashen. The intelligence said so. Who knew she would approach the saint level and borrow the power of the domain seal? Retreat. Emperor Ziwei said grimly. We'll return and find another way. 7-star patterns flashed on his forehead. Boom. Above the heavens, a massive meteor came hurtling down toward the immortal palace. The meteorite radiated the divine aura of Emperor Ziwei, its overwhelming presence filling the air. Dark clouds instantly churned above the celestial palace as the massive shadow plummeted downward, threatening to crush the entire palace beneath it. In the plaza, disciples turned pale as death, lifting their heads but unable to move their feet, with only one thought in their minds. If the meteorite struck, the celestial palace would be reduced to dust in an instant. Her snow-white robes fluttering, Empress Yaoqi stepped into the heavens with a single stride, raising her slender finger gracefully as her overwhelming imperial might blanketed the sky. The meteorite containing the power of Ziwei's divine way froze midair with a sharp crack, and in the next instant, she crushed it to pieces with her 5 fingers. Thunder roared as fragments rained down like hailstones, striking the earth and raising clouds of dust. In the moment when vision was obscured by the swirling sand, Emperor Ziwei and his companions flickered and vanished without a trace. Coming to their senses, the disciples erupted in thunderous cheers. Long live the Empress! Huh! With the Empress here, who dares cause trouble at our celestial palace? Yaoqi Celestial Palace is invincible. Amid the jubilant cries, Yiche looked up at the Empress in the sky, then glanced at the cheering crowd beside him. Without making a sound, he quietly slipped away. He calculated silently. The Empress had just finished a great battle and must be both hungry and exhausted, needing to replenish her spiritual energy. He would go prepare her a delicious meal, could see the essence that others missed. No wonder he had earned the Empress's favor. In the Spirit Beast Garden, spiritual springs babbled as rainbow-colored koi swam through the water. Yiche reached into the water and with a gentle motion caught a plump koi. Suddenly, Black Egg flapped its wings and landed on his shoulder, its dark round eyes fixed on the pond's surface. Yiche smiled and said, "You want fish too? All right, this one's for you, take your time with it." He rubbed Black Egg's round little head and headed straight for the imperial kitchen. Meanwhile, the Empress returned to Yaoguang Hall and immediately asked upon sitting down, "Where is Yiche?" This servant didn't notice," Wana replied reluctantly. The Empress's heart tightened. Could he have been kidnapped in the chaos? Her emperor-level divine consciousness instantly swept through the entire palace, and when she detected the imperial kitchen, she found him leisurely stewing fish. Her beautiful face darkened slightly. This fellow didn't even check on her injuries first, but ran off to cook? I must punish him properly. Though she spoke coldly, she still instructed Warner. Fine, he's safe. You may go. Warner obeyed and withdrew, thoughtfully leaving the hall door half open. Before long, Yiche entered the hall carrying steaming delicacies and a jade pot of fine wine. The aroma of food mingled with faint floral fragrance in the air as he walked directly into the inner chamber, where he saw the Empress with her back to the door, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, lying on a cloud-brocade couch in a state between sleeping and waking. The Empress had originally intended to maintain a stern expression, but when the familiar fragrance of the koi reached her nose, her heart softened considerably. "So he made it for me." She restrained most of her anger. Yiche arranged the food and wine, then walked around to the bedside and gently turned the Empress over. "Stop pretending to sleep, get up and eat." "Who's pretending to sleep?" "I was meditating with my eyes closed." The Empress huffed lightly, but still sat up and picked up her chopsticks. Without ceremony, he kept placing food in her dish with his chopsticks, fighting his hard work eat more. Looking at the small mountain of fish meat piled in her dish, the Empress said helplessly, "Do you think I'm a pig? Feeding me so much?" Yiche grinned. "I am feeding a pygmy, adorable little piggy." The Empress feigned anger on the surface. "Insolent. How dare you call me a pig?" But in her heart, she bloomed with joy. "He called me adorable." Yiche suddenly reached out to embrace her slender waist, leaning close to her ear and whispering, "After you finish eating, I plan to be even more insolent." The Empress's ears turned slightly red, and she found herself anticipating what was to come. At the same time, Yiche's hands began to wander restlessly. "Still eating?" Yiche asked softly. "No, I'm not eating anymore." The Empress shook her head, set down her chopsticks, and lowered her eyelashes, allowing Yiche to hold her hand. The two sat side by side in silence, hearing only each other's heartbeats echoing clearly in the quiet hall. After a moment, Yiche lifted his hand and gently tilted the Empress's chin with his fingertip. Her breathtaking face came into view, her eyes shimmering like autumn waters, and he couldn't help but lean down to kiss her. As their lips and tongues intertwined, he lifted the Empress and walked toward the bed. "Little Enine, tonight, may I?" He gently placed the Empress on the silk bedding and asked in a low voice. Empress Yaoqi closed her eyes tightly and nodded almost imperceptibly. Though she was an empress, she was still a woman experiencing intimacy for the first time, her breathing tinged with nervousness. Yichei's fingertips brushed away the dark hair by her temples as he leaned down again. Suddenly, the empress's eyes flew open, and she flipped over to pin Yichei beneath her. I am the empress. I should be on top, not you. Her cheeks were flushed, yet she remained domineering. Yichei was stunned and tried to sit up, only to discover his body seemed frozen by an invisible force. Little Enine, you're bullying me. The empress's imperial aura surged slightly, rendering him completely immobile. Despite all of Yichei's martial skills, he was utterly helpless at this moment. Humph, just be my obedient little man. The empress's blush spread to her ears, but her movements were swift and decisive as she first removed Yichei's clothes, then slowly untied her own sash and leaned down. When golden wind meets jade dew, it surpasses countless encounters in the mortal world. That night, the hall was filled with unspoken spring passion. The next morning, Yichei emerged from Yaoqi Hall, supporting himself against the wall. In the morning light, he pressed one hand to his aching waist, swaying with each step, even his gait trembling slightly. The Empress's scissor legs had dominated the night, and he had barely managed to withstand it even while desperately circulating his nine-yang true art. She really is a seductress raised in Yaoqi. No, next time I must be on top, he muttered through gritted teeth. Not far ahead, he encountered Wanner. The young woman looked him up and down with a strange expression. Yichei, what's with this posture? Left hand on the wall, right hand on his waist, legs trembling certainly didn't look like someone walking normally. Sister Wanner, does the Imperial Kitchen have anything nourishing? Yichei asked with a pained expression, feeling that replenishing his blood and chi was urgent. The Imperial Kitchen has everything. Go find it yourself. Wanner gestured with her hand, then led the maids to attend to the Empress's morning routine. Yichei nodded and slowly shuffled toward the Imperial Kitchen. Meanwhile, in the depths of Tianni sect, 5 great emperors sat in secret council. Tianni, I have a plan. Mountain Emperor suddenly slammed the table. The assessment strong limbs, simple mind, was practically written on Tianni Emperor's face. You can come up with plans? Of course. Mountain Emperor held his head high. If we can't win Hedon, we'll use underhanded methods. Set up a great formation, lure the Empress in, and use the array to defeat her. Using formations to trap a great emperor? Unrealistic. Tianni shook his head. However, Ziwei Emperor's eyes flashed with interest. Not necessarily impossible. He produced a dark red formation plate. The Wudao Sealing Formation, everyone exclaimed. The plate was covered in rust and sword marks, yet still emanated a heart-stopping sealing aura. 100 years ago, while traveling the third heaven, I found this in a ruined city. Though it's a high-quality replica, the true treasure of Wudao Immortal Palace has far greater power. It's sufficient to deal with the Empress. Ziwei Emperor spoke solemnly. Tianni Emperor nodded. Indeed sufficient. But how do we lure her there? Mountain Emperor pressed. Chenhua Emperor chuckled softly. That's simple. I can simulate the aura of Yaoqi's sacred land and create an illusion. She'll surely come. The group exchanged glances, their plan decided. In the Imperial Garden, Yichei and the Empress sat across from each other playing chess. Black and white pieces crisscrossed the board as a gentle breeze carried the fragrance of flowers. Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed across the sky, shaking the sea of clouds. Your Majesty, there's an anomaly at Yaoqi mountain range. Wanner rushed over, her face pale with panic. The Empress looked up, her gaze sharp as lightning. I sense it touches the aura of Yaoqi's sacred land. The Empress's expression turned stern as she rose to her feet. I must go and see for myself. Yichei quickly stepped forward, blocking her path with furrowed brows. Little Enine, don't you find this strange? The Yaoqi sacred land has been missing for 1,000 years. Why would it appear now? When things are abnormal, there's usually trouble brewing. I suspect this is a trap, a smokescreen deliberately set by Emperor Tianni and the others. Wanner stood nearby, nodding in agreement. Your Majesty, Yichei is right. The Yaoqi Empress snorted coldly. So what if it's a trap? Those 5 worthless fools have never concerned me. Let's play it safe and not rush into danger. Yichei continued to persuade her. I'm already strong enough. You stay in the palace and wait for me. I'll be back soon. With those words, she raised her hand to tear through the heavens, stepped into the void, and vanished instantly. Yichei looked at the empty palace and shook his head helplessly. Little system, what do you think? Ding. Detecting the host's physical needs, rewarding the host with top-grade medicine 9 flavor Remania pills. Is that what I was asking about? I'm perfectly healthy. Why would I need 9 flavor Remania pills? Yichei was speechless. This system is like a free gift with a phone plan. The system calmly replied. These pills will grant the host 2 golden kidneys. I don't need that either. Get lost. Despite his complaints, Yichei still popped the pill into his mouth. Next time, just get to the point. Within moments, the Empress had landed atop the Yaoqi mountain range. Before her lay a massive crater overgrown with weeds, the ruins of the Yaoqi sacred land. Huh, come out. She looked ahead and sneered coldly. Hurrah, Empress, I never thought you'd be so easy to fool. Just a trace of aura was enough to lure you here. Emperor Ziwei emerged, his tone triumphant. Do you think I'd be afraid of you? The Empress scoffed. Whether you're afraid doesn't matter, I just know you definitely won't be leaving. Activate the formation. Boom. The space around the Empress twisted as countless formation symbols appeared, cutting off all connection to the outside world. Her brow furrowed as imperial might erupted from her being. She raised her palm and struck down, shattering countless symbols and creating cracks in the void, yet the great formation remained intact. Emperor Ziwei nodded secretly, truly worthy of being the Wudao Immortal Palace's treasure. Even as just a high-quality replica, its power is still terrifying. The Empress's expression grew increasingly grave as she struck again. Rumble. The formation shook violently, but remained intact. Even stranger, there wasn't a trace of spiritual energy flowing within the formation. She suddenly understood. If she recklessly expended her true essence, she'd be at a disadvantage when fighting Ziwei and the others later. Empress, let's just wait it out. I don't believe you won't eventually run out of spiritual power. Emperor Ziwei laughed maniacally. He then turned to Emperor Shanhua. Where's Tianyi? I don't know. He said he had other matters to attend to. Emperor Shanhua shook his head. Inside the Yaoqi Immortal Palace, Yi Che lay comfortably on the Empress's jade bed, pulling out the betrothal stone and infusing it with spiritual energy. The crystal lit up, revealing the Empress's tightly furrowed brows. That silly woman had indeed fallen into the trap. Hey, hello, little Enin, can you hear me? At that moment, the Yaoqi Empress, who was contemplating how to break the formation, suddenly heard Yi Che's voice. She looked around in surprise, glancing everywhere. Strange, am I hallucinating? Just as doubt arose in her heart, Yi Che's urgent voice reached her ears. Xiao Yinin, take out the love token I gave you and activate video mode. The Empress followed his instructions and retrieved the jade green love token. With a delicate finger, she channeled spiritual energy into it, and the stone's surface instantly lit up. Yi Che's face appeared clearly. Wow, it really is you, Yi Che, she exclaimed softly. Your love token actually has this function? Don't be afraid. I'm coming to save you. Yi Che patted his chest in the image. Don't come. This Empress can handle them completely. The Empress raised her chin proudly. Everything is within my plan. Yi Che rubbed his forehead, still so stubborn even while trapped in a formation. Yet his words remained resolute. Though my strength isn't great, Yi Che will never abandon you. Even if I can't rescue you, I'll die alongside you. We may not have been born on the same day, but let us die together. Xiao Yinin, this is my love for you. Wait for me, moi. The image suddenly went dark. Yi Che put away the love token, quickly packed his belongings, and strode away. On the other end, the Empress still held the warmly glowing love token, her eyes slightly moist. Moved, surprised, and worried all at once, she had never imagined someone would risk their life for her. Yi Che's resolute and passionate declaration echoed in her mind like a hammer striking her heartstrings. She wiped away the barely perceptible moisture, her gaze suddenly turning cold as she stared intently at Emperor Ziwei, her imperial aura rising steadily, as if brewing for a final strike. Meanwhile, Yi Che had just stepped out of the Celestial Palace. Dinga Crisp system notification exploded in his consciousness. Congratulations, host. Yaoqi Empress's affection for you has reached maximum. Oh, as expected. The system's tone turned fawning. Host, I truly admire you. A few sweet words, and you've got the Empress completely smitten. Yi Che's face darkened as he corrected. What sweet words? Those were heartfelt truths. Give me my reward quickly. I'm in a hurry to save someone. Don't worry, the stacked rewards are beyond imagination. You just focus on showing off, leave the rest to this system. Yi Che nodded. That's more like it. After taking just a few steps, a tall figure blocked his path. Seeing who it was, his eyelid twitched. Emperor Tianyi. Yi Che, come with me. As Emperor Tianyi finished speaking, a coarse burlap sack appeared in his hand. Yi Che looked up calmly. I can go, but I'll walk myself. Emperor Tianyi raised an eyebrow and tucked the sack back into his sleeve. Smart choice. He then grabbed Yi Che and broke through the clouds. The sea of clouds churned, and in the blink of an eye, they landed at Yaoqi mountain range. Boom. The ground exploded with spiritual light scattering everywhere. Yi Che looked up to see the Empress furiously bombarding the formation. Xiao Yinin, I'm here to save you, he shouted. Seeing his appearance, the Empress's expression darkened slightly. Immediately after, a supremely authoritative voice rolled out from within the formation. Tianyi, if you dare harm him, this Empress will ensure your soul is scattered. Emperor Tianyi sneered. Empress, save yourself first before making threats. Hurrah! Thousands of years of grudges, and now finally seeing her trapped, his heart was filled with undisguised satisfaction. At this moment, Yi Che drew the Shengxia sword and rushed to the formation. What's this kid trying to do? Emperor Ziwei frowned tightly and raised his hand to strike down Yi Che. Emperor Tianyi and several other powerhouses quickly blocked his way. Ziwei, You can't kill this kid. I want to take him as my disciple. A mere Hong-level cultivator. What use could he be? Ziwei scoffed disdainfully, but withdrew his hand. Yi Che stood firm and grinned at the Empress. Xiao Yinin, I'll have you out of there in no time. You fool. What good can you possibly do here? The Empress was both anxious and annoyed. Yi Che scratched his head, the corner of his mouth curving into a confident arc. Don't worry, I know a thing or two about formations myself. With that, Yi Che activated the eyes of the candle dragon, and the great formation became transparent before his gaze, its entire structure clearly visible. The spiritual energy patterns interlocked like mechanical gears, operating ceaselessly, with energy converging into a vortex-like core at a certain point. Little Enin, I found the formation's eye. Wait for me, he whispered, then shot upward toward the formation's apex. High above, Emperor Ziwei let out a piercing laugh. A mere Hong stage ant dares to think he can break my formation? Ha ha ha. Tell me, isn't that hilarious? Ha ha. Emperor Tianyi and the others' expressions shifted slightly as they instantly became alert. Emperor Chanhua whispered a warning. Tianyi, this boy is skilled in multiple paths. What if he truly understands formation arts? Emperor Tianyi's heart tightened, and he raised his hand to intercept Yi Che, but Emperor Ziwei stepped sideways to block him. You're being too cautious. Without my formation, Empress Yaoqi would have escaped long ago. What waves could a mere Hong stage cultivator possibly stir up? Let's just watch him make a fool of himself. Emperor Ziwei waved his sleeve dismissively. Ziwei, he's different. He might actually be able to break the formation. Emperor Tianyi urged again. Are you looking down on my formation? Emperor Ziwei snorted coldly. If he can truly break it, show me. Crack. A crisp sound interrupted his mockery. The great formation shattered like a mirror, and the spiritual pattern's light instantly extinguished. Seeing the cracks spreading, Emperor Tianyi and the others didn't look back, layering dozens of defensive barriers around themselves as they fled frantically. Emperor Ziwei stood stunned for half a breath before a delicate hand struck his chest, sending him crashing into the ground like a meteor, creating a massive crater. Running? All of you stay here. Empress Yaoqi called out coldly, summoning the Yaoqi Immortal Lotus from her palm. A emerald light screen flashed, sealing the entire mountain range tightly. Emperor Tianyi's face turned deathly pale as he quickly raised his hands in surrender. Empress, this is a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. But Emperor Ziwei struggled to his feet, glaring at the breathtakingly beautiful figure in the sky. Why beg for mercy? We're all emperors. If she truly dares to kill, isn't she afraid of punishment from the Heavenly Tao Imperial Bureau's Enforcement Hall? He invoked that famous decree emperors were forbidden from engaging in imperial warfare. Years ago, two emperors' duel nearly collapsed an entire realm, after which the Heavenly Tao Imperial Bureau established laws to suppress such conflicts. All who bore the title of emperor were bound by these constraints. Empress Yaoqi smiled contemptuously. The Heavenly Tao Imperial Bureau? What is that supposed to be? As her words fell, her imperial might poured down like a celestial river, instantly crushing all five with tremendous force, their cloaks whipping wildly as blood trickled from their mouths. Among fellow emperors, the hierarchy was immediately clear. Empress, you go too far. Emperor Ziwei roared, the seven-star pattern on his forehead blazing bright. Rumble countless stars in the firmament simultaneously brightened as he formed hand seals, vast Tao essence washing over heaven and earth. In the next instant, meteors from beyond the domain were drawn forth, falling like fiery rain as they crashed mercilessly toward the Penglai domain. Thunderous roars shook the wilderness as countless cultivators looked up to see burning fireballs trailing long tails across the sky. What is this? Has the apocalypse come? Empress, save us! Terrified cries rose one after another, with fleeing figures visible everywhere in streets and rooftops, in mountains and forests. Witnessing this terrifying scene, everyone was startled and frantically sought shelter to hide. Emperor Ziwei, you won't even spare the innocent? How utterly vicious! The Empress roared in fury. The celestial lotus in her palm transformed into 9-colored streams of light that shot skyward, its massive flower shadow exploding in midair as billions of petals formed a barrier of spiritual light, forcibly blocking the cascading meteors. The lives of ants are worthless, let them die. Emperor Ziwei sneered coldly, his gray robes billowing as murderous intent surged in his eyes. Empress, I'll remember this grudge. Once I break through to the Saint Realm, I'll annihilate your celestial palace. The sky turned crimson red as blazing meteor showers whistled down like molten iron. Mountains and rivers trembled while all living beings in the Penglai domain cowered in terror. Tianyi, let's go, someone urged. But Emperor Tianyi only stared coldly at Ziwei, his voice low and frigid. Emperor Ziwei, I never imagined you could be so ruthless. The Penglai domain is my homeland. How can I stand by and do nothing? With those words, he raised his hand and unleashed his signature technique, World in Palm. A heaven-covering giant palm materialized, its palm lines rapidly expanding into mountains, forests, and seas that formed a real miniature realm. Clouds and thunder rolled as it absorbed countless meteors, grinding them to dust. Emperor Shanyu and the others also unleashed their divine powers: sword light, divine seals, and Dharma bells thundered in unison, shredding the remaining meteors. Emperor Ziwei's face turned ashen. Fine, fine, fine. I helped you fight the Yaoqi Empress, and now you pull this stunt. Tianyi, don't blame me for showing no mercy in the future. With that, he turned to leave. The Empress was fully focused on maintaining the spiritual light formation and couldn't spare any attention. Just as Ziwei's feet left the ground, a light shout rang out from ahead. Wait! Yiche stepped forward, blocking his path. What? You want to stop me too? Emperor Ziwei squinted and sneered. Yiche clasped his hands behind his back, his robes billowing as he spoke calmly. You dared threaten my little Enin. Today is your death day. Damn it. A little ant dares speak, so arrogant lie go die. Ziwei roared, his imperial might pressing down like a mountain. Emperor Ziwei, you dare. The Empress's voice was ice cold, but she was currently restrained by the meteors and could only glare furiously. Less than half a step away, terrifying pressure bore down as everyone's nerves tightened. But Yiche suddenly grinned. I gave you a chance, but you're useless. Little system, activate. Boom. The true god's blood awakened as lightning patterns blazed across Yiche's body. 8 massive beast phantoms rose from the ground: azure dragon coiling in the sky, white tiger splitting heaven, vermilion bird bathed in fire, black tortoise bearing mountains, while 4 other exotic beasts roared deafeningly. The overwhelming aura spread across heaven and earth, making the 4 emperors, including Tianyi, hold their breath with chills down their spines. What? This power has already surpassed the Emperor realm, someone cried out. Holy crap, he's actually a supreme master? Emperor Shanyu's pupils contracted wildly. Old bastard, go die. Yiche roared, striking down with his palm. The 8 fierce beasts simultaneously extended their claws in a suppressing strike. How is this possible? Emperor Ziwei's mind shattered, as even the thought of resistance was torn apart. Boom. When the dust settled, nothing remained. Emperor Ziwei had been completely erased along with his soul, not even leaving behind a scream. An emperor had fallen. Emperor Tianyi gasped, his scalp tingling. Oh no. Yiche is actually a true master, and I was thinking of kidnapping him with a sack. Isn't this like lighting a lamp in an outhouse looking for shit? The phantom behind Yiche suddenly shattered as his body staggered. I'm screwed. The experience card expired. Before he could finish speaking, he was about to collapse. A delicate fragrance filled the air as the Empress flashed to his side, half embracing him. Yiche's head rested against her soft warmth as he looked up at that absolutely beautiful yet worried face, murmuring, Little Enin, let me sleep for a while. Then he fainted. Master Yiche, are you alright? Tianyi rushed over with an anxious expression. Empress, I know some medicine, let me take a look. After examining him, he was suddenly stunned, cursing inwardly. Hiss, the master's kidneys are actually glowing. How is he? The Empress asked. He just fainted from exhaustion, his body is fine. Tianyi replied. The Empress breathed a sigh of relief, then swept her cold gaze over the remaining emperors. This Empress can spare you once. But, if the Heavenly Tao Imperial Bureau investigates, you know what to say. Tianyi immediately declared. Emperor Ziwei went astray in his cultivation and exploded. All witnessed it. The other emperors nodded in agreement. Only then did the Empress carry Yiche into the air, returning to the Yaoqi celestial palace. Night fell as candlelight flickered in the bedchamber. Hot. Yiche, lying on the jade bed, was burning all over with a flushed face and rolling sweat. Yiche, what's wrong? Where do you feel uncomfortable? The Empress leaned down to check, touching his arm. It was scorching hot. She frowned and murmured. You couldn't have been afflicted by phoenix fire, could you? After pondering for a moment, she said softly. It's all right. Yiche, I'll help you. With those words, she took a deep breath and waved her jade hand, releasing a dense Emperor Realm aura that sealed the entire palace. Her white dress slipped off as she walked toward Yiche. That smooth, tender skin was exposed to the air. The Empress then leaned down to help Yiche dispel the burning desire within his body. In that moment, it was like dry kindling meeting fierce flames. Yiche's eyes blazed with passion as he suddenly pulled the Empress into his embrace. A soft moan escaped. Time seemed to blur. Yiche's consciousness gradually returned, and when he opened his eyes to see the Empress so close to him, he was stunned. My God, the Empress actually took advantage of me while I was unconscious. My clothes are all torn. Is there no justice in this world? You're awake. The Empress also opened her eyes, looking at Yiche. Little Enin, next time you do something like this, could you wait until I'm conscious? Yiche complained. Hearing this, the Empress's cheeks flushed red as she glared at Yiche shyly. Shut up. This Empress is hungry. Go cook for me. Right away. Yiche smiled as he got up and headed to the imperial kitchen. The Empress lazily slipped into the hot spring pool. Looking at the disheveled bed, she called out, Water. Soon, Wana appeared before the Empress. Your Majesty, what are your orders? Wana asked. Help me tidy up the bed and change everything to new. Yes. Wana responded and walked to the bedside. She saw the messy sheets and bedding were soaked in large patches, with some bloodstains as well. Wana froze. What happened? She seemed to realize something. Could it be? Aren't you going to clean up? The Empress said coldly. Yes. Warner hurriedly gathered the sheets and blankets, replaced them with a new set, and tidied everything up. Soon, Warner finished collecting the old bedding and came before Yaoqi Empress, bowing respectfully. Your Majesty, everything has been tidied up. You know how to handle this, right? The Empress asked indifferently. I understand. You may withdraw. Yes. Warner responded. After leaving Yaoguang Palace, she went to a secluded area and burned the bedding completely with fire. The Empress in the hot spring sensed Warner's actions through her divine consciousness and nodded silently. Truly worthy of someone who had served her for hundreds of years, understanding her heart so well. The Empress put on a blue silk dress, with a few water droplets slowly trickling down from the roots of her snow-white thighs. She paid no attention to this, slowly walking to sit on the bedside, resting her chin in thought. Yi Che killed the great emperor, and the Heavenly Tao Imperial Office will surely investigate. How can I protect him? The Empress's eyes narrowed slightly as she took out the Yaoqi origin that Yi Che had given her. The only way is to become a saint. Once she achieved sainthood, the Heavenly Tao Imperial Office would never dare pursue Yi Che's responsibility. After all, no one would be willing to offend a saint-realm powerhouse for the sake of a great emperor whose soul had already been scattered. But with Yaoqi's sacred land gone, relying solely on this Yaoqi origin, she wondered if she could successfully break through. In the imperial kitchen, Yi Che had finished stewing the spiritual-tailed chicken soup. Host, shall we summon the third empress? Not yet. Yi Che shook his head. How could one easily abandon such a profound love? I want to spend more time with little Yin. Stop pretending, host. You just don't dare because Yaoqi Empress is still here, the system said disdainfully. Shut the hell up. You still haven't explained why the reward I saved up 50 affection points for can only be used once. When killing Emperor Ziwei, Yi Che had used the system's reward of a true god possession card. He thought he could use it continuously, but only discovered after using it that the card was one time only. Yi Che's fainting was half due to his body being unable to withstand the true god's power, and half due to overwhelming sadness. His mind went blank for a moment. The divine card was just wasted like that. When Yi Che snapped back to reality, the frustration in his chest nearly exploded. He wanted nothing more than to drag the system out of his consciousness and give it a good beating. Host, although you lost the card, you gained the thrill of showing off. Now you're once again seen as a hidden master in their eyes. The system reminded him lazily. Carrying the steaming spirit-tailed chicken soup, Yi Che hurried along the jade-paved corridor and asked, Little system, do you think there's any chance I'm actually a master but just don't know it myself? The system paused for half a beat, then a string of question marks exploded in his mind. Host, what nonsense are you talking? It's fine to fool others, but don't fool yourself. Can you shatter the heavens with one sword? Or traverse the void? Or manifest all things? You can't do any of that, so stop daydreaming. Sigh. Yi Che let out a helpless sigh. Indeed, he still hadn't figured out the specific functions of the three awakened divine abilities and could only barely use them for manual labor, fortune-telling, and eating. It seemed he needed to find time to study them properly instead of wasting them like this. Yaoguang Palace was right ahead. He pushed open the door, locked it behind him, and walked across the soft carpet toward the inner chambers. Behind the thin silk curtains, the Yaoqi Empress lay on her side at the edge of the bed, wearing a light bathrobe, her fair cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Yi Che leaned down to kiss her first, then pulled her into his arms with a smile. Little Yin, let me feed you. Open your mouth. The Empress seemed a bit awkward, but still opened her mouth as instructed. Is it delicious? As long as you made it, it's all delicious, the Empress nodded in response. Yi Che chuckled. Haha, her Imperial Majesty has learned to be charming too. Being teased, the Empress's cheeks grew even redder, and she raised her hand to playfully pound his chest in embarrassment. You're so annoying. Yi Che laughed heartily as he scooped her up and headed toward the hot spring. Little Yin, let me help you bathe and dress. No. The Yaoqi Empress grabbed his wrist. Why not? We've already been completely honest with each other and know each other inside and out. What are you shy about? Yi Che raised an eyebrow. The Empress couldn't think of a reason. Indeed, they did know each other inside and out. But then she suddenly realized what he meant and turned her head with a pout. Who knows you inside and out? Yi Che said nothing more and directly carried her into the hot spring, where warm mist immediately rose. The warm pool water reached their shoulders, and the Empress's hair clung to her fragrant shoulders. She looked up curiously. Yi Che, who exactly are you? The me in your heart is the most real me, Yi Che replied with a smile. Humph. Changing the subject, the Empress snorted lightly, her eyes sharp. If you dare deceive me, I'll make sure your soul is scattered to the winds. Yi Che saw her worry and reached up to ruffle her hair. Don't touch this Empress's head, the Empress protested stubbornly. Yi Che chuckled softly, then said solemnly, Little Yinyin, don't worry. I haven't deceived you. I'll stay with you for life, through all storms and trials, until forever. The Empress fell silent for a moment, then finally nodded gently. I believe you. Yi Che responded, leaning down to kiss her. With the sound of splashing water, the Empress lifted him from the spring and threw him directly onto the soft couch. Just as she was about to mount him, Yi Che flipped over and pinned her down. Hee, this time, I'm taking the top position. No? I'm the Empress, you can't. The next morning, at dawn, Yi Che pushed open the grand doors of Yaoguang Palace and strode out with an air of supreme confidence. Those 9-flavor Remania pills really did the trick. He chuckled softly, still feeling the lingering effects of last night's intense battle with his formidable physique. He had thoroughly dominated the Empress and emerged victorious, which was certainly worth celebrating. Wanner stood guard outside the palace, and upon seeing Yi Che, she looked at him with the suspicious gaze one might reserve for a thief. Ahem. Sister Wanner, the Empress is calling for you, Yi Che said with a wave of his hand before turning toward Liuli Palace. He hadn't fed Black Egg for several days now. Wanner acknowledged and entered the palace. At that moment, the Yaoqi Empress was half reclining against the edge of the hot spring pool, surrounded by swirling mist, with several telltale marks scattered across her snow-white skin. Wanner dared not look directly and could only bow her head respectfully. Help me tidy up the bed, the Empress commanded, her voice slightly hoarse. Yes, Your Majesty. Wanner approached the bed and drew back the curtains. The bedding was even more disheveled and damp than the night before. She sighed inwardly. Just what did they get up to? After finishing the cleanup, the Empress closed her eyes and soaked in the spring, her fingertips lightly tapping the water's surface as she recalled the previous night's events. That insufferable Yi Che. I'm the Empress, yet he dared to make me submit. Just you wait. The image of her treasured little whip flashed through her mind, and she noticed something peculiar after dual cultivation with Yi Che. Her cultivation had actually improved slightly, and even her spiritual foundation seemed to have changed. How strange. Inside Liuli Palace, Black Egg circled around Yi Che in the air, chirping complaints. Heartless master. You hatched me, and then abandoned me. Yi Che scratched his head, unable to understand bird language, but seeing Black Egg's energetic state, he thought. High-quality crows really are tough. Several days without food, and still going strong. Ignoring the bird, he went straight to the Imperial Beast Garden and caught several rainbow koi, starting a fire on the spot as fish oil sizzled and popped. After spending days with the Empress, his cultivation had soared to the 9th level of the Hong stage. With a few more bites of fish meat and the power of Tao Tai to refine it, he might break through to the Zhou stage. No wonder cultivators were obsessed with dual cultivation. It was both pleasurable and boosted one's power. The morning shift maids were used to this sight. Yi Che had long treated the Imperial Beast Garden as his personal buffet. The Northern Plains Ice Wolf, Little Whirlwind, wagged its tail and eagerly approached, offering Yi Che a wolf-style massage. Not bad. After I finish this fish, I'll give you the bones as a reward. Woof woof woof. Little Whirlwind immediately grinned obsequiously, thinking, as long as I don't end up as stewed dog meat, everything's negotiable. While the Immortal Palace continued its daily operations, the shocking news of Emperor Ziwei's death and dissolution had already broken through the heavens and reached the upper realms. In the Immortal Realm, the third heaven, Sanyuan Domain, within the Heavenly Dao Imperial Enforcement Hall, a soul lamp suddenly extinguished on the high platform. The lamp-tending disciple was horrified and immediately rushed into the hall to report to the assembled elders who were in session. Elder Xing, one of the great Emperor soul lamps, has suddenly been extinguished. In the dim enforcement hall, hundreds of soul lamps hung on the walls, their ghostly blue flames flickering like a starry river. The disciple who rushed in was drenched in cold sweat, his voice trembling with terror. What? In this day and age, a great emperor can still fall? Which domain? Elder Xing, with his buzz cut and square face, shot to his feet, his tiger-like eyes narrowing sharply. It's the first heaven, the Ziwei domain. Emperor Ziwei. The disciple answered with his head bowed. The domain lord has fallen? Elder Xing's breath caught as he commanded in a deep voice. Send investigators immediately. Wait. Old Xing, something's fishy about this. Whitebeard Elder Chu slammed the table and rose, his sleeves billowing. Elder Xing turned, his brow furrowed. Old Chu, what seems wrong? Everything's wrong. A life-and-death battle between great emperors would cause the heavens to collapse and seas to flow backward. Yet Emperor Ziwei has fallen without a trace of battle leaking out. Doesn't that tell us something? You mean? A flash of realization struck Elder Xing. Exactly. I suspect Emperor Ziwei was killed instantly, probably without even a chance to fight back. And only a Saint Realm expert could accomplish this. Elder Chu stroked his beard, his tone resolute. I'm certain the perpetrator is not only a Saint Realm expert, but also masters assassination techniques. Recently, The demon clan has been making frequent moves. Do you think they could be behind this? This reminder brought sudden clarity to all the elders in the enforcement hall. Of course, the demon clan is naturally cruel and has always coveted human territory. They have ample motive. Moreover, I've heard the demon clan has a new saintess who now commands half their forces and is currently planning something big. This matter is grave. I'll report to the high priest for his decision. As Elder Xing stepped forward to leave, a hoarse yet authoritative voice rang out from the hall entrance. A hunched figure wearing a black and white mask, the high priest, had already arrived. The news is accurate. The demon clan will launch probing invasions within days. Immediately notify all domain lords to prepare their defenses. Yes, everyone responded in unison and dispersed solemnly. Yaoqi Immortal Palace, Imperial Garden. Sunlight bathed thousands of immortal flowers, their petals shimmering with flowing light. Little Enin, change your pose. This one's a bit challenging, I can't work with it properly. Yiche held his brush, crouching before the spread canvas. Alright, how about this? Is this more convenient for you? The Empress turned slightly, lifting her chin high, her slender jade hand reaching gracefully toward the sky in an elegant pose. Without blinking, Yiche captured the Empress's stunning form on canvas, then presented it like a treasure. Little Enin, absolutely beautiful. The Empress nodded, growing more pleased the longer she looked. Excellent. Tomorrow I'll change into a different dress, and we'll paint at Springview Pavilion. Yiche chuckled. Little Enin, have you had the maids make those black and white stockings I designed for you? Not yet. The Empress looked slightly embarrassed. What about those beautiful uniforms I designed? Those aren't ready either. Let's wait a bit longer. Thinking of those uniform sketches, the Empress's fair earlobes turned slightly red. Wearing those would be truly mortifying. But Yiche shook his head. In his eyes, this represented sophisticated aesthetics and strict standards for beauty. If every director in his previous life had been as quality-focused as him, those crude, mindless films never would have existed. They couldn't even operate cameras properly. What the hell were they filming? He grumbled internally. With this thought, Yiche reached out to embrace the Empress, about to persuade her properly, when hurried footsteps echoed from the garden stone path. Warner ran all the way, breathlessly rushing before them and shouting anxiously, "Your Majesty, Emperor Shangyue has sent someone." The Empress frowned slightly and said with displeasure, "Send him away." "But Your Majesty, he says he has urgent matters to report concerning the demon clan." Warner knelt at the steps, carefully adding this information. "The demon clan?" The Empress's gaze sharpened. "Bring him to the main hall to see me." "Yes." Warner turned and hurried away. In the main hall of Penglai, clouds and mist swirled. The moment the Mountain Emperor's disciple stepped through the hall doors, he prostrated himself and wept bitterly. "Your Majesty, last night a large force of demons launched a surprise attack on the mountain sect. The disciples were caught off guard, suffering heavy casualties. My master sent me to seek aid. How dare the demon clan run wild in the Penglai domain?" The Empress raised her hand, her water sleeves flowing. Feng Wuya, present, from the side of the hall. Feng Wuya led the four hall venerables and immediately bowed. "Immediately lead the disciples of the four halls to eliminate the demons." "By your command." Feng Wuya and the venerables responded in unison, then withdrew to swiftly gather their elite forces. At the same time, flying crane messages from the Tianyi Emperor, Chenhua Emperor, and Wuzong Emperor arrived almost simultaneously, each dispatching disciples to reinforce the mountain sect. After making all arrangements, the Empress returned to the Imperial Garden. Flower shadows danced gracefully, and dew rolled like pearls on the leaves. Yiche leaned against a corridor pillar, setting down his spiritual tea. "The demon clan has invaded? I heard the demon clan's saintess has emerged. They're feeling confident, so this attack is larger in scale than previous years." The Empress explained casually, her voice calm, yet carrying a chill. Yiche nodded, then suddenly said, "I want to go take a look too." "You're not allowed to go." The Empress directly refused. "The demon clan is naturally vicious and cruel. It's very dangerous there." Yiche pondered for a moment, then looked up with bright, determined eyes. "My cultivation has advanced rapidly recently, but I've always lacked real combat experience. I want to temper myself on the battlefield. Xiao Yinin, I can't hide behind you forever. I should also stand on my own." The Empress remained silent for a long time, then sighed softly. "Then I'll have Warner protect you." "No need." Yiche shook his head, his tone resolute. "I want to go alone." "Don't worry, Xiao Yinin, I'll be fine. Don't forget, I'm the man who can pin you down beneath me. Go dot." The Empress spat and raised her hand to strike. Originally just feigning anger, she misjudged her strength. Bang! Yiche flew several zhang horizontally, crashing into the flower bed with petals scattering everywhere. Before he could recover, the Empress used a palm technique to pull him back into her embrace, her face pale. "Yiche, are you alright? I'm sorry, I accidentally used too much force. Whether I'm hurt or not, you'd have to undress me to see clearly." Yiche grinned, obviously unharmed. Hearing his teasing, the Empress finally relaxed. "Then let's go back to Yaoguang Hall." Isn't it nice right here? Yiche smiled mischievously. We can't hear. Before the Empress could finish, he had already pushed her down onto the soft couch. Flower fragrance and soft gasps intertwined as the night grew impenetrable. The next morning, mountain sparrows chirped. Yiche shouldered his pack and stepped out of the sleeping quarters. The Empress personally adjusted his collar, and Cronit was a complete set of superior immortal artifacts from head to toe. Dark gold shoulder guards, purple-patterned battle robes, and red jade boots that gleamed brilliantly. With this equipment, even a pig could ram several low-level immortal emperors to death. Yet the Empress still worried, gently instructing, "Be sure to be careful. I'll wait here for you to return." Yiche lowered his head and kissed her. "When I come back, we'll continue studying last night's positions." The Empress's pretty face instantly flushed crimson. The madness of last night seemed still branded deep in her skin as she gently nodded. Yiche held her for a while longer, then finally turned and soared away through the sky. On the pavilion, the Empress watched his figure gradually disappear into the horizon, murmuring, "You must come back. Your Majesty, are you in the pavilion?" Wanner's voice came from beyond the flowers. The Empress flicked her fingers, erasing all the chaotic traces left from last night, even restoring the air to freshness. After ensuring not a single trace remained, she walked out with her head held high. "Your Majesty, there's something on your neck." Wanner reminded her cautiously. A chill instantly swept through the hall. The Empress raised her hand to lightly touch the faint red mark on her neck, glaring fiercely at Wanner. She had originally intended to use her spiritual power to erase the hickey Yiche had left behind, but thinking about how she wouldn't see him for the next few days, she withdrew her spiritual energy. "Forget it, leave it be. You saw nothing." The Empress's voice was ice cold. Yes, this subordinate must have been seeing things." Wanner quickly lowered her head in response. She only knew that last night the Empress had spent the entire night with Yiche in the Imperial Garden, but she had no idea what the two had done there. Earlier, she had seen Yiche running out with a spring in his step, but hadn't seen any trace of the Empress, so she had mustered the courage to call out. "For the next few days, I will be in closed-door cultivation. No one is to disturb me." The Empress's gaze swept over Wanner. "As you command." Wanner bowed and retreated, her steps quick and light, not daring to linger. After leaving the Immortal Palace, Yiche stepped onto his Shengxie sword and flew through the air. Wind howled and his robes billowed, yet he felt no urgency to reach the battlefield. Soon, the system's notification exploded in his ears. "Host, you're going the wrong way. The mountain peak sect is to the north. Why are you flying south?" Yiche replied righteously. "The demon race is currently launching a massive invasion. The north is dangerous, so naturally I should fly south first to avoid it." "System, didn't you come out to train on the battlefield, host?" We'll talk about that later." Yiche awkwardly scratched his nose. "Now, please summon the third Empress." The system's tone suddenly rose sharply, as if trying to force him into compliance. The system's excitement instantly turned to speechlessness. It had thought the host was finally stepping up, but he was still being delusional. Brilliant. This move of openly repairing the plank road while secretly crossing at Chinsong is truly brilliant. It mocked itself. Ding. Currently summoning an Empress for the host. Ding. Summoning successful. The third Empress, the Succubus Empress. As the notification ended, a conversion figurine appeared in Yiche's consciousness. Red hair like fire, a chubby little face with a pair of bright, watery eyes. She looked like a completely harmless little girl no matter how you looked at her. He immediately opened the information panel. Name, Feiyue, Succubus Empress. Cultivation, none. Favorability, 0. Current status, running away. Demon race, and no cultivation, 0 favorability. Yiche was stunned for a few seconds, his expression gradually darkening. "Little system, what's going on here?" "I don't know, it's not my fault." The system adopted a tone of complete indifference. "Damn system, you definitely did this on purpose. The demon race is cruel by nature and likes to eat human flesh raw. You want me to court a demon empress? Do I want to live or not? Just die then." The system coldly spat out those words. "Meeting your broken system is my bad luck. I should have just stayed by Xiao Yinin's side instead of continuing to summon." Yiche cursed a few times, but in his heart he knew the battlefield was more urgent, so he had no choice but to turn his sword tip and fly rapidly toward the mountain peak sect. At this moment, Feng Wuya had already led a group of elite disciples from the mountain peak sect to arrive at the sect's territory. A small dynasty at the foot of the mountain had already been trampled by the demon race. Walls collapsed, flames reached the sky, and countless demon cultivators burned, killed, raped, and pillaged among the ruins while screams mixed with cries tore through the air. "Kill!" Feng Wuya shouted. Below the flying vessel, disciples leaped down, sword light cascading like a waterfall as they instantly engaged the demon cultivators in fierce battle. Above the mountain peak sect, blood mist churned, as if the entire sky was dripping blood. Deep within the blood mist, waves of terrifying aura pressed down so heavily that people could barely breathe. "Mountain peak, you are no match for me." Boom. With a tremendous crash, a man and an ape were kicked out of the blood mist, creating two deep craters when they hit the ground. Feng Wuya looked up, and the towering figure in the blood mist made his face turn deathly pale. Emperor Mingyan. Hearing this, the disciples felt their hearts turn cold. One of the 24 great emperors of the demon race had personally arrived. Quickly go back and notify the Empress. Damn it, why couldn't we sense any aura at all? Everyone was terrified. A great emperor was absolutely not in existence they could contend with. Emperor Mingyan looked down at everyone indifferently. Want to send word? Too late. He raised his hand and waved, and a dark red light barrier thunderously expanded, instantly enveloping the entire mountain peak sect. All auras were sealed. Sensing the anomaly, everyone present felt a shadow fall over their hearts as panic began to set in. Look at this, situation's going for total annihilation. The crowd erupted in chaos, with someone crying out in alarm. The mountain emperor gritted his teeth and strode forward, his rough roar echoing through the valley. Everyone stay calm. Follow me into battle. He extended both arms as 2,000 zhang peaks rose into the air, thundering in his palms. Transforming into a streak of brownish-green light, he charged fiercely at the Netherflame Emperor. Feng Wuya and the other peak masters dared not delay, immediately controlling their flying swords, magical banners, and talismans from afar to disrupt the Netherflame Emperor's formation. Like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, the Netherflame Emperor snorted coldly. Crimson flames devoured half the sky as he collided head-on with the Mountain Emperor, causing the void itself to collapse from the impact. Meanwhile, Yiche came flying through the air on his sword, the blade's light cutting through the sky like a rainbow before landing outside the mountain sect in the blink of an eye. Just as he steadied himself, a demonic cultivator lunged from behind, claws carrying sinister demonic energy aimed straight at his heart. Ding! Golden light flashed from his immortal robes, easily deflecting the sneak attack. A superior immortal artifact. The demonic cultivator staggered back 2 steps, utterly horrified. Yiche's gaze turned cold as the triumph over evil sword instantly appeared in his hand, its tip pointing toward the ground, killing intent fully charged. The demonic cultivator grinned wickedly, raising his hand to brandish a ghost-headed demonic blade. Ha! Though we're both at the 9th level of the Hong stage, you've just entered this realm while I've been stuck here for over 200 years. This precious blade of mine was forged with the blood essence of 10,000 people. Enough noise. A flash of sword light. Before the words had finished leaving his mouth, the demonic cultivator's head flew high into the air and rolled into the dust. Yiche sheathed his sword and muttered dryly. If you're going to fight, just fight. Why introduce your weapon? Show off and get cut down. Just as he was about to leave, another figure rushed toward him from a heated, blood-soaked disciple in green robes, voice trembling. Senior brother, you're from the Immortal Palace, right? The front lines can barely hold. Please come with me quickly. Yiche didn't rush to act, instead scanning the person with his gaze. Tattered clothes, blood stains everywhere, yet steady breathing, abundant spiritual energy, and eyes that kept fixating on his immortal robes. Probably a traitor, he thought, pretending to follow. After walking several zhang, he suddenly roared. Traitor! Accept your death. The green-robed figure's expression changed drastically as he waved his hands frantically. Bullshit. I'm an undercover agent. The sword blade swept past, separating head from body. Then you deserve to die even more, Yiche said coldly. The blood mist splashing from the corpse was drawn up by an invisible vortex, flowing into Yiche's body through his arm and transforming into surging spiritual energy. The Taoye's devouring power can be used like this? Feeling his cultivation surge dramatically, Yiche was delighted. This is exactly like that girl Hong Lin's blood fiend's sacred body. Divine techniques truly are supreme. With this thought, he charged into the main peak of the mountain sect with sword in hand. Along the way, anyone who blocked his path, whether demonic clan members or real or fake disciples, she asked no questions and cut down with a single sword strike. Holy crap. Senior brother, you got the wrong person. I'm not from the demonic clan. We're on the same side. Big brother, don't. Stop running, all of you. Yiche roared, chasing 10,000 people by himself, his sword energy stretching across dozens of streets. The triumph over evil sword had now completely broken free of its seal, black scales on the blade seeping wisps of evil energy. A mere graze meant death. The slightest touch would scatter one's soul. Blood mist rolled and severed limbs littered the ground as Yiche descended like a god of war, each sword strike claiming a life. The demonic cultivators watched Yiche slice off heads like cutting watermelons, retreating in terror. Where did this guy come from? How is he even more ruthless than us demons? And you call this a righteous hero? Yiche's blade danced up and down in his hands, bloodlight coiling around the edge like a dragon. With each strike, blood energy thunderously accumulated within his body until, with a resounding boom, his aura surged upward, breaking through directly to the universe realm. The poor soul trembling in the latrine poked his head out and nearly fainted on the spot upon witnessing this scene. He even broke through. The surrounding demon cultivators screamed in despair. We were supposed to be the ones burning, killing, and pillaging, but now we've become fertilizer? After breaking through the shackles of the universe realm, the trace of true God's blood within Yi Che boiled once more. Deep in his consciousness, with a rip, the fourth fierce beast phantom forcibly broke free from its restraints, a tiger body with human face, fangs protruding, purple-black scales rippling, and a tail 2 meters long sweeping out. Towel. In the next breath, terrifying pressure poured down, causing the heavens and earth of Penglai domain to ring like struck by a giant hammer, nearly shattering. The several great emperors fighting fiercely in the blood mist all froze simultaneously, horrified. A Saint Realm expert has descended? Emperor Mingyan's expression changed drastically as wind gathered beneath his feet, clutching a realm-breaking talisman tightly, ready to flee at any moment. Emperor Shan and the others looked up at the sky with joy. Reinforcements have arrived? In the distant Yaoqi Immortal Palace, the Empress suddenly rose from her ice jade throne, a rainbow light cutting through the sky, heading straight for the Shan sect. At the same time, 2 angry curses came from the third heaven. Damn it, the demons and humans have no martial virtue, actually sending a Saint Realm expert to bully juniors. While the outside world shook, Yi Che had no time to pay attention, all his focus sinking into his consciousness. The fourth divine technique, fractal shadow division, transforming into countless forms. When evolved to its limit, a single thought could create 10,000 clones, each possessing strength equal to the original body. Yi Che laughed excitedly, reached up and plucked 10 strands of hair from his scalp. With a gentle blow, 10 identical Yi Chis materialized from the wind. Though only at the desolate realm, they could already stand on their own. The demon cultivators nearby saw this, and their vision went black as they collapsed. It's over, hell mode. A demon powerhouse secretly observing from above stared intently at Yi Che, whispering, "What secrets does this man hide? Umph, this holy maiden will personally act and capture him." A proud female voice came from deep within the clouds. Yi Che was completely unaware of this. He waved his hand to control the 10 clones, like commanding 10 toy cars, charging and ramming everywhere. In moments, the tens of thousands of demon cultivators were slaughtered down to just over 100. The survivors looked ashen. "Compared to you, I feel like a fake demon cultivator. You don't seem human at all. Audacious madman. How dare you slaughter my clan?" Emperor Mingyan finally locked onto Yi Che's position, his furious roar shaking the heavens. He surveyed the battlefield. Originally 10,000 demon cultivators, now only scattered hundreds remained. Rage surged in his heart. "You're here chopping watermelons one by one." The next second, boom. A pitch-black small tower came flying through the air, runic patterns flowing on its walls, directly suppressing Yi Che. Emperor Shangyue sneered from a distance. "Dare to touch him, and you're dead. Empress Yaoqi will never let you go today." The tower's shadow fell, and Yi Che couldn't dodge in time, being forcibly absorbed inside. Emperor Mingyan formed hand seals, and within the Mingyan Tower, towering demon flames suddenly erupted. The crimson-black sea of fire rolled, scorching the void until it twisted. "Brat, you killed so many of my subordinates. I'll make you wish you were dead." From the direction of Shangyue sect, Feng Wuya and others were shocked. "Not good. That's the Mingyan Tower, containing endless nether flames that even immortal emperors cannot withstand." Before the words finished, an ice-cold female voice suddenly descended from the sky. The temperature in all directions instantly plummeted to freezing point, and Emperor Mingyan's form froze on the spot. "Release him, or I'll exterminate your entire demon clan." "Little girl, what arrogant words." Empress Yaoqi's tone turned icy cold. Just as she was about to strike down Emperor Mingyan with a single palm, suddenly the heavens split open, and a terrifying pressure from the sacred realm descended directly downward. In the blink of an eye, within thousands of miles, whether human, demon, or divine beast, all became motionless as clay sculptures and wooden carvings, their breathing nearly coming to a halt. Immediately after, a second equally dreadful force plummeted from the sky, and the two pressures collided violently in the clouds with thunderous roars. The Empress was frozen in place, unable to move, and could only watch helplessly as flames churned within the Mingyan Tower. Her heart suddenly clenched with sharp pain when the name, Yi Che, was mentioned. Inside the tower, Yi Che had barely taken a few steps when countless blazing flames surged toward him like angry waves. In an instant, his immortal robes were burned to a scorched yellow-black, riddled with cracks, as if they would crumble to ash at any moment. As the next wave of heat swept over him, his body suddenly erupted with brilliant golden light. A Tautai shadow swept out from the void, its massive form blocking in front of Yi Che as it opened its mouth and sucked fiercely. Boom! The raging fires throughout the sky were drawn into fire dragons and swallowed whole into its belly. After several breaths, The temperature inside the tower plummeted, and Yi Che felt warm currents flowing into his body, bringing indescribable comfort. The power of Taodai can actually absorb elemental properties. His thoughts raced like lightning. As long as he wasn't killed instantly, he could gain corresponding enhancements. At this moment, being scorched by the Mingyan flames triggered fire resistance 1000. From now on, he could directly become immune to any spell related to flames. Absorb. Taotai, absorb more. Yi Che commanded in a low voice. Within several breaths, even the last spark in the Mingyan tower was completely devoured. The cultivators outside were shocked into speechlessness. How did the fire in the Mingyan tower suddenly disappear? Could it be Yi Che's doing? Heavens! To absorb all those flames, what level of cultivation must that require? Emperor Shanyu snorted disdainfully. A bunch of ignorant country dogs. Boss Yi Che is at the Sacred Realm is just deliberately acting weak because he wants to re-experience life. As Yi Che's #1 fanboy, he was so proud his nostrils pointed skyward. Hearing these words, Emperor Mingyan's heart sank heavily. The tower, was it going to be lost? Inside the tower, Yi Che didn't immediately refine these flames. Instead, he used his divine consciousness to guide them, infusing the endless Mingyan flames into a wisp of essence outside his body to forge an external incarnation. The clone created by the Taowu divine technique had a grade closely related to the materials used for refinement. This incarnation now controlled the Mingyan flames, and though it only possessed desolate tier cultivation, it could suppress ordinary flood tier experts through sheer firepower. Yi Che nodded with satisfaction, storing the clone in his consciousness sea, then raised his hand to grasp the Shengxie sword and swept it horizontally. Rumble. The Mingyan tower, having lost the support of endless flames, no longer held any mystical power and was cleaved in half like scrap metal by a single sword strike. In the distance, seeing Yi Che emerge unharmed, Empress Yaoqi finally relaxed her long-tensed heartstrings. Bang! The moment the Mingyan tower shattered, Emperor Mingyan suffered backlash from his magical artifact. His throat turned sweet as he spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood, his eyes filled with terror. This is impossible. The Mingyan tower that even great emperors cannot escape. How could you possibly? Emperor Shanyu sneered coldly. Idiot! I already told you, my brother Yi Che is a Sacred Realm boss. Emperor Mingyan clutched his chest, the pain making his vision darken as he nearly fainted on the spot. Someone in the heavens above took notice of Yi Che and felt puzzled. This kid has such ordinary aura about him. How could he possibly escape from the Netherflame Tower? Whatever secrets you're hiding, after slaughtering so many of my demon clan, it's time for you to die. As his words fell, tangible Sacred Realm pressure crashed down like a thunderbolt, striking heavily upon Yi Che's shoulders. The air caved in as if struck by a massive hammer, the ground cracked, and dust swirled upward. All the spectators froze instantly. Who could have imagined that a lofty Sacred Realm expert would abandon all dignity to launch a sneak attack on a junior in broad daylight? Old Demon Yi, you've gone too far, the Yaoqi Empress roared in fury. Old Demon Yi sneered coldly. Heh, since you're calling me an old demon, of course I have no moral boundaries. His words still echoing, the surrounding space suddenly collapsed, cracks spreading like a spider's web. Before Yi Che could react, he was swallowed by the chaotic void currents that surged like dark tidal waters. Yi Che, even unleashing her full cultivation, the Yaoqi Empress could only watch helplessly as he was swept away. Deep in the void, the laws of the great Tao ran chaotic, with reverse currents sharp as blades. Any single chaotic flow could easily pierce through an Emperor Realm body, and even Sacred Realm cultivators could barely survive for moments within. Tearing pain coursed through Yi Che's body, as if his limbs were being chopped by fragmented blades, his blood freezing with terror. He closed his eyes, hearing only howling winds in his ears. Just as his consciousness was about to fade, a strand of red light shattered the darkness. The crimson glow flickered, and a figure lazily drifted toward him. The exit is just ahead, faster. Yi Che encouraged himself mentally, struggling to wave his arms, paddling toward that beam of light like a clumsy duckling. The figure within the red light couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at his strange posture. Eventually, the light took the initiative to approach, enveloping him completely. In his blurred vision, he reached out to touch that silhouette, but exhaustion overwhelmed him, and darkness claimed his sight once more. As the sensation of weightlessness struck, someone gently embraced him. The embrace was warm, carrying a faint floral fragrance, light and clean, like a pure maiden. After an unknown amount of time, cool air brushed his face. Yi Che opened his eyes, only to see a black shadow in his vision. Holy crap, Black Egg, you bastard, are you taking a dump on my face? He disgustedly flung the small beast aside and sat up to survey his surroundings. Damn it, where the hell did that old geezer send me? Is this still the Penlai domain? He stood up in confusion, unable to determine direction. Host, according to this system's longitude and latitude calculations, you are currently located in the second heaven of the Immortal Realm, the ancient, desolate domain. A mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Hiss, how strong are the cultivators in this place? Remembering his last disaster, he no longer dared to be reckless. Keeping a low profile and avoiding trouble is the true wisdom. In any case, they're much stronger than those in the Penglai domain, the system answered awkwardly. Upon hearing this, Yiche immediately turned and ran. Let me go into seclusion for a few years first. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to a mountain peak and chopped wood to build a wooden hut. As night fell, he sat on a stone recalling that red light in the void. Who exactly saved me? Who was that fragrant girl? I must find her and pledge myself to her. The system remained silent, its tone helpless. Besides the Empress this system found for you, who else would care whether you live or die? Little system, do you know who she is? I don't know. Useless system. Yiche began cursing. If you hadn't chosen a demon clan empress for me, would I be wandering in foreign lands in such a sorry state? Compensate me quickly, or I quit. The system remained quiet for several moments. Then, I'll return the reward I deducted from you last time. Ding. Rewarding 1 Trashto treasure card. As the notification sounded, a golden, glittering card leaped into Yiche's palm. Text appeared explaining. After use, any waste material can be upgraded to a high-grade treasure. Yiche held the card, pondering for a moment. Little system, if I use this card on the wooden hut, will everything inside be upgraded too? Theoretically, yes, the system replied, a chill running through its core. The system had a bad feeling, damn it. Was he about to fleece it again? Yiche activated the golden card on the wooden cabin. A blinding burst of golden light instantly erupted from the mountaintop, startling a small sparrow that was flapping its wings. The bird's vision went black and it plummeted straight into the bushes. The palm-sized wooden cabin rapidly shot upward and expanded horizontally within the pillar of light, transforming into a 3-story villa in the blink of an eye. Yiche immediately pulled up the property panel. Thompson Riviera Cultivation Special Edition 3-story villa with oversized garden, premium furnishing, complete furniture and appliances, perpetual spiritual energy power supply, never loses electricity, automated garden cultivation that produces grains, vegetables, and meat daily according to master's preferences. The Thompson Riviera of the cultivation world, you deserve to own it. In just 10 seconds, everything before him had been completely transformed. Even his immortal robe, which had been riddled with holes from the fire energy, was automatically upgraded by the system into a magnificent flowing robe with red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple lights alternating at the sleeves, ridiculously cool. Awesome. Yiche's eyes lit up as he burst out. You damn system. If I hadn't been clever, you would have really pocketed this reward. This system was merely helping you safekeep it for a few days. The mechanical voice weakly protested. Screw your mechanical moth. Yiche immediately beat his chest and stomped his feet, cursing on the mountaintop for a full 10 minutes until his throat was hoarse. After catching his breath, he strode into the brand new villa. The motion sensor lights in the entrance lit up, and the floor was so polished it could serve as a mirror. Little AI, bring me a bottle of cola and set the air conditioning to -5 degrees. Yes, master. A gentle female voice immediately responded. Hiss, the sound of a can being opened echoed through the living room. Yiche inserted a straw and plopped down into the executive chair, sighing contentedly. Who would have thought I could experience modern technology in the cultivation world? Little system, I have to admit, you're occasionally useful. Huh? Why aren't you responding? Did my scolding make you withdraw into yourself? The system panel displayed a notification. System has entered do not disturb mode. Yiche shrugged and opened his laptop, preparing for an intense and exciting game of teamfight tactics. Dingring's communication stone on the desk suddenly lit up. Hello, little Enine? I'm fine, don't come here. The signal is poor here, can't do video calls, hanging up now. After ending the call, he still felt uneasy and simply set Jade Pool Empress to do not disturb mode. This is much safer. Don't worry, little Enine, I will definitely come find you, but not now. Putting on a worried expression, he sighed. Little system, for your sake, I'm painfully blocking my beloved little Enine. When is that Succubus Empress coming to find me? Sigh, having such a trashy system like you would corrupt even the most innocent person. After complaining, he returned to the computer. Windows 10 is updating. 0.1, 0.12, 0.121. Damn. Deep within the Immortal Palace, the Jade Pool Empress held the green communication stone, her face blooming with a long-absent smile. Wonderful, he's safe. But her tone shifted as her willow-like eyebrows furrowed slightly. Wait, why won't he let me come find him? Warner stood with her head bowed in attendance, not daring to breathe heavily. After a few moments, the Empress's brow relaxed, revealing a blissful, doting smile. It's dangerous for girls to travel alone. He must be worried about Mayhay loves me so much. Hearing this, Warner screamed internally. Your Majesty, where did your intelligence go? Warner, From today onward, I shall enter closed-door cultivation. Once I break through to the Saint Realm, I'll go bring Yiche back. Yes. Juana nodded, not daring to say anything. In the evening, Yiche finished his steak and sat in the courtyard admiring the scenery. As the night breeze gently caressed him, he couldn't help but wonder what the Succubus Empress might look like. Just then, a sinister wind swept toward him, and from the foot of the mountain came a sweet, desperate cry for help. Help me. Please save me. Yiche shot to his feet, leaning against the railing to peer down below. On the shadowy mountain path, a red-haired girl stumbled as she fled, with three black-clad figures in hot pursuit. The girl had bright eyes and pearly white teeth, with a captivating beauty, especially her slender, pale legs. Her current state of panic only made her more endearing. The black-clad pursuers were merely at the Hong level of cultivation, which instantly boosted Yiche's confidence. Drawing his Shengxie sword, he leaped down with a flourish. I planted this tree. I paved this road if you want to pass through here. Leave your heads behind. His sword light flashed, and three heads rolled simultaneously. The red-haired girl stopped running and blinked her large eyes in genuine admiration. Wow. Big brother, you're amazing. I'm taken, so don't even think about flirting with me. Yiche didn't look back as he flicked a drop of blood from his sword and turned to head up the mountain. The girl chuckled softly, clasping her hands behind her dress as she followed. My name is Fei. Suyu. What's your name? Yiche. His tone was curt. The two arrived at Yiche's small courtyard. Under the moonlight, the uniquely designed three-story villa stood out prominently against the mountain wall. Suyu had never seen such architecture before, her eyes filled with curiosity. Upon stepping inside, the dazzling array of peculiar furnishings left her completely mesmerized. Little AI, it's getting a bit cold tonight. Turn on the heating. Yiche casually instructed. Little AI? Heating? Suyu was completely bewildered. Yes, master. The heating is now on. The temperature is dropping sharply tonight. Please keep warm. A pleasant female voice echoed throughout the house, followed by warm currents flowing from various locations. While Yiche was accustomed to this, Suyu stood frozen in place. This wasn't ordinary warm air, but pure spiritual energy, so concentrated, it was almost viscous. Its density was at least 100 times stronger than her demon clan's sacred grounds. Her heart trembled with shock. This house must have an incredibly powerful spirit-gathering array, and it had even given birth to an array spirit. When her gaze fell upon Yiche again, her expression subtly changed. Could he be an array formation master? Perfect timing. This saintess was in need of someone skilled in formations to help break a certain array. With this thought, Suyu revealed a cunning smile and called out sweetly, Big brother Yiche? What are you trying to do? Yiche instinctively stepped back, grabbing a nearby iron basin to shield his chest. Her origins were unknown, and if he hadn't confirmed she had no cultivation whatsoever, he never would have let her into his house. Suyu lowered her head and pouted, her voice soft and sweet. I'm hungry. This gentle plea struck the softest corner of Yiche's heart. A little AI, bring food. As soon as he spoke, an appetizing fruit salad appeared out of thin air, placed before Suyu. This is fruit. She picked up a fork in confusion and first tried a piece of dragon fruit. Spiritual energy instantly surged through her abdomen, and the girl's cheeks quickly flushed crimson as her delicate body trembled. Too intense. Too intense. I can't handle it. I'm about to break through. A few moments later, a red light emanated from her body, and in the span of a breath, she actually broke through directly to the Xian level. Fragrant perspiration trickled down her neck as she exhaled with complete satisfaction. Yiche was dumbfounded. How did this person break through to Xian level just from eating a salad? Was she that excited? Little Yu, what's wrong with you? He asked with concern. Ahem. Suyu was about to snap at him, but remembering she would need to rely on Yiche in the future, she swallowed her words and glared at him fiercely instead. Some peach juice couldn't help but splash from the corner of her mouth. Yiche frowned slightly, pondering to himself. Why did he have such an inexplicably familiar feeling about this girl? Her fragrance also seemed like something he had encountered somewhere before. Little Yu, have we met somewhere before? Suyu put down her fork and glared at Yiche. Shameless. Just because you think I'm pretty, you claim you've seen me before. Why don't you say I look like your mother? Yiche was caught off guard and chuckled, reaching for a napkin to wipe the corner of his mouth. As if I'm dying to meet you. Besides, my mother is way prettier than you. Before he finished speaking, he smoothly pulled away the fruit salad in front of Suyu. Insulting me? Then no food for you. Suyu's almond-shaped eyes widened with fury, her slender fingers gripping the fork tightly, wishing she could stab him right then and there. Ding. System notification. The Succubus Empress's favorability toward the host has decreased by 5 points and has dropped into negative numbers. Yiche's heart skipped a beat. What the hell? Favorability can go negative? I didn't even do anything. Why is she deducting points? His mind raced as his gaze immediately locked onto Suyu. Could she possibly be the legendary Succubus Empress? He awkwardly pushed the salad back toward her with a sheepish smile. Here, take it back. Keep eating. Eat my foot. This lady can't be bothered with you anymore. Suyu lifted her chin with an arrogant tone. Yi Che grumbled internally. This girl has such an explosive temper. I don't care if you're the Succubus Empress or not, I am done dealing with this. Fine, don't eat it then. Let's go. Hey, hey, hey. Suyu suddenly rushed in front of him, hands on her hips. It's already dark outside. You're going to make a defenseless girl walk down the mountain alone. What else? Yi Che looked up indifferently, sizing her up. Her face was indeed cute, but she was too fierce, not sweet at all. Oomph. Just you wait, this young lady will get you back sooner or later. After delivering her threat, Suyu turned and ran down the mountain like a gust of wind. Yi Che watched her slender figure disappear, muttering to himself, would an empress really act like this? I'm probably overthinking it. The next morning, the first thing Yi Che did upon waking was glance at his computer. The Windows 10 system was updating at a snail's pace. 0.2, 0.21, 0.211. He rubbed his forehead helplessly. This piece of junk computer's boot speed could kill its competition. After hastily finishing breakfast, he grabbed Hey Dan and wandered down the mountain out of boredom, making his way to the small market at the foot of the hill. The place was bustling with marketgoers, filled with the sounds of vendors calling out their wares. Yi Che casually strolled into a tea house that was packed to capacity. A storyteller was banging his wooden block, spittle flying as he spoke so enthusiastically that the faces of listeners in the front row were getting sprayed. The audience was completely entranced, but Yi Che held back for a while before finally bursting into laughter with a loud ha ha ha, breaking the atmosphere. This story is so boring it's like listening to a grocery list. Whoosh, every eye in the tea house turned toward him in unison. We were just getting into it, and you're ruining it for what? A burly man shot to his feet, his voice booming like thunder. Yi Che completely ignored the man and instead looked toward the elderly storyteller. Old man, you've been telling this same story for decades, haven't you? Who are you calling old man? The elderly storyteller squinted at him, shaking his long sleeves. Young master, you've got the wrong person. I don't have a nephew like you. Yi Che thought to himself. The people in this world are really interesting. Aloud, he continued. Your story is so bland that you get tired of telling it? The old man snorted coldly and tapped his wooden block. I've been telling stories for 50 years. Ever since The Thief of the Sacred Gate was first performed, tea patrons have flocked to hear it. No one has ever complained of being bored. If you think it's no good, get up there and tell us a story yourself. Let me see what you've got. Seeing this, the tea patrons began pointing and whispering among themselves. Young people these days are so restless and impatient. They love to boast without any real skills. I've been listening to stories about master thieves for decades, and I still can't get enough of them. Huh. Some young punk trying to lecture his elders. In the center of the tea house, the white-beard storyteller was surrounded by the crowd. Hearing the jeering, he straightened his back with his wooden gavel and smugly flicked his sleeves. Young man, do you dare to tell a story yourself? If you lose, you apologize to me in front of everyone. But if this old man loses, I'll never tell another story again. The crowd erupted, all eyes turning to Yi Che. Yi Che shook his head gently, smiling as he corrected. Sir? No, elder. I was just speaking casually. Why make such a heavy oath? Let's just consider it a friendly competition. Before he finished speaking, he stepped onto the stage, swept his sleeves, and positioned himself behind the table. The tea house was brightly lit, hundreds of eyes burning with intensity. Yi Che surveyed the room, confident in his heart with his silver tongue. How could he be intimidated? He grabbed the wooden gavel and flicked his wrist. Crack! The sharp sound exploded, making everyone in the hall jump. Today, Yi Che announced loudly. I, Yi Che, will tell you all an interesting tale called Lin Daiyu Uproots the Weeping Willow, and Tang Sanzang's 3 Marriages to Granny Lu. The novel title left everyone staring at each other in bewilderment. The old storyteller sneered. Just showing off. Yi Che smiled slightly and began his tale. On a snowy, windswept night, the maiden Lin Daiyu came riding the wind, traveling on a somersault cloud straight to the mountain temple. The ancient willow before the temple rustled fiercely in the cold wind, and he vividly described branches like iron and snowflakes like knives. The audience initially harbored some doubt, but as the plot unfolded, Lin Daiyu performed one somersault, covering 108,000 li. Hiss, a series of gasps echoed through the tea house, even the tea in the cups trembling slightly. Everyone was shocked. Could this Lin Daiyu truly be an immortal? Perhaps she had already transcended the 3 realms and escaped the 5 elements. Yi Che struck while the iron was hot. As for Tang Sanzang, he refused to live peacefully with Granny Lu, actually marrying and divorcing her 3 times, causing complete chaos. The initial contempt vanished completely as the tea patrons leaned closer to their tables, as if watching God's battle. Hey, couldn't Tang Sanzang just get along with Granny Lu? If they'd had a child or 2 early on, there wouldn't have been 3 marriages. The old storyteller stood frozen, his eyes nearly popping out. In just this brief opening, this young man had captured everyone's hearts. Yi Che sensed the atmosphere was perfect and chuckled inwardly. If he threw out Jin Bing Wamu Mei now, they'd probably faint on the spot. But glancing out the window at the darkening sky, he slightly quickened his pace. Finally, Lin Daiyu found Tang Sanzang, and the two performed a blood recognition ritual. But their blood. Crack. The gavel struck again. To know what happens next, please listen to the next installment. The wooden sound still echoed as Yi Che concluded and bowed, stepping down from the platform. The crowd snapped back to reality and swarmed around him. Young master, finish the story. Is Lin Daiyu really Tang Sanzang's daughter? Did Granny Lu end up having an affair? Continue. Don't make me beg you. Yi Che found himself trapped between tea tables and could only spread his hands. I need to go home for dinner. I'm not a professional storyteller. Only then did everyone remember, turning in unison to look at the original storyteller. The old man stood dazed for a long while. Then suddenly his legs gave out, and he plopped to the ground. Yi Che's story had exploded like thunder in his mind, making his own master thieves instantly pale in comparison compared to somersault clouds and 108,000 li. What were his little martial arts tricks? Overwhelmed with bitterness, he clutched his gavel and wailed, "Wah wah." Yi Che crouched down and patted his shoulder. Elder, my story was just for fun. Your master thieves is what can be passed down for centuries. Don't cry. He picked up a brush and wrote with flourishing strokes, scribbling down a line of large characters, Jin Bing, Hua Mu Mei. This is a masterpiece. I'm giving it to you, study it well. With that, he waved goodbye. I'm leaving. Yi Che walked out of the tea house without taking a single cloud with him. The shopkeeper chased him to the door, waving, "Come back often, young master." The crowd also reluctantly watched him depart. However, just as Yi Che turned into a dim alley, the surroundings suddenly fell silent. He was pondering what to eat for dinner when suddenly a pitch-black darkness descended over his head. Damn, who the hell is putting a sack over me? Yi Che wanted to resist, but don't move, or I'll castrate you. A cold, stern voice fell, accompanied by an overwhelming imperial aura. He froze in place and raised his hands in surrender. Spare me, hero. I'll confess everything. Cut the chatter and come with me. The other party said no more. Soon, Yi Che was escorted to a luxurious carriage adorned with carved dragons and painted phoenixes. Standing beside the carriage was a man with delicate features, surrounded by over 10 burly guards, each emanating a formidable aura. Someone yanked off Yi Che's hood, and he looked up to assess the situation, tentatively addressing the man. "Miss, we have no grudge between us, do we?" The person was stunned. "Miss? How did you figure out I'm a woman in disguise?" Yi Che rolled his eyes and pointed downward. "Miss, if you want to fool people, you need to bind your chest tighter." She looked down instinctively. Hiss. Indeed, her curves were obvious. Her pretty face instantly turned red as she drew her sword and shouted, "Look again, and I'll gouge out your eyes." Yi Che quickly averted his gaze. He'd already seen enough anyway. "Miss, why did you capture me? We haven't crossed paths before." "Humph, I am a disciple of the Nine-tailed Immortal Palace." She clasped her hands behind her back and lifted her chin. "Your stories are quite entertaining, and this young lady wants to hear the sequel. Tell it well, and you'll be handsomely rewarded." Her tone suggested she was bestowing some great favor upon Yi Che, but he couldn't care less as the husband of 2 empresses. Did he lack such petty benefits? He snorted coldly. "Sister, I'm just temporarily down on my luck." You seeing the surrounding attendants unsheath their long swords, he immediately cowered. "Hey, don't draw your blades. I'll tell it, all right. Get in the carriage." She lightly flicked her sword. Outnumbered and outmatched, Yi Che had no choice but to comply. Stepping into the carriage, he discovered its secret. The interior space was several times larger than its exterior appearance, with spiritual energy swirling about, and a miniature spirit-gathering array embedded in the floor, clearly no ordinary item. The more powerful her background, the more dangerous his situation. Yi Che silently groaned. "Miss, what's your name?" he asked cautiously. "HM? I didn't call out." She blinked. Yi Che grumbled internally. "Is this person mentally ill? I'm asking for your name." "Oh, just call me Monsieur." "Now begin." Yi Che waved his hand. "First guarantee my personal safety, then I'll tell the story. I only guarantee that if you don't tell it, you'll die miserably." Monsieur's eyes turned cold. I'll tell it. The current Yi Che was weak, pitiful, and helpless. Humph, smart choice. He had no choice but to continue that bizarre crossover story, Tang Sung accidentally entering the Grandview Garden, and Lin Daiyu joining the Liangshan bandits to save her father. Monsieur listened with sparkling eyes. While narrating, Yi Che glanced out the window and discovered the carriage was gliding through the clouds, taking him farther and farther from his little nest. "I should never have wandered down the mountain," he wailed internally. When he reached the part where Lin Daiyu, anxious and desperate, went to Liangshan to ask Sun Wukong to rescue Tang Sung, Monsieur angrily slapped her chair. "That Tang Sung is so ungrateful. Poor Daiyu." Yi Che sighed deeply. "Big sister, I'm the one who's pitiful," he pleaded in a low voice. "Miss, the story's finished. Can you let me go now?" "No, I haven't heard enough yet. Tell me some other stories," Monsieur said dissatisfied. How about this? I'll write down the entire story for you to take back and read at your leisure. To be completely honest, Yi Che clasped his hands together, his tone earnest. I have an elderly mother at home and a wife and children to support. I'm the only man in the family, and I really can't afford any trouble. Musher nodded in understanding after dragging Yi Che around for half the day and listening to countless stories. It was time to give him an answer. She raised her hand in agreement. Fine, go ahead and write it down. Yi Che's spirits lifted immediately as he picked up his brush. With his calligraphy talent activated, his wrist moved like the wind, producing thousands of characters per second. Initially, Musher paid little attention, but when she caught a glimpse of the paper, she froze in amazement. The brushstrokes on the paper were bold and sweeping, yet each stroke ended with exquisite precision, a perfect balance of strength and grace that was truly pleasing to the eye. Your handwriting is actually this beautiful, Musher exclaimed in astonishment. Yi Che smiled faintly. It's all right, I guess. I practiced casually for a few years as a child. All right, Musher was speechless. If this was considered all right, what would that make her chicken scratch handwriting a complete disaster? Moments later, Yi Che set down his brush and handed over the paper. Here's Zhu Beiji teases Guanyin, and Buddha angrily throws the three-character classic. Please accept this humble offering, Mississippi. Musher took it and became more enchanted the more she read. This was clearly divine craftsmanship. She remained lost in admiration for a long while. Yi Che cleared his throat gently. Miss, may I take my leave now? Musher snapped back to reality, her eyes shining alarmingly bright. I really love your calligraphy. Yi Che's heart tightened. This didn't sound good at all. I plan to reward you with a great fortune, Musher said as she reached into her robes. Yi Che frantically waved his hands. That's not necessary, really not necessary. The next second, a golden token appeared before his eyes. Though slightly disappointed, he also felt relieved. This is a token from the Nine-tailed Immortal Palace. Musher solemnly handed it to him. After you've settled your family affairs, bring this token and come find me. Yes, yes, yes. I'll definitely come. Yi Che nodded repeatedly. The carriage stopped, and the moment his feet touched the ground, he bolted away. Wait, what's your name? Yi Che. He called back without turning around. Musher chuckled and waved to the driver. Back to the Immortal Palace. After running a great distance, Yi Che stopped to catch his breath and looked around. Where am I now? The black egg in his arms spread its wings and took flight, soaring rapidly in one direction. Yi Che was skeptical. Can it really navigate? Seeing him hesitate, the black egg hovered in midair and looked back, as if urging him on. With no other choice, he followed. Miss, we've arrived at the Immortal Palace, the driver whispered. The carriage stopped before a wall of immortal mist, behind which towered magnificent palace buildings. Musher stepped down from the carriage, now changed back into women's clothing. If Yi Che had been there, he would have been struck speechless by her breathtaking beauty. It was precisely because she was so devastatingly gorgeous that she usually disguised herself as a man. She entered the Nine-tailed Immortal Palace. Sure you're back? Come quickly and meet your Uncle Tianny. The voice of the Nine-tailed Great Emperor, who was also Musher's father, drifted over slowly. Musher entered the grand hall and saw her father playing chess with an elderly man. The black and white pieces on the board were locked in fierce combat, radiating an intense battle aura. Yet both emperors appeared completely at ease, as if they were merely taking a leisurely stroll. If Yi Che had been present at that moment, he would have surely slammed the table and shocked old man Tianny. What are you doing here? Emperor Julie looked up, first placing a piece on the board, then waving to Musher. You little rascal, where have you been running off to this time? Dad, I met a really interesting storyteller at the tea house. His stories were absolutely fascinating. Musher skipped over to her father's side, her eyes sparkling with excitement. You? Instead of focusing on your cultivation, you're off listening to stories, and now you're bragging about it in front of your Uncle Tianny. Have you no shame? Emperor Julie scolded with a laugh, his tone stern yet filled with affection. Musher snorted softly and pulled out a scroll from her robes, presenting it to her father with both hands. Dad, see for yourself. This is a story written by that storyteller. At the mention of story, the sound of chess pieces suddenly stopped in the hall. Emperor Julie casually returned the black piece to the box and unrolled the scroll. The paper was somewhat rough, but the ink was bold and the brushstrokes powerful as thunder. With just one glance, his expression changed dramatically. He shot to his feet, staring at the paper as if seeing primordial beasts leaping from the characters. Musher and Emperor Tianny exchanged glances, startled by his reaction. Old Mu, what's wrong? Emperor Tianny set down his white piece and asked with concern. This calligraphy, it contains the essence of the great Tao. Emperor Julie's hands trembled slightly, his voice shaking uncontrollably. The essence of the great Tao? Musher and Emperor Tianny exclaimed almost simultaneously, frozen like stone sculptures. Emperor Julie continued staring at the calligraphy, his eyes nearly bulging out as he murmured. Looking at this writing, my mind becomes serene, and I'm actually gaining insights into the great Tao. The person who wrote this is definitely not among ordinary mortals. She must have already transcended the material world. At this point, he actually beat his chest in regret for missing the chance to meet such a master. Mu Shi and Emperor Tianyi were dumbstruck. Could this calligraphy really be so extraordinary? After all, this was just something Yi Che had written casually. He had written it so quickly that it looked like chicken scratch, and her attendants had even carried him back in a sack. Dad, are you sure you're not mistaken? The person who wrote this is only at the first level of the universe realm. Mu Shi couldn't help but remind him. Nonsense. Emperor Julie's eyes widened. This could never be the work of an ordinary person. Seeing his friend's exaggerated reaction, Emperor Tianyi shook his head and laughed. Old Mu, you're an emperor, yet you're so shaken by a piece of calligraphy. Where's your imperial dignity? See for yourself if you don't believe me. Emperor Julie handed over the scroll. Emperor Tianyi had been completely dismissive, but the moment he glanced down, he was struck as if by lightning. Holy shit! This calligraphy. Seeing his reaction, Emperor Julie raised his eyebrows triumphantly. How about it? Wasn't I right? Only an absolute master could produce such work. Emperor Tianyi stared at the paper, his frown deepening. This calligraphy. Why does it look so familiar? He suddenly looked up, fixing his gaze intently on Mu Shi. Mu girl, where did this calligraphy come from? Mu Shi didn't dare hide anything and answered honestly. Uncle Tianyi, this was written by a man named Yi Che. Boom. Emperor Tianyi's form swayed, and in his shock, he dropped the scroll to the ground. Tianyi, what are you doing? Don't dirty the calligraphy. Emperor Julie picked up the scroll with concern, carefully brushing away the dust. Emperor Tianyi took a deep breath, his voice extremely low yet rumbling like muffled thunder. Old Mu, the person who wrote this calligraphy is the very one I just mentioned to you. The one who destroyed Emperor Ziwei with a single palm strike and split the Netherflame Tower with one sword. What? Emperor Julie exclaimed in shock. You mean that Yi Che, the hidden master you mentioned? But how did he end up in my ancient desolate domain? His eyes widened, his voice nearly cracking. Mu Shi was startled by her father's reaction and stood there speechless. Father, you're saying he's a hidden master? But he's only at the universe realm. Emperor Tianyi stroked his graying beard with certainty in his voice. Your cultivation is still shallow, so it's normal you can't see through it. To be honest, even I had to deliberate for a long time before concluding Yi Che has concealed his true cultivation level. He's definitely not the universe realm junior he appears to be on the surface. Girl Mu, where did you encounter him? Take me there quickly. I met him at Mount Jiuhua. Before she could finish speaking, Emperor Tianyi had already taken to the skies, his robes billowing in the wind. Hey, Tianyi, wait for me. Emperor Julie hurriedly mounted the wind and chased toward Mount Jiuhua. Meanwhile, at Mount Jiuhua, Yi Che had just stepped into his small courtyard nestled among the mountain forests, letting out a long breath as he casually wiped the thin layer of sweat from his forehead. Home is still the most comfortable. Before his words had faded, there was a crisp thud outside the courtyard gate. Yi Che raised an eyebrow, summoned his Shengxie sword with a gesture, and flashed over. At the door lay a dark, thin boy of about 12 or 13, collapsed on the ground in tattered clothes, limbs curled up, trembling moans escaping his lips. Hungry, so hungry. Yi Che's heart softened. He sheathed his sword, lifted the little fellow onto his back, and hurried inside. Poor child. Little AI, turn on the heating. Yes, master. A mechanical yet gentle female voice responded from the air. Pale golden spiritual light surged, and the temperature inside quickly rose. As warmth returned, the little boy's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. Above his head hung a bright orb of light, surrounded by strange yet exquisite instruments. He stared in bewilderment. Am I dead? Is this another world? But why am I still so hungry? Creak. The wooden door was pushed open, and Yi Che walked in with a warm smile. Oh, little fellow, you're awake. The boy stared at that extraordinarily handsome face, stunned for a long moment before blurting out. Are you an immortal from heaven? No, I'm not. Yi Che shook his head, reaching out to smooth the messy hair on the boy's forehead. Does your body hurt anywhere else? No, no. The boy hurriedly shook his head, but his stomach betrayed him with a loud gurgle, causing his pale face to instantly flush red. Yi Che chuckled. Little AI, bring a nutritional meal set. The boy's gaze was still fixed on Yi Che when, in the next second, the space before him rippled slightly, and a steaming, aromatic meal appeared out of thin air. The fragrance of rice mixed with meat went straight to his nostrils, making him stare wide-eyed in amazement. Immortal magic. You really are an immortal. The boy dropped to his knees with a thud, pressing his forehead to the ground. Please, immortal, take me as your disciple. I don't want to suffer anymore. Yi Che scratched the back of his head, looking somewhat embarrassed. Found his own cultivation troublesome enough, let alone having the mind to take on disciples. Well, little fellow, I don't take disciples. Eat your fill first, then go home later. I have no home. The boy raised his head, his voice low and flat. My parents, they both starved to death. Yichei's fingers paused slightly. After 2 seconds of silence, he softly apologized. I'm sorry. Then he raised his hand, using invisible spiritual force to help the boy up. Eat first. Don't let yourself go hungry. The boy picked up the food but still looked at him with hopeful eyes. Immortal, please teach me immortal arts. Though I may be slow, I will work hard. What's your name? Yichei asked. Everyone calls me Gooden. The boy mumbled in reply. Hearing this name, Yichei pondered briefly, then reached out and gently tapped the boy's forehead 3 times. He walked to the table to fiddle with an alarm clock, then casually closed the main door firmly. Gooden stood frozen in place, taking a long time to react before bowing solemnly, his voice choked but determined. Thank you, Immortal. He had vaguely understood Yichei's meaning. In the dead of night, Gooden climbed up to the 3rd floor from the outside and slipped into the villa through the window. The moment he landed, he saw Yichei lying on his side with his back turned, breathing steadily, as if fast asleep. Gooden didn't dare make a sound and stood perfectly still, thinking to himself, I'll wait for the Immortal to wake up before paying my respects. But the sleeping, Yichei had actually been awake the whole time. His head was throbbing from all the cultivation techniques the system had randomly stuffed into his mind, and he had no idea how to teach anyone. His mind was full of questions. Did this kid really understand my hint about self-enlightenment? I don't even know magic, what am I supposed to do? Time slowly passed, and Gooden remained motionless. Yichei silently admired the boy's patience and finally sat up, clearing his throat softly. Gooden, since you understand my meaning, I'll teach you some magic. Hearing this, Gooden's eyes welled up with tears of joy as he immediately dropped to his knees. Thank you, Master. Yichei nodded, clasped his hands behind his back, and walked to the window, gazing up at the night sky at a 45-degree angle with feigned profundity. I have 2 cultivation techniques. First, the Jade Bloodheart Sutra, which can neutralize any poison in the world. Second, the Wind Thunder Sword Art, which can shatter the heavens with a single strike. Which would you like to learn? After listening, Gooden frowned. These 2 sounded impressive, but neither was what he wanted. If he rejected both, would it displease the Immortal? While he was struggling with this dilemma, heavy pounding suddenly echoed from downstairs. Bang, bang, bang. Yichei's face darkened as he grabbed the Shengxia sword and cursed. Damn it, which inconsiderate bastard is pounding on doors in the middle of the night? He rushed downstairs in a few quick steps, only to see Su Yu with a deathly pale face, blood soaking through her chest, and dark energy swirling around her. She struggled to utter 2 words, save me, before collapsing straight into Yichei's arms. What the hell? Insurance fraud in the middle of the night. Yichei muttered, but his actions were swift as he carried her upstairs and laid her on the bed. His gaze fell on her chest, which was tainted by poisonous energy, and he frowned. The source of the poison is right here, but this woman's identity is a mystery. How did she get poisoned like this? Questions aside, saving her was the priority. Yichei quickly searched for available methods and suddenly thought, suck the poison out. But this position, he swallowed hard. All this licking and sucking, those who know would understand its detoxification, but those who don't might call the police. Steeling himself, he leaned down and pressed his lips to the wound. The expected metallic taste of blood didn't appear. Instead, there was a faint, pleasant fragrance. He paused in confusion. Why does this smell so familiar? He extended his tongue for a gentle taste, slightly sweet, with skin as smooth as pudding. Yichei simply closed his eyes and gradually sucked out the dark blood, repeating to himself, I'm a decent person, a decent person. The tingling sensation spread from the wound, and Su Yu slowly awakened. Opening her eyes, she saw Yichei with his head buried in her chest like a diligent cat, his red hair covering his face, cold light flashing in his dark eyes. The demon Empress's favorability instantly dropped from 5 to 10. Yichei was focused on the detoxification, completely oblivious to the danger brewing around him. Get off me this instant. Su Yu roared. Yichei didn't even lift his head. Don't rush, just one more suck. You despicable bastard. Shameless pervert. Su Yu cursed angrily. If she had any strength left in her body, she would have torn Yichei into pieces. All right, the poison has been completely absorbed. Let me check if there's anywhere else you feel uncomfortable. Just as Yichei leaned forward, a slender leg suddenly kicked out, sending him flying with a loud thud. Yichei landed on the ground, rubbing his waist with a face full of grievance. What kind of person are you? Biting the hand that feeds you. I clearly risked my life to save you, and instead of thanking me, you kick me. What a difficult woman. Yichei's innocent expression made Su Yu so furious she nearly exploded. You perverted scoundrel. I'm going to. Don't curse my master. Gooden pushed open the door and rushed into the room, standing in front of Yichei with his hands on his hips, glaring angrily. Master saved you, yet you repay kindness with ingratitude. That's completely unreasonable. Well said, little guy. Yichei reached out and patted Gooden's head approvingly. Gooden scratched the back of his head and giggled foolishly. Su Yu was so angry her teeth were grinding. Suddenly, she pounced on Yichei and bit down hard on his arm. Hissa, let go. Yi Che gasped in pain but didn't dare use his spiritual energy to protect himself, fearing he might hurt her. Only when the taste of blood spread across her tongue did Suyu release her bite, smugly wiping the corner of her mouth. Now we're even. This young lady never takes a loss, and no one should expect me to. She revealed two small canine teeth, still stained with drops of Yi Che's blood. Yi Che was completely defeated. This woman must be a demon. If he didn't teach her a lesson, she'd really think she was some kind of fairy princess. Just as he was about to retaliate, Suyu beat him to it, opening the door and kicking both him and Gooden out along with their luggage. This young lady needs to rest. Yi Che? Gooden looked at the closed door in confusion. Master, isn't this your room? Yi Che took a deep breath. Little AI, adjust the room temperature to 100 degrees, no, 1000 degrees. I refuse to believe we can't roast her out. Sorry, Master, little AI cannot do that. Why not? The system doesn't support it. Useless system. Yi Che roared. The system responded with a sarcastic tone. Host, the little lady is so delicate and lovely, and you kissed her chest so many times. What's wrong with giving in a little? Simp system. Yi Che cried out in anguish. Gooden watched his master's indignant expression and could only nod obediently. Go to sleep. I'll teach you magic tomorrow morning. Yi Che waved his hand, then went upstairs alone and ordered a glass of 1982 Sprite. Without something strong, I can't get over this. He suddenly discovered that the Succubus Empress's favorability had dropped to -10. This Empress isn't human either. I haven't even met her yet, but her favorability keeps plummeting. Could she not be interested in men? Yi Che frowned with worry. The next morning, just as Yi Che and Gooden sat down for breakfast, Suyu slowly descended the stairs wrapped in a bedsheet. Her bizarre appearance left both master and disciple stunned. This pose looked like she was heading straight for the Paris Olympics opening ceremony. Suyu coughed softly. Could you help me buy some clothes later? Her original outfit was not only full of holes, but also stained with blood, making it completely unwearable. Hearing this, Yi Che narrowed his eyes and stared at her. Don't tell me you're not wearing anything underneath that sheet? Upon hearing Yi Che's words, Suyu instinctively stepped back, her small hands quickly covering her chest, as her snow-white face instantly flushed with anger. Her status was incredibly noble. She had grown up surrounded by countless people's reverence and fear, yet now Yi Che had repeatedly offended her. Suyu's face was filled with fury, her pearl-like canine teeth clenched tightly together, her eyes so fierce they seemed ready to devour Yi Che alive. However, she was simply too delicate and adorable. Even her most vicious expressions appeared utterly charming and posed no threat whatsoever to Yi Che. Suyu herself realized this, turning her head away and saying coyly, "Immediately go buy this young lady a new dress. And undergarments too." Yi Che smiled as he took a bite of his buckwheat bread, replying bluntly, "Is that the attitude for asking someone a favor?" Suyu fell silent for a moment, then said quietly, "Please. Hara, little AI, get her some suitable clothes," Yi Che said with a laugh. Suyu shot him a withering glare, thinking venomously, "Once this young lady achieves mastery in her sacred arts, I'll strip you naked and parade you through the streets." Ding. Alert to the host. The Succubus Empress's favorability toward you has dropped to -20. Please take note. According to the original settings, when the Empress's favorability falls below -30, this system will self-destruct. Hearing the system's warning, Yi Che was completely dumbfounded. Damn it all. At this rate, wouldn't the whole thing explode in just a few more days? He now desperately wanted to fly to the demon realm, crack open the Succubus Empress's skull, and see what bizarre structure lay inside. Meanwhile, Suyu had returned to her room and changed clothes. The vibrant red dress perfectly matched her red hair. That bastard Yi Che? I even saved him once, yet he repays kindness with enmity. If I don't avenge this insult, I swear I'm no demon. Suyu grabbed a nearby pillow, treating it as Yi Che and punching it repeatedly. After exhausting herself, Suyu sat cross-legged on the bed and retrieved a golden spirit pearl from her storage ring. Gazing at the pearl, Suyu began to contemplate. To cultivate the 5 elements great liberation demon art, she needed to collect all 5 spirit pearls. Only when this saintess achieved mastery in the demon art could she awaken all her cultivation. She now possessed the gold spirit pearl, and the fire spirit pearl was within that great formation. It seemed she would need to trick that bastard downstairs into going there and breaking the formation for her. At this thought, a cunning glint flashed in Suyu's eyes. She went downstairs to find Yi Che. "I know where there's a peerless treasure. Do you want to go? I can take you there," Suyu said mysteriously. After hearing this, Yi Che snorted disdainfully. "Not interested. I have the eye of the candle dragon. What treasure in this world could escape my divination? I'm just too lazy to bother." Yi Che sat in his chair, melancholically drinking his cola while pondering how to increase the Succubus Empress's favorability. The key problem was that he had never even met her, and he didn't dare venture to the demon realm. Sigh. Yi Che lamented. "Must heaven truly cut off all my paths?" Seeing Yi Che's dejection, Suyu's originally desperate heart suddenly reignited with hope. "Do you have troubles?" I'll help you solve them, just come with me to a place. Suyu vigorously shook the dispirited Yi Che, urging him to speak quickly. Yi Che was speechless. You can solve my troubles? You're not the Empress. Speak up, speak up. Well, do you know the Succubus Empress? Yi Che asked helplessly. Boom. Suyu's mind went completely blank. She stared at Yi Che, her eyes flickering with uncertainty as she spoke cautiously. Why? Why are you asking about her? Her thoughts raced frantically. No way, no way. Has this saintess been exposed? But this guy doesn't look particularly smart. Yi Che shrugged, his tone confident. See? I told you so. You can't solve this problem. Just go back to wherever you came from. Hearing this, Suyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Clearly her identity hadn't been exposed. As a demon, being discovered in human territory would surely mean death. She wrinkled her delicate nose and replied with feigned nonchalance. Her? Of course I know her. Yi Che? Don't believe me? Then look at this. Suyu raised her hand and tossed out a black token. The token was pitch black, with 4 bold characters carved on the front. Succubus Empress. Yi Che's pupils contracted sharply. He stared at Suyu suspiciously, then opened his system panel. Name, Feiyu. Cultivation, none. Favorability, 20. Current status, running away from home. Yi Che quickly compared the details. Red hair, big eyes, appearance matches. Different name? Probably using an alias. Cultivation shows as none, huh? This woman clearly has mystic level cultivation. Could she not be the Succubus Empress herself? But then how did she get the token? With this thought, he immediately put on an ingratiating smile. Miss Suyu, please sit down. You haven't had breakfast since coming downstairs, have you? Shall I bring food? Yi Che's sudden enthusiasm left Suyu momentarily stunned, but she quickly regained her composure. What do you want with the Succubus Empress? Yi Che let out a long sigh, putting on an expression of deep regret. To be honest, the Succubus Empress and I once had an unforgettable love, but I didn't know how to cherish it. I failed her and broke her heart. Now I'm filled with regret and want to make amends, but she shut me out completely. Sigh. If heaven gave me another chance, I would never let go of her hand again. I'd stay with her until we're old. Miss Suyu, you have a good relationship with her. I'm sure little Yu never mentioned it to you. After all, humans and demons walk different paths, and she's so proud. His voice was full of emotion, paired with eyes that could make even looking at a dog seem romantic. Anyone else would surely believe him completely. But Suyu's mind was filled with countless question marks. We had a love affair? How come I don't know about it? She snorted coldly. Is that so? Then how do you plan to make amends? Take me to find her. I want to confess my sins in person. Yi Che looked utterly remorseful. Fine, she's in the ancient wasteland domain right now. Come on, I'll take you there. Suyu smiled slyly. Really? Then let's go right now. Yi Che was overjoyed. Suyu nodded in agreement. The moment Yi Che turned around, her eyes suddenly turned ice cold. Dare to spread rumors about this young lady? Let's see how I'll toy with you to death. Bah. Who's your little Yu? You shameless bastard. She then instructed the young man in the house. Go Dan, you're in charge of watching the house. With the automatic defense system here, no one can hurt you. I'm going to handle some personal business. Yes, master. Go Dan nodded solemnly, watching the two leave with eyes full of admiration. Master is truly a devoted and responsible good man. I want to become someone like that too. No sooner had Yi Che left than Emperor Tian Yi and Emperor Jiuli hurried to Mount Jiuhua. The two emperors looked from afar at the exquisite little villa halfway up the mountain and simultaneously widened their eyes in shock. What is that thing? At the courtyard gate, Emperor Tianyi restrained his aura and carefully examined the modest courtyard before him. Blue bricks and dark tiles, flowers and trees providing gentle shade, with air so fresh and sweet that each breath seemed to cleanse the soul. So this is where the master dwells in seclusion, he mused silently, comparing it to his own Tianyi sect, which paled in comparison to this place's tranquil elegance. Looking up, he saw 4 gleaming golden characters, Tangshan Shirpin, hanging above the gate, their bold strokes radiating golden light, as if forming a world unto themselves. Emperor Tianyi's heart skipped a beat, and in the next instant, overwhelming pressure crashed down upon him like an ancient primordial beast awakening from the plaque. His body trembled involuntarily as he staggered backward, his footsteps echoing thud, thud, thud against the stone pavement. The insurmountable force left the emperor's face pale with terror. Emperor Jiuli landed nearby, watching in bewilderment. Tianyi, what's gotten into you? It's just a strangely designed gate. Come on, let's go in and see if Senior Yi Che is home. Before finishing his words, he had already leaped into the air, intending to fly over the wall. Don't be reckless. Emperor Tianyi cried out in alarm, but before his warning could reach the other's ears, Emperor Jiuli was already floating in midair, sneering. I am a mighty emperor of the ancient desolate realm. Would I fear a mere gate? Ridiculous. He deliberately cast a disdainful glance at the plaque. However, the moment his contempt took hold, a tremendous force of cosmic law erupted from within the plaque. Emperor Jiuli suddenly froze in midair, as if facing the roar of an ancient beast, his pupils contracting sharply, his entire body trembling as his spiritual power was completely sealed. Then, bang! Invisible laws crashed down heavily upon both emperors, sending them flying several yards before they crashed to the ground. Amid the swirling dust, both simultaneously coughed up blood. This gate, how can it be so powerful? We're mighty emperors, yet we couldn't even resist. Emperor Julie struggled to prop himself up, utterly shocked. Emperor Tianni wiped the blood from his lips, fury blazing in his eyes. I told you not to be reckless, but you had to be stubborn. Were you trying to get yourself killed and drag me down with you? Emperor Julie coughed awkwardly and turned his head. Ahem. So what do we do now? We wait. Emperor Tianni took a deep breath, his gaze fixed intently on that seemingly ordinary, yet terrifyingly abyssal gate. While the two emperors remained in their disheveled state outside, the courtyard within was eerily quiet. With Yi Che away from home, little Gooden mustered his courage and began his bold exploration. The white jade floor tiles echoed softly under his feet as he stared wide-eyed. Could this really be the legendary Immortal's cave dwelling? Pushing open an interior door, he lightly touched the silver lock with his fingertip, click, and the door opened at once. No key needed, just a gentle press. Truly immortal methods. Crystal orbs hung from the ceiling, bright as daylight. Gooden looked up in amazement. These great light orbs must be immortal lamps. They can be turned on and off with just a shout, saving even candle wax. He tentatively clapped his hands, and the voice-controlled lights instantly brightened and dimmed, leaving him even more astounded. Continuing his search, he discovered a rectangular platform with a metallic surface and knobs embedded on the side. A supreme magical treasure? He carefully turned a knob snap. Blue flames leaped forth, waves of scorching heat rushing toward him. Whoa, premium spiritual fire. He stepped back in fright, yet couldn't help but reach out to feel that searing temperature. Most shocking of all was the dark, mirror-like treasure mounted on the wall. At the touch of his finger, it hummed to life, the mirror's surface instantly transforming. Soaring mountains and waterfalls, starships in space, rampaging demons. Countless scenes rotated as if containing infinite worlds. Gooden's hands trembled with shock, pressing the button again. The images jumped and changed, as if he were controlling all living beings. So miraculous. Unbelievable. His breathing quickened, palms growing sweaty. With each button press, new visions surged forth, and that illusion of dominating all phenomena crashed through his mind like a flood. This feeling of controlling all things and being stirred a deep longing within his heart. Gooden whispered softly, "My fate is mine to control, not heaven's." This phrase was something he had just learned from the visions within that dark crystal. The young man's eyes burned with intensity. I must learn the most powerful magic in this world from my master. Meanwhile, Yi Che followed Su Yu to the entrance of a cave where flames roared violently. Scorching heat hit them heated, and Yi Che frowned as he cursed. What the hell? The Succubus Empress lives here. Su Yu blinked her eyes, crossing her arms. Of course she doesn't live here. Bang. Yi Che turned around and flicked her forehead with his finger, asking irritably. Then why did you bring me here? Ouch, you actually hit my head. Su Yu covered her forehead, walked up to Yi Che with an angry expression, and lifted her delicate, slender foot to stomp down hard. Ouch. Yi Che hissed in pain as that small foot mercilessly crushed his instep. You woman. Su Yu snorted. Idiot. The Succubus Empress needs something from inside. If you can help her get it, wouldn't she be pleased? Yi Che felt suspicious. What exactly was this girl's relationship with the Succubus Empress? A servant? Sister? Or could she be the Empress herself? Has she been playing me this whole time? As the thought crossed his mind, he suddenly shouted loudly, Fei Yue, stop pretending. He stared intently at Su Yu's expression. Several seconds passed, and Su Yu only looked back at him like he was an idiot, showing no panic of having her identity exposed. Yi Che shook his head, clearly overthinking things. An empress wouldn't need to play such boring games with him. Su Yu spat expressionlessly. Crazy. Follow me inside. The moment she turned around, she quietly wiped the thin layer of sweat from her palm. Damn, that scared me to death. This guy is adorably stupid. Why is he looking for me? Could it be he knows I saved him in the void? Does he want to repay the favor? Su Yu looked back at Yi Che and dismissed the thought. That face clearly didn't look like someone who repays kindness. The two stepped into the cave entrance, and scorching waves instantly hit them. Su Yu's skin felt like it was being sliced by knives. With only mystic-level cultivation, she had almost no resistance against the heavenly spiritual fire. In just one breath, she felt like her body was about to melt. Seeing this, Yi Che immediately blocked her path. You can't handle this place. Get out quickly. No, I promised the Succubus Empress. I must get the fire spirit pearl from the formation for her. Su Yu stubbornly gritted her teeth, forcibly circulating her pitiful spiritual energy to resist the flames. One more step, and you'll be burned to ash. Go wait outside, I'll retrieve it. Yi Che turned back, his tone brooking no argument. You? Yi Che raised his hand to stop her. I don't know your true identity, but you're definitely closely connected to the Succubus Empress. I'll help with this favor. and you put in good words for me with her later. Deal. Suyu remained silent for a moment, then finally nodded and slowly retreated from the cave entrance. Yiche ventured deeper alone. Flames surged from all directions like ferocious beasts with bared fangs and claws, devouring everything. This was heavenly spiritual fire derived from the fire spirit. Even great emperors would struggle to withstand it directly. Yet Yiche remained calm and composed, not even needing spiritual energy protection. After absorbing all the nether flames in the nether flame tower, he had become nearly immune to fire. Deep within the mountain's belly lay a grand formation naturally condensed from fire. Dao rules indestructible, infinitely mysterious. No wonder the fire spirit pearl had remained untouched despite being revealed for so long. Even divine-level formation masters would be helpless against it. Yiche chuckled softly. Though he didn't understand formation arts, he possessed the candle dragon's eye, making the formation's core crystal clear. He drew the Shengxie sword, directing his sword energy straight at the formation's eye. Boom! The grand formation collapsed instantly. The fire spirit pearl's violent aura suddenly shot skyward, filling the entire flame-filled cavern. Outside the cave, Suyu felt the devastating flame impact and her face turned deathly pale. Oh no! I forgot to tell him that without the formation's restraint, the fire spirit pearl would unleash a terrifying burst. He hasn't been reduced to ash, has he? Suyu gazed toward the cave entrance, her expression growing somber. Seeing that Yiche still hadn't emerged after so long, she let out a soft sigh. Looks like he's dead. Well, don't worry. If you meet me again in your next life, this young lady will definitely repay you properly. With that, she lowered her head and silently mourned for Yiche. Just then, hearty laughter echoed from deep within the cave. No worries, you can repay me in this lifetime. Yiche stepped out, his clothes somewhat charred but completely unharmed. He had even used the heavenly spiritual fire to break through a minor realm, now reaching the second level of the cosmic stage. Suyu covered her mouth, her eyes filled with disbelief. You're still alive? Yiche's face immediately darkened as he waved the glowing red orb in his hand. Don't you want the fire spirit pearl anymore? Yes. I mean, the Succubus Empress wants it. Suyu hastily corrected herself. Yiche looked at her speechlessly. If not for the mismatched cultivation level, he would truly suspect this girl was the Succubus Empress herself. Suyu reached out to snatch it. Give it to me quickly. Yiche dodged to the side with a sly smile. Want it? Depends on your performance. You? Suyu glared at him fiercely, but the next second she put on a charming smile, linking her arm with his and gently swaying. Brother Yiche, just let me take a look. Yiche nodded with satisfaction. Sincere, but not enough. Don't push your luck. Suyu angrily lifted her foot and stomped hard on his shoe. After a brief standoff, the two finally reached an agreement. In front of Yiche, Suyu raised 3 small fingers with a solemn expression. I, Suyu, voluntarily agreed to serve as Yiche's maid for 5 days. I swear by this oath if I break it, may heaven strike me down. Secretly, she added, this is Suyu's oath. What does it have to do with me, Feiyu? Yiche also nodded and swore. After 5 days, I will give you the item. If I break this oath, may heaven strike me down. He similarly thought to himself. I only said I'd give you something, never specified it would be the fire spirit pearl. With the oath sealed, the two smiled at each other, both thinking, little fool, dare to play games with me. Using travel talismans, the two quickly returned to Mount Jiuhua. Just as they reached the courtyard gate, Yiche gasped in shock at the sight before him. Sitting on the branches of the large tree beside the gate were 2 great emperors. Yiche's back went cold, thinking Suyu had offended someone outside and dragged him into it. I'm just a small cosmic stage cultivator being cornered by 2 great emperors. What should I do? Waiting online, very urgent. Suyu felt equally guilty, worried her identity was exposed, quietly pulling out a teleportation talisman, ready to flee at any moment. Just then, Emperor Tianyi in the tree turned around and spotted the two at the gate. Their eyes met, and the air instantly became strangely awkward. Emperor Tianyi, why is it you? Yiche instinctively spoke. Master, I've missed you so much. Emperor Tianyi flashed down from the tree and hurried to Yiche, bowing respectfully. Yiche scratched his head. Master? Is he talking about me? I'm only 5 foot 9. And didn't this old man want to put a sack over my head before? A thought struck him. Could it be that little Enin sent him here? The next second, Suyu wrapped her arms around Yiche's arm, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she smiled and asked Emperor Tianyi, what do you want with my husband? Yiche was speechless. Emperor Tianyi's eyes widened in shock as he stammered. He is your husband? Of course, what else would he be? Suyu lifted her chin proudly with a sweet, yet arrogant tone. Emperor Tianyi nodded silently, seemingly convinced. Seeing this, Yiche's heart sank. Good heavens, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't just say whatever you please. Well, Yiche was about to explain when Suyu pinched the soft flesh at his waist. Her identity couldn't be exposed, and she needed a human as cover. Before Yiche could speak, Suyu pulled him into the courtyard. Seeing that Suyu could freely enter the yard without the door guardian stopping her, Emperor Tianyi was completely convinced. She must be the mistress of this house. Then Empress Yaoqi must be. Emperor Tianyi caught a whiff of gossip and pulled Emperor Julie along as they followed inside. Upon entering the courtyard, both men were instantly stunned. Setting aside how many times more concentrated the spiritual energy was compared to the outside world, just the vegetation in the yard alone made them look as if they'd seen ghosts. Tianyi, is that a Zhuhua spirit fruit? Emperor Julie pointed at several potted plants in the yard, his voice filled with shock. Emperor Tianyi gasped. It is indeed a Zhuhua spirit fruit. Both were astounded. Zhuhua spirit fruits were extremely rare longevity fruits that could only be found in the third heaven. Yet here, there was such a large collection of them. Eating just one would grant 1,000 years of lifespan. The two were incredibly excited. Although emperors lived long lives, lasting 7,000 to 8,000 years, who would complain about living longer? Yiche looked at the two emperors strangely. Why were they so excited staring at those few pots of tomatoes? What was all the fuss about? Julie, look at this. Is this a Bixiao jade fruit? Emperor Tianyi pointed at a large tree laden with fruit nearby, exclaiming repeatedly. Emperor Julie hurried over. Bixiao jade fruit. It really is a Bixiao jade fruit. Emperor Julie was dumbfounded, his face full of disbelief. Bixiao jade fruits were precious enough on their own. Yet here, there was an entire Bixiao jade fruit tree. Once, a single Bixiao jade fruit had appeared in some ruins and was fought over by countless factions. But here, there were easily over 100 Bixiao jade fruits. Emperor Tianyi was completely dumbstruck. Was this the difference between people? Yiche was also speechless. Weren't these just pears? Why were they acting like they'd never seen anything before? Where was their imperial dignity? Did they leave it at home? Yiche broke free from Su Yu's embrace and pulled Emperor Tianyi aside. Emperor Tianyi, she's really not my wife, don't. Emperor Tianyi snapped out of his shock and winked at Yiche knowingly. I understand. I get it completely. When I return to the Penglai domain, I absolutely won't say anything. Emperor Tianyi had been quite the ladies' man in his youth, and naturally understood the principle of moving through a garden of flowers without letting a single petal stick to you. Yiche said with a dark expression. She and I really have no relationship. Unfortunately, Tianyi didn't believe him. The three entered the house. Emperor Julie immediately said respectfully, the calligraphy you gave my daughter is truly a masterpiece of the world. I can't put it down. Yiche felt a bit embarrassed. He had just casually written a few strokes. He hadn't expected this emperor to like it so much. Emperor Julie, I have a painting here too. Would you like to take a look? Yiche walked to a nearby desk and picked up a painting. Please have a look. Yiche unrolled the painting in his hands. A magnificent painting of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix immediately appeared before Emperor Tianyi and Emperor Julie. Emperor Tianyi was visibly shaken. Emperor Julie looked completely astonished. This painting was absolutely beautiful. The moment they laid eyes on the painting, both men's ears were instantly filled with the melodious chirping of various birds, as if they had been transported directly into the artwork itself. The phoenix at the center of the painting seemed to burst forth from the rice paper, its flame-like wings trembling gently as its fiery red eyes locked onto the two great emperors, Tianyi and Julie. A sharp, piercing phoenix cry rang out like a blade, suddenly exploding within their consciousness. Thud, thud, thud. Emperor Tianyi's chest tightened violently, and the overwhelming pressure forced him to stagger back several steps. His right hand instinctively clutched his chest as his breathing became increasingly labored. Emperor Julie's back was instantly soaked with cold sweat, his lips turning pale as death, while a tremor originating from his very soul nearly caused him to lose his footing. The two exchanged glances, both catching the same thought reflected in each other's eyes. This painting was terrifyingly powerful. Truly, the work of a master was extraordinary. Both emperors simultaneously gave Yiche a thumbs up, their admiration written all over their faces. Yiche was both amused and exasperated by their excessive praise. Isn't this a bit over the top? I just painted this casually when I was bored. Since you like it, I'll give it to you. His tone was as casual as if he were giving away a blank piece of paper. When an elder bestows a gift, one cannot refuse. Emperor Julie completely abandoned his imperial dignity, his voice trembling with excitement. Yiche was startled by his suddenly high-pitched voice and thought to himself, has this old man contracted rabies? Emperor Julie, however, was utterly serious. Holding the painting with both hands, he bowed deeply again. Master, your generous gift of this painting is something I shall never forget. From now on, you are the most honored guest of Julie Immortal Palace. In this ancient desolate domain, as long as I, Mu Julie, have even a sip of soup, I will ensure you have meat to eat. With these words, he patted his chest and made a solemn vow. Storing the scroll with extreme care, the magnificent Tao aura surged like turbulent seas, and he was confident that even comprehending just a fraction of it would allow him to take a giant step forward on the path to sainthood. Nearby, Emperor Tianyi cleared his throat and rubbed his hands together, looking at Yiche with hopeful eyes. Feeling uncomfortable under his gaze, Yiche could only smile and say, "Well then, Emperor Tianni, feel free to choose whatever catches your eye. Take 2 items with you." Upon hearing this, Emperor Tianni was as delighted as if he'd won the lottery. May I? May I take some things from your courtyard?" His voice carried an incredulous tremor. Yiche cheerfully opened the courtyard gate. "Help yourself." Inwardly, however, he was pleased. "Once you've taken my treasures, you'll have to do me a favor later." The courtyard was filled with spiritual plants, shimmering with spiritual light and fragrant aromas. Emperor Tianni moved step by careful step, afraid of trampling the spiritual herbs, and bowed deeply to Yiche. This was the demeanor of a true master. What others considered heavenly treasures, he spoke of as casually as common vegetables. Emperor Tianni felt his mindset profoundly shaken. The gap between himself and this master was too vast, and he must learn to cultivate such magnanimity. Despite Yiche's repeated assurances to take whatever you want, he ultimately only carefully picked 1 jade fruit of azure heaven and 1 vermilion blossom spirit fruit. Standing in the courtyard with 1 fruit in each hand, he grinned foolishly to himself. When Yiche turned and saw this scene, his mouth twitched. If he ever went out in public, he really didn't want to admit he knew this guy. Back at Yaoqi Immortal Palace, the man had actually carried himself with imperial dignity. Upstairs, Suyu watched Tianni through the window lattice, equally speechless. If all human emperors behaved like this, wouldn't the demon race easily conquer the immortal realm? Her brother was right, the human race's fortune had indeed run out. As various thoughts swirled in her mind, she suddenly looked down at her waist. The token there had suddenly lit up. Suyu's expression changed dramatically as she gritted her teeth and cursed under her breath. "Damn it. They actually found me." Almost simultaneously, Emperor Julie downstairs also frowned, pulling out the ancient desolate domain seal from his robes. Light flickered in his palm as he said gravely, "Demon race members have entered the ancient desolate domain." Upon hearing this, Emperor Tianni said that during this period, the demon clan had been acting strangely, sending several people to each domain, not even missing the 10,000 demons domain. Emperor Julie stood under the eaves with his brow furrowed. "I don't know what they're up to." According to the elders of the Heavenly Tao Imperial Division, it seems the demon clan Saintis has secretly escaped. Yiche crouched behind the artificial mountain, listening intently. Seeing the 2 emperors chatting enthusiastically, he simply revealed himself. "2 seniors, do you know what the Succubus Empress looks like?" "No idea." Emperor Tianni spread his hands. "The demon clan Saintis has too special an identity. I'm afraid apart from the demon clan themselves, no one has seen her true appearance." Disappointed by the answer, Yiche sighed inwardly. With favorability still at -20, finding her would be even harder. Emperor Julie cupped his hands in farewell. "Master, to prevent the demon clan from causing trouble in secret, I must return to the Immortal Palace to maintain watch." Yiche nodded. "Go ahead. If there are any clues about the Saintis, notify me immediately. Also regarding today's events, you 2 have never seen me, especially you, Emperor Tianni." The 2 emperors exchanged glances and immediately understood. Having received favors, they naturally had to help in return. The next second, Emperor Tianni looked around in confusion. "Eh? How did I end up here?" Emperor Julie chimed in. "Old Moo, weren't we playing chess the whole time? We haven't seen anyone." The 2 scratched their heads pretending to be confused, treating Yiche like air as they turned and left the courtyard. These 2 are quite sensible. Yiche closed the door with satisfaction with a bang, preparing to enjoy his crazy Thursday special meal. At the stairway, Godan poked his head out, whispering, "Master, that woman has wrecked the house." "What?" Yiche's blood pressure spiked as he rushed like lightning to the guest room door. Inside was complete chaos. You had nailed all the bed sheets to the window frame, covering every gap tightly. Tables, chairs, and cabinets were stacked like city walls blocking the doorway. She had even pried up several floor tiles. "Suyu, what on earth are you trying to do?" Yiche's face darkened. Suyu continued working with her back to him. "Things haven't been peaceful lately, so I'm strengthening security measures." Seeing her fumbling with furniture despite not even knowing how to fold blankets, Yiche grew suspicious. "Are you perhaps a demon clan spy?" Suyu's hand trembled, and her movement stopped. The room instantly fell silent except for her faint sobbing. Yiche leaned lazily against the doorframe, his gaze falling on the girl's slender waist and stunning curves youthful face with a voluptuous figure. Quite appealing. Suddenly, Suyu turned around with tearful eyes. "I'm not a spy. I'm just a poor soul. My mother was brutally dismembered and her body dumped by the demon clan before I was born. Right after I was born, my father died just as tragically. I was captured and taken to the demon realm, where I served as a maid to the demon clan Saintis for 18 years. Night after night, I washed my face with tears, wanting only to personally kill those beasts. I constantly told myself I am human, not demon. They can never make me as filthy as they are. Do you believe me? Though my body was in the demon clan, my heart always yearned for the light." After speaking, She firmly grasped Yi Chei's hand with sincere eyes. Yi Chei was momentarily stunned, then brought over a stool to sit down, casually grabbing a handful of sunflower seeds. This story is interesting. Tell me more, I love listening. Hearing Yi Chei's cold and unsympathetic words, Su Yu's crying came to an abrupt halt, and the tears that were halfway down her cheeks quickly retreated. She pouted, glaring at him with reddened eyes. How can you have no compassion at all? Is your heart made of iron? My entire family is dead, and you actually think I'm making it up? Fine, I admit I was making it up. Seeing Yi Chei's half-smiling expression, Su Yu felt guilty and had to surrender with raised hands. Iron heart, I love telling the truth. Yi Chei stuffed a small handful of sunflower seeds into her hand and chuckled softly. All right, stop crying. Chat with me about the Succubus Empress. If you cooperate, I won't expose you. Su Yu had a sudden inspiration. If playing pitiful doesn't work, then switch to showing off. She unceremoniously sat cross-legged beside Yi Chei's legs, cracking sunflower seeds while gesticulating excitedly. Let me tell you, I am as close to the Succubus Empress as sisters, bound by an oath of loyalty. You want to know how much I know about her? Su Yu raised her chin, brimming with pride. Hee hee, I know every single hair on her body. At first, Yi Chei thought she was just her close maid, and it was understandable for her to describe their relationship that way. But as he listened, his expression gradually turned strange. Su Yu was so caught up in her boasting that she didn't notice his discomfort. Without me, the Succubus Empress wouldn't survive. When she was little, she didn't like drinking milk, and it was me who fed her bit by bit. She couldn't wipe herself, and I helped her clean up. Once, when she tried to sneak away, I pinned her down on the bed without hesitation. You have to understand, she can't live without me. Without me, she doesn't want to live. Do you understand? She leaned forward, her eyes burning with intensity as she fixed her gaze on Yi Chei. Yi Chei nodded eagerly. Seeing that he was convinced, Su Yu's lips curled into a smile, ready to command him to serve her. But then she saw Yi Chei stand up, ruffle her hair, and say, "Great story. Good work, that's your reward." With that, he stuffed the last bits of the sunflower seeds, shells and all, into her palm and turned to head downstairs. Su Yu was stunned for several seconds, staring at the sticky sunflower seed shells in her hand before suddenly screaming. Yi Chei, you bastard. You even stuffed the shells into my hand. EW, they're all covered in your saliva. She curiously leaned in to sniff. Ugh. Yi Chei lay down on the second floor, casually pulling up the panel, surprised to find that the Succubus Empress's favorability rating towards him had jumped from 20 to 10. What on earth happened? Little Tongzi, he whispered. The system remained silent. Last time, Yi Chei had scolded it in public for several minutes, and it was still sulking. He cussed so much. Even though I blacked out the rewards, does it really warrant such repeated insults? Seeing that it refused to respond, Yi Chei gritted his teeth and threatened. Hey, if you don't respond, then well, I have no other options. System humph. Still silent. In despair, Yi Chei took out the token of love, ready to ask Xiao Yining to see if she could clarify the Succubus Empress's situation. Meanwhile, in a distant realm, a sudden scream echoed from the Yaoqi palace. It was the voice of the Yaoqi Empress. Warner rushed into the palace, only to find the Empress frantically adjusting her appearance in front of a bronze mirror. Warner was stunned. Ever since Yi Chei left, the Yaoqi Empress had barely stepped out of her chambers and couldn't even be bothered to change out of her formal robes. But now she suddenly seemed full of energy. After a few seconds, the Empress straightened her clothes, picked up the crystal-clear love token, and beamed a sickeningly sweet smile at its glowing surface. Yi Chei moi little Enin kiss kiss. Your Majesty, ugh. This single dog can't stand the stench of romance. Warner covered her nose with a look of utter despair. Yi Chei, I miss you so much. Where are you? I want to see you. The Empress murmured wistfully. I miss you too, little Enin, but there are more important matters at hand. From the other end of the love token, Yi Chei's gaze gradually turned sharp. The demon clan is eyeing us hungrily. As a disciple of Yaoqi, I must eliminate demons and protect the righteous path. That's too dangerous. Come back to me quickly, the Empress said, her eyes full of worry. Go back? Huh. Yi Chei sat up straight on his bed, closed his eyes, and tilted his head slightly, his voice low and deep. A real man born between heaven and earth cannot remain depressed and subordinate forever. The Empress raised an eyebrow. Something about those words didn't sound right. Yi Chei paused and quickly corrected himself. No, wait. A true man cannot hide behind a woman. Little Enin, I'm your man, and I can't rely on your protection forever. I must fight and grow stronger. A true warrior is destined to go through blood and fire. He deliberately struck a pose of a lonely master standing aloof from the world. Looking at that resolute and handsome face in the love token, the Empress felt her heart melt like sugar. Worthy of being my man, what courage. After pondering for a moment, she said, I support you. But if anything happens to you, I'll use all my power to destroy the demon clan. During this time, she had already touched the barrier to the Saint Realm, and a breakthrough was within sight. Yi Che nodded emotionally, and seeing that the atmosphere was properly set, he suddenly asked, "Little Enine, do you know about the Succubus Empress? What does she look like?" The Empress's expression immediately turned cold. "Why are you asking about her? To catch the thief, first catch the king. Know your enemy and yourself, and you'll never be defeated. I plan to ambush the demon clan Saintis and use her to control the princess. Her identity is special. Apart from the demon emperor, probably no one knows her true appearance." The Empress shook her head. Yi Che sighed, his face showing a pained expression. "Damn it, little Enine, it's getting late. You should rest early. You come back soon too. Kiss kiss. Kiss kiss kiss. Your Majesty, this long-distance relationship is terrifying." Juana rolled her eyes. The love token's light faded, and the Empress's brow immediately furrowed as coldness spread from the depths of her eyes. "Juana, mobilize all the power of the Immortal Palace to find out where Yi Che is." "Yes." Juana accepted the order. The Empress sat on the edge of her bed, her fingertips caressing the love token, a vague unease stemming from a woman's sixth sense. Meanwhile, Yi Che turned off the lights and went straight to sleep. "Can't find the Succubus Empress? Then, I won't look for her. Nothing is difficult in the world if you're willing to give up. Whatever happens, happens." With this thought, he peacefully drifted into dreamland. Under the cover of night, Suyu tiptoed downstairs and quietly opened the courtyard gate. Outside, more than 10 shadowy demon guards had already formed ranks, each with an aura above the Emperor realm. Suyu put on the half-face mask that symbolized the Succubus Empress's identity, its dark red patterns strikingly demonic in the moonlight, radiating an imperial presence. "Saintis, there are 2 people in the house. Which one should we capture?" The leader bowed. "The most handsome one." Suyu's voice was ice cold. A few seconds later, Yi Che, who had been enjoying sweet dreams, suddenly woke up. Before he could struggle, everything went black. "Damn it. Another sack." Several terrifying forces sealed his limbs. "Damn it. All Emperor Realm." He instantly understood. He had been kidnapped. Woo woo. There's actually home invasion and robbery in the Immortal Realm too. Have you thought about the consequences of doing this? It's not too late to stop now. I can pretend. Smack. A solid slap landed on his bottom. "Fuck, this kid really talks too much. Stop wasting time. Take him to see the Saintis." The demon guards worked together to tear open space and drag Yi Che into the passage. Unable to move at all, Yi Che felt utterly hopeless. "They're not going to harvest my organs too, are they?" In the void, Yi Che was hooded with coarse cloth, his vision completely black, only able to hear the howling turbulence tearing at his ears. "Brothers, you're only at the Emperor Realm. Crossing the void is too risky," he shouted at the top of his lungs to his captors. "How about this? I promise I won't run away, so we can take our time walking once we land. Life is precious. Let's cherish it while we can." The 4 shadowy demon guards exchanged glances. Here, they were kidnapping someone, and the victim was worried about their safety? This kid really had no sense of boundaries. No one paid him any attention. Soon, the surrounding pressure suddenly dissipated, and the void vanished. Yi Che felt solid ground beneath his feet, then was immediately hoisted onto someone's shoulder. After countless twists and turns, he completely lost his sense of direction. Thud! He was roughly thrown down. A faint, familiar fragrance first reached his nose. The hood was suddenly yanked off, and the blinding light made him shake his head. As his vision gradually cleared, a woman wearing a black butterfly mask came into view. Rosered hair cascading over her shoulders, a form-fitting black dress just past her knees, and snow-white calves that dazzled in the lamplight. The mask was enchanted with illusion arrays, making her true appearance impossible to discern. Yi Che's heart skipped a beat. "The Succubus Empress? I heard you've been looking for me." Her voice was crisp as silver bells, youthful yet tinged with playfulness. On either side of her stood black-robed demon guards, their expressions cold and their cultivation at the Emperor realm clearly dangerous individuals. Yi Che instantly felt an ominous premonition. The Succubus Empress's lips curved slightly as she lifted Yi Che's chin with her fingertip, her breath fragrant. "Yi Che, are you curious why this holy maiden has appeared here?" Yi Che blinked innocently. "I have no idea." "Humph." She snorted coldly, her tone bone-chilling. "Didn't you say that you and I had some unforgettable romance? That this holy maiden loved you to death? Bah! How dare you spread rumors about me? I've never even held a man's hand since childhood, yet you dare claim I was chasing after you." Caught in his lie, Yi Che panicked and forced out a smile uglier than crying. "Well, it's all a misunderstanding." His favorability instantly dropped by 10 points, and he secretly felt alarmed. If he couldn't smooth this over, he'd be done for today. "You were quite bold when spreading rumors, weren't you?" The Succubus Empress pressed closer step by step. Yi Che laughed nervously. "Well, I did exaggerate a little bit, but that was because you said this holy maiden has white legs, and that you love my legs the most?" She interrupted coldly. I was just. "Fine, then let me ask you, are my legs white or not? Do you dare to answer?" The Succubus Empress smiled mysteriously, then suddenly lifted her slender, jade-like leg. her snow-white calf landing on Yi Chei's shoulder in the blink of an eye. Yi Chei instantly froze. Was 6 feet tall, yet she could lift her leg up so easily. Does this woman have any backbone left? The Succubus Empress's delicate, crystal-clear feet rested on Yi Chei's shoulders, her toes slightly curled, soft yet radiating the arrogance of one who looks down upon all living beings. With her arms crossed over her chest, her voice carried a cold, coquettish tone. What? Keck out your tongue? I'm asking you, are my legs fair or not? Fair, but you're exposed. Yi Chei kept his head down, though his gaze couldn't help but steal glances beneath her skirt. Actually, everything's quite fair. Ah. The Succubus Empress suddenly realized her compromising position and retreated like lightning, instinctively pressing down her skirt with both hands. In an instant, she transformed from a haughty empress into a blushing, heart-racing young maiden. Only then did she remember that she had only changed her outer garment underneath. She still wore the semi-transparent lace that student Xiao Ai had given her. Her mask couldn't hide the burning heat as a crimson blush spread up her snow-white neck. The demon guards behind them were stunned speechless by Yi Chei's audacious comment. Several even gave him thumbs up. Brother, you're truly brave. The Succubus Empress was notorious for her vindictive nature. No one in the demon realm dared provoke her, as her methods of revenge were endless and impossible to guard against. The guards silently mourned. Brother, rest in peace. Some were already mentally digging his grave. Shameless. Perverted. You lecherous demon. The Succubus Empress's fingers trembled, her murderous aura radiating even through her mask. Yi Chei's hair stood on end as he frantically called out in his mind. I'm doomed. Little system, I'll never curse at you again, please save me. He quickly changed his plea. System bro, I was too loud last time, that's my fault. For the sake of our friendship, save me just this once. The system snorted coldly. Never curse at me again. Deal, deal. As soon as Yi Chei agreed, a flood of information rushed into his mind. Meanwhile, the Succubus Empress raised her wrist, her voice bone-chillingly cold. M.O.E. M.O.A.R. Cripple him. Yes. Wait a moment. Yi Chei suddenly stepped back and raised his palm high. The demon guards paused. Little brother, any last words? Yi Chei looked past them, staring directly at the Succubus Empress. Your Majesty, don't you want to know where the water spirit pearl is? Don't you want to know how to deal with the Khan's divine beast? The Empress's eyebrows immediately arched. How does he know I'm looking for the water spirit pearl? Why does this guy suddenly seem so confident? You know? Of course. I have a way to deal with it. Yi Chei nodded confidently, and fearing she wouldn't believe him, added, think about it, didn't I help you obtain the fire spirit pearl? As long as you don't kill me, I can help you collect all 5 spirit pearls. How about it? The deal seemed quite profitable. The Empress was about to nod when she caught herself, quickly retracting her expression and hastily denying. What fire spirit pearl are you babbling about? I don't know anything. Yi Chei chuckled softly. Suyu, stop pretending. You changed your mask and altered your voice, but I can recognize your scent anywhere. The demon guards exchanged glances. So, are we fighting or not? Suyu simply removed her mask, revealing her stunning beauty without reservation to everyone present. Yi Chei grinned. Little Yu, I knew it was you. The fire of anger in Suyu's chest refused to be suppressed. He had kissed her chest so many times, and now he had seen everything again. How utterly humiliating. After a moment of silence, she coldly ordered, M.O.E. Take us back. Yes, holy maiden. Back in the room. Suyu sat cross-legged on the bed, puffing with anger as she threatened. If you can't get the water spirit pearl, I'll turn you into a pearl to play with. The water spirit pearl isn't in the celestial realm, it's in the mortal world. We'll have to go down there to get it. Yi Chei explained patiently. How difficult could that be? Suyu curled her lips disdainfully and produced a realm-breaking talisman from her sleeve. Suddenly, her eyes gleamed as she flashed Yi Chei a cunning smile. First, I'll take you to play in the demon realm. Crack. Suyu crushed the realm-breaking talisman. Whoosh! Yi Chei's vision went black, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself floating alongside Suyu in the depths of the void. Darkness stretched endlessly around them, and chaotic spatial currents howled past like blades slicing through eardrums. The only foothold beneath them was a fist-sized red cloud. To be precise, the cloud was supporting Suyu, while he barely managed to step on its edge. Fear crept into his heart as Yi Chei pressed tightly against Suyu, desperately trying to squeeze toward the center of the red cloud. Stop pushing me. Suyu frowned, jabbing him with her elbow. One of my feet is already hanging in the air, how can I not push? Yi Chei sighed bitterly, truly afraid of falling. Before he finished speaking, a chaotic current swept past his hair, ice cold and sharp. Terrified, Yi Chei immediately sat down cross-legged, clutching Suyu's calves tightly and curling himself into a ball, as if this would reduce the area that could be struck by the currents. Suyu was speechless. It was just crossing the void, yet this man was so cowardly. But then she noticed something wrong. Yi Chei wasn't just hugging her legs. He was also nuzzling his head against them. His warm lips wandered over her exposed calves like freshly steamed buns, hot and restless. In just a few seconds, he had surveyed her entire calf. Pervert. Even more outrageous, Yi Che was trying to move upward. Bang. Suyu raised her hand and struck his head hard. Hiss, that hurts. Humph. Just then, the darkness split open with a sliver of light, and the two plummeted into the demon realm. The moment they landed, Yi Che let out a pig-like scream. I'm dying from the pain. Suyu's boot heel was firmly planted on his big toe, and she deliberately twisted it. Try using spiritual energy to protect yourself, I dare you. If you really do, you're dead, she said coldly. She was the demon clan's saintess, revered by thousands, whom even the heavenly Tao imperial guards dared not offend. Yet just now, these jade legs had been defiled. I was just too scared. Besides, I used my mouth and you used your legs no matter how you calculate it. I'm the one at a disadvantage. Oh. Shut up. Suyu's delicate face flushed slightly as she roared angrily. Shameless. After getting tired of stepping on him, her expression darkened as she grabbed Yi Che by the collar and headed straight for the Xianyue Demon Palace, the core of the demon realm's most powerful force. Yi Che hunched his neck and followed behind, feeling the Empress's fury and not daring to say much, only looking up in amazement. This demon palace is truly magnificent. Two giant white jade pillars guarded the tall gates, and the reddish-brown palace walls were covered with array patterns, emanating an overwhelming sense of oppression. Suyu dragged him through the palace gates. In the great hall, the demon emperor was playing chess alone and turned around upon hearing their approach. Mo quickly stepped forward and respectfully reported, Lord Demon Emperor, the saintess has brought back that man called Yi Che. Have you investigated his background? This subordinate is incompetent and found nothing. He's like someone who suddenly popped out of a crack in a rock, appearing overnight. Moreover, according to intelligence from our undercover agents, this Yi Che may lack cultivation prowess, but he has mastered multiple arts: music, chess, poetry, painting, and swordsmanship, all reaching the pinnacle of perfection. The demon emperor's chess pieces fell rapidly as he responded with apparent indifference, though his mind raced through calculations. Originally, he had planned to simply have Yi Che eliminated in secret, but now that seemed unwise. Yi Che's exceptional abilities were one concern, but more importantly, he suspected his usually arrogant sister had developed feelings for the young man. Otherwise, given her temperament, grass would already be growing tall on Yi Che's grave. As he pondered his strategy, the palace doors burst open with a loud crash, and Suyu stormed in. Brother, I'm back. The young woman plopped herself onto the throne and extended her delicate hand. Give me more realm-breaking talismans, I need them urgently. The demon emperor smiled indulgently and produced 5 fist-sized black talismans from his sleeve. Dark golden patterns writhed across their surfaces, emanating an aura that seemed to tear through space itself. Moe gasped nearby 5 talismans at once. If the holy maiden really used these to escape, no one in the demon palace could stop her. Suyu's eyes lit up instantly, but just as she reached for the talismans, the demon emperor pulled his hand back with a knowing smile. You can have them, but first answer your brother's question. Brother, you've changed. Suyu pouted and crossed her arms huffily. You used to give selflessly, but now you want something in return. The demon emperor sighed and cut straight to the point. Little you, did that Yi Che offend you? What? Suyu looked confused, then nodded quickly before adding, it's fine, brother. I already taught him a lesson, had Moe and the others beat him up badly, nearly killed him. She raised her small fists and swung them twice, putting on her fiercest expression. Watching her guilty mannerisms, the demon emperor's heart sank. Taught him a lesson? More likely, she was the one left blushing and flustered. If not for Moe's secret reports, he might have believed her. This sister cannot be kept, he muttered, grabbing Suyu's ear and lifting her from the throne. Bring Yi Che here, and I'll give you the talismans. Brother, that's not necessary. Bring him here. The demon emperor's tone brooked no argument. He suspected Yi Che was a pawn planted by enemies to manipulate his sister, and he needed to investigate personally. Humph. Suyu put her hands on her hips and huffed angrily. Just as she started to leave, she suddenly remembered something and marched back to her brother, lifting her snow-white foot to stomp hard on his shoe. Hissa. The demon emperor sucked in a sharp breath. This kick was even harder than the one she'd given Yi Che. The young woman flounced out of the hall, her ponytail swishing as she left with a dark expression. That girl is 18 and still so willful. The demon emperor shook his head, remembering that at 18, he had already been the top power in the demon realm. Moe, keep watch. Don't let her escape with him. Yes, my lord. Moe acknowledged the order. Suyu returned to the previous guest house and called out several times, but Yi Che was nowhere to be found. Her face scrunched up like a bun. That bastard. I told him not to wander off, but he did it anyway, and now he's lost. Moe, find him quickly. Moe nodded and was about to extend his divine consciousness when suddenly, boom, a terrifying holy aura erupted from the main hall, enveloping the entire mystic moon demon palace. It's the demon emperor. What happened? Is there an invasion? The demon guards looked at each other in confusion, none daring to approach. In the Great Hall, the Demon Emperor's face was livid, his fists clenched so tightly they creaked. Yi Che had actually dared to dig up his 9 nether demon tree. Suyu rushed into the hall. "Brother, what are you doing?" Too angry for words, the Demon Emperor flicked his sleeve, projecting his divine consciousness as a screen of light. Within the Nether Demon Hall's barrier, Yi Che sat with a small iron shovel, crouched beside the 9 nether demon tree, humming an off-key tune. He dug at the roots while grinning to himself, without even a speck of dirt on his clothes. Suyu held her forehead. How did that fool get into the Nether Demon Hall? How did he pass through the barrier? The Demon Emperor's rage had reached its peak as he stormed off toward the Nether Demon Hall with a thunderous expression. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.